Chapter 1. Black Rain. Hiss. Dim light, exposed bricks and rubble, and crumbling dry cement silently scattered around. A beetle crawled along its surface, its hard 6 legs moving alternately in search of something to fill its stomach. It hadn't eaten in nearly a week in this wasteland. Finding food that could be consumed was no easier than climbing to the sky, that a moment of carelessness could turn it into someone else's meal. It was a testament to its status as a considerable predator in this small pile of rubble in a dark corner. The giant beetle used its mouth parts to pry open a fragile piece of cement, hoping to find something digestible inside, even if it was just a tuft of hair. However, after searching for a long time, it found not a single strand of hair, nor even any droppings from other creatures. Just as it was about to leave in disappointment, suddenly 2 small green eyes lit up, emitting a chirp more exciting than the discovery of a mate. Because it had caught a whiff of long-lost food in extreme hunger, a mate was just food. Though the inexplicable scent of blood was faint but present, it deeply stimulated its tiny brain. The mutation had evolved its body, but not its intelligence, so it unhesitatingly lunged toward the source of the scent. This elusive fragrance was like a red thread, guiding it to a small house not far away. Inside the room, it was just as dark, with visibility reduced to nothing. The collapsed wardrobe, furniture, and what had long been gnawed away by other insects, leaving only a rusty iron frame mingled among the rubble. The source of the food smell was located on a piece of tattered cloth stained with blood, hidden within the iron frame. The giant beetle hesitated. Not at all the nearby delicacy made it forget all potential dangers, and it dove in recklessly. In today's world, dying from overeating was far more fortunate than becoming someone else's meal. And without exception, this giant beetle had now become the unfortunate type. Just as it squeezed into the iron frame that barely accommodated its body, creak. A black rope tied to one corner of the iron frame was suddenly tugged by external force, causing the entire frame to collapse together and tightly bind the half-meter-long giant. Beetle within. Hiss. The beetle, startled, immediately emitted a hissing sound like a gas leak, which was particularly jarring in the silent room. At the same time, a figure hidden in the dark corner sprang into action. He was lean yet agile, like a gust of wind, swiftly moving through the rubble. Just as the giant beetle was about to break free from the decayed iron frame, someone pounced onto its iron-hard back. But this only made the beetle struggle more fiercely. The figure wasted no time. He swung a metal crowbar that he had gripped tightly in his right hand down toward the beetle's armored head. Bang! The first strike grazed the giant beetle's smooth and hard head, producing a weak spark that briefly illuminated the boy's dark, determined, and gaunt face. Whoosh! The second strike, the bent end of the crowbar inserted into a gap between the beetle's head and body. Crack! With the third hit, the boy used his body weight as leverage against the bent part of the crowbar, pressing down hard. The giant beetle's hard head armor finally cracked open, revealing internal muscle tissue still radiating heat, before it could emit a piercing scream that would attract other high-level mutated creatures. The boy swiftly withdrew the crowbar and stabbed the sharp end into the spot he remembered as the beetle's brain. Swish! In an instant, a green and foul-smelling liquid sprayed onto his face, and the giant beetle ceased its struggles, leaving only its 6 sharp legs twitching slightly in reflex. After killing the giant beetle, the boy didn't relax. He pulled out a prepared plastic film from behind, tightly wrapping the beetle's decayed head to prevent the foul smell from escaping. Finally, he lifted the nearly 10-kilogram beetle carcass and quickly left the small house. About a minute after leaving, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the ceiling, floor, outside the door, and every corner of the room, sending chills down the spine. It was hundreds of fist-sized, venomous pincers, drawn in by the lingering foul smell, instantly overwhelming the abandoned house and enveloping it in a writhing black sea. In a 3-story building that seemed on the verge of collapsing, the boy placed the giant beetle's carcass he had been holding onto the ground. His sprinting with the beetle had him panting heavily, but he was also trying to lower the sound of his breaths. He took out a sharp bone knife from his waist and skillfully punctured a small hole in the plastic film covering the beetle's head. Then he leaned down, bringing his cracked lips close to the hole, greedily sucking the extremely foul-smelling dark green brain tissue of the giant beetle. He only stopped this beast-like behavior when his sunken abdomen slightly bulged, then covered the hole again with another layer of film After had been about 3 days since his last meal. Xiao Lung sat on the ground, wiping the sticky liquid remaining at the corner of his mouth, and let out a slight sigh of relief. This hunt should sustain his combat capability for about 35 days. He couldn't endure the nauseating blood of the insects and wanted to roast the delicious insect meat over a fire. But without a solid barrier for protection at night, starting a fire was tantamount to seeking death. In this absurd apocalypse, beasts no longer feared flames, insects no longer dreaded the cold, and plants no longer required photosynthesis. Lighting a flickering campfire in the dark night was like announcing to all high-level hunters that a fool was waiting for their attention. And Xiaolong's remaining strength was insufficient to last until the next day. Fortunately, eating raw flesh was the simplest and most brutal way to regain strength. After all, it wasn't his first time. While waiting for his strength to gradually recover, he looked around the environment in the 3-story building. The collapsed remnants of a refrigerator, a decayed sofa overturned on the ground, a high-end crystal chandelier swaying precariously from the ceiling, and a dusty picture frame. Lying beside him, all testified that this had once been a happy little home for 3 people 5 years and 3 months ago. 5 years and 3 months ago, everyone was still immersed in a happy life, free from worries about food and clothing, entertained to death. At that time, Xiaolong was only 17 years old, a newly admitted college student, but he was introverted and not good with words after a semester. He had hardly made any friends. But he didn't mind, it was just his nature. However, one day, the sky was suddenly covered by ominous clouds without warning, and then a strange black rain poured down. That day, the school was holding a celebration in the school square, except for a few like Xiaolong, who took sick leave to stay in the dormitory and sleep. Thousands of teachers and students were drenched by this sudden black rain. Xiaolong couldn't remember how long he had slept. He only remembered waking up to hear various chilling screams outside the window. Chapter 2. Apocalypse Rules. He gathered his spirits and sat up. After swallowing the blood of the beetle, the discomfort in his shriveled stomach eased significantly. Xiaolong picked up the small knife again, preparing to disassemble the giant beetle in front of him while he still had some strength left. Although this hard-shell bug weighed nearly 10 pounds, the edible meat he could extract would only amount to about 2 pounds at most. The rest was mostly armor and extra bones. From his mutations, he skillfully operated the bone knife and first cut off the head of the beetle from which he had drained the brain fluid, extracting a black crystal the size of a fingernail from its skull and casually putting it into his pocket. This type of crystal is basically found in the brains of every mutated creature, including various types of living corpses and baptizers. Moreover, the size and color of the crystals contained in the brains vary, depending on the species and strength of the creature. He had tried swallowing such stones before, but aside from causing difficulties in bowel movements the next day, they did not enhance his strength as described in the novels he had once read. Of course, it might just be that these stones were useless to him. But in the eyes of some high-ranking fortress managers, they were treasures, and the demand was far from being met. Although he did not know what they wanted the stones for, and they would never tell him, a surviving refugee, they were willing to exchange various scarce resources for them. Naturally, the crystals in the brains of these mutated creatures became a universal currency among the surviving humans in the apocalypse. Of course, the resources that could be exchanged for the crystals varied according to their scarcity. The black crystal in Xiaolong's hand, about the size of a fingernail, could probably only be exchanged for a palm-sized piece of edible meat or a pair of torn socks. Just as he was preparing to continue dissecting other parts of the giant beetle's body, he suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps coming from the silent ruins of the street. Outside, this made Xiaolong immediately stop his cutting and cautiously lay flat on the dirty floor. In this world, aside from mutated beasts that could pose a threat, there were also fellow humans who were even more ruthless than the beasts. This is why Xiaolong preferred to struggle alone in the dangerous ruins of the outside world, rather than go to the temporarily established camps to survive cooperatively. Perhaps in the camp, people could take care of each other, and the success rate of hunting together would greatly increase. But that was only a temporary peace under conditions of sufficient food distribution. If one day, the creatures around the camp were hunted clean and the food stockpiles were empty, then you would become prey for your former partners. Don't ask how he knew so much, because Xiaolong had once been a member of camp. The horrific scar on his back, nearly several centimeters long, completely severed his trust in his kind. Of course, the guy who caused this scar was not much better off. The bone knife in his hand was taken from the leg bone of that traitor. He held his breath and focused on listening to the frantic footsteps outside, which were gradually approaching this area. Behind them, a dense sound of footsteps followed closely. It was obvious that this was a chase between hunters and prey. The footsteps of the ones running in front were too frantic. Perhaps they tripped over a broken rebar in a crumbling concrete block, letting out a cry before falling into the ruins, and it seemed they fell pretty hard, emitting a painful moan. And from the sound, it seemed to be a girl. Humph. Stupid bitch. Let you escape. As your master, don't I have a right to control you? The noisy footsteps behind caught up, followed by a stream of vicious curses. The rule of the jungle, survival of the fittest, applies universally across eras. However, in the apocalypse, this rule appears even more primitive and brutal. Whoever is stronger, has a harder fist, and better equipment has a voice in this world, without having to worry about legal retribution or public condemnation. Xiaolong quietly approached the window ledge, blending into the darkness, and looked out at the situation in the ruins of the street. Did these guys not fear attracting night demons by shouting so loudly outside? Ever since that black rain 5 years ago, even the sky has become erratic and unpredictable. The sun no longer rises from the east on schedule. Instead, it either hangs in the sky for several weeks without setting, continuously baking the earth with nearly 50 degrees Celsius heat, or it rises from the west and quickly sets again like a shy girl, not rising for half a month. Now, it has been about 60 hours since the last time the sun rose. The crimson moon hanging in the night sky cast an eerie glow over the wasteland, creating a terrifying scene reminiscent of hell. However, through this strange moonlight, Xiaolong could see a bit more clearly on this dangerous night. He saw 5 men wearing mutated beast skins surrounding a woman lying on the ground who was barely clothed. These 5 men all had fierce expressions. Some were tall and thin, others short and fat, but only the leading man appeared somewhat robust and normal. As for the bone-thin woman begging for mercy on the ground, she had been tortured to the point of being nothing but skin and bones. Even from a distance, Xiaolong could see the shocking wounds on her body. Escaping this far was already her limit. He guessed that these men were probably members of a small temporary camp within a 10-kilometer radius. And after catching this female slave, they naturally gave her a good beating to prevent her screams from attracting other monsters they couldn't handle. They stuffed a rag in her mouth, leaving her only able to emit muffled whimpers of pain. A short man, less than 1.6 meters tall, leaned close to the leader and, looking at the half-conscious woman on the ground, said with some concern. Xiaolong couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows at the horrifying words from the leader. Then he saw them use a crude club to cripple the legs of the bone-thin female slave. Xiaolong watched the entire scene without any emotional stirrings, let alone any foolish thoughts of heroically saving the damsel in distress. In this era, if you could live better than others, you were a hero, admired by others. Chapter 3. Ghost-Faced Spider. Xiaolong looked at the pale, ghostly face less than half a meter away from him, a cold sweat trickling down from his temples. The ghost-faced spider. When did it sneak in? The ghost-faced spider is also a mutated creature from the apocalyptic world. Although it is not large compared to current creatures, measuring only about 1 meter, it is infamous for its lethal venom and the human face patterns on its rounded abdomen. If bitten by this spider, you will instantly collapse due to full body paralysis within 3 seconds. Subsequently, your muscle tissue, internal organs, and even bones will quickly dissolve into a pool of blood within a minute, until your entire body resembles a water-filled human-shaped skin bag. The most important thing is that throughout the entire melting process, you remain conscious, feeling the human-faced spider sucking delicious juices from your body. In the end, to compensate for the organs you have lost, it will, with deep regret, lay thousands of spider eggs inside you, and you will once again experience the feeling of spider babies bursting out of your body. Xiaolong looked at the ghostly face on the abdomen of the human-faced spider, and even his breathing became so faint that it nearly stopped. Beneath the pale, ghostly face, there are 2 fist-sized discs emitting a strange red glow, along with 6 red dots below. Those are the main eyes and 3 pairs of compound eyes of the ghost-faced spider. At that moment, its head was facing the giant beetle carcass that Xiaolong had decomposed by a third, and it was clearly contemplating whether to spend the precious venom in its venom glands on this lifeless beetle. The ghost-faced spider was attracted by the faint, fishy smell of the giant beetle's corpse. Perhaps this three-story abandoned building was originally its territory. If the ghost-faced spider had its abdomen facing inward, its pure black shell would easily blend into the surrounding dark environment, making it hard to detect. Therefore, during Xiaolong's initial inspection upon entering, he did not notice its presence. Xiaolong held his breath and quietly gripped the bone dagger at his leg. And with great restraint, even his heartbeat was controlled to be extremely weak. However, its attention was temporarily drawn to the giant beetle carcass in front of it. Xiaolong understood that this edible beetle, weighing less than 2 pounds, was not enough for it to suck even a mouthful. Once it finished this appetizer, it would discover that there was a larger chunk of meat waiting for it behind. Therefore, he had to find the right opportunity to strike. He was waiting for a moment when the ghost-faced spider would use up its limited venom on the beetle's body, waiting for it to begin feasting on its prey, and waiting for the few people on the street to gradually move away. This would be his chance to attack. However, what awaited Xiaolong next was a twist of fate. He didn't know if his lone wolf behavior was no longer favored by the goddess of luck. A palm-sized, blood-sucking mosquito just happened to buzz in at an inappropriate moment, completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere in the room. It seemed to be attracted by a drop of sweat that slid from Xiaolong's temple to his chin, immediately raising its nearly middle finger-length sharp proboscis and excitedly flying towards his face. The high-frequency, vibrating wings of the giant mosquito finally caught the attention of the human-faced spider. Xiaolong saw the eyes of the ghostly face in front of him curve up. It was smiling. The abdomen of the human-faced spider contracted, preparing to launch a fierce attack. It would catch the giant mosquito in the next second, while simultaneously pouncing on his Xiaolong's face, covered in black ash. Finally, Xiaolong would no longer wait. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Hiss! The human-faced spider let out a howl like a gas leak, spraying a face basin-sized green web from its abdomen, instantly wrapping the blood-sucking giant mosquito that was about to fly into Xiaolong's face into a bundle. At the same time, Xiaolong had already prepared to dodge a second in advance. Otherwise, that corrosive web would also land on his face. He performed a skilled roll, evading this dramatic hunting-style attack. However, he also landed on the scattered broken rubble around him, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds that echoed sharply in the quiet night. Originally, he had deliberately placed these rubble around to prevent himself from being stealthily attacked by lurking mutated creatures or similar beings while entering a semi-sleep state. Stepping on the rubble would make noise, allowing him to react in time. But he never expected that he would be forced into a situation because of such a glitch scene. Boss, did you just hear a strange sound from the adjacent building? On the street illuminated by the crimson moonlight, the 5 men had not yet walked far, and that crisp sound naturally reached their ears due to their long-trained senses. I heard it. The leading man signaled his subordinates to stop and quickly found a large concrete block to use as cover, hiding behind it while fixing his sharp gaze on the direction of the sound. Crack! A series of crisp sounds came again from that floor, making it clear to these 5 men. Could it be that the boss is a night demon? We should leave here. A tall, skinny man with a trembling voice suggested, seemingly having a significant psychological shadow from the mutated creature known as the night demon. You useless fool. If it were a night demon, it would have pounced down and devoured us long ago. Do you think it would wait to set an ambush? I think there's a battle happening up there. Maybe between mutated creatures, or perhaps between refugees. Ha! The leading strong man sneered. His meaning was clear. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. No matter what is happening up there, one side will die, and the other will not be much better off. If a night demon were hunting above, it would not create such frequent sounds of battle. Once you catch its eye, in the next second, you would see blood gushing from your neck, leaving you no time to resist. In this sense, the night demon is actually a relatively kind creature. It gives you a fatal blow directly, ending your life without making you endure any extra pain. Let us go. Let us take a look. On the other side, Xiaolong knelt halfway on the ground, slightly panting as he looked at the twitching mass of rotten black flesh in front of him. After a fierce battle, the ghost-faced spider was ultimately killed by him. However, compared to being bitten by the ghost-faced spider's fangs, such superficial injuries were a stroke of luck. Of course, Xiaolong did not let down his guard at all because he knew that those people outside had also set their sights on him. Chapter 4. Hunting. Was that sound coming from here? The leading man coldly stared at the dilapidated and tightly closed door in front of him, asking his four deformed subordinates behind him. Since they had climbed to this abandoned floor, the strange sounds had ceased. Perhaps their battle had ended. Or perhaps they had already sensed the presence of these people. Boss, are you sure the sound came from here? Could it be that the two sides fighting in this room have perished together? The tall, skinny man expressed his opinion from behind, still carrying the female slave who had fainted due to her broken legs over his shoulder. We have 5 people, and you, boss, are the best among our refugee camp. Even if the guys inside are still alive, they definitely won't be our match, hee. In this apocalyptic world where even food was scarce. A rare fat man let out a lewd laugh, seemingly unable to wait to rush in and deal with the prey to fill his empty stomach. Oh, since you're so confident, why don't you go in first and take the lead? The little leader sneered, fixing a bloodthirsty and cold gaze on the fat man. He merely regarded him as a meat ticket to be used as needed during difficult times. However, this foolish fat man was still unaware that he was merely a backup food source, foolishly thinking that following the boss was an honor. Boss, are you kidding me? I'm so slow. What if I accidentally let the prey escape? That would be a wasted effort. How about we go in together? The previously excited fat guy's true nature was instantly revealed when he heard he had to take the lead. His face turned ugly and his mouth twitched as he said, "You fat bastard. You usually do the least work and eat the most. It's about time you show some performance." The other subordinates cheered, seemingly wishing for this guy to die early. After all, it had been a long time since they had tasted pork belly. Under the coaxing of his companions and the boss's cold gaze, the fat guy swallowed hard and finally moved his heavy footsteps. He took out a rusted dagger that had become toxic from corrosion and slowly approached the door, hesitating about the safest way to open it. "Do I really have to kick you in?" The fat guy finally trembled and slowly pushed the door open when he heard the boss behind him urging him in annoyance. Creak. The decayed door frame made a harsh sound from years of neglect, giving the fat guy goosebumps. He decided not to hesitate any longer, and with a loud bang, he pushed the door wide open. Upon opening, there was no monster pouncing out as he had imagined. The room was just an ordinary dilapidated house, covered in dust with no signs of habitation. Wasn't he at the sound coming from this room? Seeing this, the fat guy breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since there was no danger, it was time to show his bravery. Wait, just as he was about to step into the room, the boss suddenly called out to him, causing the fat guy to freeze his right foot in midair. The little leader picked up a battered wooden stick from the ground and stepped forward, poking at a few broken wooden planks under the fat guy's feet. Crack! Suddenly, accompanied by a heavy metallic collision sound, a hidden animal trap sprang up from under the broken planks and snapped shut. The metal-toothed jaws crushed the wooden stick in the leader's hand at the same time, sending with chips flying onto the fat guy's shocked face. If he had stepped down, he might have had pig trotter soup for dinner tonight. There are indeed people inside. This kind of child's trick is only easily fooled by you idiots. The experienced little leader snorted coldly, using the remaining half of the wooden stick to pry out the rusty animal trap and tossed it to the subordinates behind him, as it was still a good item. "Oh, boss, thank you." After regaining his composure, the fat guy was still shaken, and the other subordinates also took out their weapons, eagerly preparing to rush in. Whoever set up such a trap must have survived in the wild for quite some time, and the spoils would definitely not be few. The fat man could no longer support his heavy body while standing on one foot. He stumbled forward, instinctively leaning his body and stepping down with his long-raised right foot. The fat man felt as if his right foot had tripped over a thin string. Before he could react, a fine white line, as thin as a spider's silk, suddenly shot towards him. Swish! Everyone once again sensed something unusual and instinctively stopped in their tracks. Through the crimson moonlight streaming into the room, it was barely visible that a metal-thin line seemed to be pulling at the back of the fat man's neck. The suddenly stood still as if he were a doll frozen in place. "Hey you!" The little leader finally grew impatient and kicked him. This group of guys was like donkeys. They needed a whip to take the next step. The who was kicked did indeed move. His chubby body began to fall to the ground, and faster than him, his large head hit the ground first. Bang, bang, bang. The round head rolled to the leader's feet, and everyone stared in horror at the smooth, bloodied wound on the S-neck. The guy inside actually set up a double trap. Before everyone could react to the previous scene, a sharp whistling sound suddenly echoed from the room again. At this moment, a homemade arrow whizzed past the little leader's head, brushing aside several strands of yellowing hair caused by nutritional deficiency. If he had reacted just a fraction of a second slower, the arrow would have pierced through his forehead. That bastard inside. I will definitely kill you. Raise the shield. No one has ever dared to provoke me like this in this area. Since you have become prey in my eyes, just wait to die. Dare to resist fiercely? Then all that awaits you is endless pain. The little leader grinned maliciously. With his command to raise the shield, 3 deformed subordinates quickly pulled out several makeshift boards made from asbestos, iron sheets, and metal wires from behind. They swiftly combined these boards to form a temporary mobile bunker in a triangular shape, about 2 meters high. Although it looked very crude, the sturdy materials could withstand gunfire. In addition, the surface of the bunker was welded with dense spikes, which could also inflict great damage if charged at the opponent, leaving them riddled with wounds. Originally, with the fat guy, they could have formed a square bunker, but now that they were one short, it didn't matter much. As for their leader, he gripped a steel knife sharp enough to cut through iron. From the bulging muscles, it was clear he could easily slice an enemy in half. This formation was their unbeatable trump card for conquering narrow buildings. Kid, you're dead for sure. I will pull your cervical vertebrae out alive and use it as my belt. The leader of the formation grinned maliciously as he led the remaining 3 subordinates slowly into the unknown area of the room. Soon, a role reversal between hunters would begin in this narrow space. Chapter 5, The Baptizer Ding. As the triangular mobile bunker stepped over the fat guy's corpse and hadn't moved far into the room, it seemed to trigger another trap. A sharp arrow shot from the side of a wall closet and struck the metal surface of the bunker, producing a piercing collision sound. This guy has such strong vigilance. How many traps has he set? The expression of the leader at the center of the triangular bunker grew, increasingly grim. Without the protection of a shell, he and his subordinates would probably have died without even seeing their opponent, falling victim to various traps. But the more this was the case, the less he could leave any survivors. He didn't want his territory to be filled with traps set by others, because that would create an illusion that he was someone else's prey. This was absolutely not allowed. It could be roughly guessed that the one who set the traps was likely the one who had just been killed by the ghost-faced spider, inadvertently causing the noise, and not deliberately leading them here. However, apart from the signs of battle, there was no trace of anyone else. The leader remained vigilant, lightly touching the trigger of his homemade crossbow. As soon as he spotted a target, the arrow would unhesitatingly shoot towards the enemy's forehead. In this world, there was no room for negotiation. Either you die, or I perish. Boss, look, the window is still slightly swaying. Could that guy have jumped out to escape? It was a windless night, so it couldn't have been the wind. Upon closer inspection, one could see a clear handprint on the dust-covered glass through the crimson moonlight. At 3 stories high, jumping down could be survivable with the right posture, but it would definitely result in leg injuries or even fractures. However, in the dangerous apocalypse, being unable to move due to a fracture was not far from death. Damn it, I can't let this guy escape. The leader pushed aside the makeshift board in front of him, preparing to approach the window to check the situation. But after only a few steps, thinking of the various traps set by the opponent, his pace involuntarily slowed. However, the vigilance of the few subordinates behind him was not as high as his. Wanted to show off in front of the boss, the short one bypassed the leader and rushed to the window to check the situation first. As soon as he poked his head out, he saw no one on the ruins of the street. Just as the short one instinctively lowered his head, he suddenly saw something terrifying, his mouth agape, as if about to shout. Suddenly, a sharp, slightly serrated bone blade shot up from below and pierced through his open jaw before he could make a sound, driving into his upper palate and skull. Forcing his mouth shut, Xia Lung gripped the edge of the windowsill with his left hand, suspending his entire body at a height of 3 stories. His other hand tightened around the bone dagger, raised high, silencing the short one who had poked his head out. Warm blood dripped from the horrifying wound on the opponent's jaw onto his cold, resolute face. 1 down, 3 to go. If I jump down from here and injure my legs, I will also become a living target for that leader's crossbow bolts. The few people behind saw the dwarf lean out and remain motionless, his throat making a creaking sound, as if something was blocking his mouth. "Hey, what did you see? Why aren't you speaking?" A hunchbacked man with an ugly face, upon seeing this, was about to walk over when suddenly they heard a creaking sound of bones shifting. The dwarf's entire body was pulled out of the window by an external force and fell down. 2 seconds later, there was a sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. At this moment, the tall and thin man also saw the 4 fingers gripping the windowsill. "That guy hasn't left yet. He's still clinging to the windowsill." As soon as the words fell, those 4 fingers disappeared, and then a dull sound was heard. Xiao Lung let go of his hand and jumped down, landing right on the corpse of the dwarf that had fallen to the ground first, which greatly increased his cushioning effect. Aside from slight pain in his ankle, he was not seriously injured in his movements. "Boss, let me take care of him. For the revenge of my 2 brothers." The hunchbacked, ugly man also pulled out a crude crossbow from his waist. Among this hunting team, his vision and shooting skills were relatively excellent. However, this time when he approached the window, he was extra cautious, placing a wooden board in front of him as he neared the window to prevent the opponent from having a long-range weapon like a crossbow as well. He was aiming at that position, waiting for his head to show. However, there was nothing. Upon getting closer to the window, he saw that the thin, dark figure below was already running away in large strides. "Damn it, I want to see how far you can run." Feeling like he had been played, the hunchbacked man raised his crossbow and instinctively opened the partially closed window, aiming the crude sight at the not-so-distant Xiaolong. As soon as his hand touched the other half of the window frame, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fingertips. Looking down, he saw that his index finger had been pricked by some tiny nails on the wooden window frame, causing a bead of blood to form. This little injury did not bother the hunchbacked man, but when he was about to raise his crossbow to shoot again, he found that his hand was uncontrollable and could not be lifted. Thud! In less than 3 seconds, he collapsed to the ground and began to convulse wildly. Before he fell, he saw that several inconspicuous sharp nails were smeared with a green liquid, the venom of the ghost-faced spider. The leader was shocked to see his 3rd subordinate's body swelling up from the liquefied fluids inside, frothing at the mouth with wide eyes, seemingly enduring immense pain. However, he burst into laughter, a terrifying grin on his face. "Impressive, taking out 3 useless subordinates in such a short time. I almost don't want to kill him anymore." The traps and escape methods set by Xiao Long made the leader unconsciously consider wanting to recruit this guy into his ranks. "Carry that woman. This time I will personally capture him." After instructing the only remaining tall and thin man behind him, the leader walked to the window and saw the figure moving further away. He snorted coldly and jumped directly out of the 3-story window, plummeting to the ground. Bang! The moment he landed, a thick cloud of dust was kicked up, and the broken stones beneath his feet were crushed to powder, but his legs suffered no falling damage. The robust leader, holding a steel knife that emitted a strange red glow under the crimson moonlight, wore a ferocious grin and charged at a speed of 8 meters per second, kicking up large clouds of dust in the ruins he passed. A baptizer? This damned place actually has baptizers. Chapter 6. Apocalypse Hunter, from initially ducking to avoid the arrows shot at him, to falling from a height unscathed and running at an extraordinary speed, Xiao Lung could no longer associate any other reason with that leader besides being a baptizer. Moreover, they are a hunter-type baptizer. The sudden black rain that swept across the globe 5 years ago not only turned 97 of humanity into bloodthirsty walking corpses, but the remaining 3 of the lucky ones not only retained their will, but also gained genetic enhancements. Those who endured the baptism of the black rain and received these enhancements are referred to as baptizers. People like Xiao Long, who have neither been rained on, nor turned into zombies, nor received enhancements, are referred to as lowly and despised vagrants. In this apocalyptic world, everything, technology, culture, and so on, has been almost completely destroyed by that rain. Only pure strength can control everything, making this a world dominated by the baptizers. The abilities acquired by mutated humans vary greatly, with countless branches, but they have gradually been summarized into 5 main categories. The first category, which has the most mutations among the baptizers, is known as the End Times Warriors, possessing unparalleled super strength and indestructible bones. The second category is referred to as the End Times Hunters, who have extraordinary perception abilities, mutated reaction speeds, agile bodies, and bewildering attack methods. The third category is the rare brain-mutated baptizers, known as the Wise Men. These Wise Men do not possess super strength or astonishing agility, and are not much different from ordinary people. The only distinguishing feature is their high intelligence, allowing them to devise intricate schemes that are hard to crack, often serving in leadership roles in certain high-level fortresses, mercenary companies, and other organizations. The fourth type is the rarest and also the most powerful class of baptizers. They possess an extraordinary level of control that science cannot explain, such as manipulating elements and mastering telekinesis, and are referred to as controllers. Among the masters, there are those who are so powerful that they can create natural disasters. Legend has it that during a stalemate between 2 rival mercenary companies vying for territory, one side spent a fortune to hire a high-level master. The master directly raised a massive active volcano at the enemy company's headquarters, and the scorching lava instantly engulfed the entire base, leaving no survivors. Lastly, there is the most controversial and perplexing ability, which some deem useless while others find it somewhat useful. Many people are even unaware that they belong to this category of initiates, referred to as mystics. Among the mystics, some have slightly better luck than ordinary people. Some can predict future events in times of danger to avoid calamity, and others are said to even be able to reverse time, among other things. In short, it is a power shrouded in mystery, yet no one has witnessed it firsthand. In addition to the diverse mutations in abilities, the mastery of each ability is categorized into different levels by certain testing organizations. For example, a first-tier Doomsday Warrior can easily lift 100 kilograms with one hand, while second-tier can lift nearly 300 kilograms. For instance, if you are a 4th-tier warrior, your punch can unleash terrifying power equivalent to thousands of pounds. But you may not be able to catch a 2nd-tier agile hunter. Of course, a 2nd-tier hunter cannot break through the defenses of a 5th-tier warrior. In short, there is a subtle relationship of mutual restraint among initiates. The small leader closely pursuing Xiaolong can be inferred to be a 1st-tier agile hunter based on his running speed. Although he is only 1st-tier, in this desolate city of ruins, he is a noble among ordinary people. As for why this noble is willing to lower himself to compete with ordinary refugees for food, it is because 1st-tier hunters can only exist as slightly elevated commoners in large towns, fortresses, and shelters. However, in the wild, they can enjoy the treatment of a king worshipped by hundreds of ordinary refugees. Everyone understands the principle of preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. At this point, the nobility of abilities becomes evident. If a rare 1st-tier master exists, they can enjoy knight-level treatment within an organization. Xiaolong looked at the approaching Doomsday Hunter and realized that he could not escape this disaster. He also did not believe he was a hidden mystic. Otherwise, how could he be plagued by a series of unfortunate events today? The stamina he had regained by absorbing the brain fluid of a giant beetle had been mostly depleted in the recent continuous battles, causing him to slow down his speed in order to conserve energy for fighting. Hearing the sounds of pursuit and curses growing closer behind him, he calculated that in less than 10 seconds, the noble would catch up to him. Is today my day to die? Perhaps. He reached for the bone dagger at his waist, still stained with ghost-faced spider venom, knowing that if he could inflict even a slight wound on his opponent, he could turn the tables once again, although he knew this opportunity was slim, especially since the opponent was an initiate. Over the past 5 years, he had survived ambushes by the berserkers, attacks from man-eating sparrows, and betrayals from teammates, all by sheer luck. His survival ability has undoubtedly improved in a straight line. However, in the apocalypse, lineage represents everything. Even if you are a seasoned hunter with decades of experience living deep in the mountains before the end of the world, your marksmanship cannot compare to that of a first-level sight-enhanced apocalypse hunter. Reality is inherently unfair, and it is even more so in the apocalypse. Kid, run for your life. This is your last chance to escape, because soon I will rip your tendons out. The menacing leader was crazily chasing after Xiaolong, letting out a chilling laugh to psychologically pressure his prey. 5 seconds left. Xiaolong ignored the threat from behind, roughly calculating the sounds coming from that direction, counting in his mind the remaining time until the enemy got within his attack range. In fact, he had already caught a glimpse of the bow and crossbow hanging from the leader's waist, which could have been raised to shoot at him. But the other party did not, because apocalypse hunters have a twisted mentality of playing with their prey when they are sure to catch them. Xiaolong took advantage of the opponent's disdain for him, aiming to deliver an unexpected counterattack. In 1 second, at a distance of about 13 meters. For a first-tier speed-type hunter, it was a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. Xiaolong made his move, spinning around without any hesitation, and swung the dagger tipped with venom at the air. At the same time, the small leader, just as he had guessed, rushed behind him within that second and raised his steel knife, swinging it down towards Xiaolong's neck with a fierce gust of wind. However, Xiaolong's foresight caught him off guard. No matter how fast he was, being predicted by the opponent meant he was essentially crashing into the blade. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the green-tipped dagger in the opponent's hand. It was too late to retract his attack, which was one of the downsides of being fast. The dagger, coated with the poison of the ghost-faced spider, grazed the back of his fingers, gripping the steel knife. Chapter 7. Black Liquid has it ended. Xiaolong's desperate gamble paid off. After all, he was doomed to die anyway. If he could leave a scar on his enemy that they would never forget, even in death, why not? Even if there was no venom on the blade, Xiaolong would still fight to the death, even if it only left a faint scar. However, although the venom had seeped into the opponent's blood, this purifier was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, Xiaolong remained highly vigilant. Because the venom takes 3 seconds to infiltrate the brain and cervical spine, nerves from the blood, rendering a person completely unable to fight. The physique of the baptizer is generally much stronger than that of an ordinary person, so it takes about 5 seconds to completely incapacitate them. 5 seconds is enough for an agile hunter to risk everything, thinking of taking themselves down with their opponent. So Xiaolong gripped the dagger tightly, focused his gaze, assumed a defensive posture, and waited for the opponent's furious counterattack. As long as he could withstand those 5 seconds, he could survive the night. The crystal in the brain of the baptizer holds extremely high value. However, after 2 seconds, Xiaolong did not face the furious counterattack from the opponent before death. This left him somewhat puzzled, so he looked up and saw the small leader raising the steel knife high with his left hand, his expression filled with teeth-gritting ferocity. Crack! With a crisp sound of bone chopping, the leader wielded the knife in his left hand, and before the poison could spread from his right hand to his entire body, he glared and fiercely struck down toward his own elbow. Xiaolong stared in shock at the severed arm that fell to the ground, quickly melting into a pool of steaming green pus. As for the little leader himself, aside from the blood gushing out from his severed arm and his painful screams, the rest of his body was not seriously injured. Sacrificing a part of one's body to save one's life is something that often happens in the apocalypse. The leader's self-rescue by severing his own arm was certainly one of the possibilities anticipated by Xiaolong. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the opponent had not fully adapted to the extreme pain, he had to take the initiative to attack. Xiaolong raised his dagger again and lunged forward to stab at the opponent's neck. Clang! The bone dagger did not pierce the opponent's skin as expected, but was quickly blocked by the leader's left hand, which had rapidly reversed the grip on the knife. You bastard! I will make you experience what it means to be worse than dead. The little leader, with bloodshot eyes filled with intense pain, glared fiercely at Xiaolong, gritting his teeth as if he wanted to chew him to pieces. How could he, a noble purifier, have his arm crippled by a lowly commoner? Suddenly, a shadow flashed beneath him, and thud. He felt a chill in his abdomen, followed by an excruciating pain that spread throughout his body. Xiaolong was kicked away by the end-times hunter, flying 5 meters away. During the flight, he could hear the sound of several of his ribs breaking in his chest, and then he crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Lung struggled to lift his head, watching as the opponent tore his clothes to bandage the stump of his severed arm and approached him with a knife in hand. His face twisted with rage. As an ordinary person, he had used numerous schemes and put all his strength into the fight. Yet he still could not defeat a purifier favored by the heavens. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy until darkness engulfed his vision. It was unclear how long the darkness lasted, but a searing heat spread throughout his body, awakening Xiao Lung from his unconsciousness. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids and found himself bound to a vertical cross, the severe pain from broken ribs in his chest making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, another wave of intense burning pain crawled from head to toe, causing Xiao Lung to finally let out a painful scream. "Huh, boss, this guy is awake." At that moment, Xiao Lung heard a familiar voice. It was the tall, thin guy from before. The thin guy dropped the iron bucket he was using to hold boiling water and ran off to report to the boss. Xiao Lung weakly looked around and discovered he was in a makeshift tent camp, surrounded by barbed wire, tripods, and other obstacles, forming a small temporary refuge with dozens of tents. The cross he was tied to stood in the open center of the camp, with a bonfire burning brightly before him. Through the flickering firelight, he could see the hungry, beast-like eyes of those in the nearby tents staring intently at him, bound to the cross. Xiao Lung tried to break free from the cross, but intense stabbing pain shot through his limbs. They had bound his hands and feet with barbed wire. The 2 buckets of boiling water that the thin guy had poured on him had almost burned off a layer of skin, making him even more sensitive to the pain. Soon, a hellish torment was about to befall Xiao Lung. Just then, he heard the voice of the leader, whose right arm he had severed, approaching as he instructed his subordinates. Suddenly, a hand yanked Xiao Lung's hair, pulling his head up, forced to meet the gaze of the leader. Xiao Lung saw that it was indeed the same person from before. The right arm he had severed was still fresh in his memory, now wrapped in layers of bandages, with blood seeping through. "How does it feel to see your masterpiece? Doesn't it give you a sense of pride?" The leader sneered, forcefully lifting Xiao Lung's head to make him look at his severed arm, his chest heaving violently, proving that he was seething with rage, wanting nothing more than to tear this lowly commoner apart. But he quickly calmed down. "What? Do you want to completely enrage me and make me kill you right away? Your thoughts are a bit too optimistic, haha." Seeing through Xiao Lung's intentions, he stopped speaking and closed his eyes to await the coming torment. He had come to terms with it. Since he was finally going to die, it would be good to experience a more colorful death. Xiao Lung had always liked to find joy in suffering, giving himself a comforting reason. "Initially, I thought about recruiting you because of your skills and the traps you set, but you actually destroyed my arm. Of course, that's not the main issue. It's your gaze that made me completely decide not to let you live because one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Is being a little leader so fond of rambling? Just make your move, you fool." Xiao Lung interrupted the leader's lengthy monologue, leaving the little leader momentarily stunned. "Fine. Since you're so hell-bent on seeking death, I'll just make your death a bit slower. Kids, come out for dinner." With his words, the residents who had been restless inside the tent crawled out one by one. However, these residents were either covered in sores, missing limbs, or had such severe hunchbacks that their upper bodies were almost touching the ground. In short, these deformed humans were also products of the polluted black rain. "Go enjoy your food, but remember, don't bite into his vital points or I'll blow your heads off." The little leader wore a sinister smile, a sense of revenge fulfilled, but the thought of his missing right arm complicating future hunting operations quickly darkened his mood. As Xiao Lung watched the grotesque barbarians approaching with their howls, his heart, already prepared for death, showed no signs of turmoil. When their disgusting, decayed teeth began to gnaw at his body, the excruciating pain coursed through him, yet he still did not emit a sound of suffering. Even in death, Xiao Lung wanted to see the disappointed expression on the leader's face. As he felt the intense pain of his flesh being torn, his eyelids grew heavier. His life was almost drained away with the flowing blood. In this cannibalistic wasteland, perhaps death was the only true relief. At that moment, a grotesque creature nearby, eager to join the feast, was unable to push its way through the crowd, desperately jumping in place. Finally, unable to resist the overwhelming smell of blood, it pulled out a spiked wolf's fawn club, climbed onto the backs of the throng of heads, ignored the leader's warning, and charged at the nearly lifeless Xiaolong. Swinging down hard at his head, this grotesque being wanted to savor the most delicious brain. Bang! With a muffled thud, Xiaolong's head finally drooped down completely. Within his skull, a capsule buried for an unknown number of years suddenly crumbled and disintegrated upon receiving a heavy blow. A drop of pure black liquid dripping out and merging with Xiaolong's brain. Chapter 8. The Invader Doctor. Brian, are you really going to implant this thing into the child's brain? Isn't that too cruel? Cruel? Wait until those guys descend to the surface. That's true cruelty. Where's this place? Hell. Gradually, Xiaolong regained a bit of consciousness, but his vision was blurred and green, as if he were submerged in a thick green liquid. He wanted to breathe, but couldn't open his mouth. He tried to see everything clearly in front of him, but his eyelids wouldn't lift, only able to crack them open slightly. In front of him, he vaguely saw two people in white coats arguing with each other, and he could faintly hear them discussing terms like invasion, mutation, and modification. Moreover, there were many other green jars containing humanoid life forms placed on the shelves around him. Could it be that he was also trapped in a jar? Xiaolong felt uncomfortable being confined in this small space. He wanted to stretch his body, but found himself covered in multicolored wires, making it impossible to assume a comfortable position. He vaguely listened to the two white coats arguing desperately, unable to speak or even breathe. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed at that moment. The intense tremor from the explosion even knocked over some green jars, shattering them on the ground. Dr. Brian, subject number 2 has breached the defense again. They've broken in. Let's get out of here quickly. Not long after the explosion, another white coat rushed in urgently, shouting at them in panic. Failed again, huh? Activate the base self-destruct protocol. Doctor, if we activate the self-destruct now, then we... Hurry up and activate it. Do you want these things to be exposed to view ahead of time? For the greater good of humanity, what does our death matter? Doctor, Xiaolong's distorted vision vaguely saw one of the white coats walking to a control panel, pausing over a button for a long time, before finally tremblingly pressing it down. Immediately, the spacious room was filled with flashing red warning lights indicating danger. The last glance of Xiaolong was completely overshadowed by the flames filling his entire vision. The deformed vagrant smashed down with the wolf's tooth club, and then saw the food in front of him completely droop its head, no longer moving. Seeing this, the vagrant excitedly bent down, preparing to lick the warm brain fluid oozing from the wound on Xiaolong's head, completely unaware of why the blood left on the opponent's head was black. As he leaned in, the food that had seemingly been killed suddenly lifted its head, nearly causing the vagrant to fall to the ground in fright. He saw that Xiaolong's eyes were now entirely consumed by a pitch-black darkness, with not a trace of white visible. It was like a black hole capable of swallowing everything, making one tremble at the sight. The other deformed vagrants, who were gnawing at the body of Xiaolong, gradually realized that the flesh in their mouths was becoming increasingly difficult to chew. It wasn't until they could no longer bite into anything that they curiously lifted their heads to take a look. What they saw was horrifying. On Xiaolong's body, there were countless black tendrils writhing frantically in the terrifying wounds where flesh had been gnawed away, which then began to weave themselves and fill in the missing flesh. The deformed vagrants were so frightened by this scene that they dared not take another bite and retreated in panic. In the apocalypse, parasites were equally terrifying and deadly. They regarded these tendrils as parasites, and some even started desperately trying to stick their fingers down their throats, attempting to vomit out the flesh they had previously swallowed. The refugee who previously struck Xiaolong's head with a spike club was blinded by a strong sense of hunger and was determined to gnaw a piece of flesh off his opponent no matter what. As he opened his mouth, which had only a few remaining teeth, to bite at his opponent's neck, crack, Xiaolong suddenly bit fiercely at the deformed refugee's neck with even greater speed. The refugee, caught off guard by the sudden pain, was startled and tried to break free, only to find that he couldn't muster any strength in his body. From the perspective of other refugees, they would see the deformed refugee, bitten by Xiaolong on the neck, starting to melt like a candle under the scorching sun, breaking down into a mass of blood, until it was absorbed into Xia Long's stomach. The transformation process between this food and the diners took less than 3 seconds. After devouring the vagrant, the tendrils inside the wounds on Xia Long's body writhed even more frantically. In a short time, it had almost repaired every wound on his surface. His skin even recovered to be smoother than before. Finally, the deformed vagrants were frightened by this bizarre and horrifying scene, and their reason prevailed over hunger, causing no one to dare approach any closer. What happened to these guys? Are they not hungry? Or have they learned to be picky eaters? The leader, who had been sitting in the back and agonizing over his severed arm, suddenly noticed the crowd in front starting to disperse, even displaying expressions of terror. He stood up in confusion to take a look, and his expression instantly became indistinguishable from those of the vagrants, shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. His mouth agape, as if he could swallow a fist. He saw that the prey bound to the cross by sharp barbed wire had every single wound miraculously disappear. Even the chest that had caved in from his own kick had almost returned to its original state. The astonished leader was momentarily left with a blank mind by the scene before him. Could this guy also be a baptizer? In the branches of post-apocalyptic warriors, there's a category with extremely strong recovery abilities, even if the head is severed, as long as the brain is unharmed. A new body can regrow within a certain time. No, absolutely impossible. Could it be a dual baptizer possessing both warrior and sage abilities? The probability of that is basically 1 in 10 million, but it does exist, though they mostly hold high positions in top fortresses or mercenary offices. Another possibility is that the other party is also a potential baptizer who has been drenched in black rain and activated hidden abilities at the brink of death. Indeed, there are examples of such mutations in the wilderness. Regardless, the leader quickly calmed down and gradually revealed a greedy smile. If the other party is truly a mutated baptizer, then there must be a valuable crystal exclusive to baptizers within his head. Thinking of this, he gripped the steel knife tightly with his remaining left hand, grinning as he stepped closer to the prey bound to the cross. As Xia Long sensed the approaching presence ahead, he slightly raised his head, his completely pitch-black eyes fixating on the approaching leader, mechanically uttering 3 words: Invader. Chapter 9. Reversal. Request for votes. The leader tightened his grip on the steel knife and slowly approached the prey bound to the cross. Although the prey's limbs were tightly bound by barbed wire, an inexplicable sense of unease spread in his heart. When he was about 10 meters away from the target, the leader's steps had slowed to almost a crawl, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. If he caught even a glance from those pitch-black eyes, his heartbeat would feel an immense pressure in that instant. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with me? The closer he got, the stronger the sense of pressure he felt. The danger sensing even made the hair on his body stand on end. Hey, you come here, take this. Go up and cut him. Finally, the usually cautious leader decided not to take the risk and handed the steel knife to a nearby vagrant, letting these deformed creatures test the waters. An ugly, deformed vagrant, under the leader's coercion, picked up the heavy steel knife and trembled as he walked towards the man bound to the cross. Perhaps because these vagrants were just ordinary people, they had no sensitivity to danger, so they quickly walked to Xia Long's side. Cut him, aim for the neck. The refugee who received the command gripped the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, raising the steel blade high. Under the blood-red moonlight, the smooth edge gleamed with an even more eerie crimson light. Yeah. This frail refugee exerted all his strength, letting out a winded roar, then tightly closed his eyes and swung the steel knife down fiercely toward the target's neck. Bang! The refugee suddenly felt a jolt in his grip. The blade had struck something hard, producing a crisp sound of collision. When he opened his eyes, he was instantly stunned, his eyes wide open in shock. And not just him. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left dumbfounded. They saw that the blade was firmly gripped by Xia Long, without inflicting any harm. The pitch-black pupils focused on the deformed refugee beside him, as if about to swallow him into his black hole-like eye sockets. The refugee was completely paralyzed by that dark gaze, and in fear, he let go of the hilt of his knife, wanting to escape from this demonic man. However, before he could take a few steps, Xia Long casually spat out the steel knife he had bitten accurately and powerfully severing the right leg of the fleeing refugee. The man fell to the ground, clutching his severed leg and howling in agony. This scene finally instilled a strong sense of fear in everyone towards this creature that was supposed to be their food. As for the refugee who had lost a leg, he desperately crawled on the ground, trying to escape from the demon tied to the cross. Just then, with a surge of strength, Xiaolong forcibly broke the barbed wire, binding his limbs. The moment he fell to the ground from the cross, Xiaolong lifted his foot and stepped on the back of the crawling, legless refugee, causing him to scream in pain. He then turned his head, his dark eye sockets fixating on the leader just 5 meters away, a strange, seemingly provocative smile curving his lips. "You bastard." The biological instinct within him forbade him from acting, and this man emitted a dangerous aura far beyond his own. But he couldn't let go of his rage over the severed limb, so they remained in a standoff. With a crunch, Xiaolong stomped down hard on the back of the refugee he was standing on, causing the man's back to collapse entirely. The unfortunate, deformed refugee died instantly, ending his tragic life. And like the previous refugee, he was absorbed into Xiaolong's body as a blood mass. "What the hell are you? Have you been pretending to be weak all along?" Finally, the leader was completely shocked by this bizarre scene, becoming somewhat hysterical, his eyes wide as he shouted. As Xiaolong approached, the once dominant leader involuntarily stepped back, beginning to feel a sense of terror towards this inexplicable man. "Bastard! Ud!" Suddenly, the leader pulled out a powerful crossbow from behind and aimed it at the man's head. The bolt, already prepared with a tranquilizing poison, was quickly fired with a sharp whistle toward the target. In less than 5 meters, the sharp metal arrowhead pierced through Xiaolong's forehead in an instant, with only the tail end remaining outside. The leader was overjoyed. His hunting talent had proven its worth, and the poison was so potent that even a massive unicorn elephant would collapse within 3 seconds if hit in the head. However, the next scene made his eyes widen in disbelief. Xiaolong, struck in the forehead by the poisoned arrow, continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened, completely unfazed by the protruding part on his forehead. He casually pulled out the arrow, which oozed black blood. The hole left in the middle of his forehead resembled a third eye, having no effect on him. Invader, invader, invader. It seemed that Xiaolong had lost his original consciousness, his pitch-black pupils reflecting the terrified expression of the leader ahead, continuously repeating these words. Meanwhile, the hole in his forehead had also fully recovered. Finally, the leader was pushed to the brink of collapse by the incomprehensible scene before him, and at that moment, his mind was filled only with the thought of escape. Pure biological instinct made him forget his noble dignity as a purifier and the desire for revenge. Just as this leader finally realized the profound truth that dignity is precious, but life is even more valuable, and turned to flee, Xiaolong suddenly flung the arrow he had drawn. Biu! The arrow flew out faster than the bowstring could release it, instantly piercing through the leader's thigh, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. As the leader desperately tried to get up and continue fleeing, the paralyzing poison smeared on the arrowhead had already spread throughout his entire thigh, making it impossible for him to stand up again, while that terrifying man was already standing behind him. Even in death, you won't have it easy. The leader gritted his teeth, and while his upper body was still not paralyzed by the poison, using his own first-level hunter ability, he quickly drew a triangular military dagger from his bosom with his left hand and aimed for the man's heart behind him. Just when the dagger was less than 2 centimeters away from the leader's heart, it suddenly froze in midair as Xiaolong caught his wrist with even greater speed. Chapter 10. Blacklight Virus. The leader tried to break free, but he couldn't move an inch. Xiaolong's fingers gripping his wrist were as cold and hard as iron pincers, devoid of any warmth of a living person. Crack! Xiaolong, with an expressionless face, seemingly squeezed at random, and in an instant a crisp and piercing sound of bones breaking echoed. The remaining bone in the leader's left wrist was completely crushed to dust by the overwhelming force. "Ah, I'm going to kill you, you bastard!" The leader, driven mad by the excruciating pain, roared like a frenzied beast. After all, without hands, survival in this world was impossible, so he might as well expend his last bit of strength to take his enemy down with him. However, he had nothing left to harm his opponent with. His proud legs were still in a state of paralysis, and his hands were completely destroyed. Losing his sanity, he opened his mouth and lunged at his opponent like a mad dog. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt something hard being stuffed inside, and upon focusing, he saw that Xia Lung had shoved four of his own fingers into the leader's mouth, with his thumb pressing against the chin, gripping the entire lower jaw. You! Crack! Puffed. As Xia Lung exerted force on the wrist that was gripping the leader's chin, he directly tore the jaw off the purifier. A large amount of blood instantly sprayed onto Xia Lung's face and body. But soon, the blood that splattered from the leader mysteriously seeped into Xia Lung's skin and disappeared. The leader, having lost his entire jaw, finally broke down completely, writhing on the ground in agony, mixing thick blood with dirt, his remaining half-mouth continuously emitting sounds of pain. His reign in this wilderness had come to an end, yet Xia Lung still wore that cold, frost-like expression, his dark eyes coldly watching the broken body rolling on the ground. The deformed refugees hiding in the tents around him huddled together, too frightened by the scene outside to even dare to breathe heavily. Xia Lung walked over, extending his 5 fingers as hard as steel bars, and grabbed the blood-soaked leader by the neck, lifting the completely crippled man up. Wu, spare me. The strong desire to survive ultimately overcame everything, and the leader began to plead with Xia Lung in a muffled voice, still wanting to cling to life in this apocalyptic world despite losing his arms and jaw. Bang! With just one punch, the leader's head burst open like a violently smashed watermelon, bone fragments, brain matter, and scalp flying out in all directions like a radiation pattern. His limbs completely lost their struggle and hung down, leaving only the residual nerves still controlling slight twitches. At this moment, a semi-transparent blue crystal appeared within the fist that Xia Lung swung out. This kind of crystal was only found in the heads of the baptizers. The crystal, which he had once swallowed but could never digest, was actually wrapped in the fine tendrils extending from his palm after he held it in his hand. In less than 5 seconds, the crystal seemed to be digested, disappearing from his palm. At the same time, the muscles in Xia Lung's legs began to squirm at a visible speed, becoming more defined and enhancing his explosive power. Finally, the dark eyes of Xia Lung, resembling black holes, began to fade, gradually returning to their original appearance, and his consciousness seemed to follow suit. He looked around in shock at the unfamiliar environment, seeing the deformed refugees in the makeshift tents looking at him with fearful eyes, and on the ground lay a headless corpse. From the clothing and the severed right arm, Xia Lung recognized that this was the hunter-type baptizer he had fought earlier. Those images from just now, were they not a dream? Was everything in front of him created by him? Did I kill the baptizer? Also, the green canister in his subconscious, the doctor, the experimental subject, the modifications, and so on, were all floating vaguely and persistently in his mind, as if fragments of long-sealed memories had leaked out, though incomplete. Only one clear term remained, deeply engraved in his mind: Blacklight Virus. Through these remaining memory fragments, some distant and mysterious coordinates began to vaguely appear in his mind. Those places seemed to have a voice, constantly calling him to go there and uncover the mystery of his origins. It seemed that since he was about 5 or 6 years old, he had been wandering through the various garbage dumps of the city, scavenging for food scraps to fill his stomach, sleeping at night in discarded cardboard boxes, accompanied by cockroaches and flies, competing for territory with stray cats and dogs. The words parents were very unfamiliar to him, as if he had sprung from a stone. Until one day, people discovered this thin, dirty, yet resilient little boy and sent him to an orphanage, thus ending his fulfilling childhood. Or these fragmented memories. The land of Corpse Cold, coordinates 453, 259, underground 240 meters. This coordinate information suddenly burst forth from his mind, as if it were a computer program set to remind him, indicating that he must go to this place. Then let's go take a look, Xia Lung muttered to himself, as if his daily struggle for food suddenly had a goal, filling him with an indescribable feeling. However, He did not know what the land of corpse cold was, nor had he heard of it. Perhaps those living in the fortress knew. Thus, Xiaolong had his first goal, which was to head to the first fortress city within 100 kilometers, Komodo Fortress. While seeking information, he could also stock up on supplies for the distant, unknown journey. At that moment, Xiaolong remembered that after he had just blown off the baptizer's head, he had also obtained a valuable light blue crystal. However, it had inexplicably disappeared from his palm. Xiaolong looked at his palm in disbelief. The warm temperature of the blue crystal seemed to still linger in his hand, but now there was clearly nothing there. Did it seep into his body? To confirm this strange situation, he instinctively wanted to reach into his pocket to take out the black crystal he had obtained earlier. But then he realized he was completely naked, and his already tattered clothes had been torn apart by those deformed refugees. Just as Xiaolong was about to strip the beast's skin off the corpse of the leader beside him to wear it, countless black tendrils suddenly began to extend from his body. Chapter 11. Scavenging. Xiaolong watched in astonishment as this set of clothing appeared on him. He had just had this thought, and these worm-like tendrils had created an identical outfit for him. Moreover, even the patches on the original animal skin were perfectly imitated. Seeing this scene, he remembered how his body had been gnawed to shreds by those deformed refugees, and it was this writhing tentacle that had healed his wounds. Now, even the scars were unnoticeable, and his skin was even smoother and more delicate than before. Could this be the ability of the Blacklight Virus? Xiaolong was not aware of the detailed origin of the Blacklight Virus, but from the fragmented memories that had just emerged, it seemed that this thing had existed in his brain for a long time. He touched the animal skin clothing on him, which was also smooth and soft on the surface, quite different from ordinary fur in texture, yet significantly more comfortable, as if it were a layer of skin lightly adhering to his body. If these tentacles could follow his thoughts and weave the clothing he desired. With a thought from Xiaolong, the animal skin clothing indeed underwent a bizarre transformation again. It melted back into countless threads and wove into a pure black hooded sweatshirt that he had envisioned in his mind. The black of this sweatshirt was purer than the night sky. If he pulled the hood over his head and hid in a dark environment, no one would be able to detect his presence, surpassing even the concealment ability of the ghost spider. At the same time, he also noticed something unusual about his legs. The muscles were tougher than ever and filled with streamlined lines, looking incredibly explosive. The crystal he had absorbed from the agile hunter's skull had correspondingly enhanced the strength of his legs. Xiaolong had roughly understood the characteristics of the Blacklight Virus. Could it be that it devours enemies to gain their power? That's quite extraordinary. After being infected by this virus, Xiaolong felt a surge of hatred towards these baptizers, a sense that he wouldn't be satisfied until they were wiped out from the earth. They seemed like foreign invaders, while he felt like the true ruler of the planet. Xiaolong didn't understand why such exaggerated thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. Eliminating all the baptizers? He guessed that before he even saw some of the controllers, he would probably be struck dead by lightning from the sky. He decided not to dwell on it too much and casually stepped over the headless corpse of the leader, still feeling no emotional impact. After years of life and death, his psychological endurance had far exceeded that of ordinary people, so he quickly accepted the fact of his powers, but he did not intend to reveal them easily. Every time a baptizer with a new ability appeared, they would quickly disappear. It was said that they were taken away by some high-level mercenary companies to be sent to laboratories for dissection and research. He arrived at the only steel house constructed among the pile of tattered tents, clearly the luxurious residence of that leader. Upon entering, he found a complete set of furniture, including bed frames, tables, and chairs, which was equivalent to a five-star suite compared to the refugees camping in the wild. As soon as he entered, he saw a nearly torn-up Social Security magazine on the table. He rolled it up and stuffed it into the backpack he had casually picked up. Xiaolong wasn't interested in such things. Instead, he knew that this magazine was quite a valuable trading item in the wasteland market. After all, in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, people's skin suffered from the ravages of extreme weather, becoming rough and dark like sandpaper, and women were no exception. Thus, images of delicate women from the old era became the objects of wild fantasies for men, and their prices naturally soared. Then, Xiaolong rummaged through other places in the steel house and found a worn-out safe that had lost its locking function hidden under the bed. He dragged it out and opened it, only to find a seemingly brand new handgun inside. It looked like a Glock police pistol. Furthermore, various parameters and performance specifications of the firearm were instantly implanted in his mind, as if they had always existed in his memory. Xiaolong was shocked as he held in his palm and noticed it was well-oiled for maintenance. A Glock 17 with a loaded magazine should weigh around 675 grams. But this one was 735 grams, suggesting it likely contained about 5 rounds of 9mm Luger ammunition. When he removed the magazine, sure enough, it was loaded with 5 gleaming bullets that had also been meticulously maintained. He was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, not because he wondered how the leader could obtain such a valuable handgun, but because he could calculate precise data in such a short time. It was as if the parameters of these firearms were forcibly implanted in his brain, just like the Blacklight Virus when he was still in swaddling clothes. Judging by the wear on the gun's muzzle, this weapon was essentially a peacekeeper that had never been fired, yet was kept in such pristine condition by that guy. Xiaolong casually placed the handgun into his backpack. For him, this weapon was akin to a death sentence. The loud gunfire in the wilderness of the apocalypse could attract all dangerous creatures within several kilometers, tearing the gunman to shreds unless an entire army was wielding firearms, which would deter the mutated monsters. Therefore, this gun was merely a valuable trading item for him, not as useful as the other weapon in the safe, a serrated dagger. In the lower compartment of the safe under the bed, there was also a military dagger that emitted a golden metallic sheen, its blade coated with gun oil, kept like a treasure by the leader. Xiaolong gripped the hilt, finding it well-balanced and very comfortable to handle. "Follow me, and you'll see blood," he said with a bitter smile to the dagger before stowing it away. After scavenging most of the valuable items in this 5-star suite, what remained were mostly large items that Xiaolong chose not to take. Carrying these items would only exhaust his energy during the journey and make it easier to attract the attention of other violent individuals. Currently, his backpack contained the handgun, the Social Security magazine, metal bottle caps, and other easily transportable trading items, including a bottle of secondary drinking water. The black rain 5 years ago had also polluted various water sources. Whether that black water was drinkable was one thing, but just getting close to the water's edge could lead to terrifying mutated fish leaping up to swallow you whole. The mutations had turned these fish into fierce amphibious monsters. Other barely accessible water sources naturally became contested areas for major fortresses. After packing away the backpacks full of spoils, Xiaolong opened the door. However, he saw dozens of ugly, foul-smelling, deformed refugees blocking the entrance. Chapter 12. Exclusion, Seeking Votes. Xiaolong looked at the dozens of deformed refugees crowding the entrance. He quietly tightened his grip on the dagger he had just obtained, and his gaze turned cold. Did this group want to take revenge for their leader whom he had killed? He wondered if the little bit of power he had just acquired would be enough to withstand the assault of these dozens of people. Just as Xiaolong drew his dagger, preparing to kill the largest refugee in front of him to intimidate the others, suddenly, the deformed refugees at the door unexpectedly knelt down in unison. Some were prostrating themselves fully, others were trembling uncontrollably, and some even knelt while holding up disgusting food in front of themselves. Overall, they appeared to be extremely afraid of Xiaolong. Seeing this scene, Xiaolong understood. He had killed their godlike leader in their eyes, and as a result, he had become their new god, wanting them to revere him as the new leader of this refugee camp. "Your Majesty, please accept our offerings and lead us to survive in this wasteland." An ugly old man, who looked quite aged, trembled as he held out a piece of rotting meat that was unrecognizable, prostrating himself before Xiaolong in a display of utter submission. "King?" Xiaolong scoffed at this ancient term and had no intention of wasting his time on these deformed refugees who were living on borrowed time. He had grown accustomed to being alone over the years. He didn't need subordinates or companions, because inevitably, on a day when food was extremely scarce, these seemingly loyal subordinates would rebel and plunder everything you had while you slept. Thus, Xiaolong coldly stepped over the refugees lying on the ground, not wanting to waste his strength killing them to eliminate future troubles. These refugees, deformed both inside and out, had no thoughts of revenge. All they cared about was how to fill their stomachs, how to survive a little longer, and how to snatch food from others. Let that guy be your leader. Xiao Lung pointed at the tall, thin man who had been following the baptizer, now also trembling on the ground. Upon hearing that this terrifying man would not take revenge for killing him, the tall, thin man immediately began to bow his head fervently, grateful for Xiao Lung's mercy in not killing him. He kept bowing until his head bled, and when he finally raised his head, he found that the coal man had already vanished. The land of the dead. What kind of place would bear such a name? Xiao Lung put on the black hood woven from the virus, blending into the dark, ruined environment around him. After leaving the refugee camp, he found a slightly sturdier abandoned house to stay in. After all, it was still night, and it was uncertain when it would end. Even high-ranking baptizers did not dare to guarantee their safety in the wilderness during the dark night. Moreover, the coordinates in his mind, calling to him, seemed very distant. So blindly rushing forward without considering anything was an unwise choice. Xiao Lung decided to wait until the next day before embarking on a long journey. Although he had no idea when daylight would arrive, maybe tomorrow, maybe half a month later, or perhaps it would never come. So far, no institution has been able to predict the changes between day and night. The alternation of day and night is bizarre, completely unpredictable. Like a Sichuan opera master from the old days, Sun Xiaochuan, who could change his face at will. About 2 years ago, there was an extreme weather event where the temperature suddenly dropped to -40 degrees, and heavy snow with infectious elements fell continuously for 2 whole months without stopping. This severe living environment led to a large number of deaths and injuries among the already suffering refugees. However, just when the remaining survivors had barely adapted to such frigid weather, the sun, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly showed up in the sky the next day, baking the earth with temperatures exceeding 50 degrees for an entire month. The instant transition between extreme cold and scorching heat nearly caused the entire biosphere, including the survivors, to be wiped out. Xiao Lung fell gravely ill during that time and nearly died from a high fever. However, the humans who survived that extreme weather ultimately learned to truly control and adapt to this apocalyptic environment. But they also became more primitive, brutal, and savage, discarding morals, ethics, dignity, and everything else in order to survive. Xiao Lung leaned against the wall, squatting in a corner of the room, his eyes numbly staring at the eerie blood moon hanging in the night sky. At this moment, he was not thinking about why this world had suddenly become so broken. Instead, he was thinking about how to live a little longer after gaining this ability and about his origins. As he pondered, drowsiness gradually overcame him. The days of high-alert hunting just to fill his stomach had left him without sleep for several days. In the depths of his mind, the remnants of memories, along with the hazy sleepiness, continually lulled him. For the first time in 5 years, Xiao Lung slept so soundly this night, sinking into a deep slumber, and his breathing became steady. He even neglected to set the traps he always prepared before sleeping. Xiao Lung was asleep, but his body was not. The Blacklight Virus that had merged into his brain began to operate frantically, centered around his mind. They moved like a disciplined army, smoothly coursing through his muscles, internal organs, and even blood vessels, devouring all the bacteria, weak cells, and waste along the way. At the same time, on the surface of Xiao Lung's skin, countless impurities were expelled from his tiny pores, coalescing into dewdrops that fell to the ground. His entire body was completing the task of purging impurities on its own. Even the terrifying scar on his back, resembling a 10-centimeter centipede, was covered layer by layer with new skin until it disappeared, the new skin smooth and white like jade. During the entire process, Xiao Lung remained in deep sleep, completely unaware of the changes happening to his body after falling asleep. At that moment, a pile of broken bricks in one corner of the room suddenly began to stir slightly, and several creaking sounds emerged from it. 2 red glowing points, the size of mung beans, peeked out from the gaps between the broken bricks and fixed their gaze on the man who was sleeping against the wall. Creak, creak. The red glowing points crawled out, revealing a mutated spiny rat nearly as thick as an arm, with a body larger than that of a cat from the old era. Sharp fangs dripping with billions of toxic bacteria, claws that could easily tear through skin, and a tail covered in barbs. This is the common house rat found everywhere in this era. Moreover, the mutated spike mice are social mutated animals, and they will never carry out hunting tasks with fewer than 10 individuals. And Xiaolong is now sleeping in one of the nests of the hedgehog. Chapter 13. Unknown Journey. Creek. The leader hedgehog saw a foolish human daring to sleep in its territory and immediately excitedly crawled out of the underground nest. However, even after evolution, they remained stealthy and made no noise while moving. But as soon as they got within attack range, they would rush forward with their subordinates to strike at the fatal points of their prey. After the leader hedgehog crawled out, its offspring followed one after another, each one as thick as an arm. Moreover, nearly 20 of them crawled out, and this dilapidated house turned out to be a medium-sized mutated rat nest. This group of mutated giant rats stealthily approached the corner, surrounding Xiaolong, who was sleeping with his back against the wall in a circle. Dozens of small, blood-red eyes emitted a violent glint, and the delicious meal, so close at hand, had already made them restless. One of the largest soldier rats in the group crouched down, its forelegs digging into the ground, ready to spring, its sharp, protruding incisors glinting eerily in the moonlight. It was prepared to attack, targeting Xiaolong's exposed neck, knowing how to test its enemy better than the house mice of the old days. If one couldn't do the job, they would all rush in until the prey was reduced to a pile of white bones. Hiss! The soldier rat's limbs curled slightly, and with a powerful thrust of its waist, it leaped high towards Xiaolong's neck. Its enormous teeth, sharp enough to easily bite through rebar, would undoubtedly sever a human neck as well. Just when the rats thought this delicious meal was within their grasp, the next scene instantly left them stunned in place. The soldier rat that initiated the attack, just as its sharp incisors were about to sink into the soft neck of its target, thud. With a dull sound of flesh being pierced, the leaping soldier rat was frozen mid-air, its beak, which aimed to sever the opponent's throat, helplessly suspended in the air. A black spike suddenly protruded from the summer cold's clothing, piercing its plush body. Before it could let out a scream, in the next second, it was shredded by countless tiny tendrils, turning into a small pile of flesh, completely absorbed by the black spike. This process took less than 2 seconds, and throughout it all, Summer Cold remained in a deep sleep, completely unaware of what had just happened. The mutated porcupines, which relied on their numbers, were so startled by this bizarre scene that they forgot whether to attack collectively or scatter in panic. By the time they realized, it was already too late to escape, as several snake-like black tendrils had appeared around these mutated porcupines, writhing wildly and surrounding them completely. Summer Cold had no idea how long he had slept during this nap. He had never slept so soundly. Even in peaceful times, he would naturally wake up after 6 hours of sleep. When he opened his eyes, his first reaction was to cautiously look around, checking for any dangers in his surroundings. He was also quite surprised at how deeply he had slept. It was arguably the most restful sleep he had experienced since he began to remember things. Usually, he was awakened by inexplicable nightmares or by slight noises around him that made him lose all drowsiness. While he was asleep, could there not have been mutated creatures attacking him? He looked around in confusion and could only see some sparse animal fur scattered on the ground. Picking it up, he found it was the hard fur of the mutated porcupines, but he couldn't see their shadows. Perhaps this had once been their nest. Wait, is it dawn? Summer Cold suddenly saw a beam of bright, white light shining through a crack in the wall. Under the illumination of the light, the dust floating in the room was clearly visible. He immediately stood up and walked to the window, moving aside the barrier he had used to defend against enemies. Sure enough, a huge orange sun hung in the deep blue sky, and the scorching heat was distorting the air outside. The sun in this era looked twice as large as it did in the old era, as if the distance between the sun and the earth had been halved, resulting in such terrifying temperatures. However, no matter how scorching it was still much better than the night spent hiding in darkness, waiting for a fatal strike. When the sun rises, most dangerous mutated creatures retreat to the cool buildings or underground to avoid the sunlight. The mutations have caused their skin to decay, making them more susceptible to the burns and stings of ultraviolet rays, including the dreaded night demons. Only some less dangerous, thick-skinned, mutated creatures would venture out at this time. Although people also despise such extreme heat, they could use various shading objects to shield themselves from the blazing sun. So the long-awaited daytime became a hunting and action time for the nomads. Summer Cold looked at the glaring light baking the earth, knowing it was time to set off. He had no idea where the cold corpse land was. Perhaps he could find out information at a mid-level fortress controlled by the Komodo Mercenary Company, about 80 kilometers away, and conveniently exchange for supplies needed for the long journey. Because in Summer Cold's subconscious, this journey, which seemed to call him to explore his own origins, would be a long and dangerous process. He reached out towards the window, feeling the scorching warmth of the sunlight. In less than 3 seconds, a strong, stinging sensation came from the back of his hand. The temperature was even higher than before. Perhaps it had already exceeded 55 degrees. After checking his gear and backpack, he put on the hood woven from mysterious tendrils, and Summer Cold set off on his journey. After this deep sleep, he felt an unprecedented sense of fullness. Both his body and spirit were invigorated as if bathed in a spring breeze, and there was also a strange feeling of satiety. He hadn't eaten anything before sleeping last night. After preparing everything, Summer Cold walked out of the building. With the arrival of daytime, he couldn't stay inside for long, because the dark building had become a hunting paradise for light-averse mutated creatures. At night, the streets and wilderness were forbidden grounds for the nomads, but during the day, the forbidden grounds switched to the dark interiors of various buildings. The precious wasteland map was also searched from the room of that leader. If one walks while conserving energy, it would take about 3 days to reach the destination 80 kilometers away, due to the unpredictable changes between day and night. Xiao Lung calculated the time by counting silently in his mind. The vast majority of electronic devices left over from the old era had mysteriously failed after that black rain, including watches. A bottle of pure water and a piece of bug jerky in his backpack should be enough to sustain him on the journey. Of course, if he encountered easily hunted prey along the way, he would not miss the opportunity to stock up on food. Xiao Lung took a deep breath and embarked on this unknown journey. Chapter 14. Hell Road. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear. This should be a phrase describing beautiful weather, but in this era, it meant enduring hellish trials for living beings. With temperatures soaring above 50 degrees Celsius and blinding sunlight that could blind you with a glance, the land was continuously baked. On a national road stretching for dozens of kilometers, the once smooth asphalt road had become soft like a sponge due to the scorching heat, covered in air holes, and melted into primitive asphalt flowing along the sides of the road. If one were to walk barefoot on it, within 5 seconds, the soles of their feet would emit a strong smell of roasted meat. In addition, there were numerous rusty, dilapidated vehicles scattered haphazardly along the roadside. The skeleton in the driver's seat proves that the disaster 5 years ago happened so suddenly that they did not have time to hit the brakes before crashing into the roadside guardrail, resulting in destruction and loss of life. Those who were fortunate enough to survive were devoured by the nearby, zombified residents, leaving only bones behind. At this moment, Xiao Lung had several layers of homemade insulating boards tied to his feet, stepping on a road that emitted scorching heat like a swamp. He was slightly out of breath, holding a water bottle with only 1/3 of pure water left, pulling his hood down to his eyebrows to shield his eyes from the intense sun that could cause UV damage. The difficulty of this journey far exceeded his expectations. With the consumption of rations and drinking water under the blazing sun, he had only enough for half a day's walk left to maintain his stamina. However, this location is still more than half the distance from another city's fortress. At this rate, before reaching the first destination, I estimate I will be dehydrated and left as a dried corpse on this road. The remaining food must be used to maintain my strength for a hunt, in order to support myself to the other city. Xiao Lung noticed a van that had crashed into the guardrail, damaging a part of its front. So he directly pulled open the severely peeling back door and squeezed inside, wanting to temporarily recover his strength in the vehicle's space and avoid the scorching sun. Although the temperature inside the van was also baked like an oven, breaking the windows to keep the air flowing was still much better than standing directly under the sun. After getting inside, Xiaolong saw two oddly positioned skeletons slumped over the front driver and passenger seats. They likely died instantly after a car accident, which could be considered a relatively fortunate way to die. Once inside the van, Xiaolong first searched every corner of the vehicle, hoping to find any food to replenish his strength or tools to use, even if it was food that had expired 5 years ago. However, as expected, all valuable items, including the clothes that the two skeletons used to wear, had been completely looted by other passing drifters. Helpless, Xiaolong had no choice but to take a short rest in the broken van before heading to a small forest by the roadside to see if he could hunt any small game. Of course, the so-called small game would not be less than the thickness and length of an arm. If he encountered a mutated mammal, he would have to flee in a one-man situation. However, Xiaolong had now gained a special ability, so perhaps he had some strength to fight back. Just as he lay down on the shabby back seat of the van for a while, suddenly, a series of intense, roaring sounds came from the highway behind. As they approached, the roaring grew increasingly ear-piercing. This made Xiaolong immediately alert and crouch down, quickly closing the open, ventilated door of the van. After about half a minute, the roaring had quickly approached within 100 meters of where Xiaolong was. He recognized it was the sound of motorcycles. Xiaolong's first reaction was not to seek help from the motorcycle riders for a ride, but to quickly lie flat on the seat, try to avoid being seen by them. In the rules of the wasteland in the apocalypse, everyone naturally understands what happens when a group encounters a solitary person. Through the broken rearview mirror, Xiaolong vaguely saw several robust men wearing sun-blocking helmets and punk-style leather jackets, driving retro motorcycles modified from discarded parts, rapidly approaching this location. The thick iron chains hanging from their clothes clanged together, creating a metallic clattering sound as the motorcycles bounced. In order to prevent the wheels from being damaged on a nearly melted asphalt road, they also installed metal chains resembling tracks on the surface of the tires in advance, reducing the contact area with the scorching road. Xiaolong gripped his dagger tightly in his right hand, while his left hand placed his fingertips on the crossbow trigger obtained from the leader, aiming at the window. If they discovered his presence first, Xiaolong would not hesitate to pull the trigger and claim the first blood. These guys should be a self-organized, apocalyptic gang, like the motorcycle gangs of the old days, relying on robbing solitary refugees to survive. Judging by the modified high-power shotguns strapped to their waists, they belonged to the reckless kind. As these marauders drew closer, Xiaolong's emotions calmed down even more, and he had already calculated multiple strategies to resist them in his mind. Fortunately, the van where Xiaolong was staying did not have any distinguishing features compared to the other abandoned vehicles around, so it naturally did not attract the attention of this group. After the motorcycle gang passed by the location, they kicked up dust and drove away. The motorcycle was even equipped with a worn-out subwoofer, playing rural DJ music all the way. Perhaps during the day, the mutant creatures that could move were unable to catch up with their motorcycle, which gave them such confidence. Xiaolong watched them gradually distance themselves and finally let out a slight sigh of relief, feeling an inexplicable sense of regret. After waiting briefly in the car and confirming there were no more waves of bikers, Xiaolong decided to get out of the vehicle and continue on his way. According to the markers on the wasteland map, there was an old-time gas station about 10 kilometers ahead from his current location. It was said that this gas station also fell under the jurisdiction of the Komodo Mercenary Company and had been transformed into a wasteland bar, where he could also replenish some food and water, although the prices were not cheap. In Xiaolong's backpack, there was a palm-sized bag filled with crystal stones, which he had scavenged from the leader's house. However, these were just ordinary crystals obtained from small mutant creatures and weren't worth much, but they were enough to fill his water bottle. Xiaolong felt that ever since he was infected by the Blacklight Virus, his body required more calories, and the food that used to sustain him for 2 days was now barely enough for less than 1 day. Moreover, after the experience of the blue crystal stone from the previous leader of the baptizers disappearing after being absorbed in his palm, he also tried with the crystals in his bag. Almost as soon as he placed it in his palm, it was instantly wrapped by the tentacles extending from his palm and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, this time it did not grant him any other abilities, perhaps because these crystals were too low level. After checking his gear again, Xiaolong set off on his irreversible path once more. Chapter 15. The Wasteland Bar. Is this the transformed bar? Xiaolong looked at a huge building nearby, covered in various exaggerated graffiti styles, and compared it with a map in his hand. The gas station was indeed in this location. After the world collapsed, everyone's values, culture, and everything else became infused with violent elements. The main colors of the bloody graffiti released the suppressed rage within people's hearts from the old era without reservation, and also proclaimed that anyone who dared to cause trouble in this bar would have their liver and brain become the paint that created these murals. Xiaolong licked his cracked lips and walked over. He saw several modified pickup trucks at the entrance, loaded with heavy weapons, each painted with a Black Skull logo, indicating they belonged to the Komodo Mercenary Company. In addition, the few black motorcycles he encountered on the highway were also parked here, indicating that those bikers were refueling in the bar. Hey, wait a minute. When Xiaolong arrived at the entrance, two burly Komodo security personnel stopped him from entering, clearly indicating they wanted to check for any explosives. After all, almost every mercenary company had enemies, and it was common for some to send refugees strapped with explosives to carry out suicidal attacks on each other. So, Xiaolong allowed them to check. Fortunately, the two security personnel had decent manners and did not deliberately withhold any valuable items while searching through Xiaolong's backpack. After all, there had been incidents where a rising mercenary company relied solely on exploiting surrounding refugees to bolster their resources. Over time, these refugees were forced to evolve into mobs. Since they had no way out, they would rather perish together. One night, tens of thousands of armed mobs gathered together and completely destroyed this mercenary company, which had a bright future, turning it into a wasteland. No matter how many weapons and baptizer members they had, they could not withstand the massive mob determined to die. From that moment on, other mercenary companies learned from each other's lessons and began to establish their own management rules. After the two security personnel finished their checks and found no unusual items, they let Xiaolong in. As for weapons like handguns in this era, they were also treated like currency, so they wouldn't block him for that. That is a nice outfit you have there. Why not consider selling it to me? I can offer you a good price. A security officer with a terrifying scar at the corner of his eye smiled and asked Xiaolong about his rare new sweatshirt. This is the only piece of clothing I have. If I give it to you, I'll freeze at night. Xiaolong smiled back. In fact, if he could strip it off and sell it, he wouldn't mind making some extra money. He had previously tried to take off the outfit woven from tentacles, but as soon as it left his body, it melted into a pool of black liquid and quickly seeped into his arm. If he performed such a bizarre act in front of them, he would likely be shot on the spot. Then, Xiaolong pushed the door open and entered the bar. As soon as he stepped inside, a bizarre scene unfolded before his eyes. Deafening songs from the old era filled the entire hall, and colorful spotlights spun wildly on the ceiling. In the dance floor, scantily clad women danced provocatively amidst the cheers of the surrounding men, while the air was thick with the stench of sweat and alcohol, flooding into their lungs with every breath. Having been enhanced by the Blacklight Virus, Xiaolong's senses were significantly heightened, making the light and noise pollution in this chaotic environment feel magnified several times. He started to regret coming in. At that moment, Xiaolong felt something seem to crawl into his ear. When he dug with his finger, he found those fine black tentacles forming a thin black membrane in front of his eardrum, effectively blocking most of the noise pollution. This made Xiaolong feel much better, but he was also somewhat concerned. These black tentacles on him seemed to possess a form of self-awareness, instantly knowing what their host needed and quickly providing the corresponding feedback. After all, this sudden ability came from the Blacklight Virus, and the word virus was never a comforting term. He was truly afraid that one day it would take over and control his body, turning him into one of those living corpses. However, he did not know that he had not become a host of the virus, but had become the virus itself. Xiaolong tightened his grip on his backpack and cautiously squeezed through the crowded dance floor, as there were many thieves in such places. After a long trek, he finally arrived at a slightly quieter bar counter and found a spot to sit down. He saw a few bottles of different types of alcohol on the shelf behind the bar, but they were sold by the small cup at quite a steep price. After all, in this era where everyone struggled to get enough to eat, who would spare food to brew alcohol? Drinking one less cup meant one less meal. And with the land that had been washed by black rain, unable to produce new crops, alcoholic beverages had become incredibly expensive. "Hello, sir. What can I get for you? I recommend this." As soon as Xiaolong sat down, a bartender eagerly approached him to recommend drinks. Perhaps his shiny black sweatshirt indicated he was someone of certain status, which caught the bartender's attention. This was not the kind of attention Xiaolong wanted. It seemed that if he planned to go to crowded places in the future, he would need to have those tentacles create a tattered beggar's outfit in advance, so he wouldn't easily attract attention. "No, just fill this water bottle for me." Xiaolong took out his empty 2-liter water bottle and handed over the bag filled with low-level crystals to the bartender. Seeing that the customer only wanted water, the bartender's expression instantly turned a bit disdainful. After all, he could only earn a commission by selling alcohol. He opened the bag and casually rummaged through it, then placed it in the money box behind him, coldly saying, "These are all low-level crystals. They aren't worth much, and our water is pure, transported from headquarters over 100 kilometers away. So this amount is only enough for half a bottle." Half a bottle. 1 liter of water was not enough for Xiaolong to reach his remaining destination, and although this bag of crystals was all low-level, it was still more than enough to buy a bottle of water. Xiaolong realized he had been cheated, but it was normal for people to raise prices on their own turf. It was up to him whether to buy or not. Then, he helplessly pulled out the yellowed and torn magazine from his backpack and threw it in front of the bartender, watching the other party's eyes widen in a comical manner. Nearly drooling. Chapter 16. Finding Trouble. Request for recommendation votes. As soon as the bartender saw this Social Security magazine from the old era, he immediately showed a thirsty expression as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain. He swallowed hard, excitedly, and tremblingly reached out his cracked hand, constantly mumbling, "Enough, enough, this book is enough to fill the remaining half-jug." However, just as his hand was about to touch the severely detached magazine, Xiaolong suddenly pressed his hand down on it, making it impossible for him to pick it up. "I think this magazine should be worth more than half a jug. Fill this water bottle for me, and this magazine will be yours." Xiaolong pulled out a 2-liter empty water bottle from his backpack, threw it on the bar, and said expressionlessly. Hearing this, the bartender's face immediately turned pale, his mouth twitching. "Don't go too far. You can at most get 1 more liter from me. You should know that pure drinking water in this era is comparable to gold from the old days, and our company has regulations, limiting each person to a maximum of 2 liters per week. Giving you an extra liter has already deducted from my share. Is that so? Then forget it. If I take this magazine to your company's fortress market, it should be able to exchange for about 5 liters of pure water. I'll be damned. Don't tell anyone about this. Consider it a private transaction between us. Give me back that bag of crystals. The magazine is more than enough for your water." Xiaolong gestured with his finger, smiling as he watched the other party roll his eyes and toss the crystal bag back to him, choosing not to add to the bartender's distress. However, the hidden joy on the bartender's face proved that the value of this magazine in his mind far exceeded that of the life-sustaining pure water. It seems he is also someone who values spiritual food. The dancing crowd around him mostly exuded a foul odor of years without bathing. After all, in days when even water was scarce, apart from the higher-ups of various mercenary companies, hardly anyone would have the luxury of water to bathe. If they bathed with water contaminated by black rain, they would probably end up with large areas of skin rotting after the wash. However, although these people were filthy, fortunately, their skin wasn't rotting like that of other refugees, so they didn't have a multitude of infectious diseases. Otherwise, the security personnel at the entrance wouldn't let them in. While Xiaolong was waiting for the bar to fill the water for him, he suddenly felt a sudden impact from behind, causing the low-level crystals in his bag to scatter across the table. Originally, Xiaolong could have anticipated and dodged this kind of impact from behind. However, in this frenzied and restless environment, coupled with his deliberately lowered sensory perception, he was caught off guard. The open leather jacket, prickly chest hair, bushy beard, and a rare hefty beer belly, along with the sunglasses worn day and night, proved that the other party was not someone to be trifled with. He glared fiercely at the delicate young man in front of him, while another member of the gang stealthily approached from behind, reaching into Xiaolong's backpack on the table while his companion distracted him. The gang member responsible for distracting noticed that Xiaolong, this skinny chicken, was still coldly staring at him and was about to get angry. However, upon seeing the dark and cold pupils of the other party, he suddenly shuddered, feeling as if he had plunged into an abyss of ice. This gave him an inexplicable sense of fear towards this emaciated young man. As for the member tasked with stealing, he was puzzled to see his companion trembling all over. However, he also felt something smooth in the bag and, excited to pull it out, suddenly felt a tightness in his wrist, as if trapped by a pair of iron pincers, unable to pull it out of the backpack. Then came a heart-wrenching pain from his wrist, making him unable to suppress a painful howl, but was drowned out by the deafening music and cheers. He opened his eyes wide in agony, seeing Xiaolong's slender fingers gripping his wrist through the surface of the backpack, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull free. He never expected that this emaciated young man could possess such great strength. Could he be a power-type purifier? At this moment, the remaining 3 members of the gang, sitting at another table and closely watching the situation, also noticed something unusual. They saw one of their companions trembling uncontrollably under the gaze of the young man, while another was holding his head high with his mouth wide open, seemingly screaming in terror. Realizing that something was wrong, the 3 quickly got up and hurried over. Upon closer inspection, the gang member being stared at by Xiaolong seemed to be in a trance, his body drenched in sweat. The other one was gripping his hand that had been crushed, letting out a series of heart-wrenching screams. "You bastard!" The 3 companions who had just arrived, disregarding the bizarre situation in front of them, immediately pulled out sharp daggers from their waists and fiercely stabbed at Xiaolong's right hand, which was gripping their companion's wrist. Xiaolong, of course, sensed the sneak attack from behind. Even if he didn't act, the tendrils extending from his body would defend him and, in the process, crush the attackers behind him into a bloody pulp to absorb them into his body. However, Xiaolong forcibly suppressed the viral attack that was about to initiate within him, in such a crowded and chaotic place. Revealing his terrifying abilities that no one had ever seen before could very likely turn him into prey or a test subject for various mercenary companies. Therefore, Xiaolong planned to take matters into his own hands to turn the situation around. Just as he was about to release the grip on the wrist of the person reaching into his backpack and counterattack the dagger-wielding attacker behind him with his elbow, suddenly, a more robust hand from behind grabbed the gang member's hand that was tightly holding the dagger and twisted it casually. With a crack, the unfortunate gang member's hand was twisted a full 360 degrees, and then it hung limply against the wrist. After a brief moment of shock, he let out an even more anguished scream than the previous companion. Chapter 17. A little interlude. This man was over 2 meters tall, with muscles in his upper body that seemed ready to rip through his black shirt at any moment. His face was adorned with a well-groomed beard and wild, pronounced features, resembling a fierce character similar to Li Kuei from Water Margin. "What are you doing?" As this burly man spoke, his voice boomed like muffled thunder, drowning out the fervent music playing in the dance hall, causing their eardrums to ache. The gang member with a broken wrist, perhaps fueled by the intense pain and a surge of hormones that clouded his judgment, immediately shouted at the bull-like man, "I F your mother! What the hell are you? My hand!" Before he could finish spitting out all the curses from his throat, the bearded giant swung his palm, the size of a fan, and fiercely slapped the gang member's face, the force so great that it created a gust of wind. Bang! With a heavy thud, the gang member felt as if he had been hit head-on by a train and was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. After crashing into the wall with another loud bang, he crumpled to the ground, twitching slightly, blood mixed with other fluids flowing from his 7 orifices, unsure of his fate. The other individuals, seeing the fate of their companion, finally snapped back to reality. This physique, this strength was clearly that of a second-tier or above power-type baptized, also known as an apocalyptic warrior. Once they realized the situation, the remaining 2 members of the gang quickly helped their dazed companion, who had been petrified by Xiaolong's glare, and hurriedly fled the bar, disregarding the lives of the other 2 members. The gang member, tightly grasped by Xiaolong at the wrist and unable to pull his hand out from the backpack, was already turning red from the pain, almost kneeling down to beg for mercy. The bearded man saw this scene and immediately understood. Oh, it turns out they are just some petty thieves. Didn't you see the rules painted on the wall outside? The bearded man's expression darkened instantly, looking even more ferocious, like a judge from the underworld. In fact, the graffiti outside the bar didn't contain any written rules. Instead, it depicted rules in extremely abstract graffiti. If one didn't look closely for a few minutes, they wouldn't be able to discern the bloody content. Someone unfamiliar might think it was a painting of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As for how to deal with the sticky-fingered thieves, it naturally involved destroying their tools for stealing. The bearded man pulled out a nearly 1-meter-long heavy machete from somewhere and, without saying a word, swung it directly at the right arm of the gang member reaching into the backpack. Crack! For the bearded man. Cutting through the hard bone was as easy as slicing through a sugarcane. After a brief moment of numbness and daze, the pain signals reached the brain, and the gang member, whose arm had been severed, finally let out a heart-wrenching scream of despair. The flailing, severed arm sprayed thick blood like a water gun, splattering on the ground and the bar counter, causing the other bartenders to frown, as the boss had increased their workload again. Throw these 2 chunks of rotten meat into the infection zone. One was oblivious to his fate, and the other was as good as dead. The 2 gang members were dragged out by several bartenders, while the other patrons had long become accustomed to this scene, unaffected by it at all, continuing to dance and drink as usual. At this moment, the bartender, who had just stepped out from backstage carrying 2 full water jugs, was taken aback by the scene before him. He had only left for a few minutes. How did a fight break out? Sir, were you scared by those guys? Letting them in was my mistake. My name is Reno, and I'm the manager of this bar. The bearded man named Reno saw Xiao Long sitting motionless in his seat and thought he was frozen in fear. He walked over apologetically and reached for the severed hand that was still in Xiao Long's backpack, intending to throw it in the trash. However, as he pulled the severed hand out, he unexpectedly discovered a dark ring around the wrist, as if it had been forcibly pinched. It looked like the flesh around the wrist had already rotted away before it was severed. Oh, you're also a baptizer? Reno examined the dark mark on the severed wrist without any hesitation, noticing that even the wrist bone appeared to be crushed. An ordinary person wouldn't have that much strength. What puzzled him, however, was that if this young man was also a strength-type baptizer, he should be more robust in build. Yet he looked so thin. Of course, one shouldn't generalize, otherwise all brain-enhanced baptizers would look like aliens with large heads. I'm not. Perhaps his hand was like this before. Xiao Long maintained a calm expression without a hint of fluctuation. In fact, he wanted to show fear to make the other person think he was an ordinary person. However, his character had always been this way, and he couldn't act even if he wanted to. Renaud naturally noticed that the other party was intentionally avoiding the topic, so he stopped pressing further. Yang Wei, pour a glass of wine for this guest to calm him down. I have other matters to attend to. Make sure the guest enjoys himself. Understood. Take care, boss. The bearded strong man patted Xiao Long's shoulder before leaving. Xiao Long couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard that the bartender who wanted to trade pure water for yellow magazines was named Yang Wei. Soon, a glass of liquor about the height of a thumb was placed in front of him, filled with a transparent liquid that exuded a rich aroma, which was the white liquor brewed from several times the amount of grain in the old days. Although it was just a small cup, its value was enough to fill a kettle with pure water. Xiao Long didn't hold back and directly picked up the glass, pouring the precious liquid into his mouth. Feeling a warm sensation flow from his throat to his stomach and finally spreading throughout his body. Although he wasn't fond of alcohol, he wouldn't refuse any food that could provide him with energy. This enticing place had never been his desired destination. Just then, not far behind him, 3 members of a biker gang, holding shotguns, glared at him with fierce eyes as they rode their motorcycles, gradually moving away from the bar's territory. Chapter 18. Sowing the sun under the blazing sun. Xiao Long continued forward for about 20 kilometers, leaving half the distance to his first destination. The sky was still cloudless, and the immense sun shone down without reservation, baking the earth with its great brilliance. This made Xiao Long involuntarily recall a popular children's song from the old days. I have a beautiful wish. When I grow up, I will sow the sun. Sowing one will yield many suns, one for Antarctica, one for the Arctic Ocean, one to hang in winter, hanging in winter, one to hang at night, hanging at night. Now he was beginning to doubt whether that mischievous child had successfully sown the sun. However, fortunately, after leaving the national road, Xiaolong entered a dilapidated little town. The empty town was silent, and the streets were littered with rusted, scrapped vehicles. Climbing plants grew wildly and recklessly, wrapping everything protruding tightly within, as if dressing the city in a layer of green clothing. These seemingly gentle plants, however, would swiftly bind you like a python with their thick vines, thick as a wrist if you got too close, crushing your bones until they shattered, and piercing your skin with the sharp thorns on their surface, draining you into a dry shell. The various shop doors on both sides of the street are mostly wide open, but the insides are a mess. Valuable items have long been scavenged by other homeless people or mercenary groups. Deeper inside the buildings, one might still find some expired food. But entering during the day is akin to walking into a den of mutated monsters. Xiaolong walks along the street, using the signs of the shops to shield himself from the scorching sun, as long as he doesn't venture deep into the buildings. He won't be attacked by those light-sensitive mutated beasts. However, there are others of his kind who can adapt to any environment and can quietly deliver a more lethal blow. As Xiaolong walks in the shadows, he suddenly stops, standing still like a puppet. He is using his keen hearing to sense the movements behind him. He knows that the three members of the gang have been following him since he left the bar. Their delay in action might be due to their hesitation about Xiaolong's strength and whether he is baptized. Could it be that they want to avenge their two companions, who may have already turned into the feces of other mutated creatures? An ordinary person facing a first-level baptized is not without a chance, but the premise is that you need a gun, and you must be skilled in marksmanship. In their hands, each of the three held a modified homemade shotgun, which became their greatest reliance. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, facing a close-range shotgun blast that shatters your skull makes it difficult to recover your brain. At most, you would end up like a vegetative person, like a tainted meat that grows and regenerates. Xiaolong did not want to continue wasting time with them, so he decided to deal with them within this town. The available buildings for concealment in the town were certainly better than becoming live targets for enemy bullets in the open wilderness. Therefore, after a brief consideration, Xiaolong turned and entered an abandoned grocery store beside the street. On a hillside at the edge of the town, 500 meters away, three members of a motorcycle gang, wearing black jackets and sunglasses, were observing the direction where Xiaolong was located with binoculars. That bastard had been inside for almost 10 minutes without coming out. Could it be that he discovered some treasure? After they saw Xiaolong go in, he didn't come out again. Generally speaking, during the day, buildings are relatively dangerous places, and ordinary people usually don't stay long unless they are not ordinary. Boss, I feel like that guy might have sensed that we are following him and could be setting a trap for us. Should we wait a bit longer? Let's wait a little longer. I don't believe he dares to sleep in the lair of those monsters. So, they stayed in their advantageous position on the hillside and began to wait again. However, after waiting for nearly 10 more minutes, Xiaolong was in the shade while they were under the sun, sweating profusely like a waterfall, and even the umbrella they found was of little use. Finally, the gang members could no longer endure it. The scorching sun made their tempers extremely irritable. Damn, I don't believe our three guns can't handle a first-tier strength type baptized. The leader of the gang threw down the umbrella, twisted the throttle, and rode his motorcycle down the hillside. Seeing this, his two subordinates quickly followed. They were so sure that Xiaolong was a first-tier baptized because his slender body did not seem powerful at all. But the ability to crush others' wrist bones with just a finger was a strength that ordinary people could not achieve. Therefore, they speculated that Xiaolong should be a temporarily mutated baptized, having gained his abilities not long ago and likely not mastering his power well. These gang members had previously hunted these types of mutated baptized who had not yet accepted their situation and had extracted valuable blue crystals, which is why they were so concerned about Xiaolong. As for avenging their companions, they had never thought of such a thing. Meanwhile, Xiaolong, who had not appeared inside the grocery store, was leaning against the wall, evenly adjusting his breathing to maintain maximum energy to deal with the three guys who were about to arrive. At this moment, he took out the piece gun from his backpack, hoping that after being maintained by that leader for so long, it would still fire normally. If it was just a close combat with those three gang members, Xiao Long was absolutely confident he could defeat them. His only concern was the three homemade shotguns they possessed. Although Xiao Long had also gained a remarkable self-healing ability, recovering would consume a lot of his energy and stamina in the process. If he exhausted all his stamina or got shot in the head, he might not be able to recover. You finally decided to show up. Xiao Long, expressionless, listened to the gradually approaching roar of motorcycles and could guess that they were getting impatient from the sun, not wanting to stealthily ambush him anymore and directly heading towards his position. He lightly touched the trigger of his pistol with his fingertip pressed against the wall, holding the gun in a very standard position. As soon as an enemy appeared in his line of sight, he would immediately raise the pistol and pull the trigger without hesitation. Although Xiao Long had never fired a gun, shooting knowledge seemed to already exist in his mind and could be used practically. Creak! The harsh sound of three motorcycles braking echoed as they stopped around the grocery store. Xiao Long heard the faint sound of their leather boots stepping on the gravel, slowly approaching his position. Chapter 19. Luck. The three gang members who got off their motorcycles were holding shotguns that were terrifyingly powerful at close range, which even a second-tier defensive apocalypse warrior would not dare to confront head-on easily. They cautiously formed an encirclement and approached the grocery store where Xiao Long was located. While they had the firepower to suppress the opponent, they had to treat the enemy carefully since he was still baptized. Each person's palms were sweating, wishing their hand speed could keep up with their eye speed so they could pull the trigger and turn the enemy into a beehive the moment they saw him. Xiao Long leaned against the corner of the wall in their blind spot, aiming the dark barrel of his gun at the road ahead. As soon as the enemy appeared, he could take out one of them first. The three strong men outside were being especially cautious, taking nearly several minutes to cover the 10-meter stretch of ground. However, this only added to their pressure as they were exposed under the blazing sun. One member, who still hadn't taken off his sunglasses, might have been a bit dizzy from the sun and didn't notice a raised piece of concrete beneath his feet, tripping over it with his right foot. Damn it! He instinctively blurted out a curse, losing his balance and suddenly falling to the ground. At the same time, he also fell into the line of sight of the grocery store. This unfortunate biker, while falling, happened to see Xiao Long, who was right next to the corner of the grocery store, aiming the dark barrel of his gun in his direction. Bang! The moment Xiao Long saw the enemy enter his line of sight, he reflexively pulled the trigger, raising the gun, locking on, predicting the trajectory, and all calculations were completed in an instant. Before the enemy hit the ground, the high-speed spinning bullet accurately penetrated the center of his forehead, and this process took less than half a second. The remaining two gang members were stunned when they saw the body on the ground. Their companion had merely tripped and fallen, and yet there was suddenly a hole in the back of his head. Damn, that bastard has a gun too. By the time they reacted, they immediately moved to the cover of the neighboring wall. One of the gang members raised his powerful shotgun and, from behind the wall, suddenly pulled the trigger towards the source of the gunfire. Bang! The already decayed and rotting wall was instantly shattered by the close-range blast of the shotgun, creating a large hole. Fortunately, after Xiao Long fired the first shot, he quickly changed his position, so he was not hit. However, Xiao Long then raised his handgun again through the hole blown in the wall, aiming at the head of the second gang member. Seeing the other's pale face, he hesitated not at all and pulled the trigger again. Click! However, the piece gun lived up to its name, perhaps feeling guilty after killing the first person. It unexpectedly misfired when Xiao Long pulled the trigger a second time. Xiao Long and the gang member exchanged stunned glances, and then they both reacted at the same time. The gang member, nearly scared out of his wits, immediately raised a shotgun and quickly pulled the trigger at Xiao Long. But Xiao Long, moving even faster, swung his misfiring handgun hard at the opponent's arm. He knew that no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace a bullet. Bang! The opponent was caught off guard by the blow to the elbow, causing the gun to rise and hit the decaying ceiling, blasting a large hole in it. And a cloud of dust fell from the roof, enveloping the entire store in a haze of dust with visibility of less than 1 meter. Big brother, that bastard is unarmed now. I've cornered him inside. So, the other gang member outside, who was called the boss, heard this and rushed in as well, pointing their guns at the thick smoke in front of them. At this moment, Xiao Lung was crouching in a corner of the grocery store, using the smoke to conceal his position. Although he was unarmed, he had no intention of escaping. In the thick smoke, his vision was severely hindered, but he could still use his keen hearing to gauge the general location of his enemies. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps due to the obstructed view, another enforcer hidden in an unseen corner created considerable pressure on the two gang members, so they simply began to fire wildly into the air. Each time a shotgun fired, hundreds of steel pellets spread out widely, and with plenty of ammunition at their waists, they decided to shoot randomly, figuring they had enough ammo to blast the entire grocery store. At this moment, Xiao Lung noticed that the sound of shotgun blasts was getting closer to him. Realizing he could no longer sit and wait, he immediately drew the military dagger he had obtained from the camp leader at his waist, using his keen sense of hearing to determine the direction of the gunfire, and fiercely hurled it towards the source. Whoosh! With the powerful explosive force of his arm, the dagger was instantly thrown out and accurately flew towards the Berserk gang member who had narrowly escaped death due to Xiao Lung's gun malfunction. Just as the dagger was about to precisely pierce his neck and claim his life once more, suddenly a wooden plank from the ceiling loosened and fell, landing right between the Berserk gang member and the dagger, once again blocking the deadly strike. Damn it! That guy threw a dagger at me. Yes, over there. Startled, yet extremely lucky, the Berserk gang member quickly turned his gun and fired a shot at the position where the dagger was coming from. Bang! This time, Xiao Lung didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the exploding steel pellets in his thigh, instantly feeling a sharp pain radiate from his leg. While enduring the excruciating pain without shouting, he couldn't help but feel speechless about that guy's two miraculous escapes from death. First, his weapon jammed, and second, something blocked the dagger for him. Could it be that guy was a hidden lucky type of mystic? He just hadn't realized it himself. Fortunately, the opponent's marksmanship was also unreliable, and only a few steel pellets lodged into Xiao Lung's leg, allowing him to move, albeit barely. Damn it, he must be out of ammo by now. I'll just rush over and take him down. The boss tightened his grip on his weapon, ordering his men to move ahead of him, and charged towards the corner where the dagger had flown. As Xiao Lung heard the footsteps rushing towards him, he immediately used his hands to grip the nearby display window, supporting himself to stand up. Finally, when they both entered each other's line of sight, they almost simultaneously launched an attack on each other. The two gang members directly raised their shotguns and aimed them at Xiao Lung, firing fiercely. Xiao Lung, on the other hand, shattered the display window, grabbed a shard of glass, and hurled it at the opponent once again. Bang! Puffed. A large number of steel balls surged out with the gunpowder and instantly blasted into Xiao Lung's body, sending him flying and crashing violently against the wall. The glass shards that Xiao Lung flung outspun rapidly in the air, instantly slicing through the throat of the leader. A thick stream of blood gushed from his neck, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching as he felt the swift passage of his life. Now, only the member who had miraculously escaped death 3 times remained in the room, staring in shock as his leader's pupils gradually dulled, ultimately succumbing to death. Chapter 20, Blood Ball Recommendation Tickets. The fortunate survivor, still shaken, watched as the leader's body gradually ceased twitching, thick blood flowing from the horrific gash in his neck made by the glass, instantly filling the room with a mingled scent of dust and blood. Xiao Lung, who was struck against the wall by a close-range shotgun, was almost entirely hit by the torrential steel pellets. The high-speed spinning steel pellets left his upper body riddled with holes, and his internal organs were crushed to a pulp. Despite being hit head-on by a shotgun that should have been a guaranteed fatal blow, Xiao Lung still managed to breathe, and his consciousness remained quite clear. But he also endured 100 of the pain. The Blacklight Virus tendrils inside him attempted to repair the fatal injuries, writhing frantically to fill the wounds. However, the dense injuries caused by hundreds of steel pellets left even these internal doctors feeling somewhat helpless. There was still one berserker left here, and Xiao Lung attempted to muster the last bit of strength to deal with him. However, as soon as he exerted himself, he immediately tasted blood in his throat and spat out a large pool of black blood. His body could no longer produce any strength, and he slumped weakly against the corner of the wall. The injuries were too severe, and the remaining energy and satiety in his body could not heal the wounds quickly. Xiaolong had long realized that while these black tendrils were repairing his wounds, they also consumed a considerable amount of energy and satiety, which was why his appetite had increased significantly along the way, feeling an impulse to devour anything living he encountered. The lucky one who was startled awake by a cough from Xiaolong was shocked to see that the other party, despite being shot to such an extent, was still not dead. You really are a baptizer. However, with such injuries, even if you possess the superpower favored by heaven, you must be powerless for the time being. Ha ha ha. He lifted the shotgun, which had only one bullet left, stepped over the boss's corpse, and walked over with a sinister smile. As for the death of the boss beneath him, it didn't affect him at all. Only the light blue crystal that might exist in Xiaolong's head was the treasure for getting rich. He was already tired of being ordered around by others. With this exclusive crystal of the baptizer, its value was enough to reassemble a rampaging gang and experience the thrill of being the boss himself. The lucky one raised the gun, aiming at Xiaolong's drooping head, ready to deliver a fatal blow without worrying about the precious crystal in his skull being shattered. Because these crystals are dozens of times harder than diamonds, impervious to extreme heat and cold, and even under the pressure of hydraulic press, they can still remain intact. Therefore, some upper-class individuals in the apocalypse like to make beautiful crystals into jewelry to wear. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Xiaolong suddenly lifted his head and looked at the rampaging gang member with an unfathomable cold smile. Aren't you a baptizer yourself? After being a subordinate to ordinary people for so long, haven't you realized? The remaining rampaging gang member was momentarily stunned upon hearing Xiaolong's words. A baptizer? This is what he had always dreamed of becoming, a standout among humans in the apocalypse, a superior being. However, he was clear about his own level and capabilities. Otherwise, how could he be working for others? I'm a baptizer? I think you're just scared of death and trying to sweet-talk me. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll die painlessly. Haven't you noticed how lucky you are? When I shot at you, my gun suddenly jammed. When I threw the dagger at you, something fell to block it for you. And finally, as you walked in front of your boss, the glass shards I tossed should have cut your throat, but inexplicably, due to the angle of the shards, it turned and killed your boss behind you. Moreover, during the previous hunting missions with the boss and others, there had been instances of narrowly escaping death, but he never paid much attention to it, considering it merely a stroke of good luck. Are you suggesting that I am one of those mysterious scholars with hidden luck? Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to beg for your life? Upon hearing that he might also be a noble baptizer, this member of the gang felt an overwhelming excitement that was hard to accept, as if his beautiful dream had come true. However, he naturally wouldn't take the other person's words at face value. It was impossible to pry open his own head to see if there was a baptism-specific light blue crystal inside. I'm telling you this simply because I don't want us, the noble emerging humans, to become the lackeys summoned by those foolish old humans. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Go ahead and make your move. Dying at the hands of your own kind is certainly better than dying at the hands of those ordinary refugees. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaolong leaned against the wall, and after saying this, he coughed out a large pool of black blood, appearing weak and no longer speaking, as if ready to be liberated. Is that so? Well, thank you very much. There aren't many good people like you left in this apocalypse, but look at the fate of good people now. I guess you understand, This lucky guy didn't want to hear any more from the other person. The smell of blood was so strong here that if some monsters he couldn't handle showed up, it would indeed be a problem. All right, I've let you say enough now. Go die for me. He raised his shotgun again, grinning as he placed his index finger on the trigger, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of having the noble baptizer's life and death in his hands. Just as he was about to pull the trigger and step into the peak of his life in that moment, snap. Suddenly, a crisp sound of bones cracking echoed, accompanied by a chill in his ankle, followed by a heart-wrenching pain that shot up from his foot. Caught off guard, he collapsed to the ground, and the shotgun in his hand was thrown several meters away. The tentacle was formed from a pool of black blood beneath him, which naturally flowed from Xiaolong's body to his feet. What kind of monster is this? It can actually use blood to launch an attack. It turned out that the other party had been stalling for time, not because they were afraid of death and wanted to live a little longer, but because they were waiting for this pool of black blood to spread to his feet. When his intelligence finally kicked in, he desperately lunged forward, reaching out to grab the shotgun that had been thrown aside. Suddenly, another tentacle quickly formed from the black blood, wrapping around his outstretched arm and twisting it violently. He looked at his arm bent at a 180-degree angle and finally let out a heart-wrenching scream. His strong desire to survive made him continuously beg for mercy from this terrifying man, even if it meant becoming a beast of burden. Xia Lung still wore that cold expression, watching the burly man in front of him, crying and begging for mercy with snot and tears. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Since you don't believe you are the baptizer, let me confirm it for you." As soon as Xia Lung's words fell, another tentacle condensed from the blood and wrapped tightly around the man's neck, who was still trying to shout loudly, choking him until his face turned red. Finally, with a thought, the tentacle tightened violently. Crack! This once arrogant member of the gang, no longer favored by the goddess of luck, had his head twisted off alive, rolling to Xia Lung's side, his face frozen in disbelief. In the end, the remaining blood began to crawl up the corpse, wrapping it into a black humanoid bulge that started to writhe wildly. Meanwhile, the Blacklight Virus, having received a full energy boost, began to operate frantically at the wound on Xia Lung. They intertwined to fill in the missing flesh and blood, squeezing out numerous shotgun pellets from the wound, even repairing the damaged internal organs to their original state. When everything was over, Xia Lung stood up again, and even his black hooded sweatshirt looked as new as at the beginning, not a single bullet hole visible. Chapter 21. Fortress. This was the first time Xia Lung saw himself devour a person in such extreme detail. A body larger than his own melted into a blood mass surrounded by tentacles in just 3 seconds, ultimately absorbed clean by his own blood. He had never actively hunted people before, let alone eaten them. As long as others didn't provoke him, he naturally appeared harmless. Even if he was forced to kill someone, he wouldn't consume them or deal with their corpse. The only exception was that former companion who betrayed him. He had disassembled that person's leg bones to make a weapon to carry as a warning to himself. Not consuming his kind might have been Xia Lung's way of proving that he still possessed the rationality of a human being. But now, whether he wanted to or not, that gang member was devoured right before his eyes, with not even a scrap of clothing left. Yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, there was a pleasurable sensation after consuming the other. It was as if the man was not human at all, but a natural prey for him. At the spot where that lucky fellow's head had just rolled away, a light blue crystal quietly lay on the ground, surrounded by faint energy that kept the floating dust in the air at bay. That gang member was indeed a baptizer, though one belonging to the luck challenge category of mysterious scholars. However, after witnessing the recent scene, Xia Lung felt that this ability was far from useless. After a battle, the other had repeatedly survived by coincidence and nearly killed Xia Lung. Was this ability still considered useless? It was just that the triggering probability and effectiveness were somewhat perplexing. Otherwise, he would have been able to counterkill the other at the last moment. He picked up the light blue crystal, feeling the residual warmth of the other in his palm. 3 seconds later, the warmth faded, and Xia Lung knew he had absorbed the crystal. However, it didn't bring about any noticeable change in his legs like the blue crystal from the leader he had initially devoured, which had enhanced his agility as an apocalyptic hunter. He didn't know if devouring this mysterious scholar would grant him that elusive luck. Xia Lung stood up, and the shotgun pellets that had penetrated his body rolled off him, hitting the ground. The surface of his body had restored without a trace of injury. As he passed by the corpse of the gang leader, whose throat he had cut with broken glass, he had no desire to consume him as well. Perhaps the Blacklight Virus was already full, having repaired all the necessary wounds. Or maybe this virus was only interested in those baptizers enhanced by the Black Rain. It simply had no appetite for ordinary people who were tasteless. Because in the subconscious instilled by the Blacklight Virus, these so-called baptizers were invaders who must be completely eliminated from the earth or devoured by him. In addition, he saw the 3 modified motorcycles belonging to the gang parked hundreds of meters away, thinking these guys were real treasure boys, bringing him exactly what he needed. With a means of transportation, The remaining half of the journey would save him a lot of stamina and energy. After consolidating the fuel tanks of the 3 motorcycles into one, Xiaolong hopped onto the wild-looking motorcycle, carrying his spoils, and headed towards his next target. The corpse of the biker left in the abandoned grocery store bled out, filling the entire shop with a strong smell of blood. Gurgling sounds emerged from a few withered figures that crawled out from the dark stockroom after about 5 minutes. Lai City was once one of the most developed cities in the country. Towering steel buildings rose like a primeval forest, and the densely woven elevated bridges ensured that vehicles within the city never faced congestion. Titles like Green City, Civilized City, and Model City were all bestowed upon this super metropolis. However, all of this was before the outbreak of the Black Rain 5 years ago. Nowadays, the once towering buildings have not been maintained for years, and combined with the extreme weather changes, the shiny outer glass has mostly peeled away, leaving only a few scattered pieces clinging to the lifeless steel skeleton like psoriasis. The elevated highway network, praised as the aerial expressway, has long been congested with various abandoned vehicles, with many cars crashing through the guardrails, teetering precariously in the air, ready to fall and crush a lucky pedestrian below. In short, during this period, all the super cities in the world have turned into primitive jungles, with towering trees and dense shrubs replaced by abandoned skyscrapers and low-rise buildings harboring monsters. By day, under the scorching sun, the entire city is lifeless, with thick smoke continuously rising from various parts of the city, signaling the emergence of new fires. However, there's one place that stands in stark contrast to other dangerous no-go zones. That is the massive shopping mall, occupied and transformed into a sturdy fortress by the Komodo Mercenary Company. The Komodo Mercenary Company has stationed its division here, besides the natural protective layer. The various resources left in the mall are also one of the important reasons. The Komodo Company sacrificed a large number of personnel and warriors, paying a painful price to finally seize this massive fortress from the monsters. After their subsequent renovations, the mall became indistinguishable from a true steel prison fortress. The high walls that were later built surrounded it layer by layer, with electrified fences fixed atop the walls, cutting off any thoughts of mutated creatures trying to sneak into forage. The only entrance that remains accessible to the fortress is heavily guarded by fully armed sentinels, with even machine guns mounted at the gate, ready to shred any monsters or enemies attempting to breach the fortress into pieces amidst a storm of bullets. At this moment, 2 soldiers on watch duty stand atop the high walls, idly boasting to each other. Their heavy sniper rifles, filled with violent elements, can obliterate any creature within their sight. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle engine approaches the fortress, immediately alerting the 2 of them. One of the sentries raises his high-power binoculars to look towards the source of the sound and sees Xiaolong, who is carrying several conspicuous shotguns on his back, riding an extravagant motorcycle that is emitting a loud roar, kicking up clouds of dust as he approaches. Chapter 22. Admission ticket. The 2 snipers were immediately put off by the sight. Which guy is so reckless? Not afraid that such a loud motorcycle noise would attract the aggressive monsters along the way. Hey, Groundhog, there's a guy on a motorcycle coming our way, and he's carrying several weapons. Stay alert. He might be part of a rogue group formed by the refugees. The sniper kept his crosshairs locked firmly on Xiaolong's head and transmitted the information to the guards below via the intercom. As soon as the other party displayed any hostile behavior, he would immediately pull the trigger of his powerful modified Barrett. With just 1 shot, he could instantly blow half of him apart. However, it seemed that daring to appear in the Sentinel's line of sight so openly indicated that he likely had no ill intentions. Xiaolong thought the same way. Wanting to enter the heavily guarded fortress, sneaking in and getting discovered would be tantamount to seeking death. So, he simply opened his arms and strode towards the gate. Riding a motorcycle that had been modified to a wild style, he sped straight to the heavily guarded entrance, stopping only at the gate. The thick smoke and dust rising from the rear made the guard cough. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Looking for trouble. Get off the bike. 2 somewhat irritated guards, holding submachine guns, pushed through the thick smoke and aimed their sights at the wild boy whose brow and eyes were obscured by a hood. Xiaolong was not here to cause trouble. so he naturally cooperated with the daily work of these people. With a smile that he considered friendly, he got off his motorcycle and slowly approached them with his hands raised. "Guys, no need to be nervous. I'm just an ordinary wandering merchant from the last mining town, looking to trade some goods at your company's fortress." Xiao Long's words did not ease the guard's vigilance. So one of them was sent over to use a special device to detect that he was not carrying explosives or suffering from any special infectious diseases. His skin even showed a rare paleness in the wasteland, which allowed them to lower their weapons slightly. "From the mining town? Isn't that place full of uncivilized barbaric mobs? With your fair skin, won't you become their plaything? Ha ha ha." This guard's words immediately elicited laughter from the others around, as many people's sexual orientations had become as twisted as their psyches in this era. In certain special places, fair-skinned boys could even fetch a higher price than girls. However, Xiao Lung did not mind their jests and continued to wear his harmless smile, asking, "So, may I enter? Wait, let me see what goods you are bringing in to trade. Is it just these few guns? You should know that our mercenary company has no shortage of firearms." Just then, a burly man, about the same height as the leader Xiao Long had seen in the bar, walked over. His massive muscles seemed ready to burst out of his military uniform, and he appeared to be the captain of these guards, definitely a strength-type warrior of the apocalypse. In fact, Xiao Long felt an impulse to tear this strong man apart and devour him the moment he approached. The Blacklight Virus only triggered such violent impulses when facing a purifier. However, Xiao Long suppressed this urge fiercely, causing trouble at someone else's doorstep. He estimated that as soon as he showed any hostility, he would be instantly shredded by the nearby heavy machine guns with large calibers. As the Apocalypse Warrior captain approached, the surrounding guards quickly stopped their laughter, and their expressions turned serious. When the captain reached Xiao Long's side, he looked down in confusion to see the young man bowing his head and clenching his fists, refusing to look at him. Did his identity as an Apocalypse Warrior put pressure on this youth? In reality, Xiao Long was just afraid that if he looked a moment longer, he would be unable to resist devouring the captain right there. The captain smiled and patiently said, not realizing that his face, filled with muscle, looked more ferocious when he smiled than when he was angry. What he said was not without reason. The Komodo Mercenary Company had sacrificed a large number of men and spent considerable financial and material resources to establish this utopian fortress of the apocalypse. With abundant resources, airtight security, and a stable order maintained by mercenary patrols, it boasted the only super-powerful generator within 100 kilometers, among other superior conditions. It was said that in a distant and mysterious eastern region, a super fortress was built in the sky, using anti-gravity technology that surpassed common knowledge to suspend a massive city in midair, protected by an energy shield, achieving absolute safety, with an interior filled with futuristic technological elements. Of course, this was merely a rumor, perhaps a spiritual refuge for those yearning to return to the beautiful life of the old era. After the Komodo Company established this as a fortress branch, it quickly attracted a large number of people from surrounding areas to settle here. Initially, the higher-ups were eager to recruit talent, believing that the more residents settled here, the better, as the flow of people determined the prosperity of the city. However, as time went on, various problems emerged one after another. Due to the indiscriminate recruitment of residents, all kinds of people mixed in, including thugs, cannibals, disease-ridden wanderers, and even spies sent by other mercenary companies and shelters to create chaos. This caused everything within the fortress to be thrown into turmoil, almost leading to its downfall. After spending a large amount of manpower and resources to restore order, the higher-ups finally learned their lesson and began to implement a strict and careful selection process for residents. As for the scum and spies who had taken advantage of the chaos to settle in, they were all found out, and their fate was to become fuel for the power station's furnace. When Xiao Lung heard the captain say that conditions were needed to enter the fortress, he expressed understanding. After all, this was not a marketplace, but the starting point for the reopening of human civilization, so being strict was normal. What conditions are needed to enter? For example, being a purifier? The tall captain looked down at the thin youth and said, "How about this? Most of our soldiers inside the fortress have been dispatched for other tasks, and there's an urgent research task that needs manpower What is the task objective? Xia Lung interrupted the captain, directly asking for the main point. Chapter 23. Living corpses, please vote for recommendation. 15 kilometers away from the Komodo Company's affiliated fortress, there was a street. Once a bustling commercial street that integrated entertainment, finance, and industry, it was filled with numerous shops, and a dazzling array of gigantic advertisements almost covered the sky over this entire area. Now this area, which had been deprived of sunlight for years, had become a summer retreat for various mutated monsters. The once densely populated street naturally became one of the most severely affected disaster areas during the outbreak of the black rain infection. The number of infected individuals in that region was considerable. Over 90 of humans mutated into bloodthirsty monsters after being infected by the black rain, referred to as living corpses. They have completely lost all characteristics of the living, yet they can eat, move, and even mate, and are called living bodies by the survivors. Living corpses resemble the zombies depicted in old movies, with heavily decayed and peeling skin revealing crimson muscle tissue. Even if they have severed limbs or are disemboweled, they can still move normally. They have no sense of pain, fear of death, and their bloodthirstiness is a defining trait. Their consciousness from life has long since vanished. Whether one was a well-dressed white-collar worker, a manager, or a CEO from a company 5 years ago, or a beggar wearing rags, exuding a foul odor, and disheveled under a bridge. Now, they all stand on the same starting line, transformed into wandering corpses aimlessly roaming the streets, foraging for food, or competing for the mating rights with female living corpses. Moreover, the living corpses infected by the black rain here are different from the slow-moving zombies in movies that resemble 80-year-old grandmas. The living corpses of this era are basically top athletes in various sports, such as sprinting, marathon, triathlon, high jump, and even swimming. As soon as you're detected by their keen sense of smell and sight, they will ignore all obstacles and charge at you at a frenzied speed of less than 10 seconds per 100 meters until they gnaw you down to nothing but bones. Therefore, before hunting the living corpses, you must first consider whether you can outrun them. At this moment, Xia Lung is heading toward the location less than 1 kilometer from that street of living dead. He has taken on this extremely difficult task. In the past, he would have definitely turned around and walked away, never willing to undertake such a suicidal mission just to gather information in the fortress. But now it's different. Having gained this extraordinary ability, he should be able to fight against a lone living corpse. In the subconscious, the Blacklight Virus seems to constantly suggest that those living corpses are a delicious delicacy, urging not to let them go. This mission is not just taken on by Xia Lung alone. Many other refugees are also trying to obtain this ticket for a stable life. No matter where humans are, they like to gather together to complete difficult hunting tasks. Here is no exception. About 100 meters ahead of Xia Lung, there is a temporary team of around 20 to 30 refugees heading towards the land of the living dead. No one has the courage to face the terrifying zombies alone. But a group of people is different. They understand the principle that more hands make light work. Even if they die, at least there will be someone to back them up. However, Xia Lung does not want to associate with these scheming refugees ahead. Killing the living corpses is already difficult enough. He does not want to spend time dealing with temporary companions with ulterior motives. As they are less than 500 meters from their destination, they have gradually entered a dangerous area where dense advertising signs block the sunlight. Xia Lung sees the group ahead, which started off full of confidence, stopping in their tracks as they are about to step into the terrifying and eerie place. Hesitating between light and darkness. The transition between sunlight and darkness is like the junction between heaven and hell. One misstep could lead to eternal damnation. None of them is willing to be the first to step into this land of living dead, all hoping to reap the rewards without taking risks. Just wanted to pick up a crystal stone amidst the chaos. Even killing a teammate to snatch a crystal from them is much better than facing those terrifying, bloodthirsty, living corpses. Xia Lung watches the refugees ahead pushing and shoving, none willing to be the first victim. This is all within Xia Lung's expectations. He is just waiting to see who will strike first against their companions. Sure enough, after nearly 5 minutes of mutual hesitation, for some unknown reason, some of the people in this temporarily formed refugee team begin to fight each other. In the apocalypse, fights are almost always bloody and fatal. Accompanied by several piercing screams echoing through the street, someone is ultimately killed by their companion, and the team falls silent again. At this moment, a man covered in terrifying scars, the strongest among the group of refugees, walks over with a sinister smile, picking up a weak old man who has been beaten to death, as if he were picking up a small chicken. At such an old age, still dreaming of entering the fortress, just pave the way for us descendants. He carries the emaciated corpse, which exudes a strong smell of blood, to the edge of the sunlight, takes a deep breath, and with a low roar, suddenly throws the corpse several dozen meters away, which then crashes heavily onto the dark street. Although the old man's body is already emaciated, throwing it 50 meters away is an impossible task for an average person. So this man must at least be a first-tier power system warrior of the apocalypse. Even the baptizers need to participate in missions to enter the fortress, which shows that it is indeed overcrowded inside. However, even a first-tier baptizer would not dare to face a ravenous living corpse alone, because even a scratch from such a monster's claws could lead to the infection of deadly bacteria and death. After a few minutes, the dark area ahead still shows no signs of abnormality. Could it be that they are at the edge of the land of living dead, and there are no zombies at all? Just as the atmosphere of waiting becomes increasingly tense, a low growl suddenly emanates from the dark fog, and a thin figure begins to slowly appear. Roar! Finally, the first living corpse appears, almost rotting to the point that every step it takes causes pieces of skin to fall off. With its right thigh twisted nearly 360 degrees, and one eyeball dangling from a nerve below its eye socket, this terrifying living corpse is shambling towards the bait. As everyone sees it beyond the natural fear, the ticket to enter the fortress and step into a new life is also presented before their eyes. People begin to stir, but still, no one dares to rush forward first, even though this zombie appears to be moving slowly for now. The living corpse sniffs the heavy smell of blood in the air, excitedly approaching the body. Chapter 24. Danger, damn it. Doesn't anyone have a ranged weapon? Someone's reminder suddenly jolts the crowd into awareness. Although these zombies attack fiercely, they can only launch their assault when close to you. Thus, those with weapons begin to pull them out. Some take out makeshift bows and arrows, others pull out crude crossbows, and a few even bring out firearms. However, due to the loud noise firearms make, they might attract a tide of living corpses from deep within the street. So they decide to hold off on using them for now. Thud! With a dull sound, someone pulls back the bowstring first, and an arrow is instantly shot out. The sharp metal tip slices through the air, letting out a shrill whistle as it flies towards the limping, living corpse lying next to the body. Bang! You idiot! Let me do it! At this moment, a lean man snatches the bow and arrow, pulling the string back fully. His eyes instantly sharpen, and a faint crosshair appears in his pupils. This is also a first-tier baptizer. Moreover, he is a vision-enhanced hunter of the apocalypse. Whoosh! However, his first arrow also misses the living corpse, landing about 8 meters away, causing a chorus of hisses from the crowd. Nevertheless, he pays no mind, sneering as he adjusts the tension of the bowstring and aims again. Whoosh! Thud! This time, after calibrating the arrow's path, the arrow shot by the apocalypse hunter accurately embeds itself in the center of the living corpse's forehead. The living corpse, caught off guard by this powerful arrow, has green blood splatter from its forehead, and its body immediately leans back, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The first living corpse has been dealt with. How? Not at all. It suddenly sits up, opening its rotting mouth filled with bacteria, and lets out a chilling scream towards the crowd. The remaining tail of the arrow still trembles in its forehead. Upon hearing this bone-chilling, terrifying scream, people cannot help but get goosebumps all over their bodies, instinctively. Some have even begun to retreat. After hearing such a sound from the crowd, Xiao Long, who was watching the play from a distance, felt a wave of turmoil in his heart. He had almost died at the hands of such humanoid monsters several times, and their sharp and swift attack methods were hard for him to forget. The disturbed zombie noticed the lively crowd ahead and immediately sprang into action, leaping with astonishing speed on all fours towards a group that far outnumbered it. As for the thigh that was nearly twisted in a full circle, it did not affect its movement at all, and one could even vaguely see the white bones piercing through the skin while it ran. It charged towards a crowd in this bizarre and rapid quadrupedal posture like an enraged beast. At this moment, the unreliable temporary team had already begun to lose morale, and many unarmed refugees instinctively wanted to flee. After all, what good was a ticket if they lost their lives? Run? Are we so afraid of a zombie? Shoot it. The strongest apocalypse warrior in the team still played a role. His heavy voice made some of the bolder refugees react quickly, raising their weapons and shooting wildly at the zombie. Although their accuracy was somewhat concerning, they had plenty of weapons, and some luckier individuals managed to hit their target. As the fierce zombie closed in, it was already riddled with arrows, and its speed was slowing down. One must admit that having numbers did provide some strength. Roar! Ultimately, under the precise headshot of the apocalypse hunter, successive arrows knocked off half of the zombie's skull, revealing its disgusting dark green brain tissue. It's over. Hee. The apocalypse hunter grinned, drew the bowstring back again, and shot. Bang! With a crisp sound, the last arrow precisely pierced the exposed brain of the zombie, knocking out a gray crystal from inside, which rolled a few times on the ground before lying in the sticky green pool of blood. Without this crystal, the zombie, which had just been lively and ferocious, collapsed to the ground in an instant, its crimson pupils gradually dimming, except for slight twitching from nerve reflexes. The zombie was killed. At the same time, the crowd fell silent, each person harboring their own thoughts, greedily staring at the gray crystal lying in the pool of blood. The ticket to a new life. One gray crystal was just a single ticket, but this temporarily formed team had 20 or 30 people. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Everyone wanted it, but everyone also understood the consequences of taking that step. If the delay continued, the strong smell of blood wafting through the streets would attract a massive tide of corpses from deep within, and then no one would even think of getting one. That was bait thrown by me, so that crystal should belong to me first. The exceptionally sturdy apocalypse warrior suddenly stepped forward, looking fierce, as if anyone who dared to oppose him would be crushed. After making his statement, he prepared to walk over and pick up the gray crystal. Why should it belong to you? The arrows shot into the zombie also had my share. Exactly. And mine too. No matter the era or place, as long as there is oppression, there will be resistance, and it goes without saying that this temporary team owes nothing to each other. Hearing the noisy curses from behind, the apocalypse warrior suddenly turned around and grabbed the loudest refugee by the throat with his large, rough hand. Then, gripping the refugee's head with one hand like it was a coconut, before the refugee could react, he tightened his other fist, which was as big as a wok, and smashed it hard into the refugee's dazed face. Crack! The apocalypse warrior's fist nearly sunk entirely into the refugee's face. This sudden bloody scene instantly silenced everyone again. No one dared to stick their neck out. Damn it! A bunch of useless people really think they are characters in a play? Who the hell dares to say another word? The apocalypse warrior viciously pulled his fist out, grinning as he licked the blood and brain matter off his hand, making everyone even more afraid to speak. Then, this bloodline-suppressing warrior coldly snorted. Shouldering the corpse of the refugee, he walked toward the gray crystal, perhaps to prevent anyone from sneaking an attack from behind. Meanwhile, Xiaolong, who had been quietly observing from the back, suddenly felt his pupils constrict and fine tendrils of hair stood on end like bristles. This was the danger response triggered by the Blacklight Virus. Chapter 25. Resistance receiving the feedback from the instinct of the Blacklight Virus, Xiaolong immediately became alert, jumped down from the top of the abandoned vehicle, and quickly hid behind it. Since gaining this ability, it was the second time he received such a danger signal, indicating that something capable of threatening him was about to happen. However, he wasn't part of the group ahead. Xiaolong had long guessed that these temporarily formed refugee teams would soon fall apart, which was why he had been observing from the back. Sure enough, this group had only hunted one zombie and was already experiencing intense internal conflict. As for the apocalypse warrior, he was carrying a refugee's corpse on his back, moving toward the gray crystal. However, now those fools were intimidated by their own identities, and they didn't have the courage to act out of line. Yet he forgot that, Besides himself, there was another apocalypse hunter of equal standing in the team. Just as he bent down to pick up the gray crystal, a sharp whistle of a weapon, slicing through the air, suddenly sounded from behind. Whoosh! An arrow instantly pierced through the corpse on the apocalypse warrior's back, the tail of the arrow quivering violently. I knew you were up to no good. Later, I'll dig that crystal out of your head. The apocalypse warrior cursed angrily at the fright. As expected, the one who shot the arrow was the vision-enhanced apocalypse hunter, but did not hit the warrior himself. The apocalypse warrior was glad he had prepared in advance, using the refugee's corpse as a shield. That hunter was only vision-enhanced, and his speed should not be much different from his own. Moreover, even strength-type warriors have stronger leg muscles than the average person, so their movement speed is naturally not slow. The post-apocalyptic warrior revealed a sinister smile as he looked at the hunter in front of him who was still shooting arrows at him, determined to crush his skull. The doomsday hunter showed no signs of wanting to escape and continued to rapidly fire arrows. Just when the enemy was about 30 meters away, he suddenly revealed a strange smile, drew the bowstring back again, and shot at the opponent. However, this time, he slightly adjusted the arrowhead downward and fired it during the brief moment when the enemy's leg was exposed while running. Thwack! The arrow hit the doomsday warrior's thigh, causing a sharp pain that significantly slowed his running speed, but it still did not threaten his life. You bastard! The injured and enraged doomsday warrior immediately began to curse, carefully using the body of a refugee as a shield to avoid exposing himself further. Thwack! Another arrow came flying in, and this one pierced through the back of the refugee's body, striking the doomsday warrior's heart directly. This time, with a fatal blow, the doomsday warrior could no longer run. He stumbled and fell to the ground, the gray crystal in his hand tumbling aside, making a crisp, rolling sound. He looked in disbelief at the now ineffective body, which was filled with numerous arrows in its back. The most crucial thing was that these arrows almost all hit the same spot, brutally creating a hole in the corpse. The final fatal arrow shot through the blood hole and pierced his heart. Only a vision-enhanced apocalypse hunter could possess such an exaggerated accuracy. You, the apocalypse warrior, who fell to the ground and spat out a large pool of blood, seemed unwilling to say anything more. A sharp arrow was shot again, this time directly piercing his right eye and entering his skull, taking away his last breath. Arrogant fool. The apocalypse hunter coldly stared at the corpse and the gray crystal in front of him, not intending to pick them up himself, but instead planning to threaten a scapegoat to do it for him. Just as he turned to let a trembling, seemingly underage refugee boy beside him handle it, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger from behind. Bang! A wooden stick filled with rusty nails smashed down, striking the bough he had quickly raised in response. He saw a gaunt, terrified woman refugee attempting to ambush him, and a wave of anger surged in his heart. What do you want to die to? The apocalypse hunter immediately raised his right foot, intending to kick the woman away. However, the timid-looking refugee boy behind him suddenly pulled out a wooden dagger from his bosom and stabbed it into his waist. Let go of my mom. The apocalypse hunter looked down and saw the dagger embedded up to the handle in his waist. The intense pain immediately filled his eyes with bloodshot veins. Anger and agony intertwined in his heart. You little bastard. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he prepared to send this mother and son to their demise. Clang! A dull sound echoed as a rusty hammer was swung from an unknown hand, smashing hard against his head. Instantly, a trickle of thick blood flowed down from his forehead across his face. The apocalypse hunter was stunned by the blow, his expression frozen in shock as he looked around. He saw that the cowardly refugees who had retreated to the side had gathered around him at some point, all wearing indifferent expressions. You guys! Bang! Another iron rod came crashing down, followed by a second, a third. These refugees said nothing, each picking up their weapons and silently striking the nobleman. They seemed to cherish this rare opportunity, putting all their strength into every strike. The continuous dull thuds echoing through the crowd. After about a minute, the once high and mighty apocalypse hunter was reduced to a pile of flesh, trampled underfoot by the crowd. As for the crystal in his skull, it was anyone's guess who snatched it away in the chaos. All right, Now that the two self-important baptizers in the team are dead, only we refugees are left, and we can start fairly competing on the same starting line. That crystal belongs to whoever grabs it. As soon as a man finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward. Soon, the others reacted and swarmed toward the dark street. Their only target was the gray crystal on the ground that could grant them a stable life. No one thought of cooperating to hunt the living dead again. Once they secured the ticket, the lives of others were of no concern to them. Xia Lung watched this extremely dramatic scene unfold from the back, surprised that these refugees, who were usually so humble before the baptizers, would rise up in rebellion one day. However, he still did not intervene, as the lingering sense of danger had not dissipated and was growing heavier. Chapter 26 Cooperation. Haha. This is mine. A refugee who ran the fastest was the first to reach the corpse of the slain apocalypse warrior, picking up the gray crystal that had fallen to the ground. Get your hands off me. It belongs to me. However, just as he grasped it, other refugees quickly caught up and began punching and kicking him, snatching the crystal away. In the end, the team that was supposed to cooperate to hunt the living dead became extremely chaotic, with everyone fighting among themselves for the crystal. The gray crystal was like Pandora's box, enticing people to slaughter each other. The ticket to a better life was within reach, shattering everyone's rationality, completely forgetting that they were still in the dark street of the living dead, even if it was just on the edge. The screams and the smell of blood from the mutual slaughter quickly spread through the neighborhood. Xia Lung silently drew his dagger from the back, coldly observing the chaotic scene ahead, waiting to see which mantis would be the first to snatch the crystal and break out of the crowd. While he would be the Yellow Sparrow, watching the previous group of over 20 refugees dwindle down to only around 10 men still able to move, he thought, ah. Suddenly, a sharp roar echoed from a corner, the familiar sound instantly drowning out the fighting. Upon hearing this sound, it was clear that a new living dead had appeared, but their first reaction was not to cooperate to hunt the second living dead or to flee. Instead, they fiercely scrambled for the crystal stone, wanting to seize it and escape before the zombie attacked them, accompanied by the increasingly close roar of the creature they had attracted. A zombie with decaying skin but intact legs slowly emerged from the black mist in the street. Everyone looked at it in terror, yet their palms were still tightly gripping each other, refusing to let go of the crystal stone, making the scene quite comical. The zombie seemed momentarily confused by the fighting among the refugees, showing no fear of itself. After a brief pause, it reacted like a cheetah, sprinting towards them on all fours at an incredible speed, nearly twice as fast as the previously limping zombie. In the blink of an eye, it covered the short distance of a few dozen meters and pounced on one of the refugees, opening its giant mouth filled with venomous saliva to bite at the person's neck. Crack! It was like chewing on brittle bones, as the zombie tore away a large chunk of flesh and bone from the refugee's neck, happily chewing and producing a crisp sound of bones breaking. The unfortunate refugee was left with only a thin layer of skin still connecting to his skull, his eyes wide open with a look of unwillingness as he lay on the ground, completely heading to heaven. Finally, after witnessing this horrifying scene, the fear ingrained in their bones was once again ignited. Some people finally remembered the philosophy that one must give to gain, and without caring about the crystal stones anymore, they turned and ran. Just as this group was about to rush into the safety zone illuminated by the sunlight, suddenly, the windows of the tall buildings on both sides of the street shattered, accompanied by a deafening roar, and dozens of emaciated shadows crashed through the glass and pounced down at the same time. One of the refugees was just about to step into the blazing sun when he was unexpectedly knocked down by a shadow jumping out from the building. By the time he realized what was happening and focused his gaze, his eyes widened in horror. He saw a living corpse, its decaying body revealing faint glimpses of white bones, pressing down on him. Just as he instinctively prepared to let out a woman-like scream, the living corpse's sharp claws swung viciously towards his head. The other escapees were not in a much better situation, as they were quickly overwhelmed by the zombies falling from above, their bodies torn apart like shredded cabbage in front of the living dead. Perhaps the will to survive awakened the potential in one of the refugees, who ran with what felt like the fastest speed of his life, managing to reach the sunlight, forcing the zombies to halt at the edge of the UV rays, letting out unwilling roars at the fresh meat so close to them. Once the refugee reached the safe zone, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, the terrifying scene still vivid in his mind, prompting him to shout, "I'm still alive." However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tightness in his ankle, followed by an irresistible force pulling him backward. "No!" The desperate scream of the refugee echoed above the street, soon fading amidst the sounds of flesh being gnawed. As for those still fighting for the crystal stones, realizing the situation was dire and wanting to flee, it was already too late. Their path to the sunlight was blocked by zombies that had suddenly leaped down from the building. In the depths of the street, it goes without saying that a constant stream of living corpses surged from the darkness. They coordinated with each other, surrounding the remaining dozen or so desperate refugees in the center. In the end, the continuous screams mixed with the excited howls of the living corpses formed a haunting melody that one could never forget in a lifetime. As for the ticket that granted entry into the fortress, it still lay there, splattered with the surrounding blood, as if mocking human greed. Xiaolong, who had been watching this scene from the back of the car, was equally shocked. Were these living corpses hunting in cooperation? It turned out that the increasingly heavy sense of danger was due to the living corpses in the building silently gathering, tasked with blocking the refugees' escape routes from behind, and then capturing them all at once. Just like a group of dolphins expertly surrounding a school of fish, breaking them down layer by layer until they were compressed into a single point, leaving no fish unaccounted for. Xiaolong also understood why only one old, weak, sickly living corpse had appeared at first. It was likely a bait used to lure the refugee group into the shadowed street, forming a surrounding circle. It seemed these living corpses understood human greed and selfishness very well. The living corpses Xiaolong had encountered before had never displayed such behavior. Although they were equally swift and ferocious, they had never shown this kind of cooperative social relationship. They even fought each other for food. Could it be that these living corpses, which should only possess the instincts of beasts, had evolved in intelligence? Imagining a group of decaying, powerful monsters possessing the same wisdom as humans, or even cooperating more tacitly than humans, was an unimaginable outcome. However, the next even more bizarre scene made Xiaolong's worldview collapse once again. Chapter 27. The Predator, Seeking Recommendations. In less than half a minute, the previously lively group of people had been torn into chunks of flesh and limbs by the living corpses, piled in the center of the street. The strong smell of blood filled Xiaolong's senses from 100 meters away. However, this feast should have made these ravenous living corpses abandon everything and start devouring. But they did not. Not only did these living corpses not each indulge in the flesh, but they also cooperatively dragged the remains into the black mist, leaving long trails of blood on the ground. What were they doing? Xiaolong was astonished to see them gradually clearing away the piled-up corpses, leaving only a few zombies licking and cleaning the scattered flesh and blood. It was as if they were cleaning up a crime scene, preparing for the next ambush. Did these zombies have a habit of storing food? It was definitely not that simple. Whether it was the Blacklight Virus releasing subconscious signals to Xiaolong, suggesting that these living corpses were incredibly delicious, or his strong curiosity compelling him to explore the truth behind these zombies' bizarre behavior. He couldn't help but step out from behind the car, standing upright in the middle of the road, looking coldly at the few living corpses in the dark street ahead. The reappearance of a human naturally caught the attention of those living corpses. Arg! Upon seeing Xiaolong, they let out a beast-like roar and charged toward him. However, they all stopped less than 10 meters away, as stepping forward even half a step would expose them to the harmful ultraviolet sunlight, forcing them to restlessly linger at the edge. The prey was so close yet unattainable, driving them even more frantic, emitting chilling creaking sounds that raised the hairs on Xiaolong's neck. Yet Xiaolong remained expressionless, closely observing these zombies to see what differences there were compared to those encountered before. They were just as ugly, ferocious, and brutal, embodying almost every derogatory term imaginable. At that moment, a mutated living corpse with its brain exposed and a long, whip-like tongue that could extend over 10 meters quietly approached from the side. its eyes glowing with a crimson light, fixated on Xia Long's position, and the corners of its mouth curled slightly, forming a facial expression that only humans possessed. As it displayed a strange smile, suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and again shot out its long, barbed tongue, as fast as an arrow, aimed directly at Xia Long. It intended to use the same method as before to ensnare this foolish human with its tongue and drag him into the darkness. This time, the mutated zombie's sharp tongue was aimed directly at Xia Long's neck, intending to deliver a fatal blow. The tongue whipped through the air at an incredible speed, about to pierce Xia Long's throat. Suddenly, as if by instinct, Xia Long raised his arm with a speed invisible to the naked eye and clenched his fist. The barbed tongue was forcefully caught in his hand. The mutated zombie's spiked tongue was less than a finger's width away from his neck. This scene left the several zombies momentarily stunned. Xia Long expressionlessly gripped the zombie's tongue tightly and let out a cold snort. Then, the muscles in his arm instantly bulged. A surge of powerful strength erupted as he yanked the tongue forcefully towards himself. The unprepared mutated zombie was suddenly dragged away by an irresistible force. Exposed to the blazing sun, as the intense ultraviolet rays struck its rotting body, the mutated zombie immediately emitted a sizzling sound and released black smoke along with a foul odor. The mutated zombie, suffering from the intense exposure, could no longer focus on its prey and desperately crawled towards the shadows while letting out a piercing scream. However, Xia Long would not let it escape easily. He quickly wrapped its long tongue around his arm several times, stretching it to the extreme and binding it under the scorching sun. The intense pain caused the zombie to unleash a fierce strength, and Xia Long felt his feet sliding uncontrollably forward. So he grabbed a nearby, tilted lamppost with his other hand, firmly holding onto it to prevent the zombie from retreating into the darkness. The two were thus locked in a stalemate. The longer the mutated zombie was exposed to the sun, the weaker it became. About a minute later, the previously lively, tongue-wagging zombie was now lying on the ground, helplessly letting out mournful cries, its decaying body exposed to ultraviolet light, continually solidifying and breaking apart in a cycle of disintegration. Finally, as its crimson pupils dimmed, its life completely dissipated. The tongue held tightly in Xia Long's hand was coated with corrosive saliva, emitting wisps of smoke. However, the rate of corrosion could not keep up with the repair speed of the Blacklight Virus, so he didn't pay it much mind. The few zombies lurking in the shadows continued to wander on the edge of the darkness, their kind killed before them by a despicable human, which seemed to drive them into a frenzy, yet they dared not step into the forbidden zone, only able to roar at Xia Long from the periphery. Killing this mutated zombie did not excite Xia Long. It seemed only natural that these zombies would die at his hands. Xia Long felt his thoughts increasingly assimilated by the virus, as human emotions were gradually stripped from his brain. At that moment, his right hand, which was gripping the mutated zombie's tongue, extended countless tiny black tendrils from the surface of his arm, climbing up the zombie's spiked tongue and beginning to frantically writhe and devour it. It was like eating noodles. As he consumed, he also pulled the entire mutated zombie towards himself until he completely swallowed it whole. This scene once again stunned the few living corpses, as these humans were usually their prey. How had they now even become part of their diet? At the moment when Xia Long devoured the mutated zombie, a sensation like a spring breeze spread throughout his body once again, as if all the Blacklight viruses inside him were boiling over, bringing the same pleasure as consuming those baptizers. Additionally, he felt a surge of vitality filling his entire body, with all his muscles stirring restlessly. Could it be that these zombies had a Viagra-like effect on him? Finally, he understood why the Blacklight virus had been urging him to kill these zombies. It was simply out of gluttony. Xia Long's pupils were once again engulfed by a pitch-black darkness, as if they were black holes capable of devouring everything in the universe, firmly locked within his eyes. As soon as that eye color appeared in Xia Long's gaze, it indicated that his instincts as a virus predator would override his rationality, using the most primal and violent power to devour all living beings in front of him. Chapter 28. The zombie squares Xia Long's lazily half-closed eyelids seemed like they would never fully awaken, yet they couldn't hide the violent aura contained within his dark pupils. After devouring the mutated zombie, he seemed unsatisfied, like a robot, stepping forward toward the dark street of the living dead, heading towards the ordinary zombies still lingering at the edges. The zombies, seeing the humans that should have become their food approaching them, felt a sense of unease gradually creeping up on their decaying hearts. How? They let out a piercing roar, trying to intimidate this human. But it had no effect. The other party's face remained cold and unmoved, although these zombies were extremely unsettled at this moment. The word run did not exist in their dictionary. They would only fight to the death with their enemies. Such a violent nature is why they were excluded from the human hunting list in the apocalypse. However, from the moment Xia Long's pupils were engulfed by darkness, he was no longer human. Thus, the distance between the once human zombies and the now non-human Xia Long continuously shrank until they both entered each other's attack range simultaneously. The moment Xia Long stepped into the shadows, the few zombies couldn't wait to bare their fangs and claws, launching a fierce attack against him. Roar! One of the zombies charged straight for his vital point, opening its fangs to bite at Xia Long's neck. Its sharp teeth and immense biting force were enough to leave deep marks on iron plates. Just as the sharp teeth were less than a few centimeters away from the tempting throat, they suddenly halted in mid-air, because Xia Long had used a faster speed to grasp its head with just one hand. Then, Xia Long forcefully slammed the zombie's head down to the ground. Crack! In an instant, a loud explosion echoed, and its head burst apart like a watermelon, crushed into the ground by Xia Long's immense strength. Then the entire body, along with the gray crystal of its skull, turned into a mass of blood, absorbed into Xia Long's body by the tendrils extending from his arm. At the same time, the other zombies that had launched their attacks also pounced beside him, their fangs filled with billions of pathogens sinking deeply into Xia Long's skin. When they wildly shook their heads, attempting to bite off large chunks of flesh, they found that the opponent's muscles were incredibly resilient and couldn't be bitten through at all. Xia Long, who was bitten, showed no signs of pain, still wearing that cold, expressionless face. He pinched the jaw of one of the zombies with his left hand and exerted force. Crack! The zombie's powerful jaw was torn off along with a chunk of rotten flesh. Before it could let out a painful scream, Xia Long shoved his hand into its hollow throat and yanked. The zombie's head, along with half of its cervical spine, was forcibly pulled off, rendering it completely immobile as it collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. As for the last two zombies, Xia Long tightened his fists and delivered a powerful uppercut to each of their jaws, sending the frail corpses flying several meters into the air. When they crashed to the ground, their skulls had already been shattered into powder, and after a violent convulsion, they were unable to move anymore. It took less than half a minute to deal with these 4 living corpses and the mutated zombie. Even the bite marks on his body quickly healed back to normal. As for the deadly bacteria that had entered his body from the zombie bites, they were no different from appetizers to the Blacklight Virus. In fact, he quite liked his ability to switch emotions at will, as if he had a split personality. He could be violent when necessary and remain calm when the situation called for it. Otherwise, losing his rationality at the wrong moment and charging recklessly could lead to consequences he didn't want to see. Xia Long walked over to the 3 zombies that were still not completely dead and crushed their skulls with a kick before devouring them. He didn't have to worry about the disgusting blood staining his clothes, as they were also woven from the Blacklight Virus, which would absorb any splattered blood completely. However, this time, Xia Long kept the 3 gray crystals. One could serve as a ticket to gather information about the land of corpses in the fortress, while the other 2 could be exchanged for supplies he needed in the market inside. Originally, Xia Long could have left after obtaining the crystals he wanted, but the image of the living corpses transporting food was hard for him to forget. Could it be that the intelligence of the living corpses had really evolved, creating a social system that even the apocalypse's refugees would envy? The thought of these living corpses, already physically stronger than most humans, picking up firearms and firing the first shot of a zombie uprising sent chills down his spine. Was there still a way out for humanity? Xia Long decided to delve deeper into the streets, following the bloodstains left by the dragged bodies, to see what these living corpses which should only have animal instincts. "We're up to." He took a deep breath, put on his black hood, and concealed himself in the darkness, even hiding his presence to make it hard to detect. Following the blood trails created by the living corpses dragging bodies, he used the abandoned vehicles parked on the street to hide himself and began to walk step by step deeper into the eerie commercial street. Not far into his journey, Xiaoling noticed other anomalies. Were they sleeping while standing? No. Their eyes were still emitting a crimson glow in the darkness, occasionally darting around to check their surroundings. They looked more like sentinels on guard. This made Xiaolong even more determined to explore what was happening inside. What kind of existence could cause these living corpses to lose their primal bloodlust and transport food deeper into the area? At that moment, Xiaolong was like a born assassin, moving silently without making a sound as he approached. When he got within striking distance of the sentinels, he would suddenly strike to kill them. He was relieved that their intelligence hadn't evolved to the point of setting up hidden sentries. Otherwise, he would have been detected the first time he killed a sentinel. Thus, he relied on this stealthy but lengthy method to assassinate his way through. Xiaolong didn't recklessly charge forward because he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could face a tide of thousands of zombies alone. As he continued to eliminate enemies, he was getting deeper into the heart of the commercial street, and the number of living corpses began to increase. Xiaolong saw that these zombies deep in the land of the living dead were not wandering aimlessly like in movies, but were sitting in any available position, seemingly dozing off to rest. They also needed to rest to conserve energy when there was no food. He even saw a few zombies huddled together, making incomprehensible growling sounds, taking turns as if they were greeting and chatting with each other. Was this their form of communication? In short, the large number of zombies here gave an impression of order that was typically found in human society. Just then, Xiaolong also spotted the zombies that had been transporting food, walking into a tall building that used to be a trade center. And there were no other zombies around to snatch the meat from their hands. When Xiaolong looked at the building, an unprecedented sense of danger suddenly descended upon him. Chapter 29. Encirclement. Just a glance at that direction brought an unprecedented sense of danger to Xiaolong. What kind of powerful monsters were hidden inside that building? Moreover, these undead transporting food are probably heading straight for that location. Have the undead here evolved to have a social system with a leader consciousness? Is it possible that the one strategizing for this group of zombies, consciously luring enemies and surrounding them for hunting, is none other than the zombie king commanding this horde? Everything is still a mystery. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, it's not impossible for strange and unusual events to occur. This suddenly reminded Xiaolong of something he had heard from a wandering wasteland merchant. The merchant had claimed to have seen a robust zombie with relatively less severe skin decay, standing straight on a mountaintop and seemingly observing a temporary refugee gathering below through an object resembling a telescope, flanked by two lean zombies acting like bodyguards. The strangest part was that the next day, the merchant heard that the makeshift refugee camp had been ravaged by a brutal force while people were asleep, leaving almost no survivors behind. The entire camp was littered with remains of bodies that had been gnawed upon. Normally, there were sentries taking turns to watch over the camp at night, but it inexplicably lost its effectiveness, seemingly having been preemptively assassinated by the enemy who had thoroughly understood their defenses. Thus, the merchant connected this massacre with the zombie, going around claiming that zombies were starting to evolve intelligence. Xiaolong initially dismissed this as the merchant's hallucination, mistaking the grotesque refugees for living corpses. However, it now seemed that the merchant might not have been mistaken. These living corpses had evolved to possess their own social systems. The powerful and dangerous aura emanating from the trading building ahead created a tremendous sense of oppression for Xiaolong. His subconscious constantly reminded him that he was not a match for that figure yet, while also suggesting that the mysterious powerhouse inside the building would greatly enhance his abilities. This contradictory thought process was constantly battling in Xiaolong's mind. Ultimately, the more cautious and rational side prevailed. After all, the countless zombies densely packed in the center of the square could tear him to shreds. Perhaps he could utilize the heavily armed mercenaries in the fortress to resolve this problem. Xiaolong had previously noticed, besides the heavy weapons set up at the entrance, but there were also several armored vehicles and even tanks left over from the old world parked inside. After some modifications by these mercenaries, they had basically been restored to working condition, although the zombies had a fierce biting force. Trying to gnaw on a tank weighing dozens of tons would be like a mantis trying to stop a car. As for why the Komodo Mercenary Company didn't simply send a large force to eliminate the zombie hordes occupying the commercial street, it was because ammunition and fuel were also scarce in the apocalypse. Rather than exterminating these zombies that posed no threat to the fortress, it was better to conserve resources for combating other hostile mercenary companies and shelters. However, Xiao Lung speculated that the upper echelons of the Komodo Company would definitely be interested in the evolution of mutated creatures. Almost every organization was spending massive amounts of financial and material resources to study the reasons behind the world's sudden collapse and seek ways to enhance humanity itself. These organizations were trying everything to transform their ordinary mercenaries into powerful baptizers to conquer this broken world, leading to various human experiments. For example, fusing the genes of mutated creatures with those of humans, or forcibly extracting crystals from their skulls and implanting them into the brains of their mercenaries, etc. Although all these attempts ended in cruel and bloody failures, the research departments of various organizations still hadn't given up on the experiment of creating artificial baptizers. Particularly for those new mutated creatures that had yet to be discovered by the world, they spent heavily to acquire relevant clues. Thus, there existed a profession called bounty hunters in the apocalyptic wilderness, who specialized in hunting new types of mutated creatures and even baptizers with unrecorded new abilities to achieve wealth and fame. Fortunately, Xiao Lung decided to let those mercenaries serve as pawns, using them to infiltrate the extremely dangerous building ahead. The Komodo Mercenary Company would surely not miss out on studying the bizarre behavior of these zombies. Suddenly, a sharp gaze shot toward his back like a cold arrow, catching Xiao Lung off guard and making him aware that danger was looming. He saw that on a certain floor of the building ahead, a pair of deep purple light points emanating a chilling and violent aura were fixated on his position. Were those the eyes of the mysterious creature? Had he been discovered? Just at the moment Xia Lung locked eyes with those purple pupils, the massive zombie horde in the square suddenly let out a deafening roar and collectively turned their attention toward his hidden position. The crimson light pooled in the zombie's eyes made Xiao Lung's vision turn dark red. Damn it! The moment he was detected by the enemy, the muscles in Xiao Lung's legs surged instantly, his knees slightly bending as all the Blacklight Virus within him began to operate and gather towards his legs. Then he shot off like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he leaped dozens of meters away, leaving everything behind as he sprinted toward the exit of the street of the living dead. In the center of the square, the collective reaction of the crowd resembled that of a horde of zombies receiving a mysterious command as they charged towards the human intruder like ants discovering meat. At this moment, Xiao Lung concentrated all his strength in his legs, achieving a running speed of nearly 6 seconds per 100 meters, far exceeding that of a first-tier agile apocalypse hunter, reaching even surpassing a second-tier apocalypse hunter. Thus, he left the horde of zombies far behind, hearing their angry and unwilling roars. However, Xiao Lung did not let his guard down. While maintaining his high-speed run, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Clang! Xiao Lung's vigilance proved correct. Just as he was about to rush through an intersection ahead, the glass windows of the surrounding buildings suddenly shattered, and a large number of terrifying, living corpses jumped down like raindrops. The zombies lying in ambush in the buildings roared as they landed and charged towards Xiao Lung, creating a pincer attack with the horde behind him. The deafening roars of the zombies nearly shattered the glass on the buildings. Thousands of living corpses were enough to drown any enemy in a sea of corpses. In the midst of the crowd, Xiao Lung was like the dumpling filling about to be surrounded. Chapter 30, Breakout. A tide of corpses surged in with a momentum like a landslide, completely blocking Xiao Lung in the middle of the road. With the ferocity of the living dead, in less than 5 seconds, they would completely drown him in a sea of decay. However, at this moment, Xiao Lung remained calm and composed, even though the intense stench of decay and the deafening roars filled his senses. If an ordinary person were surrounded by such an extremely frightening environment, they would probably be scared of madness or even die from fear. But Xia Lung was different. He was not an ordinary person, and at this moment, he was no longer human. When he was sent to the welfare home, it was summer, and this boy's icy demeanor made the temperature around him feel like it had dropped instantly, which is why he was given the name Xiaolong. Since merging with the Blacklight Virus, Xiaolong's already cold and reclusive personality has become even more distant from normal humans. All human emotional entanglements are gradually being stripped away from his mind, including fear. Xiaolong looked at the horde of zombies attacking him, his mind still maintaining its calm, his gaze scanning the surrounding terrain like a calculator. Since there was no way out on the ground, he decided to go up. Just as several zombies charging forward suddenly leaped up, about to pounce on him, Xiaolong bent his legs slightly and jumped nearly 5 meters high, grabbing onto a rusty street lamp-pole with both hands, leaving the zombies below to miss their target. However, facing these agile undead that could also climb walls, he had to keep a high level of vigilance at all times. After climbing up, Xiaolong leveraged the pole again, stepping off it to leap onto a shop sign a few meters away. No sooner had he jumped than the pole he had just stepped on was pushed over and submerged by the tide of zombies. The undead watched as Xiaolong, nimble as Tarzan, swiftly maneuvered across the closely connected billboards, each step landing steadily on the next sign as he raced towards the exit. They also showcased their parkour skills, climbing the walls and using their sharp claws to dig into the concrete, relentlessly pursuing Xiaolong. However, reason prevailed, and they did not test the strength of the massive horde with their own bodies. Just as Xiaolong was accelerating through the dense billboards, several zombies suddenly broke through a window of a nearby high-rise and jumped onto the billboards ahead, trying to intercept him. Among them, 2 mutated zombies directly spat out their long, barbed tongues at Xiaolong, attempting to obstruct his path. Yet, Xiaolong did not slow down as he charged forward. He swiftly drew a sharp dagger from his waist and swung it forward at high speed. Crack! By the time the 2 mutated zombies reacted, Xiaolong's powerful legs had already stepped onto their exposed brains, and as they screamed in agony, he leaped over their blockade. In this sprint between life and death, he was now less than 50 meters away from the exit, bathed in sunlight. The strong ultraviolet rays, which could cause great harm to the skin, appeared to Xiaolong as a warm sunbeam from heaven. However, as expected, the exit was indeed densely packed with zombies, waiting for his arrival, their hunger causing their roars to fill the air above the street. With blockades in front and behind, and fewer billboards to land on as he approached the exit, he ultimately had no choice but to land on the ground, colliding with the horde of zombies ahead. When he was about 30 meters away from the zombie horde, Xiaolong suddenly pulled out the Peacekeeper, which had only 4 bullets left, and began shooting at the sky. However, the sound of gunfire was completely drowned out by the roars of the zombies. As Xiaolong fired the last bullet from the gun, the shell ejected and fell to the ground. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted above the horde of zombies. The zombies instinctively looked up to see a massive object crashing down on them. Boom! A gigantic underwear billboard, occupying half the street, directly crushed a large number of zombies, opening up a path. It turned out that Xiaolong was not shooting randomly into the air. He had aimed at the 4 metal cables that secured the billboard. Due to the huge and unpredictable temperature differences between day and night, these cables had become corroded and full of holes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily severed. Most importantly, Xiaolong maintained high speed, moving, aiming, shooting throughout. And not a single bullet missed, for bullets hit exactly 4 cables. The hit rate in this sprinting state would make even the second-tier vision-enhanced apocalypse hunters feel ashamed. After shooting down the billboard and opening a path, Xiaolong immediately jumped down from a height of 10 meters to the ground, then rushed towards the gap created in the horde of corpses. How? The zombies, upon seeing this, became even more agitated, crazily gathering towards the gap, trying to block this arrogant human who was moving freely in their territory. However, as he got closer to the exit, Xiaolong no longer held back, channeling all his strength into his legs, greatly increasing his speed once again. Even the zombies' ferocious attacks paled in comparison to his speed at this moment. If one were to observe closely, every step Xia Lung took left a deep shoe print on the concrete ground, and a dark red mist rapidly evaporated above the imprint. This was the Blacklight Virus enhancing his speed. Bang! Several zombies that had climbed onto the billboard, showing their teeth and claws, had no time to react upon facing the rapidly charging man, and were knocked away by the powerful impact generated by the acceleration, their osteoporotic bodies shattering into several pieces. Others who wanted to surround Xia Long were too late, only able to watch as that shadow flashed by like a gust of wind. Finally, at the moment when the strength in his legs exploded, Xia Long stepped on the edge of the billboard's iron frame and exerted force again. He leaped more than 10 meters in one bound, and the iron frame he had just stepped on was instantly dented by the powerful force. Under the pursuit and blockade of thousands of living corpses, Xia Long successfully broke out of the street of the living dead, standing in the safety of the sunlight. He watched as those living corpses continued to roar in anger at the edge of the shadows. His expression remained cold, and even his breathing was normal, as if everything that had just happened was merely a stroll among the corpses. Chapter 31. The wet and cold land at the heavily guarded entrance of the Komodo fortress. The several sentries previously on duty were bored, fiddling with their firearms. The tedious and lengthy watch made them feel it was extremely hard to endure. Only members of such large companies could afford to feel bored. Other drifters in the wilderness were basically scrambling to fill their stomachs, fighting for their lives against beasts. At this moment, they even wished for a long-awaited monster siege, as their anti-material heavy sniper rifles had long been thirsting for action. Fortunately, in their boredom, these guards decided to bet on the number of survivors from a group of drifters who had taken on a task to hunt the living dead. The stakes were the alcoholic beverages allocated to individuals by the company. In fact, several groups of drifters had already gone to the street of the living dead to hunt, but they had mostly returned in disastrous defeat, with some entire teams being wiped out. The burly captain of the guards leaned against the wall, lazily smoking a cigarette, and casually pulled out 2 more cigarettes from his pocket to use as stakes, tossing them to his subordinates. A few soldiers' eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 cigarettes. In the apocalypse, cigarettes were even more precious than alcohol, and only those in leadership positions received them from the company. Ordinary people had no chance to smoke at all. "Captain, are you really going to bet on that pretty boy? He doesn't look like a purifier at all," one of the soldiers asked with some confusion. The captain, a 3rd-tier strength type apocalypse warrior, disdainfully scolded his subordinates and stopped talking, remembering the young man's indifferent gaze, a look that seemed to see through everything and regard life and death as trivial. He felt that he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, he was curious as to why the young man was hiding his strength. The 3rd-tier baptizer can only hold the position of security captain within the fortress, which shows just how high the strength limit is within the major mercenary companies. Just as everyone was becoming increasingly irritated in this hot atmosphere, suddenly, in the center of the road, distorted by the scorching sun, the first figure appeared. This figure was Xia Long, dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt, expressionless, and walking steadily towards the fortress gate. One of the guards, seeing the figure approach, smirked and asked, preparing to mock this cowardly guy. The guard subconsciously picked up the gray crystal and took a look. ISNT, this the crystal that only exists in the skulls of living corpse-type mutated monsters. He incredulously picked up the crystal, examining it under the sun, almost putting it in his mouth to bite it. The color and texture were definitely the real deal. No need to look further. If it were fake, it wouldn't fool the discerning eyes of your big company. As for the others, they were probably already turned into dung inside those living corpses. Oomph. Do you think I would dare to trade alone in the wilderness if I didn't have some strength? As a 2nd-tier apocalypse hunter, I can easily take down a dozen of you ordinary people. Xia Long sneered disdainfully, thinking that if he claimed to be an ordinary person, it would probably raise more suspicion. It was better to simply say he was a baptizer, because once the other party entered the fortress, if they wanted to work, it would be easy to get a well-paying mercenary job or a small leadership position in the company with the identity of a 2nd-tier baptizer. Moreover, with the other party looking so young and already becoming a Tier 2 baptizer, their potential for the future is limitless, and they might even become one superior. As a result, the guard's attitude towards Xia Long underwent a complete turnaround. They immediately greeted him with smiles and made way, indicating that the fortress was now open to him. However, at the same time, they felt a bit of heartache inside, because only the captain had won the recent bet. His judgment of people has always been so sharp. At this moment, the captain of the guard had not approached to speak to Xiaolong, but smiled at him, as if he expected the young man to accomplish the task. "Little friend, congratulations, you become a member of our Komodo fortress. I didn't expect you to be a second-tier baptizer at such a young age. Your future is limitless." When Xiaolong passed by the captain, he smiled and said this to him. "Thank you. By the way, I want to ask you about a place. Is that convenient? Go ahead if I know. I will be very happy to tell you." The captain walked over and took out a cigarette from his pocket, tossing it to the other person. "Do you know a place called the Land of Corpse Cold?" Chapter 32. Inside the Fortress, the Land of Corpse Cold? Is there really a place with such a stupid name? It seems this world has collapsed into its current state, and even these people's aesthetic tastes have fallen apart along with it. "Oh, sorry, I don't know that place." Upon hearing the name, the captain couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark, doubting whether the young man before him had played too many games in the old days and mistakenly brought the names from there into reality. Xiaolong has a similar thought and feels utterly powerless to criticize this place name. However, the fragments of memory in his mind do confirm that this is indeed the place name, and it even contains the detailed underground coordinates after arriving there. Underground coordinates. Could it be that the base from a memory fragments is really located 240 meters underground? And he vaguely remembered that a doctor named Klein once said that they didn't want the world to discover their research. So their base was indeed very likely located in a very concealed position. As for such a ridiculous place name, it was probably just a code for the base. However, you could go to the fortress and ask around. Perhaps someone would know, as our company has quite a few knowledgeable scholars who survived from the old times. The captain continued. In this era, those surviving scientists, physicists, and so on have also become the property that major companies compete for. Because no matter when, knowledge can serve as the primary productive force. "Well, thank you." After Xiaolong's plain expression of gratitude, he walked straight into the heavily armed gate. And no one stopped him again. "Captain, that guy's so arrogant. You are a third-tier baptizer, and he is only a second-tier. Your strength could easily crush several guys like him. Yet he is still so cold towards you. If he were to hold a position in the company in the future, wouldn't he ride on your head?" The guard dared to speak up after that coal man left. If you had the ability of second-tier baptizer at his age, you could also be arrogant. All right, enough nonsense. Hand over the drinks you just lost." Xiaolong entered the interior of the fortress and was immediately struck by the stark contrast between the environment inside and the various refugee villages in the wilderness, as if he was in two entirely different worlds. The fortress, transformed from a former supermall, consists of 3 merged buildings forming a circle, each about 20 stories high, with ample space on every floor. The 3 buildings were also divided into 3 areas. Building A was the residential area, with ordinary refugees living on the lower several floors. The mercenary members of the Komodo Company residing above the refugees, and above them were the places for cadres and baptizers, with higher abilities corresponding to higher floors. However, compared to having a safe living environment, the high living costs were still worth it. Building B served as the commercial area, filled with a dazzling array of goods left over from the old times, and one could even buy game consoles that had been repaired and could still be used, although they were quite expensive and belonged to the company. In addition to the stores controlled by company personnel, there was also a trading market run by residents, specifically for trading their personal items, where one could find valuable treasures. As for Building C, it was the entire office building of the Komodo Company division. Except for company-certified staff, other refugees, and even baptizers were not allowed to step inside. Otherwise, the 2 mounted machine guns at the entrance would have no hesitation in turning you into a sieve. Xiaolong stood in the center of the hall, with various people passing by him, including baptizers exuding powerful auras, high-ranking commanders dressed in company-standard military uniforms, and ordinary refugees at the bottom of the class pyramid. These people, with vastly different social statuses and disdain hierarchies, were surprisingly coexisting peacefully, without any incidents of bullying or fighting. Even the ordinary refugee stalls in the free trading area, those self-important baptizers were obediently spending money to buy their goods. If this were in the wasteland outside, those baptizers would have harvested both the goods and lives of these refugee merchants. The reason they could coexist harmoniously now was, of course, due to the rules within the fortress and the ever-present patrol teams. Each patrol squad was basically fully armed, and some squads even consisted entirely of baptizers. They were the embodiment of order within the fortress, and once any violations of the rules were discovered, regardless of the violator's status, baptizer, officer, cadre, or refugee, they all had the right to execute the violator on the spot. Xiaolong glanced at the rule stone tablet standing in the center of the hall and quickly committed the detailed fortress rules written on it to memory. It must be said that rules are necessary to form order, and the hundreds of detailed rules on it kept this fortress society well organized. Perhaps only with such a fortress world could human society truly develop again. Hello, sir. You're the only second-tier apocalypse hunter in this batch who obtained a ticket, right? My name is Joseph, and I am one of the stewards of this fortress. Just as Xiaolong was about to head to the trading area first, a refined and magnetic voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a tall man dressed appropriately in a black suit, smiling politely as he greeted him. The gentlemanly demeanor that had nearly vanished in the old times was now making a comeback. Renaissance? My job mainly involves registering new personnel in the fortress. Please tell me your name, abilities, purpose for entering the fortress, and your future plans, Joseph said, still maintaining his gentlemanly attitude and smiling harmlessly as he pulled out a notebook from his pocket. Xiaolong glanced at the required registration content and told him one by one. Some information was true, while some was fabricated, but overall, it was all trivial. As for the purpose of entering the fortress and future plans, Xiaolong wrote that he was just passing through with no specific purpose. I'm sorry, sir, but our rules state that these two fields must be filled. Steward Joseph looked at the recorded content with a face full of embarrassment. After all the hardships to obtain the ticket to enter the fortress, the other party was just here for sightseeing? Chapter 33 clue, then let us write that I am here to exchange goods. Xiaolong casually said this, and no longer paid attention to the fortress steward, preparing to search for the relevant clues he wanted. Just as he was about to leave, the steward hurriedly called out to Xiaolong again. Ahem, actually, recently the company has had some friction with another hostile force, and many senior members have sacrificed within the company, so we are currently recruiting new baptizer members, and the rewards are considerable. Not interested. Before the steward could finish his sentence, Xiaolong dropped a cold remark and was about to leave again, leaving the steward speechless. In fact, these stewards also simultaneously took on the recruitment work, and for every new baptizer member they recruited, they would receive corresponding rewards. Especially someone like Xiaolong, who became a second-tier baptizer at such a young age, was even more of a hot commodity. Oh, by the way, I have a clue about the evolution of mutated creatures. I wonder if your higher-ups are interested. Just then, Xiaolong pretended to remember something and turned back to the steward behind him. Evolution clue. Are you saying you discovered an unknown new type of mutated creature? The steward, who had just been disappointed, immediately perked up at these words. After all, if a clue about a new type of mutated creature was really discovered, the reward would be enough for him to live in the fortress for many years. Well, sort of, Xiaolong said indifferently. If that pair of purple eyes he saw in the City of the Dead was indeed the Zombie King, then its value was not much different from discovering a new mutated creature. In the previous second, the gentlemanly Jonathan, the butler, seemed composed, but in the next second, he became sneaky and cautious, fearing that other competitors would steal his business. After all, if he could introduce this information to the leadership, he would also receive a handsome reward. Cough, if you're really not lying to me, I can take you to the fortress chief officer, Patrick. But if you're lying, we both might be in trouble. He leaned in close to Xiaolong's ear and whispered, a hint of unease in his voice, implying that Xiaolong should think it over carefully. After all, if they deceived the chief officer, given Patrick's temperament, they could very well end up thrown into the furnace of a giant generator as fuel. If you don't trust me, I can find someone else to take me there. Xiaolong stopped wasting words and pretended to leave again. Seeing this, the butler, Joseph, hurriedly ran up to show an apologetic demeanor. No matter what, the reward for discovering a new mutated creature was enough to outweigh this risk. I'm sorry, of course, I believe you. I'll take you to meet our chief officer right now." With that, Joseph the butler began to lead the way in front of Xiaolong, heading towards Building C. As for Patrick, the chief officer of the fortress, his office was located on the top floor of Building C. He rarely made appearances and usually had his subordinates carry out his orders. However, matters concerning the discovery of new mutated creatures and the baptism of new abilities required his personal confirmation. Patrick was a 5th-tier sage, a brain-enhanced type of baptizer. When abilities reach Tier 3 or above, there is a possibility of extending new ability branches, and it is said that besides his high intelligence, Patrick has also developed a sort of mental hypnosis ability. He can control those with weaker mental strength, turning them into obedient puppets. As for the process of controlling others, no one knows to this day. It is speculated that he may also have the ability to erase memories. Xiaolong followed behind the butler, who did not provide any further introduction about the situation within the fortress and headed straight for Building C, indicating that Jonathan was eager to take credit. Upon arriving in front of the quiet building, Xiaolong saw several fierce-looking guards standing at the entrance, but they did not emit the aura typical of baptizers. They were just ordinary people. However, Xiaolong could sense a slightly stronger aura than that of the vagrants, suggesting they were likely drug-enhanced individuals. Some companies have developed injections that can barely enhance human functions, but the improvement isn't significant, and the price is high, with potential side effects, which is why there are few large-scale applications among company members, mostly just for show. "Jonathan, who is this guy behind you?" one of the guards asked as he noticed Xiaolong following the butler. "This is my benefactor. He has a lead on a new mutated creature, and I'm taking him to see the boss," the butler replied cheerfully, as if he were already quite familiar with the fortress's staff. "Oh, even in these times, there are new mutated creatures for you to discover? Just don't be like that fool last time who brought a deformed rabbit as a new creature to the boss, and ended up getting tossed into the furnace along with the rabbit. Besides, the boss is in a bad mood after the recent friction with a rival group. So you better be careful." "Haha," the guard said with a smirk, but still made way for them to enter. Hearing this reminder, Jonathan couldn't help but shiver. Hopefully, this guy can truly give him a surprise, not a scare. Xiaolong, following behind, noticed the butler's fear of their boss. However, fear was understandable. In the old days, angering your company leader could get you fired at most. But now, if you angered your superior, they could kill you and scatter your ashes without anyone daring to complain. The Komodo Fortress was the only building with power generation facilities within 100 kilometers. So the elevators here were still operational. They entered the elevator, preparing to go to the top floor, marking the first modern equipment Xiaolong had seen in 5 years that was still functioning. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a gigantic furry hand suddenly reached in, stopping the doors from closing. Then, 2 muscular soldiers over 2 meters tall, wearing custom-made exoskeleton combat suits, stepped inside. On their chests, they bore the skull logo of Komodo Corporation. But that wasn't all, as these 2 fierce-looking men squeezed into the elevator. A young man dressed in flashy clothing with an extravagant hairstyle arrogantly walked in as well. He cast a disdainful glance at Xiaolong, and the butler Jonathan said nothing, and turned his back to let the 2 soldiers press the button for the 10th floor. As soon as Jonathan saw this flamboyant man, he immediately lowered his head, trembling slightly, and for once, he didn't dare to take a breath. Yet Xiaolong stood inside with her usual frosty demeanor, even raising her head to meet the cold gaze of the 2 serious-looking soldiers, who appeared to be bursting with muscular strength. These 2 soldiers exuded an even more formidable aura than the captain of the fortress gate guards. Each of them was at least a 3rd-tier power-type purifier. Xiaolong could see at a glance that these 2 soldiers were definitely the bodyguards of the Shamate youth in front of him, who had no special aura at all. Chapter 34. Same goal in this narrow elevator. The 2 large 3rd-tier strength-type baptized occupied nearly 2/3 of the space. The atmosphere grew tense after their entrance. At this moment, Butler Jonathan wished he could crawl into the ventilation duct of the elevator, fearing that any action of his might provoke the dissatisfaction of the Shamate youth in front of him. Only Xiaolong maintained his typical cold expression, treating the people before him as if they were air, completely indifferent. This made the two bodyguards furrow their brows involuntarily. What on earth was this guy's identity? If he were an ordinary refugee, upon seeing their third-tier strength, he would surely be dominated by primal fear like the butler beside him, trembling in fear and not daring to breathe. But if he were their equal or even stronger, how could he not sense any special aura emanating from them? Just as the two bodyguards were about to question this suspicious individual about his identity, a crisp electronic sound suddenly chimed, indicating that the elevator had arrived at the 10th floor. "Hey, what you two dawdling for? My dad didn't pay you to pose." The Shamate youth, who exuded only an ordinary aura, had already exited the elevator and urged the two third-tier post-apocalyptic warriors impatiently. Reluctantly, the two powerful warriors, reduced to being someone else's bodyguards, cast one last glance at Xia Lung before stepping out of the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors closed. The heavy atmosphere instantly dissipated, and Butler Jonathan, who had been holding his breath to the point of turning red, finally managed to breathe normally. Ugh, I almost suffocated. How did that spoiled brat suddenly develop an interest in the office area? How could you dare to make eye contact with his bodyguards? You know he is the heir of your company, right? Before the butler could finish his sentence, Xia Lung casually interrupted. This situation is something even a fool could guess. A baptized being a bodyguard for an ordinary person? Either they're extremely wealthy or immensely powerful, at a level capable of controlling the rules of the apocalypse. Oh, so you know that? Then how could you still stare at that person? He's one of the founders of Komodo Mercenary Company, Trav's son. Butler Jonathan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling as if this guy was completely oblivious, as if he didn't understand the meaning of humility. When facing someone who holds your life and death in their hands, it's best to be humble, as it brings no harm to yourself. Xia Lung responded indifferently, nearly causing the butler to spit blood in frustration. Hey, when we go up to see Patrick, don't wear that sour face of yours. He is already in a bad mood. Ding! Just as Butler Jonathan was earnestly reminding Xia Lung of the things to pay attention to, the elevator reached the top floor. However, the situation here was different from what Xia Lung had imagined. He had thought this would be the hub of the entire fortress, heavily guarded every 3 steps and with machine guns every 5 steps, a highly secure area. But it was not. The spacious corridor on the top floor was empty. There were no guards, not even a single piece of clutter, and it was impeccably clean, with the milk-white tiles polished to the point where one could see their reflection clearly. In addition, the entire corridor had only a few office doors and a general manager's office at the end. Seeing the confusion on Xia Lung's face, Butler Jonathan explained, "Actually, I need to tell you the most important thing to pay attention to. Patrick has a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. He can't stand any disorder. Since you look relatively clean right now, I brought you directly here. Just don't do anything like picking your nose once you enter his office." Xia Lung scoffed at this. In an era where everyone struggled to make ends meet, only these people still indulged in such habits. After the butler's lecture on how to behave cautiously when entering, Xia Lung followed behind him toward the spacious door at the end of the corridor. As they passed a few closed office doors lining the side of the corridor, Xia Lung's keen hearing faintly picked up a buzzing sound from inside. It sounded like the noise of machinery operating, but it was not loud. Otherwise, it wouldn't be set near Patrick's ears, which couldn't tolerate any noise. When passing by the last office door, which was the only one with a window, Xia Lung casually glanced inside. His usually expressionless face suddenly widened his eyes. In this last office, a group of people dressed in white lab coats, resembling scholars or professors, were busy inside. They held notepads, seemingly recording something on the display screens, and the table was cluttered with various chemical apparatuses, as if they were researching something intricate. However, Xia Lung's attention wasn't on them. It was on a large whiteboard covered in various equations on the wall. Amidst the densely scribbled calculations written in black marker, Xia Lung's vision, sharp as an electronic eye, locked onto a phrase, "Land of Corpse Cold." Just a glance, and Xia Lung saw the name of the place that had haunted him in his dreams. In addition, he also saw the strange names Mechanical Maze and Sea Emperor Waters. Could they also be code names for mysterious bases from the old era? It seemed that Komodo Company and other organizations were also searching for the answers they sought. However, After discovering this significant secret, Xiaolong's expression almost instantly returned to his usual indifference, as if nothing had happened, and he continued past this mysterious room. Although he shared the same goal as Komodo Company, it didn't necessarily mean they would become partners. Revealing his intentions might even bring him more trouble. Xiaolong initially wanted to ask Patrick whether this high-ranking official would know about this place's name, but now it seemed unnecessary. He needed to find an opportunity to sneak into that office and investigate further. Not long after passing the mysterious office, they arrived at the spacious office door of Patrick at the end of the corridor. The old-era general manager's nameplate still hung on the door, not removed. Butler Jonathan gestured for Xiaolong to remain silent, then stepped forward and carefully knocked 3 times on the door. "Lord Patrick, I've brought him up. The guards downstairs should have informed you in advance, right?" After the butler said this, about 3 seconds later, a lazy voice came from inside. Come in." Chapter 35. The pattern. As soon as Jonathan heard he could enter, he quickly adjusted his clothing again, then furrowed his brows and glanced back at Xiaolong, indicating that he should follow the rules and not act disrespectfully. Then, he pushed open the door and walked into the general manager's office with Xiaolong. As soon as they stepped in, a refreshing scent of air freshener greeted them, enveloping the two of them. The only adjective that describes this office is clean and tidy. In the nearly 1,000-square-foot spacious office, aside from a central mahogany desk, a boss's chair, and a leather sofa in front of the desk, there are no other decorations, making the entire vast office feel extremely empty, yet refreshing. Of course, there is also Patrick, the head of the office, sitting in the boss's chair, who always makes Jonathan, the butler, feel anxious. Patrick appears to be an ordinary person whose looks are not particularly outstanding, but somewhat refined. He has a neat and tidy short haircut, rare white skin in this apocalyptic world, black-rimmed glasses perched on a high nose, and a pristine white shirt without a single stain. Overall, he gives off a vibe of a polished and energetic white-collar worker from a bygone era, and he looks very young, probably in his 20s, not yet 30. When Patrick looked up and saw the 2 people entering through the door, he immediately noticed the clean youth, Xiaolong, behind the butler. Xiaolong's skin was even whiter and more flawless than his, in an almost perfect state. This gave Patrick a good first impression of the clean young man. In fact, even Xiaolong, who rarely looked in the mirror, did not realize that since merging with the Blacklight Virus, his originally sun-kissed skin had gradually been purified by the virus, leaving not even a single blemish, resulting in skin more delicate and fair than that of women from the old era. However, when Xiaolong looked at the head of the office, his first subconscious thought was that the taste after consuming this man should be quite good. Patrick is a brain-enhanced sage, physically no different from ordinary people, so he does not possess the uncontrollable ferocity of a strength-type baptizer. However, Xiaolong could still detect a special aura from him, albeit softer and harder to perceive in detail. "Lord Patrick, this is the second-tier apocalypse hunter named Xiaolong. He claims to have discovered clues about a new type of mutated organism," Jonathan the butler said without unnecessary chatter or a flattering smile, directly and succinctly introducing the young man behind him. The butler understood the head of the office's temperament, as he despised wasting time with idle pleasantries. "All right, I understand. You can step out and wait, but don't go too far," Patrick said. Jonathan the butler shivered instinctively upon hearing this. It was indeed a high-risk reward. Once the butler left the office, only the 2 of them remained in the spacious room. "Are you really the merchant from the wilderness, as described in the form? Your skin doesn't look like it," Patrick casually asked, gesturing for Xiaolong to sit on the sofa. If it weren't for the cleanliness of the young man, he wouldn't let anyone sit on his sofa so easily. Previously, many people with dreams of getting rich had come to him with so-called new discoveries of mutated organisms. However, without exception, they were all animals that had undergone deformities due to black rain, simply having grown an extra leg or an eye compared to their kind, and were not much different from the registered mutated organisms. This kind of blunder had gradually annoyed Patrick, prompting him to impose a strict punishment. If anything was found to be fake, it would be tossed into the furnace along with a new organism to generate electricity. After that, people who wanted to try to get away with it basically disappeared. After all, one's own life is more important. "I know there's a zombie king at a certain location in the commercial street," and all the zombies in that entire street will obey its commands. I think you would be interested. Xiaolong remained calm and said without any reaction to the threat implied in Patrick's seemingly joking words. However, this made Patrick unable to remain calm. Zombies. He certainly knew well about these brutal monsters mutated from humans. And the company had captured and studied quite a few of them at first, but they did not find anything valuable. Zombie King? Are you saying those leaders of the Walking Dead? Ha ha. Could it be that these brute monsters have developed a social class system? Do you have any evidence? And can you, just by yourself, infiltrate the center of the zombie street? Patrick immediately laughed out loud. The zombies he had studied before, let alone a sense of social class. They didn't even have self-awareness, just like other wild beasts, only knowing how to use various brutal attacks to fill their bellies. No evidence, but I can personally take you to verify. If it's false, let your subordinates punish me on the spot then. Xiaolong still said expressionlessly. Oh, so confident? You think that as a young second-tier baptizer, I would hesitate to kill you? Patrick propped his chin on his hand, using sharp eyes to directly stare into the other person's eyes, trying to discern any abnormalities or signs of fear. But there were none. Xiaolong's eyes were like a calm lake, without a ripple, making Patrick, a sage with far superior mental strength, unable to see any flaws. Why does this guy's eyes give me a feeling that he is not human? Patrick's wise eyes were like a highly precise lie detector, capable of accurately capturing any subtle changes in the other person's gaze and expression. If the other party lied in front of him, he would definitely notice. But the eyes of the man in front of him were so calm that they hardly seemed human, even though baptizers had already begun to drift away from the realm of humanity. All right, if those zombies really evolved social behavior, it could indeed bring great research value to our company, especially if the Zombie King you mentioned truly exists. Patrick pondered for a moment. The Zombie King. If it really exists and can be captured, perhaps the secret of commanding other zombies could be uncovered. After all, nearly 90% of the world's human population has mutated into such monsters. If his company could control these vast numbers of zombies, the entire wasteland world would undergo a tremendous change. Chapter 36. The team. Patrick crossed his legs and lounged comfortably in his office chair, looking down at the other person with a condescending gaze, seeing that this head of the company still intended to press for more details. Xiaolong pretended to show some impatience. You know that we end-time hunters have quite a good sense of danger. That Zombie King is very powerful. I am not its match. However, since it seems you still don't quite believe me, I can look for other mercenary companies, so you won't have to worry about being deceived by me. Xiaolong pretended to get up and prepare to leave, and this action immediately made Patrick's pupils slightly dilate. No one had ever dared to make such unreasonable moves in front of him. Although he didn't like his subordinates fawning over him, he also disliked others disrespecting him. If it were any other subordinate who had behaved this way in front of him, their fate would certainly not be more comfortable than being thrown into a furnace. However, compared to the temptation of a new type of evolved creature like the Zombie King, as well as his first impression of this indifferent man, Patrick's impending emotional outburst calmed down. Patrick stood up, adjusted his slightly wrinkled white shirt, then picked up the phone on his mahogany desk and dialed a number, succinctly beginning to deploy the hunting team. Xiaolong turned his back to the overall supervisor behind him, a hint of cunning flashing in his pupils. His first goal had already been achieved, and the second goal was to find a way to extract information about the land of corpse cold from this company. The personnel had already been arranged and were on standby at the door. Do you want to set off now, or take a break first? Patrick put down the phone, sat back down with a smile, and asked Xiaolong. Let's set off now, because the sun might set again, and we don't know when it will rise again. Just as he was about to leave the office, Patrick called out to Xiaolong one last time. You're thinking of our company so much. What kind of generous reward do you want? As soon as Xiaolong stepped out of the supervisor's office, he saw butler Jonathan standing at the door with his eyes closed and hands crossed over his chest, seemingly praying for something. However, upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he immediately jolted awake, opening his eyes to see his benefactor standing right in front of him, with the same indifferent expression. You're out. How did it go? Did Lord Patrick believe you? Jonathan hurriedly approached and asked nervously, as this also concerned his own life. I don't know. The outcome depends on whether we can capture that living corpse king. Do you want to come with me? Xiaolong turned his head and coldly looked at the butler, who was very skilled in social dealings. Ahem, let's forget it. I have a lot of work to do in the fortress and can't leave. As soon as Jonathan heard they were going to leave the safe fortress for that terrifying and eerie street, he quickly found an excuse to refuse. By the way, what are those rooms next door for? Why are they connected to your boss's office? Seizing the opportunity while the other was highly tense, Xiaolong casually asked this important question. Those rooms? Oh, besides being the overall supervisor of this fortress, our boss Patrick also serves as an advisor to the company's research team. However, what they're researching is not something we lower-class people are qualified to know. After parting ways with the butler, he headed toward the fortress gates. Patrick said that the two teams of mercenaries would follow him to the living dead commercial street and were waiting at the gate. Stepping out of the isolated fortress, Xiaolong saw two fully armed mercenary teams standing before the copper walls and iron gates under the scorching sun, among which were several members of the baptized, exuding a strong aura. Shoo, keep your voice down, or the captain will hear you. With his temper, he might strip you of your clothes and throw you under the sun. Xiaolong, with his keen senses, listened to the various complaints coming from the team and approached them nonchalantly. Are you the important person Lord Patrick mentioned? At that moment, a large and muscular man blocked Xiaolong's path and asked him in an arrogant tone. Yes, you must be Captain Philip. We can set off now. You little brat. Philip was taken aback, then became somewhat angry. He couldn't sense the aura of a baptized from Xiaolong and was surprised that he dared to disregard him like this. Could he be a brain-enhanced intellect? However, he didn't directly confront Xiaolong because the overall supervisor Patrick spoke highly of him, which meant he must have some exceptional qualities. So, the petty-minded Philip silently noted this displeasure in his heart. Hello, I am Gilbert, captain of the Falcon Squad. I heard you are also an apocalypse hunter, like me. Then, a man with a special aura approached with a smile. Compared to the first one, Philip, he was already quite a gentleman. Xiaolong looked at him, his dark complexion, eagle-like sharp eyes, and arms that, while not very muscular, were filled with streamlined muscle lines, made it clear that he was an agile enhancement-type hunter. So, he extended his hand to shake with the other. Hello, can we set off now? Xiaolong's tone was still very calm, but compared to before, simply greeting someone was already quite rare. Ha, I guess you're also an agile enhancement hunter, right? So impatient. Let's set off now. Philip, have your team start the vehicles, and let's hunt again for some excitement. Then, Xiaolong heard several deafening engine roars coming from behind. Chapter 37. Returning to the zombie street, requesting votes. On the way to the commercial street 15 kilometers away, 5 armored vehicles loaded with personnel and an M1A1 main battle tank rumbled down the road. The scorching sun distorted the air and made the metal surfaces of the vehicles extremely hot. If one placed their palm on the surface for 3 seconds, they could smell the aroma of grilled meat. This was the mercenary team that Patrick had arranged to accompany Xiaolong to the zombie street. Xiaolong had thought that at most a few transport vehicles would be sent with him, but unexpectedly, they even dispatched a tank from the old era, which showed how much importance these companies placed on discovering new types of organisms. The group was divided into 2 teams, each with about 25 fully armed elite mercenaries. Leading the 2 teams are Captain Gilbert, the agile enhanced apocalypse hunter, who heads the Falcon Squad, and Captain Philip, the strength-type apocalypse warrior, who leads the Tiger Squad. Their roles are different, and even the equipment of their respective mercenary teams varies greatly. The Falcon Squad mainly focuses on long-range shooting, with members including snipers, assault gunners, machine gunners, and even rocket gunners for remote firepower. The Tiger Squad is primarily a close combat team, with each member wearing sturdy exoskeleton combat suits and wielding various violent melee weapons, including quite a few first-stage apocalypse warriors. When they go out on missions, these 2 teams have a high level of mutual understanding and have coordinated in combat many times as old teammates. The Falcon Squad takes the lead in sniping enemies from a distance, eliminating a batch of the opponent's long-range firepower, while the Tiger Squad is responsible for preventing the Falcon team from being ambushed up close by the enemy, thus launching a counterattack. In short, they play different roles in different environments. The open wilderness is the main battlefield for the Falcon Squad, while urban combat in densely built-up areas is the best place for the Tiger Squad to launch their attacks. At this moment, Xia Lung is sitting in the first armored vehicle with the two captains, waiting to reach their destination. However, Captain Philip still maintains his arrogant demeanor, casually smoking a cigar without caring about the smoke filling the closed vehicle. Gilbert, with a smile, explains to Xia Lung in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere inside the vehicle. Xia Lung didn't mind. The Blacklight Virus in his body could block all harmful smoke from affecting his health and would also purify his respiratory tract. Tired? I have never known what it means to be tired. Those useless mobsters are not even worth a rat in my eyes. Hearing this, Philip let out a disdainful snort. But it was indeed the case. A fully armed mercenary team with a strong command consciousness could deal with a group of unruly, disorganized mob camps in the wilderness without losing a single soldier, easily wiping them out. As for why they would lower themselves to deal with a group of barbaric mobs, it was because that blind refugee camp had hijacked a water transport vehicle from the Komodo Company. When people are starving and thirsty to the point of near death, they can do anything. For a moment's sustenance, they would irrationally hijack goods that could bring about their own doom. Have you been to this street? Do you know what the situation is like inside? Through the observation window at the front of the armored vehicle, Xia Lung saw that they were getting closer to their destination, various billboards gradually coming into view. Are you talking about the Street of the Living Dead? Our company is currently short-staffed in dealing with hostile groups. How could we possibly go and wipe out these meaningless zombies? If it weren't for you saying that new mutated creatures were discovered deep inside, the company wouldn't have sent our team to carry out such a task that anyone could do, Gilbert said with a smile. In fact, he was very curious about what kind of new mutated creatures could make Patrick so concerned. Just as they were briefly exchanging words, the entire team had already arrived at the street shrouded in shadow. Captain, we have arrived. Please give the next command. The deputy commander, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to ask Captain Gilbert behind him. He was a hunter-type purifier with enhanced vision. I understand. Have all team members check their gear again. Although we are facing mindless barbarian-like monsters this time, I don't want anyone becoming their prey due to carelessness, Gilbert said seriously. Even Philip, the rough man, became serious at this moment, started to check his exoskeleton armor, with his weapon being a titanium alloy double-edged blade longer than 2 meters. Regardless of the task or enemy, both teams would bring full combat spirit to fight, which is one of the reasons for their impressive battle records. In fact, Xia Lung wanted to tell them that these living corpses were not without intelligence. Under the command of that mysterious zombie king, their efficiency and cooperation was even comparable to that of a well-trained army. The three of them got out of the armored vehicle, looking at the eerie street filled with a sense of danger. The giant billboard Xia Lung had shot down was still quietly lying in the middle of the street, but the living corpse underneath had disappeared, perhaps dragged away by other living corpses. Dried dark green bloodstains still remained on the ground. The billboard ahead blocked the armored vehicle's path. Have your men move it aside, Gilbert said to Captain Philip beside him. This kind of physical work has always been done by them. Their sharpshooter team can provide cover from behind. Subsequently, several soldiers wearing heavy exoskeleton armor walked over. Although they were all ordinary people, long-term training combined with the support of the armor allowed their individual strength to nearly reach that of a first-tier apocalypse warrior. Xia Lung was observing the street, and the tide of corpses that had previously surrounded and chased him had already disappeared without a trace. Perhaps they were lying in ambush in the surrounding buildings, waiting for the right moment to pounce like raindrops. At this time, several soldiers had arrived at the giant billboard and were each grabbing a corner to start moving it. Hey, do you think if we get bitten by these living corpses, we would turn into mindless zombies like in the movies? Philip asked curiously, holding the exaggeratedly large double-edged sword. You've watched too many old movies. If you get caught by these living corpses, do you think your body would still leave behind a complete skeleton? Just as everyone was waiting for the obstacle to be moved, Xia Lung suddenly sensed a familiar violent aura emanating from the giant billboard ahead. The soldiers felt that this decaying underwear billboard was surprisingly heavy, beyond their imagination. Suddenly, with a sound of nylon tearing, a rotting, skin-peeling, dried-up arm burst out from the layers of the giant billboard, grabbing one of the soldiers' right leg. Chapter 38. Lights the mercenary was caught off guard by the arm that suddenly reached out from the billboard, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Before he could react, the emaciated arm exhibited a powerful strength, dragging him toward the inside of the billboard. Bang! Just as he was about to be pulled in, a thunderous gunshot rang out in the street. The dried-up arm that was about to drag the mercenary into the billboard was instantly severed at the elbow by a sniper bullet, allowing the mercenary to escape the grip. These living corpses were actually hiding inside the billboard. Gilbert put down his ERG sniper rifle. The shot was fired by him, completing the series of actions from raising the gun, aiming, to firing in the blink of an eye. Roar! At this moment, the unique sharp roars of the living corpses echoed from within the billboard's layer, and there was more than one. With a series of ripping sounds as the advertising fabric was torn apart, several zombies crawled out, baring their fangs and lunging at the 4 mercenaries from the Tiger Squad who were responsible for the transport. However, they were not defenseless. Upon realizing the danger, they quickly drew their unique weapons. Just as one living corpse was about to sink its massive jaws into a mercenary's neck, he immediately tightened his grip on a steel cleaver and swung it back. Crack! The head of the living corpse was instantly cleaved in two by the sharp blade. The gray crystal in its skull was the only source of its movement. Once struck by the cleaver, it fell to the ground, completely losing its ability to move. The other mercenaries quickly followed suit, using their excellent reaction skills and combat training to swiftly dispatch the zombies attacking them. As for the additional living corpses, they were taken out by the sharpshooters from the Falcon Squad, covering the rear of the team. Soon, the street fell quiet again. Within just a few seconds, all 8 living corpses had been completely exterminated. These savage monsters had even learned to lie in ambush. Captain Philip was somewhat astonished. In his memory, these living corpses would usually charge recklessly at any prey they saw, never waiting for the prey to come right in front of them to launch an attack. Fortunately, with the team's extensive combat experience, these living corpses posed no threat to them at all. Just then, the previously silent Xia Lung spoke up. Why? Aren't we going to attack anyway? These living corpses shatter upon contact. Even the outer exoskeleton armor of my men can't be bitten through. Captain Phillips said somewhat proudly, as the value spent on each member's equipment in his team could support an entire ordinary refugee camp. However, his thoughts were soon shattered as he widened his eyes in shock at what lay ahead. From the black mist in the street, which had been long deprived of sunlight, came a sudden flurry of rustling sounds, which gradually morphed into deafening roars. A massive number of fast-moving, yet oddly postured humanoid silhouettes began to emerge into view. They were the tide of corpses Xia Lung had seen before. Thousands of living corpses formed a rotting tsunami, surging towards them, creating a momentum that left everyone feeling an unprecedented shock. The sheer number was such that even if 2 teams exhausted all their ammunition and supplies, they could at most eliminate 1/3 of them. The ground even seemed to tremble slightly beneath their feet. This scene surprised Xia Lung as well. He had thought the tide of corpses would only appear in the center of the commercial street, yet it had emerged so quickly at the street entrance. As if to deter them from taking another step forward, Philip noticed that his subordinates seemed stunned by the sight before them, forgetting to escape. So he angrily shouted, but his voice was completely drowned out by the roars of the tide. Dozens of mutated living corpses at the forefront of the tide opened their gaping mouths, unleashing long, barbed tongues that instantly lashed out and ensnared the bodies of the 4 mercenaries. With a powerful tug, the 4 mercenaries barely had time to scream before being torn into pieces and dragged into the tide. So compared to those rioters in the wild, what combat capability does this group of living corpses have? Can we still push deeper? Xia Lung turned to look at the 2 captains beside him, smiling as he asked, with a hint of playful tone. Upon hearing this, Philip's face turned ashen. He wanted to grab the man and throw him into the sea of zombies. Feeling disgraced by being looked down upon, especially after losing 4 of his subordinates, Gilbert's expression was not much better. Had the task assigned to him by Patrick failed so easily? Xia Lung then walked over to Gilbert and asked, "Does your company have high-intensity lights like searchlights?" Gilbert understood immediately what he was getting at. Was he planning to clear a path with intense light? However, would those ultraviolet rays be enough to make that group of corpses flee? But it was worth a try, so he called for his assistant Kanov. "Do we have the searchlights from our night raid on the enemy camp in the vehicle?" How much battery is left? It should still be there. I'll check right now. His assistant hurriedly ran to the last armored vehicle to check. Captain, we've brought the lights. The battery has enough charge to keep the searchlight on for about an hour. After a while, the assistant returned with several mercenaries, bringing out 6 giant searchlights, each with a diameter of nearly 2 meters, capable of casting powerful light over a kilometer away. All right, turn on one of the searchlights and aim it at that disgusting bunch in front to see if it has any effect. Then, with the skilled operation of several mercenaries, the massive searchlight was set up, aimed at the dense tide of corpses ahead. Damn it, let me do it. I want to avenge my subordinates. Captain Philip, filled with rage, walked over and effortlessly lifted the heavy searchlight as if it were a woman's handbag. Click! The moment the switch was turned on, a beam of intense light shot out, instantly illuminating a 5-meter radius of the zombie horde ahead. Less than 3 seconds later, the horde of zombies illuminated by the bright light let out a piercing roar, and a wisp of black smoke began to rise from their decaying bodies. Chapter 39. Despair. The ultraviolet rays contained in the high-powered spotlight indeed had an effect on these living corpses. Everyone saw that in the area illuminated by the light, a wisp of black smoke quickly emerged from the skin-rotting bodies of the living corpses, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Soon, a clear area will appear in the illuminated zone, and the zombies that are exposed to the light will desperately push away from each other, unwilling to let even a hint of ultraviolet light touch them. It turns out that these pain and death-defying monsters are afraid of even a small amount of ultraviolet light from the spotlight. This mission just became much simpler. Philip, like a giant child, moved the giant spotlight, constantly shaking the lamp head, thoroughly enjoying the sight of the zombies in front of him dancing around as they were blasted by the bright light. All right, enough playing around. Let's install these spotlights on top of each armored vehicle. Let the tanks clear the path ahead with the lights facing backward, and ensure that every vehicle is within the range of illumination as we continue our departure. In contrast, the more mature and rational Gilbert immediately issued orders, instructing his subordinates to get everything ready before allowing the entire team to move forward. Initially, it was thought that with armored vehicles, the scattered zombies posed no threat at all. However, it was unimaginable that the number of these zombies was ridiculously high, and they even gathered in groups. If they charged directly into the horde with the armored vehicles, even if those zombies couldn't break through the hard armor, they would be blocked by piles of corpses and would be forever trapped in an endless tide of bodies. The roar of vehicles and tanks resumed, but it was still not enough to overpower the roaring storm of corpses ahead. However, with the spotlight clearing the way, a 5-meter-wide illuminated avenue suddenly appeared on the road ahead. The ferocious zombies avoided the light of the spotlight, crowding together to the sides. Even those who were forced into the light were crushed into a pile of meat by the leading tank. At this moment, the scene resembled a small flame suddenly igniting in a dense ant colony, not bringing light to the ants, but instead leading them to a disaster of death. Xiao Lung remained vigilant, feeling that things would not simply be glossed over. He wondered if the Zombie King had evolved to resist ultraviolet damage. 5 armored vehicles and a tank had already entered the street of the living dead. The surrounding horde of zombies let out a chilling roar that drowned out the roar of the vehicles. And even inside the heavily fortified cars, the sound was unavoidable, filling everyone's ears. If one were to stick their head out of the vehicle at that moment, they would see the entire block transformed into a deep red ocean, the crimson pupils of the zombies gathering into a dark red light that enveloped every corner. Even if a few zombies occasionally broke through the deadly light and entered the narrow shadows in the back of the vehicle that were not illuminated, they could not bite through the thick armor of the armored car, leaving at most a faint bite mark before being crushed by the vehicles following behind. Just when everyone thought they could reach the target point in the center of the commercial street, one of the drivers in the last armored vehicle suddenly noticed something strange. He saw that a portion of the zombies were actually killing each other, the bloodthirsty brutality of it making one's heart tremble. For instance, several zombies would suddenly grab one of their kind nearby, followed by chaotic violent tearing, quickly shredding it into pieces. What were they doing? Had they become frenzied because they could not attack us? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, as if something had hit the surface of the vehicle, startling everyone inside, making them think there was a malfunction. Fortunately, the vehicle kept moving forward at the same speed. Perhaps it had just crushed the head of some zombie. Thud! Thud! A series of thuds followed, and this time, people began to panic. He trembled as he picked up the intercom and shouted, "Those zombies are using corpses to smash against the searchlight, trying to cover the light with blood." The zombies that had killed their companion were madly smashing the dismembered bodies against the searchlight installed on the back of the vehicle. Originally, the searchlight's outer shell was fitted with a layer of metal protective grating to prevent damage from impacts, and there were hundreds of bulbs inside. Even if some were shot out by enemies, they could still function. However, nobody expected that these zombies would cruelly kill their companions and hurl their bodies at the searchlight, splattering thick, dark green blood with shattered organs all over the glass surface, obstructing the light. The continuous smashing sounds kept coming until finally, the powerful light on that armored vehicle was completely covered, no longer inflicting effective damage on the zombies. Finally, the already restless horde of corpses surged toward the armored vehicle at the end of the convoy, as if they had discovered a puddle of water in the desert. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the heavy armored vehicle was knocked over by the bodies of hundreds of zombies, crashing to the ground. The wheels roared helplessly in the air, and the thudding sounds echoed outside the vehicle, causing the hearts of the 8 mercenary members inside to feel as if they were being hit the same way, leaving them in shock. Do not be afraid. These zombies that can only attack with flesh and blood definitely cannot break through the defenses of the armored vehicle. We just need to wait for our companions to rescue us. The driver forced down his inner fear, trying to comfort everyone inside. But suddenly he saw a scene that made him swallow the words he hadn't finished saying. He saw some zombies holding road signs or metal pipes, their faces twisted with rage, crawling to the bulletproof windshield and starting to smash it with wild abandon. Their seemingly tireless stamina and ferocious strength caused even the bulletproof glass to gradually develop cracks. Additionally, some mercenaries inside were nearing a breakdown in this horrifying environment. They grabbed heavy machine guns and other firearms, aimed at the windows, and began to scream and pull the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The loud shouts and gunfire instantly mixed with the roars of the zombies outside, followed by the sound of shattering bulletproof glass. The first wave of zombies at the front of the vehicle was knocked down by the torrential rain of bullets pouring out from inside. But soon the next wave of zombies climbed up and began to squeeze inside. Finally, when several zombies pressed in with their companions' bodies, the brief screams and all gunfire abruptly ceased, leaving only the wheels still weakly screeching in the air. Chapter 40. Destination not even halfway through the journey. The mercenary team of 50 members had already lost 10, nearly 1/5. Were these monsters being commanded by someone? Philip's expression was one of shock, his mouth agape and unable to utter a word. If the refugees they had once exterminated could be likened to rats, then these living corpses were like a pack of hyenas from the old African savanna, waiting for the right moment to deliver the deadliest blow. At this moment, although Xiaolong's face remained calm, his muscles were tense, ready to abandon the vehicle at any moment. Because it was better to escape on his own, using the previous method, than to be trapped in this tin, waiting for the horde of living corpses to break it open. He had thought that the armored convoy from Komodo Company could truly force their way into the center of the street, but in the face of the zombie tide, it was still as fragile as glass. Bang, bang, bang. Next, the remaining 4 armored vehicles were struck by various zombie remains. And once the searchlights were covered in zombie blood, it would be the moment for the horde to launch a full-scale attack. Damn it, everyone, get your act together. Some people climbed out onto the vehicle roofs to clean the bloodstains off the searchlights. Don't let them get completely covered. Captain Philip was skilled at turning fear into motivation. He immediately stood up in fury and used his communicator to issue orders to his subordinates. Such dangerous physical tasks were typically handled by the Tiger Squad. They truly lived up to their reputation as a professionally trained and battle-hardened mercenary team. In this dire situation, they were driven by the instinctual desire to fight that was ingrained in their bones. The members of the Tiger Squad, clad in exoskeleton battle suits, did not hesitate or retreat. They actively opened the hatches of their vehicles, climbed onto the roofs of the armored cars, and tore off their clothing to desperately wipe the dark green blood from the searchlights. At the same time, the members of the Falcon squad were not idle either. They leaned out of the vehicle, gripped the handles of the mounted machine guns tightly, and pulled the triggers, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the hordes of corpses that were relentlessly crashing into them. Tot. The mercenaries' roars, the whistling bullets, and the howls of the living dead blended together to create a magnificent symphony. No one entertained thoughts of retreat because, in such an environment, there was no opportunity to back down. They could only fight to the end against these living corpses. This time, it was Captain Gilbert who roared into the communicator to issue orders, his eyes already bloodshot. On the battlefield of life and death, all notions of gentlemanly conduct had long been cast aside. Boom! Just after issuing the command, the tank, already loaded, fired a shell at the horde of living corpses ahead. The explosion at the impact site produced a tremendous sound, and the flames and shock waves instantly swept through the nearby living corpses, turning them into fragments that flew in all directions. In this contest between human technology and mutated creatures, technology ultimately held a slight advantage. Those ferocious and violent living corpses were torn apart by the tank's artillery fire. With their coordinated efforts, the speed of the convoy increased significantly, and no more corpses or blood splatter obscured the searchlights. This scene even made Xia Lung involuntarily regard the two teams with newfound respect, but they had not yet reached the center of the zombie street, and everything remained uncertain. With 4 armored vehicles and a tank accelerating at full speed, the group was getting closer to their target, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. However, the living dead also did not have the concept of retreat or escape. The closer they got to the center of the street, the more frenzied the living corpses became. Their numbers showed no signs of diminishing, as they crazily pursued the convoy in overwhelming numbers. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of this intense chase, they finally saw the iconic building at the center of the commercial street, the Trade Tower. As expected, the central square was also densely packed with a swarm of living corpses, sending chills down one's spine. However, under the strong light of the searchlights, they emitted unwilling roars and reluctantly made way for a path until the convoy safely stopped at the entrance of the trade building. All vehicles spread out in a radial formation, ensuring that each vehicle was shrouded in the beams of the searchlights. After Gilbert arranged the convoy into a safe position, everyone tightened their grips on their weapons and descended from the sturdy armored vehicles with somber expressions. Do you need a weapon? It seems you don't have a suitable one yet. Before getting off, Gilbert noticed that Xia Lung was empty-handed, with only a bulletless handgun tucked at his waist. 5 searchlights formed a circular absolute zone in front of the trade building, isolating the densely packed living corpses outside, while the creatures continued to emit piercing howls towards those within the range of the searchlights. Under the dual pressure of visual and auditory stimuli, the mercenaries gasped for breath, their bodies trembling slightly. They held their weapons, aiming at the endless tide of corpses surrounding them. They all knew that if these living corpses surged forward, even with weapons that had infinite bullets, it would be of no use at all. It would merely provide a bit of comfort to their psychologically overwhelmed state. As Xia Lung raised her head and looked at the trade building in front of her, the intense sense of danger she felt when she first arrived here alone had vanished, and those purple eyes were naturally gone as well. Could it be that the commotion this time was too loud, causing the Zombie King to relocate in advance? Or was it deliberately hiding its presence? Regardless of whether it existed or not, they had already arrived here and ultimately had to decide to go up and take a look. Perhaps they could find some clues. Captain, the spotlight's battery can last for about 40 more minutes, but we will need the light to find our way back. So we suggest not spending more than half an hour in this building. Just then, the deputy rushed over to report the situation to Captain Gilbert. These spotlights were equivalent to their protective charms. If they ran out of power before escaping this street of the undead, what awaited them would be complete annihilation. Chapter 41. Ambush understood. 5 people will stay behind to keep watch. If there is any unusual situation, report to me immediately via the communicator. The others should prepare their gear and follow us into the building. Additionally, 2 people need to go and take down the spotlight from the tank to bring along. Captain Gilbert calmly issued his orders, and everyone was already geared up and ready to delve into the dark trade building that concealed endless dangers. The weapon chosen by Xia Lung is a sharp and heavy titanium alloy long blade, which reveals a sharp metallic sheen under the light. This weapon is the best he has used in recent years. Are you sure the Corpse King commanding the zombie horde is in this building? I don't want my men to return empty-handed. And you know Patrick's temper. Gilbert turned to Xia Lung, wanting to confirm again, as the building in front of them was too quiet. We'll find out once we go up. Don't worry, I'll go up with you. If you find out I'm deceiving you, feel free to execute me on the spot in place of Patrick. Xia Lung's eternally calm gaze made it impossible for Gilbert to discern what this man was truly thinking. Damn it, what's there to be wishy-washy about? If we can't take down that living Corpse King up there, I'll just take this kid down instead, to honor my fallen teammates. Captain Philip, with his bad temper, grabbed his giant double-edged sword, eager to vent the pent-up frustration he had accumulated on the way, and he glared fiercely at the culprit behind it all. Then, under Philip's lead, everyone began to head towards the open entrance of the trade building. Behind them, the living corpses, isolated by the floodlights, forming an absolute zone, continued to emit wild roars, as if threatening everyone to refrain from delving deeper into the building. Damn it, what do these things usually eat to have such loud voices? As the apocalypse warrior, Captain Philip walked at the forefront of the team. His burly figure and the massive double-edged sword in his hand created an overwhelming sense of pressure with just a glance. Behind him were more than 30 mercenary members divided into 3 small teams. The fierce members of the Tiger team, known for their strong close combat and defense capabilities, were split into 2 teams, with the Falcon team responsible for long-range fire support mixed in between. Additionally, reconnaissance personnel were dispatched to scout the terrain and enemy situations ahead. The various facilities of the entire trade building had long lost their function, and the interior was even darker than the streets outside, with visibility reduced to nothing. 2 mercenaries moved a spotlight, dismantled from a tank, to the entrance of the hall, aiming the nearly 2-meter-wide light at the interior. Click! The light turned on, instantly illuminating the dark hall, revealing the internal situation to everyone. The once grand trade building, which served as the face of the city, was now a scene of devastation. The luxurious giant crystal chandelier had fallen to the floor, and embedded diamonds were scattered around, shimmering in a colorful glow under the light. Those valuable sofas, exquisite sculptures, marble tables, and huge displays, all items, were utterly unrecognizable, with not a single piece intact. The scattered broken documents and faint traces of dried blood hinted at the chaos, bloodshed, and despair that had erupted here 5 years ago when the black rain first fell. However, apart from these desolate scenes, there was no nest of living corpses hiding inside, ready to ambush everyone as imagined. 2 reconnaissance soldiers cautiously stepped into the hall first, their helmet visors equipped with night vision, barely allowing them to see into the dark corners where the spotlight did not reach. Yet, they found no signs of life in any corner. The entire hall appeared ominously cold and lifeless, making it the perfect setting for a horror film from the old days. Just as the 2 reconnaissance soldiers surveyed the area and found nothing unusual, preparing to inform the captain that they could proceed, a sudden sound echoed above them, resembling the sound of swallowing. The 2 soldiers instinctively looked up, only to see the high ceiling covered in blood-red dots, flickering randomly like stars in the night sky. This is, before they could discern what the red dots were, a piercing shriek accompanied by a sudden whip-like tentacle drop from above, wrapping around one soldier's neck, lifting him off the ground and dragging him straight up to the ceiling. Another scout, realizing the situation, was shocked to turn on his portable flashlight and shine it upwards. Instantly, his eyes widened in horror. He saw that the ceiling was filled with mutated zombies hanging like bats, numbering in the hundreds. Their drooping tongues were densely packed, resembling vines in a rainforest, making anyone who glanced at them break out in goosebumps. As for the scout, who was the first to be pulled up, he was instantly torn to pieces by the many mutated zombies, completely devoured. The remaining scout knew he wouldn't escape in time either, so, just before his death, he wanted to warn his teammates about the traps on the ceiling. However, as soon as he uttered a single word, He was also wrapped up by several barbed tongues. The others outside naturally saw this scene. The two scouts had proven just how dangerous it was inside with their lives. Damn it. Adjust the searchlight's position and shine it on the ceiling. Captain Gilbert, seeing two more members of his team sacrifice themselves, immediately shouted this command in anger. Roar! Suddenly, hundreds of mutated zombies were illuminated by the sudden bright light, causing them to frantically scurry against the walls and ceiling. Some lost their balance and fell hard to the ground, and as they struggled to get up, they were instantly shot into a pulp by the furious team members at the door. In an instant, the hall was filled with the roars of monsters and the intense sounds of gunfire. When a mutated zombie attempted to break through the deadly light and charge out of the hall to attack, it was chopped into meat paste by the ambushed members of the Tiger Squad at the door. You pests! Watch how I crush you all! At this moment, Captain Philip, a warrior of the apocalypse, felt his bloodthirsty desire ignite upon seeing this scene. Gripping his double-edged sword, he strode directly into the dangerous hall. Roar! As soon as he stepped inside, two mutated zombies seemed to have been lying in wait, suddenly pouncing at the burly man from the corners. Oomph! However, Captain Philip snorted coldly, completely unfazed. Just as they were about to attack him, he struck. Boom! Philip instantly swung his massive left fist, hitting the rotting face of the zombie attacking from the left, sending it flying dozens of meters away to crash against the wall, its brain and skull shattering into a mess, never to rise again. The mutated zombie on the right was about to gnaw on his body. Violet raised the massive titanium alloy double blade and effortlessly danced with it, creating a flurry of strikes. With a crunch, the mutated zombie was reduced to several pieces that fell to the ground, while the still living head rolled to his feet, letting out a reluctant roar. Chapter 42, Woman. Philip didn't even glance at it, lifting his hard leather boot to crush the fallen zombie head beneath his foot, seeing their leader charging into battle. The members of the Tiger Squad were also ignited with high fighting spirit, roaring as they rushed into the hall to fight alongside their captain. The foul-smelling blood and shredded flesh of the zombies quickly stained their bodies a dark green, but no one frowned, focusing instead on slaying every zombie that charged at them. Because if anyone got distracted and was ridden by a zombie, they too would be torn to pieces by the opponent's powerful strength and sharp claws. Meanwhile, the Falcon Squad outside was not idle either. They raised their proficient firearms and, with pinpoint accuracy, shot the zombies that attempted to sneak attack the Tiger Squad from behind. In particular, several mercenaries carrying Gatling heavy machine guns created a metal storm of bullets, shredding the zombies in their path instantly. As for Xiaolong, he watched the bloody scene of the fierce battle with cold eyes. At that moment, he had yet to take action, worried that the Blacklight Virus within him would succumb to the delicious temptation of the zombies and eat them in front of everyone. One could only imagine what expressions those people would have at that moment. Moreover, Xiaolong's target is not the ubiquitous living corpses, but the corpse king who may be commanding the horde of living corpses from upstairs. He must maintain 100 of his energy to deal with the unknown formidable enemy he is about to encounter. Soon, after a fierce battle among the group, hundreds of mutated living corpses lurking on the ceiling of the hall were completely eradicated. However, the mercenary team also paid a painful price, with 6 mercenaries torn to shreds and dozens of others suffering varying degrees of injuries. The worst off among them had his entire shoulder and a third of his body torn apart, with his internal organs spilling out, yet he was still alive, continuously letting out agonizing howls. Captain Gilbert silently walked in front of this team member, pulled out a large-caliber handgun from his pocket, and aimed it at the head twisted in pain. The team member looked at the captain with eyes full of longing, hoping for a swift end. Bang! Smoke billowed from the gun's muzzle, and a member who had been gravely injured completely lost the will to struggle. All right, let's continue moving forward. Everyone maintained the highest level of vigilance. At this moment, the hall was filled not only with the bodies of mutated corpses strewn across the floor, but also with gray crystals that had rolled out from their skulls, if sold to the refugees who needed tickets to enter the fortress. Each crystal would fetch a hefty price. However, not a single mercenary went to collect these precious crystals. Instead, they silently followed their two captains up the stairs. Rigorously trained, they would not engage in anything unrelated to the battlefield. Xiaolong also temporarily had no intention of claiming these crystals for himself. As he began to gradually sense that familiar, yet dangerous aura slowly re-emerging, the group moved cautiously, step by step, up the stairs. Two mercenaries carrying searchlights walked in front, trying to ensure that every beam of light fully illuminated the corners of the stairs, leaving no place for the living corpses attempting to hide and launch surprise attacks. Captain Philip walked beside the searchlight, personally responsible for protecting this source of light. If they had to carefully search layer by layer for the so-called king of the living dead, it would probably take half an hour just to climb a few levels. Don't you know the exact location of that king of the living dead? How long are we supposed to search aimlessly like this? Xiaolong gently closed his eyes, channeling all his energy into his sensory abilities, striving to sense the faintly discernible aura of danger. In fact, being in this place was already surrounded by peril, with the roars of thousands of living corpses continuously filling his ears. However, Xiaolong had the ability to isolate this irrelevant information, focusing instead on searching for that elusive clue. He had long discovered that he could freely allocate the power of the Blacklight Virus within himself, strengthening any part of his body at will, including his black light perception. Continuing upward, it was not on this level. The two captains couldn't see through his thoughts and didn't understand how the other party figured out that the zombie king was not on this floor. They even began to doubt whether this guy was a spy sent by hostile forces, wanting to drag everyone to die in this place together. However, now that it had come to this point, there was nothing they could do. If they had known this journey would be so difficult, they would have made more thorough preparations before coming. They could only blame themselves for being too complacent, thinking the enemy was just a group of disorganized, mindless corpses that only knew how to attack with their bodies. So they had no choice but to follow Xiaolong's suggestion and continue moving upward. Every corridor's walls were covered with various shocking blood handprints, and one could imagine the despair of people being chased by the living dead, fleeing upward until they were forced into a dead end. Just as the group had been moving upward for about 10 floors, nearly 10 minutes had passed, and everyone was under immense physical and mental pressure, still questioning the existence of the zombie king. Suddenly, at that moment, when everyone climbed to the 11th floor, all the deafening roars vanished, replaced by the sound of several women crying. The cries were so tragic that everyone felt a wave of desolation in their hearts and simultaneously got goosebumps. Damn, which fool got scared and cried? Captain Philip cursed angrily. It's not anyone from our team. Do you think we have women in our team? Gilbert replied, speechless. At that moment, the two mercenaries in front holding the searchlight saw an extremely bizarre scene. Under the light ahead, they saw several women sitting on the stairs leading up to the 11th floor, their backs to the group. They were weakly slumped on the ground, their bodies twitching slightly, and the eerie weeping was coming from them. Chapter 43, Encirclement. How could there be women here? The group saw the graceful silhouettes of the women, sitting on the ground with their legs in an inward position, their bodies slightly convulsing with the sobs. They seemed unaware of the group of men approaching from behind. Under the strong light of the searchlight, their skin looked so pale that the vascular patterns beneath their skin were faintly visible. Are they zombies or humans? Why aren't they afraid of the strong light? One mercenary could no longer stand the eerie atmosphere and prepare to check it out, but was stopped by Captain Gilbert. They are zombies. It's clear that the skin of these women is undergoing necrotic changes under the ultraviolet light, just at a slower rate than other zombies. Hearing the captain say this, everyone noticed the anomaly. The women whose faces were not visible had their skin gradually peeling off under the strong light, revealing the crimson muscle tissue underneath, and their cries became increasingly shrill. Damn it, who cares if they are human or monster? In a place like this, even a stunning beauty shouldn't be spared. Furious, Philip couldn't care less and directly snatched a submachine gun from one of his subordinates, wildly firing at the women's backs on the stairs. In an instant, the alluring silhouettes of the women were riddled with bullet holes, splattering sticky green blood, and they let out even more piercing screams. Finally, their heads bizarrely turned almost 180 degrees to face backward, revealing their true appearance. With bloody red eyes, decaying faces, and long tongues hanging down to their chests. The feeling of cherishing beauty instantly vanished. The attacked female zombies immediately charged down the stairs to attack the group, but the mercenaries had already aimed their guns at them and unhesitatingly pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of gunshots, several female zombies' heads were immediately blown apart, collapsing to the ground, leaving only their bodies twitching reflexively. All right, let's continue moving forward. Gilbert issued the command again, but he also felt uneasy because these female zombies clearly had some immunity to the searchlight, unlike other zombies that would hide from the light. Could this be a characteristic of their evolution? After this little incident, everyone began to walk more cautiously, as they could not be sure what new zombie-like monsters might appear. The two mercenaries responsible for carrying the searchlight, just about to step over the corpse of the female zombie, with its head blown off, suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of their eyes, sensing that the corpse beneath their feet seemed to move slightly. When they widened their eyes to take another look, there was no movement. Could it be that they were so tense that they were seeing things? Hey, what are you two dawdling about? If you're tired, switch with two others. Don't waste the whole team's time. Captain Philip's loud voice startled the two mercenaries, causing them to hurry and continue walking upward, just as they stepped over the bodies of the female zombies on the ground. Creak, creak. Suddenly, a grinding, piercing sound reached their ears, and the headless female zombies began to move again. And this time, everyone witnessed it. Quickly retreat. Creak. This little black shadow, accompanied by a chillingly high-pitched laughter, pounced on the mercenary's leg in the blink of an eye, starting to gnaw frantically at his leg, making the mercenary scream in agony. At the same time, everyone finally saw what this shadow was: a naked zombie baby, only slightly bigger than a palm. The zombie baby seemed to still have an umbilical cord attached to its belly button, its skin as pale as the female zombies, but its eyes were pitch black with not a hint of white. While making creaking sounds, it opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth and bit at the mercenary's ankle, almost taking only 2 or 3 bites to completely chew off the mercenary's right foot. After experiencing the sudden excruciating pain of losing a limb, the mercenary lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground, and the zombie baby was just in time to pounce onto his neck, aiming to bite through his throat. Bang! However, at that moment, Captain Philip suddenly lifted his right foot, clad in hard leather boots, and kicked the creature away with a strong sense of disgust. It crashed against the wall with a muffled thud, splattering into a square mass of meat stuck to the wall. What the hell is this disgusting thing? Where did it come from? The burly Philip single-handedly picked up the howling mercenary with the severed leg and tossed him to the medic behind him, while instructing another mercenary to take over holding the spotlight. Soon, the answer he wanted appeared before his eyes again. Several other female zombie corpses began to wriggle. No, it was their swollen bellies dragging their bodies to move. These zombie fetuses were indeed birthed by the female zombies. It was not uncommon for zombies to engage in such behaviors. Many had witnessed it firsthand, but the scene was so repulsive that no one was willing to describe it. However, the fact that female zombies still retained reproductive capabilities and could give birth to little zombies was something everyone had never heard of. Everyone watched in horror as the female zombie's belly grew larger, the zombie fetuses inside about to burst forth. Bang, bang, bang! Captain Gilbert immediately raised his powerful anti-material sniper rifle and continuously pulled the trigger at their swollen bellies, instantly turning them into a pile of mush before the zombie fetuses could be born. In such abnormal situations, don't just stand there in shock. Open fire immediately. In a place like this, there could be no normal beings. In short, finding something abnormal and yelling to fire is never wrong. What's wrong with you? Did you see something? Gilbert noticed Xiaolong's unusual behavior and immediately asked, as it was the first time he had seen Xiaolong show any expression other than indifference. This entire floor is filled with those kinds of zombies. As soon as Xiaolong finished speaking, a chilling sound of a woman crying echoed throughout the entire 10th floor. Above the floor, there were also piercing cries approaching alongside the chaotic and dense footsteps. The entire team was being attacked from both above and below. Chapter 44, Reappearance. Damn it. First, eliminate the living corpses on this floor. Find a corner that can withstand the attack from behind. As soon as Gilbert finished giving the order, everyone, already filled with terror, launched a fierce attack on the group of female zombies on this floor. Although these bloated female zombies were slower than other living corpses, they were more resistant to the damage from bright light and could also produce extremely fast-moving baby zombies. At this moment, Xiaolong's expression also became serious, gripping the titanium steel blade tightly. He knew that he couldn't slack off any longer. The entire mercenary team could be annihilated, and he would also be affected. The female living corpses collectively emitted a sharp cry that brought strong mental pollution, rushing towards everyone. Everyone's guns were spewing fierce flames. In an instant, the narrow corridor was illuminated by intense gunfire, but at the same time, it made it difficult for the team to maneuver, as if these living corpses had calculated the perfect position to encircle the entire mercenary group. Fortunately, the 3 heavy machine gunners in the front line wielded 3 multi-barreled Gatling guns, creating a storm of bullets that could instantly tear the female zombies to pieces, preventing them from getting too close. As long as there was enough ammunition, they could withstand this critical moment. However, at that moment, a terrifying scene that left everyone dumbfounded unfolded. The female zombies suddenly used their sharp nails to rip open their swollen bellies, and then with their claws, they forcibly pulled out the still writhing zombie fetuses from within. The subsequent content cannot be described. The next scene was even more horrifying. After forcibly delivering the fetuses, they were thrown into the crowd. With a creaking sound, the zombie babies flew into the crowd, accompanied by sharp, piercing noises, instantly causing the entire group to panic. Some unlucky mercenaries were directly hit on the head by the zombie babies raining down like raindrops. As soon as they landed, they launched a rapid and fierce attack, gnawing wildly at the mercenaries' heads. It was only at this moment that everyone realized these second-generation zombie fetuses were almost completely immune to the ultraviolet damage from the searchlights. This proved beyond doubt that the next generation cultivated by the zombies would be immune to their fatal weakness, ultraviolet light. One day, when all the zombie babies grow up, they would step out of the darkness and into the sunlight, beginning their assault on human camps. Over 90% of the population turned into zombies would surpass all existing threats. In an instant, the entire floor was filled with mixed sounds of screams and fighting. As long as these zombie fetuses landed on people, they would stick like a plaster, impossible to tear off until they crush your skull. Throughout it all, not a single little monster touched his body. Even the dark green blood splattered on him was absorbed by the Blacklight Virus, replenishing his strength. Those zombie babies, crawling on the ground like rats, scurried around underfoot, biting at any exposed legs, and even the sturdy exoskeleton armor couldn't withstand their gnawing. Screams continued to echo among the mercenaries. Once someone had their leg bitten off and fell to the ground, they would be overwhelmed and devoured by the many approaching little zombies. Some of the terrifying ghost babies crawling on the ground also discovered this special existence, who wore no solid armor and had no wounds on his body, and thus rushed towards his feet. Just as they opened their sharp teeth to gnaw at Xiaolong's leg, suddenly, black tendrils shot out silently from under Xiaolong's feet, quickly wrapping around their tiny bodies. Before these zombie babies could react, they were crushed into a mass of blood by the powerful tendrils, turning into nutrients for the Blacklight Virus, which were then absorbed into Xiaolong's body. Nearby, a mercenary whose knee had been bitten off lay on the ground, just in time to witness this bizarre scene. Shocked, he was about to open his mouth to say something when he was buried under the many zombie fetuses rushing from behind. And by the time he was gnawed down to a pile of bones, he still hadn't been able to speak. And it is only in such chaotic moments that Xiaolong quietly unleashes his extremely bizarre ability, which others find strange. He looked at the approximately 30 mercenaries who were originally present, and now, under the rapid attacks of this group of zombie fetuses, only a dozen members were still able to fight. As for the 2 mercenary captains, they were equally in a dire situation. Although Philip's strong physique allowed him to take down a small zombie with each punch, he was inevitably overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombie fetuses, which bit into him, leaving countless wounds. His own bright red blood had already mixed with the dark green blood of the zombies. Captain Gilbert, as a post-apocalyptic hunter, is able to use his innate ability, which is danger perception, to foresee the landing points of zombie fetuses and dodge them, though he still gets hit to some extent. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. If they continue to fight here, everyone will be wiped out in this building. Suddenly, at this moment, that familiar sense of danger, along with a feeling of oppression, was once again captured by Xiaolong. Just like the sensation he felt from those purple eyes, now appearing on the 13th floor above. Could it be that the so-called Zombie King thought that these human mercenaries were doomed, and, out of joy, inadvertently revealed its presence? Without a second thought, Xiaolong squeezed through the chaotic crowd and rushed upstairs, as his subconscious told him that this boss would be the turning point between life and death. At the same time, Gilbert also noticed Xiaolong's behavior of leaving the group. Did the other party sense the hidden boss's presence? He wanted to follow this indifferent man, but it was impossible to leave now, as the team was about to face total annihilation. The number of these zombie fetuses that were not afraid of ultraviolet rays showed no signs of decreasing, and his subordinates were becoming increasingly fatigued, soon unable to hold on any longer. The demolitions expert will blow up this level of stairs. The rest of you continue following me up. Even if we die, we must see that so-called Zombie King before we go. Gilbert gritted his teeth and immediately issued this order that severed his own escape route. The team members who received this information did not hesitate. After killing the surrounding zombie fetuses, less than a dozen mercenaries began to follow him upstairs, though it remained a tough climb. Meanwhile, Xiaolong had reached the 12th floor, and one more level up was likely where the Zombie King resided. However, another group of living corpses surged down from above, densely blocking the area between the 12th and 13th floors. Chapter 45. The final battle approaches. The corridor between the 12th and 13th floors was filled with various types of zombies, including common living corpses, mutated living corpses, and even a pregnant female zombie, among others. They did not continue to attack and besiege the mercenary team, but stayed on this floor, seemingly with a purpose, completely blocking the stairs leading to the 13th floor. This further proved that there was definitely something they were protecting on the 13th floor, namely the elusive Zombie King. Seeing that only Xiaolong had come up, they appeared somewhat astonished. How could this human be so oblivious to danger? They immediately roared at him, emitting a foul stench. Facing the horde of corpses crowding the narrow corridor ahead, Xiaolong remained completely unperturbed, although there were quite a few of them. Compared to the sea of corpses in Dead Man Street, it could only be considered a small puddle by the seaside. Thus, he stepped forward, heading towards the staircase filled with living corpses leading to the 13th floor. At this moment, Xiaolong's eyes changed again, being eroded by darkness until not a trace of white could be seen. The violent hidden persona once again took over his body, causing his face to reveal a long-lost grim smile as he approached the roaring delicacies ahead step by step. Finally, the group of zombies saw this human continuously approaching and collectively launched an attack. Roar! Several ordinary living corpses capable of crawling close to the wall lunged fiercely at Xiaolong, their sharp claws glinting coldly in the dim light. Just as their weapons were about to clash, Xiaolong gripped the titanium blade and executed a horizontal slash with lightning speed. In an instant, the two leading living corpses collapsed to the ground, their upper heads flying off and revealing a smooth, flat opening. As the other fierce zombies rushed towards Xiaolong, he seemingly nonchalantly leaned to the side, effortlessly dodging their claw strikes. At this moment, his eyes, completely consumed by darkness, resembled a high-speed camera, capturing the zombies' rapid movements as if they were slowed down several times. While evading the enemy's attack, he also launched a counterattack. The titanium blade in his hand danced in dazzling patterns, a violent aesthetic combining power and speed. In an instant, the several zombies were cut into pieces amidst the seemingly chaotic yet precise blade work, collapsing into a pile of flesh at Xiaolong's feet. As for the Blacklight Virus, it had already turned into tendrils, ravenously devouring the remains of the corpses on the ground. The more it consumed, the darker Xiaolong's pupils became, and his mental state grew increasingly exhilarated. Now, he wore a fierce grin and actively charged into the horde of zombies. For a moment, Xiaolong's silent slaughters mixed with the zombies' roars, severed limbs and dismembered arms flying everywhere. Even if he was injured by the sharp claws of the zombies or bitten by the fangs of zombie fetuses, he could quickly recover from his wounds by consuming them. Each zombie he devoured granted Xia Lung an inexplicable pleasure in his frenzied state, bestowing him with an inexhaustible energy and stamina. If someone were to witness this scene, they would see a human exhibiting a more frenzied assault than the zombies, fighting them without losing ground. Xiaolong's body was like an endless black hole, devouring one zombie after another, leaving only a thick, dark green trail of blood on the ground. Boom! At the same time, a sudden explosion echoed from the upper level, flames and shock waves instantly spreading across the entire 11th floor, engulfing everything in fire, accompanied by the wails of both zombies and humans. After a few seconds, some figures still ablaze dashed out from the sea of flames, frantically rolling on the ground to extinguish the fire. The earlier demolition order given by Gilbert led 2 demolition experts to sacrifice their lives, charging into the horde to detonate powerful explosives, obliterating numerous female zombies and the stairway of the 11th floor, including mercenaries who were severely injured and unable to escape the inferno. Now, along with the 2 captains, only 7 or 8 mercenaries were left able to fight, emerging from the burning rubble with faces full of despair. However, if this order hadn't been issued, which almost cut off their retreat, everyone would have perished in the jaws of the zombie fetuses on the 11th floor. What about that guy? Did he get blown up? Captain Philip gasped, shouting in a hoarse voice, his robust body now covered in wounds, not a single part intact. Even his right hand, gripping the titanium dual-bladed knife, began to tremble slightly. Gilbert was in no better condition. A large chunk of muscle from his right arm had been torn off by a zombie fetus, blood gushing out, and he looked extremely pale from blood loss. He had gone upstairs alone, so I had to follow him, Gilbert said, his lips turning white, lacking the robust physical strength of an apocalyptic warrior, so even speaking was a struggle. That bastard definitely has some scheme. Philip grew furious, swearing that when he saw him next, no matter what happened, he would first slaughter that cold man. Why the zombie roars from upstairs suddenly stopped. He pushed away the support of the medic beside him, regained his strength, and headed upstairs, with the others closely following. As they approached the 13th floor, they smelled an incredibly strong stench of blood and saw the increasingly thick dark green blood stains on the ground. It seemed a brutal battle had just taken place here, with bits of flesh stuck everywhere on the walls, railings, and stairs. However, strangely, there wasn't a single complete corpse in sight. Moreover, Gilbert, as an apocalypse hunter, sensed an unprecedented aura of danger coming from upstairs. They stepped through the thick bloodstains, their hearts racing as they continued to ascend. Just as they were about to reach the 13th floor, the 2 captains spotted a figure leaning against the wall at the corner. The 2 mercenaries holding the searchlight directed the beam toward that position, revealing that the figure was Xia Lung, leaning against the wall with a cold expression on his face. Looking at everyone, those bloodstains on the stairs, did you create them? Gilbert asked in disbelief, having hardly seen this mysterious man make a move from start to finish. Chapter 46, The Door the King of the Living Dead. Upon hearing the name of their ultimate target, everyone suddenly fell silent. If this so-called zombie leader had appeared before they entered the street of the living dead, it would have invigorated everyone, as discovering a new type of mutated creature would mean a path to fortune. However, after experiencing this hellish journey, sacrificing nearly 80 of their members, and witnessing the monstrous waves of corpses, each person felt a heavy stone weighing down their hearts. If even the small fry were so difficult to deal with, will we be able to face the upcoming boss? Xiaolong initially had this thought when he sensed this extremely dangerous, unknown enemy while infiltrating the commercial center. He knew that going solo would be an unwise choice. Yet subconsciously, he was constantly tempted to investigate further, as if it could significantly enhance his strength. That was why he had lured the 2 teams of mercenaries to fight alongside him. But he never expected that the living corpses they encountered along the way would be even tougher than imagined. Now, as they faced the boss, only about 10 members remained in the entire team. Hey, are you trying to play us again? Where did you go when the fight just started? Philip strode over in anger, ready to confront the man before him, but was stopped by Captain Gilbert. What he said might be true. I also sensed that special aura on this floor. Gilbert weakly opened his pale lips, having lost too much blood. Both of them possessed remarkable danger perception abilities, capable of detecting the presence of dangerous enemies in advance. Just around the corner where Xia Lung was leaning against the wall was the source of that dangerous aura. Moreover, there was only this one presence. It seemed that there were no other zombies on this floor, as if the king's quarters did not allow the existence of commoners. The 13th floor was an extremely spacious office area, nearly 4,000 square meters, roughly the size of an average football field. This floor was originally rented by a securities company, with thousands of desks and chairs neatly arranged, serving as a workplace for social elites. However, it had now turned into a scene of devastation, with tables overturned on the ground, still stained with the blood of the old era, and decaying documents scattered everywhere. Due to the lack of sunlight for years, the entire office floor appeared incredibly eerie and damp. Additionally, Xiaolong was certain that the boss was on this floor because an almost imperceptible trail of blood had been spreading from the bottom of the building to this level, occasionally mixed with small bits of flesh. With his keen perception, he immediately recognized that the blood and flesh belonged to humans, specifically the group of refugees he had seen wiped out during his first visit. Those living corpses had transported the bodies of those refugees to this floor, presumably to offer them as food for the living corpse king. After the mercenaries and the two team leaders arrived, Xiao Lung cautiously peeked in to begin observing the internal situation of this floor. Just after consuming those dozens of living corpses on the stairs, Xiao Lung noticed that his night vision ability had been slightly enhanced, allowing him to see clearly within a range of about several dozen meters in the darkness. The night vision ability is also one of the characteristics of the living corpse, which has now been acquired after being devoured by Xiaolong. When he shifted his gaze, he did not see any living beings within his field of vision, only countless broken pieces of paper scattered on the ground, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. Perhaps that living corpse king is located even deeper. Let's keep moving forward. It might be hiding in some dark corner, Xiaolong said. This time you go in front. I don't want you to run off somewhere when we engage the enemy. Captain Philip was determined to keep a close eye on this man, as he still did not trust him deep down. When Xiaolong heard this, he didn't say anything. He revealed an inexplicable smile to the burly post-apocalyptic warrior and walked around the corner, heading straight into the darkness. Even if he couldn't defeat that living corpse king later, Xiaolong believed that his escape speed would be enough to shake off these people, allowing them to act as bait to hold off the pursuing enemies. Damn it, are you mocking me? This was the first time Philip had seen him smile at himself, thinking he was being made fun of for being cowardly, and he was about to explode with anger again. All right, let us not have internal strife at this moment. We will follow him and continue moving forward. Everyone turn on your night vision helmets and prepare mentally for the upcoming battle. Gilbert took a deep breath, followed closely behind Xiaolong, and raised his slightly trembling, injured arm to hold his rifle, maintaining a combat posture. Now, with only 10 people left, the team formed a V-shaped attack formation and stepped into the dark office ruins. Xiaolong was at the front, maintaining a high level of vigilance, with his arm muscles tense around the titanium knife blade. As soon as the enemy appeared, he would launch a full-force attack. He knew that since he had detected the enemy's presence, the zombie king must also be aware of their arrival. At this moment, the floor was extremely quiet, and the unusually slow footsteps sounded particularly harsh. Everyone's heartbeat quickened with each step. The two mercenaries at the back, carrying searchlights, occasionally shone their lights around. But apart from the ruins, they found no signs of life. Could it be that the living corpse king was hiding under one of the many desks? If they had to turn over all the desks to check, it would probably take an hour to finish. Just as the group was about to reach the end of the office floor, they suddenly noticed a door on the wall ahead, with a plaque that read, President's Office. At this moment, Xiao Lung and Gilbert both sensed the dangerous aura emanating from behind the door almost simultaneously. The enemy was likely right behind it. However, no one dared to recklessly open the door, as there could be traps waiting for them on the other side. After enduring the previous hardships, everyone was wary of the zombies' intelligence. Go use sticky explosives to blow open this door. Gilbert made a universal combat gesture for mercenaries, signaling the last remaining demolitions expert behind him to carry out the task. The demolitions expert, upon receiving the order, immediately took out a sticky bomb from his pouch and approached the dangerous door in front of him. He cautiously moved to the door's edge, attached the sticky bomb, and began setting the detonation timer. At this moment, everyone held their breath, aiming their weapons forward. Once the door was blown open, it would be their chance to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. In a fight, it was better to take the initiative and launch a fierce attack on the enemy rather than being passive. The tense atmosphere caused even the thick-skinned Philip to swallow hard. Okay, suddenly, at that very moment, the dangerous aura behind the door surged again, causing both Xiaolong and Gilbert's pupils to dilate. Chapter 47, The King of Corpses. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone, boom! As their sense of danger peaked, a loud explosion accompanied by a shockwave rushed toward them. The office door shattered into countless fragments, shooting out in all directions at an incredible speed, catching everyone off guard. A hapless medic, unable to react in time, was slashed across the throat by a sharp piece of door debris, blood gushing out like a fountain, and he died on the spot. About 2 seconds later, as the shockwave dissipated, everyone was more or less affected by the debris generated from the sudden explosion. However, Xiaolong and the two captains were very clear that the recent explosion was definitely not caused by the bomb attached to the door, but rather by a powerful force erupting from behind it. The demolitions expert, who hadn't had time to run far, was caught right in front of the shockwave, his body already shattered and scattered across the ground, dead beyond recovery. As for the sticky bomb, it had not detonated and was lost along with the fragments of the office door. Before they could even see the boss's figure, 2 more members had already died. The remaining 8 people widened their eyes, watching as the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually settled, revealing a figure taller than the doorframe. Bang! Suddenly, this enormous figure forcefully smashed through the relatively narrow doorframe and concrete wall, charging toward the remaining 8 people with the force of a tank. "Everyone scatter!" Gilbert shouted, simultaneously making a dodging motion. Bang! In the blink of an eye, this massive figure crashed into the crowd, first knocking aside a member of the Tiger Squad who was unable to dodge due to severe leg injuries. Immediately, everyone heard the crisp sound of bones cracking. That mercenary was sent flying like a broken kite, collapsing to the ground and unable to move. Following that, the gigantic monster raised a weapon resembling a steel claw and swept it toward 2 other mercenaries holding searchlights. However, this time, the 2 mercenaries reacted in time, dropping the searchlights to escape the attack, which also exposed the monster's massive form to the light. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the true face of their opponent. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, it was taller than Philip, this post-apocalyptic warrior, by more than half a head. Its skin was also rotting, but had crusted over into what looked like extremely tough natural armor. Its entire body was covered with explosive muscles like steel, and its massive head had a blood-red mouth that took up most of its face, with eyes the size of fists emitting a sinister purple glow. And this is exactly the pair of purple eyes that Xiaolong saw downstairs at the Trade Building. As for the claw-like weapons in front of its arms, they are not weapons at all, but rather evolved from its palms, for sharp bone claws nearly a meter long. This must be the Undead King. Almost everyone felt a connection and unanimously agreed that there was no other undead daring to claim the title of king besides it. This Undead King faced the spotlight just inches away, showing no signs of discomfort, having absolute immunity to ultraviolet damage. However, it was clear that it also disliked the bright light interfering with its eyes, so it raised its sharp bone claws and swung them fiercely. Crack! The metal spotlight with a 2-meter diameter was instantly sliced into several pieces, and all the light was extinguished in that moment, plunging the entire floor into darkness. Everyone believed without hesitation that if they were caught by this claw, it would be no better than cutting tofu. Bang! The first to react, Xiaolong immediately gripped his steel knife, ghost-like, and circled around to the back of the Undead King, testingly swinging down hard at its thick waist. However, this strike only left a faint scratch on its hard natural armor, sparking like he had struck a piece of extremely hard steel, causing no substantial damage. instead sending a jolt of pain through his grip. Everyone immediately scattered, giving it their all to attack this monster. Coming to his senses, Gilbert shouted out loud. Now, only Xia Long, Gilbert, Philip, and the remaining 4 mercenaries, a total of 7 people, are left to besiege this seemingly indestructible Lich King. Bang, bang, bang! Several mercenaries, using the faint visibility provided by their night vision helmets, raised their firearms and continuously fired at the enormous monster before them. However, the bullets hit the scabbed exterior of the creature but were deflected away, leaving only shallow dents and failing to injure its bones. Nevertheless, the Lich King countered with a claw swipe, targeting Xia Long, the first person to attack it, attempting to tear this reckless human to shreds. But missed. Although the Lich King possessed terrifying strength and defense, it was relatively slower in terms of speed in Xia Long's eyes. Thus, upon noticing the creature's movement, Xia Long dodged in advance and was not affected. As the Zombie King turned around, Captain Philip, known for his formidable strength as an apocalyptic warrior, seized the opportunity to launch an attack. He let out a low growl, gripping the sharp and heavy titanium double blades tightly, and charged towards the back of the Zombie King, executing a leaping slash aimed directly at its neck, which was taller than him, intending to behead it. However, Philip never expected that this Zombie King, much larger than himself, would be more agile than he was. Just as the sharp blade was about to strike its neck, the Zombie King unexpectedly used its bare, muscular shoulder to sidestep and delivered a powerful blow, crashing into Philip, who was still in midair. Bang! With a heavy thud, Philip was slammed in the chest, and his body, weighing well over 200 pounds, was sent flying like a cannonball, knocking over a mercenary behind him. This caused them to tumble to the ground, and the unfortunate mercenary had his right leg crushed under the weight of his heavy captain, letting out a painful wail. Although Philip's resilient physique, on the brink of breaking through to a third-tier apocalyptic warrior, wasn't easily killed by the impact, he still suffered several broken ribs, causing him to taste blood in his throat and spit out a large pool of it. However, the Zombie King had no intention of letting him off, directly leaping up to the height of the ceiling and coming down hard to stomp on both of them. Philip was alarmed and quickly raised his double blades to block in front of him. If the heavier body of the Zombie King landed on him, it would likely mean death or paralysis. Boom! Accompanied by another heavy sound, the Zombie King jumped down like a mountain pressing down, cracking the floor with a spiderweb-like fracture, and Philip felt as if his arm bones were about to break. But the unluckiest was the mercenary beneath him, who was crushed into a puddle of meat paste under the combined weight of his captain and the Zombie King, losing his life. The King of the Living Corpses continued its relentless pursuit, opening its bloody maw and biting down on Philip's neck, whose eyes were wide with shock. It seemed that this overly confident captain of the Apocalypse Warrior team was about to meet his demise. Suddenly, a nimble shadow approached quickly and leaped onto the neck of the King of the Living Corpses, raising a bone blade made from human leg bone and fiercely stabbing it toward its purple right eye. Chapter 48. Both Jade and Stone burned. The agile figure that jumped onto the King of the Living Corpses' massive back was none other than Xia Long. Since he couldn't break through the defenses of the king, he aimed directly for its fatal point. He didn't believe this monster had armor covering its eyes. After landing on the back of the King of the Living Corpses, Xia Long immediately launched an attack without hesitation, gripping the bone dagger tightly and stabbing it straight toward its purple right eye. Bang! However, the sensation upon impact was not soft at all. Just as the blade was about to pierce its pupil, the King of the Living Corpses quickly shut its eyes. Its eyelids were incredibly tough, effectively blocking the dagger strike. Seeing that this attack had missed, Xia Long did not linger and quickly retreated away from the indestructible King of the Living Corpses, dodging just outside the danger zone before it could extend its sharp bone claws toward him. At that moment, the perceptive Xia Long noticed that as the King of the Living Corpses clawed at its own back, it produced several scratches that were neither deep nor shallow. Could it be that only its own bone claws could break through its natural armor? Roar! The King of the Living Corpses' attack on Xia Long missed again, igniting a strong sense of anger in this highly agile human, who immediately threw back its head and roared with a strong stench, like an enraged silverback gorilla. Have your men attack its eyes with weapons. Don't let it summon other living corpses. Xiaolong promptly reminded Gilbert, then began to evade the frenzied assault from the king of the living corpses. However, Gilbert and the 3 remaining mercenaries had no opportunity to attack its eyes at all. It was as if the king of the living corpses already knew that these humans' next target was its eyes, so it kept its eyes tightly closed, relying solely on its hearing and sense of smell to launch attacks against them. At this point, no matter how good Gilbert's shooting was, he could not inflict effective, substantial damage on this monster. He regretted not bringing some armor-piercing rounds when they were at the fortress. He could only blame himself for underestimating these walking corpses. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. The intense gunfire paled under the roar of the king of the living corpses. The dense bullets hitting its tough armor only sparked a few sparks before falling weakly to the ground, causing no harm whatsoever and instead further enraging it. But at this moment, the king of the living corpses seemed particularly interested in Xiaolong, crazily chasing after him, its swinging claws tearing all the desks and chairs apart along the way. However, due to the speed difference, it could never touch a single hair on Xiaolong. Suddenly, the king of the living corpses abandoned this nimble human and grabbed a broken desk, hurling it violently toward the mercenary who was continuously shooting at it from the side. Bang! That mercenary was caught off guard and was struck squarely by the desk, which came crashing down like a cannonball. As the decayed desk shattered, he was knocked down to the ground, dazed. Then, everyone watched as that mercenary's body was easily sliced into neat pieces, as if made of cream. In less than 2 minutes, the king of the living corpses had killed 5 more of the 10 people. Moreover, this living corpse king actually knows how to feint. Now, only the rib-broken Philip, the heavily injured Gilbert, 2 dispensable mercenaries, and the temporarily unharmed Xiaolong are left to deal with this indestructible zombie lord. Damn it, are we all going to die here today? Gilbert's injured arm, under intense movement, causes the painkiller's effects to wear off prematurely, and a wave of pain hits him again. This pain affects his focus to some extent, and while trying to dodge the living corpse king's attack, he accidentally steps on a broken chair and suddenly falls to the ground. At the same time, the living corpse king notices this fallen human and immediately lunges at him with its sharp claws. Soon, this mercenary captain, who has made repeated contributions to the Komodo Company, is about to meet his end here. Gilbert sees the living corpse king charging at him from just a few feet away, realizing that it is too late for him to get back up and escape. Reluctantly and unwillingly, he closes his eyes, waiting for the claws to pierce his body. 1 second passes. 2 seconds pass. 3 seconds. He's still not dead. The death Gilbert imagined has not come, making him open his eyes in astonishment. He sees Captain Philip, who has somehow gotten back up from the ground, suddenly hugging the living corpse king's thick legs, causing both massive bodies to fall to the ground several meters away from him. But Philip had previously been smashed by the living corpse king, with almost all of his ribs broken and piercing into his organs. His injuries are even more severe than his own. So how does he still have the strength to save him? Gilbert sees the blood-red eyes of Philip, which are almost zombie-like, and finally understands the situation. He must have just used an adrenaline injection to temporarily enhance his abilities. The research department of the Komodo Company has developed an EPC-3 type adrenaline enhancer that can significantly boost the body's capabilities in a short time, even allowing an ordinary survivor to reach the power level of a first-tier apocalypse warrior for a brief period, while also greatly increasing their fighting desire. Once the enhancement effect wears off, the injector will lose all mobility and their internal organs will suffer considerable damage, potentially even risking their life. Therefore, this kind of drug is only used when one decides to fight to the last breath against the enemy. And now, Captain Philip is holding on to this very thought. At this moment, his muscles have swelled by nearly a third due to the effects of the drug, causing even his blood vessels to burst, soaking his entire body in his own blood. Philip's eyes are bloodshot as he tightly grips the legs of the living corpse king, shouting loudly at Gilbert, who is stunned at the scene ahead. "Gilbert, what are you dazed for? Hurry up and take this guy down." The zombie king let out a roar and began to struggle madly, its powerful, thick legs stomping wildly at Philip, who was holding onto its legs. Suddenly, a sound of bones cracking was heard again. He let out a tragic roar, mourning for Philip, his comrade who had fought alongside him for many years. Although this rough-looking Philip seemed to lack compassion, he would protect his brothers and subordinates through unspoken actions. The many scars on his body were left from saving the lives of his mercenaries. Therefore, despite Philip's volatile personality, many were still willing to risk their lives to follow him. However, this time, Philip was likely to lose his life completely. He was using the last ounce of strength provided by adrenaline to protect Gilbert. Yet, in the rules of the apocalypse, being a good person rarely brings good rewards. The bullets Gilbert shot frantically still failed to inflict any substantial damage on the zombie king. Philip's gaze became increasingly vacant under the relentless stomps of his opponent. Roar. Finally, the king of the living corpses let out an angry roar, raised his arm, and brutally thrust a 1-meter-long bone blade into Philip's broad back. Chapter 49. The final gift, the nearly 1-meter-long bone claw instantly pierced through Philip's sturdy armor, directly penetrating his entire body. In an instant, a large pool of blood erupted from Captain Philip's mouth, causing him to finally release his grip on the king of the living corpses' legs. Roar. The king of the living corpses let out an enraged roar, lifting Philip, who was impaled on his claw, above his head with one hand. As if showcasing his trophy to everyone, Philip once again suffered from excessive blood loss, and the pain-relieving effects of adrenaline faded too soon, causing him to let out a heartbreaking scream. This cruel scene instantly made Gilbert and the two mercenaries' eyes turn red with fury, and they angrily pulled the triggers, continuously shooting at the indestructible monster. Xiaolong looked at the foul-mouthed, hot-tempered captain with a newfound respect. In this day and age, there were still people willing to sacrifice themselves to save their comrades. The living corpse king paid no attention to the bullets flying around, raising another bony claw and viciously plunging it into Philip's back. Then, with a powerful yank, he tore both sides apart. Crack! Philip, a strong warrior of the apocalypse, was violently ripped in half by the living corpse king's brutal strength, and his entrails, along with blood and flesh, gushed out from the severed parts of his body. The upper half of Philip's body, lying on the ground, was not yet completely dead. His pale lips were weakly moving, seemingly trying to say you need to survive, but there was no strength left in his throat to produce any sound. Seeing this tragic scene, Gilbert immediately stopped shooting, his dazed eyes looking at his former comrade, who had once fought alongside him but was now facing dismemberment. Unable to help himself, he reached out his hands, wanting to drag Philip closer, attempting to save the life that was beginning to fade away. Bang! However, just as Gilbert's hand reached out, about to grasp Philip, the living corpse king's strong foot suddenly stomped down hard, completely crushing Philip's head. Watching Philip's headless body fall completely still, Gilbert's pupils instantly dilated. The living corpse king curled the corners of its mouth, revealing a strange smile that only humans should possess. It deliberately stomped on Philip's head to provoke Gilbert. "I'm going to kill you." Losing his sanity, Gilbert immediately drew a Mitsubishi military dagger from his waist and charged at the towering living corpse king in front of him, letting out a nearly broken roar. Bang! Bang! However, as expected, the dagger in his hand struck the living corpse king's body as if it had hit a piece of iron mat, causing no damage whatsoever, not even piercing through a single hair. The living corpse king extended a sharp bone claw and directly pierced through Gilbert's shoulder, lifting him up like a small chicken, revealing a grim smile as it looked at the human, who emitted a mournful cry filled with pain and anger. The remaining two mercenaries also stopped shooting, their faces displaying despair. With even these two incredibly powerful baptizers in their eyes dead, how could they, as ordinary people, survive in the upcoming battle? At that moment, the zombie king opened its blood-filled mouth full of sharp fangs, reaching for Gilbert's head, intending to crush and swallow his head along with the light blue crystal inside. The zombie king's terrifying evolution was undoubtedly aided by the crystals in the heads of those baptizers. Just as it was about to bite down hard, suddenly, Xiaolong, who moved with incredible speed and had never been caught by the zombie king, quietly appeared beneath it once again. At this moment, Xiaolong held the triangular military dagger that belonged to Gilbert, and just before the zombie king's mouth could close, he bent his legs and leaped fiercely, driving the sharp dagger deep into its mouth. Although the zombie king had an indestructible layer of natural armor on its surface, it inevitably could not cover its eyes and the inside of its mouth, so only these 2 points could inflict effective damage on it. It is not so easy to make it, which has a strong sense of vigilance, easily open its mouth or eyes. Therefore, Gilbert is risking everything, with a determination to die, wondering if there is a possibility to make the living corpse king open its mouth to devour him. At the same time, after being grabbed by the living corpse king, he looked at Xia Long beside him, hoping that this cold man could see his thoughts. So, Gilbert is betting his life. Xia Long was indeed not disappointed, as he immediately saw Gilbert's intention. So, at the brief moment when the living corpse king opened its mouth, Xia Long almost unleashed all his potential, rushing over at the fastest speed to take the military dagger from Gilbert's hand. He jumped high and thrust the military dagger fiercely into the soft cavity of the opponent's mouth. The nearly 30-centimeter dagger was almost fully embedded in its upper jaw, directly pressing against its brain. This blow caused the living corpse king to experience unprecedented pain, instinctively flinging Gilbert off its claws while simultaneously letting out a painful roar. Ayo! This roar, comparable to thunder, instantly made Xia Long feel dizzy, and then he was counterattacked by the living corpse king, getting hammered in the chest and sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. For the first time in such a long time, the living corpse king had been harmed, and it was inflicted by the human it looked down upon. Besides causing it long-lost pain, it also brought unprecedented humiliation. The living corpse king pulled out the military dagger from deep within its mouth, and a large pool of thick, dark green blood gushed out from its wound. This Mitsubishi dagger was still not long enough for its massive head. If it had been a bit longer, it could have successfully penetrated the living corpse king's brain, causing fatal damage. However, it was too late. After being seriously injured and then flung away, Gilbert lost consciousness. Xia Long, having just been smashed in the chest by the living corpse king and thrown against the wall, felt as if all his bones were broken and seemed unable to move again for a while until the Blacklight Virus healed him. As for the remaining 2 mercenaries, they huddled together, trembling in fear, completely intimidated and losing all fighting capability against the terrifying strength of their opponent. The living corpse king, impaled by the entire military spear into its upper jaw, is the only one capable of movement among them, although it has also sustained considerable damage. At this moment, the living corpse king's chest is heaving violently, filled with an inner fury that desperately wants to roar and vent. However, it has not emitted a powerful roar of intimidation because blood keeps gushing out as soon as it opens its mouth. It takes heavy, somewhat staggering steps towards Xia Long, who is leaning against the wall. It wants to kill this first human who has inflicted harm upon it, and it must not be forgiven. It is determined to tear him apart piece by piece, making this human fully feel the wrath of its lord. Yet Xia Long maintained his cold expression, unfazed by the impending death as he watched it approach step by step. The living corpse king was infuriated that this human showed no signs of fear. Fueled by intense rage, it strode up to Xia Long, raising its sharp, bony claws to viciously strike at his head. However, just as its massive claw was about to tear this human apart, the tip froze mere centimeters from Xia Long's head, hesitating to descend. This left the living corpse king momentarily stunned, and as it opened its purple eyes in shock, it found that this human had actually grasped its thick wrist with his slender right hand. The strength was so great that it couldn't press its claws down by even a centimeter. As Xia Long used his right hand to fend off the claws of the living corpse king, the light blue crystal tightly gripped in the palm of his left hand was nearly consumed by the black light tendrils, merging into his entire body. And this deep blue gemstone comes from Captain Philip. Chapter 50, Bombardment. Before the Mitsubishi military dagger was fiercely plunged into the upper jaw of the living corpse king and then knocked away, Xia Long reacted extremely quickly and seized the light blue gemstone that was being stepped on by the opponent. At the moment he tightly grasped the crystal, the Blacklight Virus within him began to activate, starting to devour the stone that could grant him immense power. Just as the zombie king swung its claws, about to tear apart Xiaolong, the crystal had already been consumed halfway, allowing him to reach the early power level of a Tier 3 apocalyptic warrior, which was enough to single-handedly withstand the opponent's claw attack. Now, the entire light blue crystal has completely turned into nutrients, absorbed and devoured by the Blacklight Virus, infusing every corner of Xiaolong's body. Moreover, after devouring the crystal of the baptizer, all the fractures in Xiaolong's body healed almost instantly, as he had received sufficient energy. The living corpse king was astonished that this human could withstand its assault with his flesh and was momentarily stunned. It saw the man's eyes beginning to change, with strands of black lines converging in his pupils until they covered all the whites of his eyes. Only then did the living corpse king realize that this man seemed to completely lack the familiar scent of humanity. Suddenly, Xiaolong launched a counterattack. Relying on his second-tier hunter speed combined with the strength of a third-tier warrior, he instantly punched the living corpse king's abdomen, which was within arm's reach. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, the nearly half-ton body of the living corpse king was actually knocked back several meters by this man, who was several times smaller than itself, and stumbled to the ground with a crash. The natural armor on its abdomen that was struck even showed faint spiderweb-like cracks. This scene instantly left the two mercenaries present dumbfounded. How could the situation change so suddenly? Roar! The fallen undead king immediately got back up, letting out an extremely furious roar, disregarding the blood gushing from the wounds in its mouth, and charged at Xiaolong with the momentum of a tank once again. It could not believe that its authority as a zombie lord would be challenged by a human. Just as it swung its proud claws, about to tear into the opponent, it forgot that the opponent's speed was already faster than its own. Occupied by a berserk persona, Xiaolong simply leaned back slightly, easily dodging the claw strike. Then, he took advantage of the momentum to grab the robust arm of the living corpse king and suddenly unleashed a powerful force from his waist, letting out a low roar as he lifted the monster entirely and slammed it down onto the ground behind him with a shoulder throw. The living corpse king was caught off guard by this move, never expecting to be thrown to the ground by a little guy. Just at that moment, the expression on the living corpse king's face changed again as it felt a heavy injury to its back. After throwing the living corpse king to the ground, Xiaolong quickly rolled over onto its back and grabbed his titanium knife blade, fiercely plunging it into and through its back. The earlier tear in the armor caused by the living corpse king's bone claws on Xiaolong's back became the breakthrough point for Xiaolong's attack, nearly burying the entire, nearly 1 meter long titanium blade into it, instantly gushing out large amounts of green blood. The living corpse king, once again severely injured, let out a painful and furious roar and suddenly tried to roll over to crush the guy riding on its back to the ground. But Xiaolong had already sensed its intention and dodged in advance. At the same time, as he dodged, he forcefully pried the knife blade embedded in the opponent's back, managing to pry off a large piece of natural armor along with flesh, exposing a large area of internal muscle on the living corpse king's back. Completely driven mad by the consecutive injuries, the living corpse king grabbed everything around it and frantically smashed it towards Xiaolong, but each time he agilely dodged. Gunfire. While dodging the attacks, Xiaolong coldly spoke to the two mercenaries who had been slacking off the whole time, and they finally reacted, quickly picking up their firearms and pulling the trigger at the living corpse king's blood-soaked back. This time, the concentrated bullets finally managed to embed themselves in the exposed muscles of the living corpse king, inflicting substantial damage on it. At this moment, Captain Gilbert, who had been fainting, woke up from the commotion and was momentarily stunned by the scene in front of him. The seemingly indestructible undead king was now covered in green blood, giving it an even more terrifying appearance. However, he didn't have time to think too much. He immediately shouted to Xiaolong, "Lead it to the window. I command the tank waiting below to bombard this bastard." He quickly pulled out the communication system he carried at his waist, fortunately still intact, and immediately contacted the tank operators below to raise the cannon to a 45-degree angle, locking onto the position around the 13th floor. Xiaolong agreed with Gilbert's plan upon hearing it. Although they had just dealt significant damage to the undead king, it was still able to launch fierce attacks, and the more injuries it sustained, the more frenzied it became. Perhaps only the tank cannon could completely punish it now. So, Xiao Long began to deliberately dodge towards the window, step by step leading the rampaging undead king to the edge of the window. However, whether it sensed the danger or understood their previous conversation, the undead king stubbornly refused to charge towards the window. Seeing this, Xiao Long realized he didn't have much time to waste. He tightened his grip on the titanium steel blade and charged at the monster, launching a more frenzied attack. Each of Xiao Long's slashes, like a phantom, was extremely swift and filled with explosive power, causing the undead king's strong body to stagger backward. Gradually being forced to the window, Gilbert was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't utter a word. Wasn't this man an agile apocalypse hunter? Why did the power he exhibited at this moment surpass even Philip's, able to push the seemingly invincible undead king back continuously? At the crucial moment, Xiao Long exerted nearly all his strength, leaping up suddenly, driving a knee hard into the undead king's chin, causing its body to tilt backward, its massive head shattering the window and exposing it to the outside of the building. It was also exposed within the aiming range of the tank below. Chapter 51. The Xiao Long's knee strike against the undead king's chin directly caused its body to tilt backward, its large head crashing through the glass layer, exposed to the outside of the building. The tank observer waiting at the entrance saw this and quickly adjusted the angle of the cannon slightly before locking onto the position of the head. Fire! Gilbert shouted the command into the communicator. This time, it would be everyone's last chance. Whether they could survive and avenge Philip depended on this shot. Bang! The massive caliber cannon immediately unleashed a brilliant spark, momentarily illuminating the street, revealing the surging tide of corpses piled outside the spotlight. The tank shell, carrying everyone's hopes, spun rapidly as it flew toward the target. This time, Lady Luck stood on the side of humanity. Bang! The shell whistled through the air, precisely penetrating the glass layer and directly striking the back of the zombie king, erupting in another loud explosion. The flames and shockwave generated by the blast instantly swept across the edge of the 13th floor, shattering all the glass in the surrounding floors. The explosive force, like a raging flood beast, showcased unparalleled power in this enclosed space, clearing away all the surrounding debris and leaving the two mercenaries and Gilbert unable to open their eyes. Since Xiao Long had forcefully knocked the zombie king out through the glass layer at close range, he was also affected by the explosion, with flames engulfing both of them. Gilbert felt a sense of dread. Being affected near the explosion with a human body posed the risk of being shattered to pieces. But that man was already able to engage the zombie king in close combat without being at a disadvantage. Could he really still be considered human? Was he truly just a simple apocalypse hunter? The bombing came quickly and left just as fast. As the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, everyone's vision returned to normal, and they saw that the spot where Xiao Long had fought the zombie king had been blasted out, leaving a hole over 2 meters in diameter, with the wind howling in from the opening. The floor and walls of that area were charred black from the explosion, and the broken tables and chairs around were still burning with residual flames. However, the two protagonists of the battle were nowhere to be seen, likely blasted off to some corner. After being hit directly by the shell, Gilbert found it hard to believe that any living creature could survive. "Captain, that monster is over there." Just then, while searching for the two figures, Captain Gilbert heard his mercenary subordinate shout and looked in the direction pointed out. Sure enough, the conspicuous large body of the zombie king had been blasted into a corner, despite being hit directly by a tank shell. It was astonishing that it had not been blown to bits. Its robust physique left everyone in awe. However, it was not something it could easily withstand. The back of the zombie had been blasted open, creating a terrifying blood hole large enough for a person to crawl through. Moreover, it was a complete through and through. Through this blood hole, one could even see the wall behind it. At that moment, the zombie king was leaning against the wall, a massive blood hole in its chest continuously spewing green blood, its entire body motionless, leaving its fate uncertain. Simultaneously, Gilbert also spotted Xiao Long, who was not far from it and had been affected by the explosion. He was lying on the ground, half of his body charred black by the flames. and was similarly unmoving. Therefore, he gritted his teeth against the intense pain coursing through him, pushed himself up from the ground, and walked over. He wanted to see for himself whether the zombie king was truly dead and whether that man was still alive. Gilbert was breathing heavily, the wound on his shoulder still bleeding profusely, but he paid no attention to it, his eyes solely focused on the zombie leader that had caused all this. Two mercenaries followed closely behind the captain, raising their firearms, aiming them directly at the zombie king. Although they knew that bullets would not cause it much harm, it still provided a slight sense of psychological comfort. As they approached to within about 3 meters of the zombie king, a strong smell of blood filled everyone's nostrils, making them want to vomit uncontrollably. The previously raging undead king remained motionless even as people approached so closely. Could it really be dead? However, Gilbert still didn't dare to get too close, as the undead king's previous actions and tricks had convinced him that it definitely possessed its own consciousness. Just as he turned around to check on Xia Long's situation, his keen hearing caught a faint sound coming from the undead king. Suddenly, it opened its purple eyes wide again, followed by a deafening roar that left the 3 people in front of it dizzy. How? The seemingly near-death undead king suddenly rose again and lunged at the 3 people, its sharp claws sweeping through the air, crushing one of the mercenaries on the spot. Seeing a large hole appear in its chest, the undead king immediately erupted, letting out an extremely furious roar that echoed throughout the entire building and the streets, causing the horde outside to become restless. Gilbert was shocked to see that despite such a fatal injury, the undead king still maintained its fierce combat power. By the time he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. The undead king stomped him down to the ground, making him feel as if a giant weight was pressing on his chest. He tasted blood in his throat and coughed up a large mouthful. Unexpectedly, Lady Luck did not stand by his side after all. At this moment, the entire team was destined to be wiped out on this street of the undead. Under the stampede, Gibbert's internal bones were almost completely shattered, and even if he didn't die, he would basically be paralyzed for life. At this moment, the living corpse king seemed to remember the man who had caused the cannonball to pierce his chest, suddenly looking around to find his figure, only to discover that the half-burned Xia Long had vanished. Hey, what are you looking for? Suddenly, a cold voice reached the living corpse king's ears from behind, so close that it made him instinctively turn his head. He saw that this man had somehow climbed onto his shoulder, his eyes dark as if they could swallow everything, and the half-burned body was covered in countless black tentacles writhing madly on its surface, looking extremely eerie. Just as the living corpse king was shocked and wanted to grab him, Xia Lung suddenly shoved a square object into the blood hole in his chest that had been pierced by the cannonball, and then quickly dodged away. This made the living corpse king instinctively lower his head to look at his chest. The square object was none other than the sticky bomb that the demolition soldier had initially stuck to the door. At that moment, Xia Lung, who was standing not far away, suddenly had a handgun in hand that he had picked up from a mercenary's corpse. He aimed the gun at the bomb lodged in the chest of the living corpse king and lightly pulled the trigger. Boom! Once again, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the earth, the explosion instantly erupted into a thick green blood mist, covering most of the office area. As the blood mist dissipated, the only thing left at the explosion site was the thick lower half of the corpse king still standing in place, continuously emitting waves of foul, hot air. 2 seconds later, the lower half of the corpse king swayed and then crashed to the ground. Chapter 52. The return of the mercenaries who had been waiting downstairs were startled once again by the explosion, sound coming from upstairs. Didn't the tank just bombard it? How could there be another explosion? Right after the explosion, the dense tide of corpses that had been blocked out of the spotlight and continuously roaring suddenly fell silent, standing still like puppets. This bizarre scene left the mercenaries in shock. What was happening? Were they about to launch some kind of conspiracy again? Suddenly, the tide of corpses composed of thousands of living dead let out a deafening roar once more. However, this time, their cries sounded more like wails, as if something significant had stirred their emotions. Moreover, these undead were becoming increasingly agitated and unstable, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the ultraviolet light and launching an attack on everyone. This made the waiting mercenaries tense up immediately. with their scattered weapons aimed at these monsters, like a small boat in a tsunami, completely unable to resist the impending danger of death. After a few minutes, a mercenary from the Tiger Squad, who was on lookout duty in the lobby, suddenly heard footsteps coming from upstairs, which excited him a bit. However, the footsteps were few in number, sounding like only a handful of people, while the number of people going up was over 30. When this mercenary raised his flashlight and shone it towards the corridor entrance, sure enough, only 3 people came down. Leading the way was the cold-eyed Xiaolong, who was holding the enormous, terrifying head of the undead king in his hand. Behind him was the only surviving mercenary from the battle, who was carrying the severely injured Captain Gilbert, who had narrowly escaped death. The mercenary on watch saw this and immediately ran over to take over for Gilbert, then asked the mercenaries who had participated in the battle, "Where are Captain Philip and the other members? Why haven't they come down yet?" They all sacrificed themselves. The mercenary from the Tiger Squad showed a pained expression upon hearing this, although he had anticipated it. But to lose a brother who had fought alongside him for many years, a captain who had once protected his life, just like that. However, in the apocalypse, they had long been prepared for death, ready to face it at any moment, as they never knew when it would come for themselves or those around them, fearing that their loved ones would leave them first. The mercenary took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Captain Philip had taught him long ago not to let emotions overpower his reason. He saw Xia Lung beside him, holding the head of the corpse king, looking completely unscathed. Even his clothes were intact. Could it be that this man had not participated in the battle at all? Yet only the mercenaries who had come down knew the truth. This mysterious man, hidden from view, was terrifyingly powerful. At that time, Gilbert was trampled underfoot by the living corpse king. Since the sticky bomb was designed for directional detonation and had a limited blast radius, it didn't kill him, but knocked him unconscious, and he remained in a coma. The remaining 8 mercenaries quickly regrouped into a team, with an experienced veteran mercenary serving as the temporary captain, and they swiftly boarded an armored vehicle. They hurriedly lifted the unconscious Gilbert onto the vehicle and used the temporary medical equipment inside to try to sustain his life. However, the living corpses, now blocked by the searchlights, were becoming increasingly frantic, looking like they would break through the ultraviolet defense at any moment. Just as everyone was getting anxious about this situation, Xiaolong suddenly walked straight toward the densely packed horde of corpses. "Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to die?" However, when everyone expected him to be torn apart by the ferocious living corpses as he approached, they were surprised to see that the closer Xiaolong got to the living corpses, the more they emitted mournful howls and began to retreat wherever he passed. A clear area several dozen meters in diameter formed around Xia Lung amidst the dense horde, even more effective than the searchlights. This left everyone dumbfounded. Could it be the effect of the terrifying head he was holding? Xia Lung realized that these zombies were indeed still afraid of the head of the living corpse king in his hand, even if their master was dead. The strong intimidation still affected them. He decided to hang the head on top of the vehicle and put off other matters until they got out of this street. Xia Lung casually tossed this lifeline to the temporary captain, who instinctively reached to catch the circular object that was thrown to him. The moment he caught it, a strong stench hit him, splattering him with thick green blood. The temporary captain, seeing he was holding a gigantic, terrifying head, almost dropped it in fright. "What are you still dazing for?" A single sentence from Xia Lung snapped him back to reality, and the temporary captain quickly suppressed his nausea, climbed to the top of the armored vehicle, and secured the head to the antenna. When they arrived, there were 50 team members and 5 fully loaded armored vehicles. But now there were fewer than 10 people and only 1 armored vehicle left, with 1 team leader killed in action and another's fate unknown. The current situation, even if they were to fight against a fully armed enemy group, would not have resulted in such a painful cost. This made the surviving mercenaries re-evaluate their horror of these walking dead. As they drove through the street of the living dead, the corpses still crowded every corner, emitting hungry howls and roars. However, when the armored vehicle with the head of the corpse king passed by, they scattered in fear, no longer daring to strike the vehicle with corpses like they had before. It seemed the corpse king had become a fear ingrained in their bones. At that moment, everyone in the vehicle fell silent, with only the sound of breathing breaking the heavy atmosphere. Each person's face showed a look of sorrow. Two teams that had achieved great success in the fortress were now likely facing disbandment due to this mission. Even if they were to be restructured, they would never reach their former peak again. Yet Xia Lung still sat at the back of the car with a cold expression, while beside him lay Captain Gilbert, still teetering on the brink of death, under the protection of the head of the living dead king. The remaining convoy was surprisingly close to leaving this street of the living dead, and the undead behind them did not pursue any further. The closer they got to the exit, the sparser the number of undead became. However, at that moment, the driver noticed something that no one could have anticipated. The sky outside the street, which was not obscured by dense advertising billboards, suddenly turned to night and darkened. Chapter 53. Death. Please give some recommendation votes. Autumn pear syrup. Night. Had it really descended so quickly this time? The last night lasted nearly half a month, and everyone thought that this long-awaited daylight would also last for a long time. However, they did not expect that the sun would rise and stay in the sky for less than a day before setting and disappearing once again. Moreover, it was too much of coincidence. Before entering the street of the living dead, the sky was still blazing with the sun, relentlessly baking the land. However, after the two teams had fought inside for less than an hour, they came out to find it had turned to night. It was as if the heavens were conspiring against them. Although the weather and the cycle of day and night in this apocalyptic world were inherently unpredictable, the odds of this happening to a team of only 8 people felt like winning the lottery, with various misfortunes following one after another. Basically, everyone who survived in this apocalyptic world knew how dangerous the nights in the wilderness were. That's why many capable organizations built tall fortifications in the wild to block the chaos that ensued when night fell. Fortunately, they still had armored vehicles and tanks, which generally posed a significant threat to ordinary mutated creatures. Everyone wore a gloomy expression, watching the billboards at the entrance of the street of the living dead shrink in the rearview mirror, estimating that they would never forget what happened in that hour for the rest of their lives. The undead did not pursue them any further. Perhaps they would select a new undead king to command them in setting traps to hunt down the humans who ventured deeper. The blood-red moon hanging in the sky cast a thick shadow over everyone's hearts, constantly reminding them of the bloody scenes in the street of the living dead. Gilbert lay in the vehicle, and the makeshift life detector showed that his breath was extremely weak. The injuries he sustained were shocking, with shattered white bones piercing through his skin, exposed to the air, and blood had not stopped flowing since he was carried down. The mercenaries wrapped him with bandages again and again, but they would soon be soaked through with the flowing blood. It was likely that Captain Gilbert would die from excessive blood loss before reaching headquarters. Xia Lung glanced at Gilbert, who lay motionless beside him, wondering what he was thinking. Perhaps the self-sacrificing battles of the two captains had touched him to some extent. He had initially thought that the nobles in the fortress company, who were high above the refugees, would be arrogant, selfish, and violent. But he didn't expect these two captains, as the baptizers, to be willing to avenge the fallen ordinary members and sacrifice themselves to save their brothers. Such camaraderie was hard to find even in the old world. Perhaps only in the trials of the apocalypse could true feelings be witnessed. Suddenly, at that moment, Xiaolong's keen hearing picked up a faint gasp from Gilbert. Gilbert had woken up. However, apart from Xiaolong, the roaring sound of the armored vehicles and tanks was so overwhelming that the other mercenaries had not heard the faint gasp, unaware that their captain had regained consciousness. Xiaolong saw Gilbert's pale lips slightly moving, as if he wanted to say something, and his eyes opened a crack, his dilated pupils looking towards Xiaolong. You. Who exactly are you? Do you count as human? I saw everything about your battle with the undead king. This time, Xiaolong discerned what Gilbert wanted to say through his slightly moving lips, causing his pupils to widen instantly. The worrying situation had ultimately occurred. During the previous battle with the undead king, Xiaolong had intended to hold back throughout the fight, not wanting to expose too much of his peculiar abilities. However, the strength of the undead king exceeded his expectations, nearly leading to the annihilation of the entire team. If he didn't reveal some strength to counter it, he might very well die at the hands of that monster. The astonishingly strong healing ability, extremely agile movement speed, and the formidable strength to engage the undead king in close combat. even the ability to repair his clothes back to perfect condition. All of this seemed to consolidate the abilities of apocalypse warriors, hunters, and baptizers within Xiaolong. He had initially thought that since Gilbert had fainted, he could take a chance and fully showcase his abilities in battle against the undead king. But he never expected to be seen in the end. Now Xiaolong might become a new prey for the Komodo Company, used for their crazy experimental department for research. After realizing what Gilbert was trying to say, Xiaolong's expression remained unchanged as he looked up at the mercenaries in the vehicle. The remaining mercenaries had not yet noticed the situation here, their faces full of sorrow, as if they had not yet adjusted to the emotions from this extremely brutal battle. Then, Xiaolong's expression suddenly darkened as he looked back at the awakened Gilbert. One of his fingers extended a black tentacle, which instantly condensed into a sharp needle-like form, quietly reaching towards Gilbert's temple. Since this captain knew everything, he should understand that the more he knew, the quicker he would die. But why did Gilbert still want to tell him? Wasn't he afraid of being silenced? At this moment, Xiaolong no longer thought about it. He was determined to kill him. Just as his sharp tentacle was about to pierce Gilbert's temple, he saw Gilbert's lips begin to move again and suddenly coughed up a large pool of blood. "You don't need to kill me. I'm dying anyway. I know I won't last much longer. I just wanted to know before I die. Where you got such powerful abilities? Why you still pretend to be someone else? What exactly is your identity?" After saying this, Gilbert, extremely weak, had a look of insatiable curiosity in his dilated pupils. When Xiaolong saw this, he was momentarily stunned. He, who should have had all emotions stripped away by the Blacklight Virus, felt as if his heart, once cold, was now overwhelmed by a mix of human emotions, like a bottle of mixed grains being overturned. However, Xiaolong understood very well that he did not need such useless emotional changes. Otherwise, it could very likely become a fatal weakness for him in the future. You don't need to know so much. Go to heaven and reunite with your brothers. So he curved his lips slightly, revealing the last trace of a forced smile amidst the pain. If it weren't for this man, he would have long since died in the belly of that living corpse king. So he was smiling in gratitude towards Xiaolong. Gradually, Gilbert's pupils lost all color, and he exhaled his last breath, completely ceasing to move. Xiaolong could also tell that he was completely brain dead. The Blacklight Virus's instincts could no longer detect any signs of life from him. Unconsciously, he silently extended his right hand to gently close the eyelids of this man he admired deep down. Bang! Chapter 54. Bad luck. Just as he covered Gilbert's eyes, a loud explosion suddenly erupted outside the vehicle, causing the entire armored car to shake violently, startling everyone inside. Xiaolong glanced at the deceased Gilbert, then discarded this nonsensical thought. The loud noise clearly came from outside the vehicle, as if some heavy object had fallen on top of the armored car. Boom! Less than 3 seconds later, another violent tremor followed, and this time, the searchlight used to illuminate the road ahead extinguished instantly, catching everyone off guard. Damn! Shouldn't the battery still provide about 10 minutes of light? Has it malfunctioned? The old mercenary, who was acting as the temporary captain, suddenly felt uneasy and prepared to open the car door to check, but was immediately stopped by Xiaolong. Fool! Apart from the sounds caused by mutated creatures, do you think there could be any other reason? Xiaolong said coldly, causing the old mercenary to snap back to reality. Perhaps it was the previous tragic battle that had not allowed him to recover emotionally, which had unconsciously lowered his guard so much. Moreover, after being mocked by this man, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the other party was a baptizer of at least tier 2. Xiaolong looked out at the surroundings through the observation window of the vehicle. Even without lighting, his night vision ability gained from devouring the living dead allowed him to see a little. However, he couldn't find anything. Only the dark light sensor could detect that there were indeed some creatures wandering around, probably numbering in the dozens. Could it be that the living dead chased them out? The loud noises just now caused the driver to stop the vehicle, thinking there was a malfunction, so they didn't continue driving. At this moment, an armored vehicle and a tank were stopped in the middle of the silent road. Surrounding this road area were commercial and residential buildings. Not as tall as the skyscrapers in the city center, but enough to hide many mutated creatures. Just as he picked up the intercom, bang! Another loud noise came, but this time it almost flipped the entire heavy armored vehicle. Instantly, everything inside the vehicle turned upside down, with people and horses in disarray, and these mercenaries were squeezed into a pile by this sudden overturning. Only Xia Lung managed to grab onto a fixed object inside the compartment, preventing himself from being crushed along with them. At this moment, he felt an increasingly violent aura outside, far stronger than an individual living dead, but slightly weaker than the living dead king. However, this dangerous aura was present in dozens, and when the numbers added up, it was definitely more dangerous than the living dead king. The vehicle being continuously attacked finally made the temporary captain unable to bear it any longer. He quickly took out the communication tool to contact the company, hoping to have Fortress Company send other forces for rescue. But now the company was busy fighting against hostile groups, making it difficult to spare any manpower. However, the value of the living dead king's head should prompt the higher-ups to send personnel for assistance at all costs. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this time it was the hostile forces attacking them, trying to seize the living dead king's head? And that this mysterious man in the vehicle was a spy sent by the opposing group? Because he noticed that ever since this man joined the team, there had hardly been any good incidents. Just as the temporary captain managed to connect the line to Fortress, crack. Suddenly, the observation window he was leaning against was violently shattered by a powerful force. It was bulletproof glass. Even the living dead couldn't easily break it. In the instant after the glass shattered, a withered arm, almost skeletal, reached in from outside, grabbing the temporary captain by the back of the neck. Before he could react, this strong, withered arm yanked him towards the window, which was less than 20 centimeters wide. Creak! With a crisp sound, the temporary captain's neck was forcibly snapped, and his entire head was pulled out of the vehicle by the immense force, with the scalp and skull remaining at the edge of the window, continuously dripping blood. This bloody scene left the other mercenaries inside the vehicle in stunned silence. Creak, creak. Following that, several sharp, cat-like laughs echoed from outside, sending shivers down everyone's spines. It sounded so eerie. The roaring of the living dead became a stark contrast to this sound. This voice, could it be? One of the mercenaries felt that this voice was so familiar, as if he had heard this recording during a combat training session at the company. A type of mutated creature that made everyone turn pale at its mention. Suddenly, at that moment, he saw a terrifying face suddenly protruding from outside the window, finally reminding him of what monster this voice came from. Night Demon. The Night Demon is one of the most fearsome, mutated creatures in the wilderness. Also mutated from humans soaked by the Black Rain 5 years ago, considered a mutated branch of humanoid zombies, but far more terrifying than the living dead. And it is another mutated group that stands in opposition to the living dead. They do not rot like other living dead. You can smell a putrid stench from a distance. Instead, the skin is tight, wrinkled, and dry like a mummy, clinging to the bones, appearing to have no flesh at all, resembling a walking skeleton. However, this allows them to move silently and deliver a fatal blow without you realizing it, leaving you no pain to endure. The Night Demon looks very frail, like an octogenarian, yet possesses an extraordinary strength. The power unleashed by its emaciated bones can rival that of a Tier 2 Apocalypse warrior. Furthermore, their movement speed is extraordinarily swift and eerie, making them the Reapers among zombies. Fortunately, like the Reapers among humans, Night Demons are quite rare, but when encountered, there is never just one. They hunt in groups, unlike the previously recognized living corpses. Additionally, Night Demons also include ordinary living corpses in their hunting list, so sometimes seeking out Night Demons can be as simple as visiting places frequented by zombies in hopes of luck. Although Night Demons are incredibly formidable and primarily feed on zombies, they do not dare to venture deep into the street of the living dead because they still fear the tide of corpses that fills every corner and the living corpse king deep within the street. After all, the significant numerical disparity is evident. The living corpse king can command the living corpses to gather into a mass, serving as the protector of the street of the living dead, preventing the age-old enemies, the Night Demons, from recklessly entering the street to hunt, forcing them to linger nearby in search of solitary living corpses. As night fell, it was the time for the night demons to emerge, and unexpectedly, they discovered the living corpse king, whom they loathed deeply. Its decaying head was hanging on a human vehicle, which was just passing through their territory. The putrid stench emanating from the living corpse king's head instantly ignited their violent instincts, prompting them to recklessly attack the head and the humans along with it. It must be said that almost every coincidence and unfortunate event had befallen this team. Chapter 55. Night Demons. Everyone looked in the direction pointed out by the mercenary. Outside the window, a withered head resembling a skull was pressed against the car window. Its hollow eye sockets containing shriveled green, pupils the size of yellow beans, staring intently at the mercenaries inside, sending shivers down their spines. The air grew heavy at that moment, until the withered head opened its mouth, revealing fangs that glimmered coldly in the crimson moonlight, like a starving ghost waiting to open a can of pork, ready to feast. The people inside the car are what is referred to as canned meat. Is this the Night Demon? A newcomer who had just joined the team as a mercenary not long ago, trembling slightly, asked as he saw the horrifying monster outside the window, resembling a vengeful spirit. In addition, the Night Demon is extremely alert and very cunning. If it encounters high-level baptizers who can crush them or large groups of human troops, they basically won't appear. Therefore, up to now, there have been very few high-level bounty hunters who have captured any clues about live Night Demons. The armored vehicle attacking humans this time was because the Night Demons thought that the mercenaries and that man who couldn't be sensed at all posed no threat to them. Don't be afraid. They shouldn't be able to penetrate the outer armor of this armored vehicle. Everyone remember to stay away from the windows. And the temporary captain has already called headquarters. They should be able to locate us for rescue. Just as another mercenary was about to comfort everyone, suddenly there was a dull thud of flesh hitting the ground, and a corpse was suddenly slammed against the window. They focused on the corpse and realized it was the driver of the tank ahead. How could he be taken out while hiding in the heavy tank? Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several violent banging sounds erupted at the door of the vehicle. At that moment, they finally understood why the driver, hiding inside the tank, was dragged out by the Night Demons. It was because they forcefully smashed open the tank's top hatch with brute strength. Bang! Bang! The heavy banging sounds continued to echo, making everyone's heart race wildly. They finally showed expressions of despair. Even if reinforcements from the company arrived, there would probably only be a puddle of minced flesh and blood left at the scene. You bastards, I'm going to fight you to the death. Driven into a desperate situation, realizing they were going to die no matter what, the mercenaries reignited their fighting spirit, deciding that even if they were to die or be eaten, they would make sure these disgusting creatures choked on their bones. Gritting their teeth, they reloaded their weapons and aimed at the hatch that had been dented in by external force. Each person's heart was almost in their throat. Although they pretended to be calm on the surface, their hands gripping their weapons trembled, betraying the fear they felt about the impending death. One mercenary crawled to the door, grabbed the now slightly loosened doorknob that had been pounded on, and prepared to open the door and catch the enemy off guard. Swish! He mustered his courage and suddenly yanked the door open. Bang, bang, bang! The moment the door opened, gunfire and flames erupted thickly, mixed with the mercenaries' furious shouts. Facing such a dense storm of bullets, even the Night Demons would be shot to pieces, although their attack power was extremely strong. Their defense couldn't reach the level of the living corpse king that could withstand bullets. However, once the round of bullets was fired, with smoke billowing from the gun barrels, everyone realized that the doorway was empty. The Night Demons they had expected to be shot to pieces were nowhere to be found. It was as if these Night Demons had precognition. Cunningly, they had stopped their assault and vanished from sight before the door was opened. The air fell into a terrifying silence once again. Finally, one of the mercenaries completely broke down after experiencing everything that had happened in the past hour. His eyes were bloodshot, gasping for breath. Disregarding the attempts of those around him to stop him, he frantically pulled the trigger and yelled as he charged out. Just as he burst through the doorway, a thin, bony hand suddenly reached down from above, grabbing him by the top of his head and lifting him up. Then, everyone heard a piercing scream from outside, and they could only see the mercenary's legs flailing in a struggle at the doorway, after a series of biting sounds. He fell completely silent. The blood from that mercenary flowed down to the ground from his toes, as if laying out a bright red welcome carpet for those left inside. Boom! Then, the entire armored vehicle began to shake violently, as if the night demons outside were wildly rocking the vehicle. Soon, an unsteady mercenary was thrown out of the vehicle door. As soon as he fell out, several pairs of bony arms grabbed him and tore him into pieces, not even allowing him to let out a scream. As the other mercenary in the vehicle saw this, he immediately pressed against the side of the carriage and grabbed onto a fixed object to prevent himself from being thrown out like the other mercenary. However, he forgot that there was an observation window behind him, with a crash, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. This mercenary was forcibly pulled out through the narrow window by a withered hand, meeting a tragic end. Now, only 2 mercenaries remained in the vehicle, and in their despair, they could barely hold their guns. By the way, wasn't Captain Gilbert and that cold man still at the back of the vehicle? Both of them were baptizers, but why had there been no movement from them? At this moment, the remaining 2 mercenaries finally remembered that there were 2 baptizers inside the vehicle. Although Captain Gilbert had already passed out, the man, being a baptizer, should be able to withstand the night demon-s attack for a while. But he hadn't team-moved at all, which is why they had only now recalled his presence. Just as the 2 mercenaries turned to look towards the back of the vehicle, their expressions suddenly changed to one of shock even greater than when they saw the night demon. As if their already warped worldview in this apocalyptic world had been shattered anew. What are you doing to our captain? They saw Xiaolong, who had been quietly staying at the back of the vehicle, with his right palm placed on Gilbert's corpse, transforming into countless black tendrils that gradually wrapped the entire body into a humanoid black cocoon, writhing like a worm. This left the 2 mercenaries dumbfounded. Was this man still human? Chapter 56. Unlocking new abilities, Xiaolong wasted no time. After completely devouring and absorbing Captain Gilbert's corpse, a warm current, like a spring breeze, spread to every corner of his body. Having consumed the crystal from a second-tier apocalyptic hunter, Xiaolong felt his sensory abilities strengthened once again. His danger sense, originally about a 20-meter range, had nearly doubled, possibly reaching a 50-meter detection range. Anything that could pose a danger to him within 50 meters would appear in his mind's invisible radar at critical moments. At the same time, Xiaolong's vision, hearing, and various physical qualities were significantly enhanced, and his muscle definition became more streamlined and filled with greater explosive power. He had nearly reached the level of a 3rd-tier apocalyptic hunter. Now, Xiaolong possessed the combined strength of an almost 3rd-tier hunter and the peak of a 3rd-tier warrior, plus the abilities of a mysterious scholar from a previous encounter with a berserk tribe. However, this mysterious scholar had not brought him good fortune. Instead, he was plagued by a series of unfortunate events. The memories contained a once happy family of 3, with a 6-year-old adorable daughter, a beautiful and virtuous wife, and a husband with an enviable job. And this husband was just like Gilbert. At that time, Gilbert felt like the happiest man in the world. Having these 2 lovely women, he would give up everything just to see their smiles. However, nothing in the world is eternally happy. Until one day, on a clear weekend, Gilbert took his wife and daughter to the amusement park for a day of fun. The amusement park was crowded, with many families bringing their children to enjoy themselves. And the entire area was filled with laughter and joy, full of longing for a beautiful life. Gilbert stood in a long line to buy tickets for the popular Ferris wheel, and then took his wife and daughter aboard. The 3 of them sat on the Ferris wheel, slowly rising into the air, watching as they moved farther from the ground. Their timid daughter began to feel scared and hid in her father's arms, not daring to open her eyes. Gilbert exchanged a smile with his beautiful wife, gently stroking their daughter's hair. Their next plan was to go to a famous steak restaurant for lunch after the Ferris wheel came down. Just then, an unexpected event began to unfold. Suddenly, the sunny sky was instantly covered by thick dark clouds, catching everyone off guard. Now, he could only hope that the Ferris wheel would descend quickly so they could find a place to take shelter from the rain. As the Ferris wheel they were on was open air and had no roof to protect them from the rain. However, just as their seat reached the top, raindrops began to fall heavily. In an instant, Gilbert's family, along with most of the visitors in the amusement park, were caught completely off guard by the sudden downpour. Everyone discovered that the rain falling from the sky was actually black. Damn, is it caused by environmental pollution? Gilbert saw the oil-like black rain dripping onto his skin, pooling into streams that slid down to his feet. So he quickly took off his coat and draped it over his wife and daughter. Suddenly, at that moment, various piercing cries and screams came from the ground, leaving Gilbert puzzled. It was just a strange rain, not acid rain. Was it necessary to cry out like this? So he instinctively looked down, and the scene below instantly made his eyes widen in shock. The crowd that had been laughing and joking just a second ago was now crazily fighting each other. The scale of the chaos was so grand that almost everyone was involved in the battle, and the fighting methods were extremely brutal. An adult man randomly pounced on a passerby next to him, then frantically bit at his ear until he completely tore it off. A pair of individuals who looked like a father and daughter suddenly began to tear at each other until both were left bloodied and mangled. These extremely bloody and bizarre scenes resembled the actions of zombie monsters in movies, giving Gilbert, who was still on a Ferris wheel high above, a shocking sight. At this moment, he did not want the Ferris wheel to descend to the ground. "Don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you." Gilbert swallowed hard and turned to comfort his daughter. However, this turn would be the last time he saw them. Although these memories seemed long, in Xiaolong's mind, they flashed by in an instant, as if they were happening to him. Xiaolong was also somewhat astonished by this newfound ability, as if the Blacklight Virus within him had broken through some boundary, granting him this strange ability to seize others' memories. However, he gladly accepted this ability, as it might provide him with significant help in the future. For example, the clues about the corpse cold land in that office. The related researchers must have known a lot. "Where have you taken our captain, Bert?" The two mercenaries saw the man seemingly perform magic, making a living person vanish in just a few seconds, which made them panic even more, raising their weapons to aim at Xiaolong. Bang! However, they forgot that their main enemy was still the night demon, and as the armored vehicle was violently shaken again, half of another mercenary was flung out. "Help! Help me! I don't want to die." Now, only Xiaolong and the last mercenary, who was trembling to the point of nearly wetting himself, remained inside the vehicle. As for the driver, he had long been dragged away and devoured by the night demon after breaking through the windshield. Soon, these two elite teams from Komodo Fortress will be completely wiped out tonight. Just then, a night demon crawled to the back of the vehicle where Xiaolong was sitting. Earlier, it had seen a man sitting in this position through the window, and there happened to be a fist-sized vent nearby, so it wanted to stretch its powerful, withered arm inside and twist the man's neck. Saliva dripping with corrosive properties flowed from its mouth. It could hardly wait to personally hunt down a delicacy. A wolf. The night demon suddenly let out a roar, thrusting its withered claws into the vent, reaching for Xiaolong, who had been cold and silent at the back of the vehicle. Chapter 57. Trickery. After the night demon extended its explosive, withered hand into the vent and began to claw around, trying to catch the man inside and snap his neck. It found itself grasping at emptiness. It seemed the person inside had already anticipated the impending sneak attack. Bang! Suddenly, the night demon's arm was yanked by a powerful force from inside the armored vehicle, catching it off guard and slamming it against the back of the armored vehicle. The night demon was directly pulled and crashed into the armored vehicle's rear, leaving a human-shaped dent in the deck, leaving it dazed. It looked at its vanished right arm. Although it could not feel pain, this made its emotions explode, and it leaned its menacing head closer to the vent, wanting to find its severed arm. However, just as it leaned in, a perfectly muscled arm, as white as jade yet with perfect muscle lines, shot out of the vent with lightning speed and precisely gripped the night demon's thin neck. Crack! Then, that claw-like hand squeezed fiercely without hesitation, twisting the night demon's head into a bizarre angle. However, even so, the night demon's strong vitality meant it had not completely died yet, wildly thrashing its remaining left arm. Finally, the scene of the temporary captain being forcibly pulled out of the narrow window reappeared. But this time the main character was the night demon. Inside the vehicle, the arm instantly bulged with veins, gripping the night demon's already shattered neck tightly. and with a fierce pull toward the vent, the entire neck was torn apart by the powerful force, separating the head from the body, leaving the night demon completely down on the ground, losing all mobility, with only its dry head's mouth still weakly opening and closing. Nearby, several night demons witnessed this scene, realizing that their prey had begun to fight back, causing their heightened vigilance to turn into agitation. Gurgle, gurgle, they made special sounds, gathering around the armored vehicle, preparing to attack. The night demons no longer wanted to toy with their prey. They planned to take turns tearing the remaining guy inside to pieces. One night demon crouched at the armored vehicle's door, seeing the last mercenary inside with a vacant gaze, staring blankly at something beside him. It bent its limbs slightly, then suddenly sprang forward, dashing at high speed to leap into the single person-sized door. Bang! Bang! Oh! In an instant, the vehicle was filled with intense roars and crashing sounds, as if an exceptionally fierce battle was taking place inside. The enormous commotion lasted for about several dozen seconds before falling completely silent. The night demon that charged in first never came out again. Inside the armored vehicle, Xiao Lung pressed closely against the side of the door, his chest slightly rising and falling. The multiple wounds on his body quickly healing under the influence of the Blacklight Virus. As for the night demon that had just entered the vehicle, it had already become nourishment for the Blacklight Virus within him. Xiao Lung knew that with his current strength, dealing with 1 to 2 night demons shouldn't be a big problem. However, outside, there were now dozens of night demons lingering around the armored vehicle. As soon as he stepped out, he would be attacked collectively by the night demons. Each night demon possessed strength and speed close to that of a second-tier human purifier. So Xiao Lung was essentially resisting an entire team of purifiers. It never hurt to be cautious and to be on the safe side. The always vigilant Xia Lung refrained from recklessly charging out to face the entire horde of monsters alone. Instead, they utilized the narrow space inside the car to prepare for luring the night demons in one by one and taking them down. As for the last mercenary, he was temporarily kept alive as bait to attract the night demons. This unfortunate mercenary watched the man fight the night demons with various strange abilities, constantly teetering on the edge of death, and had already been frightened to the brink of collapse, sitting there like a puppet at the mercy of others. Outside, another chilling scream echoed, and Xiao Lung knew this was the night demon's roar before they launched their attack, so he immediately readied himself for battle again. Sure enough, not long after, another night demon pounced in from outside, heading straight for the bait mercenary sitting dazed at the door, just as its sharp, bony fingers were about to tear apart this poor man. Bang! In a flash, the night demon suddenly sensed a strong aura of danger coming from the side and back, but before it could land, it was struck by a powerful force in the waist and sent crashing against the interior deck of the car. Known for their fierce attack methods, night demons have low defense. As this night demon struggled to get up from the ground, its already weak waist had been crushed by the previous violent force, leaving a deep dent. The night demon raised its grotesque head, its eye sockets now shriveled down to the size of mung beans, staring in shock and anger at the man approaching it from the front. This was the second life force it had sensed that had never shown itself before. But the night demon did not detect the special power on Xiao Lung and thought he was just an ordinary human, which is why it continued to attack inside the car. Little did it know that the opponent's speed and strength far exceeded its own. Xiao Lung has always tried to hide his own strength and aura, not only to avoid unnecessary trouble for himself, but also to deliver a sudden and deadly blow to any enemies who underestimate him. Gulu Gulu. However, this smarter night demon seems to have realized that it is not a match for this human and understands that this is a trap set by the opponent, causing itself and its kind to become prey for this man. Suddenly, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and let out an extremely piercing scream, as if warning other similar creatures lurking outside the armored vehicle. Xiao Lung felt something was off and immediately delivered a powerful whip kick to its head, instantly kicking its skull off its body, which shattered into powder upon hitting the interior of the vehicle. But it was still a step too late. The other night, demons outside fell silent upon hearing the sound made by their dying companion inside the vehicle, no longer rushing in one by one to meet their doom. Xiaolong did not expect these mutated creatures to adapt so quickly. Compared to the simple and brutal, bloodthirsty instincts they had 5 years ago when the Black Rain first broke out, their intelligence had indeed evolved along with them. The IQ of all mutated creatures was quietly changing. The dozens of night demons outside no longer emitted their chilling howls, and the eerie silence made Xiaolong feel even more uneasy. They might be concocting some sort of scheme. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly echoed on the roof of the vehicle, causing Xiaolong's pupils to dilate as he sensed that the head of the living corpse king, which had been placed on the roof, was being removed and gradually taken away from his position. Chapter 58. Devour after killing the living corpse king. Xiaolong did not immediately devour its skull and the alluring crystal inside, but intended to use it to exchange for more important clues about the corpse cold land with the Komodo company. When trading with such a large company, there was no need to worry about being blackmailed because the larger the company, the stricter the reward and punishment mechanisms. And integrity was one of the most rigorous aspects of their rules. Otherwise, if bad news spread, bounty hunters responsible for collecting new types of mutated creatures would no longer trade with this company. Although he was unsure whether the head of the living corpse king could indeed be exchanged for those clues, and did not know how much the Komodo company knew about that place, the sacrifice of nearly 50 people and 2 respected baptism leaders, along with the spoils that he almost paid for with his life being taken away by others, ignited an inexplicable rage within Xiaolong. It was like a lion that had gone through great hardships to hunt for food, only to have it snatched away by a pack of hyenas. A king at the top of the food chain could not tolerate this. You can scheme against me, torture me, or use me. I can endure all of that. But to take away the food I was about to enjoy from my mouth, then you shall become my food. Xiaolong's eyes were once again consumed by darkness. Outside the armored vehicle, the night demons, alerted by their companions, refrained from stepping into the death trap inside. Instead, cunningly, they directly took the head of the despised living corpse king, preparing to take it away. The night demons surprisingly chose to abandon their attack on the unknown enemies inside the vehicle and decided to leave the area. With this living corpse king's head, the night demons could hunt in the city of the living dead anytime, without wasting time or even lives battling the unknown enemies within the armored vehicle. In fact, the night demons were relatively laid-back, mutated creatures. However, now that they had taken the head, naturally, no one would agree to this. Just as the night demons were preparing to retreat, a shadow, moving too fast for the naked eye to see, suddenly shot out from the vehicle, targeting a night demon at the back of the line. Crack! Xiaolong, in front of all the night demons, grabbed the precious gray-blue crystal from the head of the night demon under him, then devoured the body along with it. In an instant, Xiaolong felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, invigorated by the thrill of slaughter. These night demons were even more delicious than the ordinary living corpses, almost acting like a stimulant. The night demons had initially planned to retreat and let the 2 humans inside the vehicle go, but they never expected the opponents to come out and provoke their entire clan. This was something that could not be tolerated. Gurgle! Dozens of night demons emitted eerie, high-pitched howls from their throats, representing their anger at the insult, as one of their kind was trampled by this human who exuded no powerful aura. Subsequently, they formed a hunting formation and charged toward this arrogant human in an encirclement. In the cold of summer, his dark pupils locked onto a single target, which was one of the night demons holding the head of the living corpse king. Howl! Accompanied by a series of intense roars, the first night demon launched the attack, its limbs slightly bent as it pounced towards the human at an incredible speed. Just as Xiaolong was about to counterattack with even faster speed, he suddenly sensed that 2 more night demons were simultaneously attacking him from behind. They actually knew to first attract the prey's attention, while the others launched a sneak attack from behind. Xiaolong instantly realized this reversal. As long as he made any move against the enemy in front, he would be ambushed by the 2 night demons behind him. In this critical moment, he chose to remain still without any action, fully focusing on the remaining distance and time of the 2 night demons approaching from both sides. Just as he was about to be caught in a pincer attack, He bent his knees slightly and jumped several meters high, causing them to miss their targets. The two night demons behind collided directly with the one in front. As they struggled to get up and continue the attack, Xiaolong, who was in midair, took advantage of his downward momentum to step on the head of one of the night demons. Crack! Xiaolong's attacks were always decisive, almost every time hitting the enemy's critical point directly, and this kick shattered the head of another night demon, with the soul, made of Blacklight Virus, also devouring the crystal within its skull. Just as he was about to pin down and crush the heads of the other two still recovering night demons, a strong malicious aura suddenly came from beneath him, and the ground violently heaved, as if something was about to break through from below. Xiaolong felt a sense of danger, but it was slightly too late to evade. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly broke through the ground, instantly obscuring all his vision with dust. Then, Xiaolong felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. These night demons could actually burrow underground to launch unexpected attacks on their enemies. The night demon that broke through the ground almost completely pierced through Xiaolong's abdomen with its sharp claws, emerging from his back. In an instant, a stream of black blood gushed from his wound, splattering onto the night demon that had injured him. Gurgle! The night demon, seeing its sneak attack succeed, let out a sharp, unpleasant howl in excitement. When it prepared to instantly tear the human's intestines apart, it found that it couldn't withdraw its arm that had penetrated the enemy's abdomen. It seemed to be sewn into the opponent's abdominal cavity. The night demon looked up in shock and saw that the man's face showed no signs of pain at all. Instead, his black hole-like pupils made the demon shiver with fear. A strong biological instinct made it realize that it was the one walking into a trap. Having continuously devoured several night demons, Xiaolong's internal energy was now nearly at saturation, and his recovery ability had almost reached its peak speed. So much so that the moment the night demon's arm pierced through his abdomen, the wound had already begun to heal in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the night demon's arm was completely fixed inside Xiaolong's abdomen, unable to be pulled out no matter how hard tried, and was being fiercely devoured by the Blacklight Virus within him, directly transforming into nutrients that replenished every corner of his body. How? The night demon noticed the abnormality of its arm and the danger in front of it. By the time it wanted to distance itself from this terrifying man, it was already too late. Crack! Xiaolong instantly reached out and grabbed the night demon's withered head, and with a squeeze, he crushed its entire head, cleanly devouring the crystal within it as well. This completely made the surrounding night demons feel that any trick would no longer work against this man. As Xiaolong's dark pupils locked onto the night demon holding the head of the living corpse, it still didn't realize that this head was the source of its impending annihilation. Chapter 59, Cocoon. After eliminating and devouring the night demon that had ambushed him, Xiaolong's abilities were once again further enhanced. These night demons, known for their brutal and rapid attacks, had already begun to struggle to see this human speed of movement. All they saw was a shadow darting by, kicking up a cloud of dust, and in an instant, it vanished from the eyes of all the night demons. How? Suddenly, the attacked night demon was holding the massive head of the living corpse king. With a crunch, Xiaolong effortlessly twisted the head of the night demon off, saying, "You take my head, then I will just have to take yours too." However, at that moment, a violent temptation began to seize Xiaolong's heart, igniting a strong desire to devour the head of the living corpse king. Originally, this head was meant as a trade item to exchange clues about the land of Corpse Cold with the Komodo Company. But after devouring Gilbert, a second-tier baptized, it seemed to have broken through a certain boundary of the virus within him, granting him the ability to seize memories. With this ability, obtaining the information he wanted became much simpler, such as devouring those researchers or even the fortress's chief officer, Patrick. The Blacklight Virus had always instilled in him the notion that there was no fair trade, no bartering, only plundering. In Xiaolong's dark pupils, the shadow of the living corpse king's head was reflected, as if there was still some internal struggle in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the remaining night demons were completely enraged, choosing to abandon any hunting strategies and charging together at this arrogant human. They emitted a special roar that caused all other mutated creatures nearby to flee, rushing towards their target with a strong, violent killing intent. However, just as they were about to tear this human apart, Xia Lung suddenly squeezed the head of the living corpse king, causing it to explode like a watermelon. Inside the skull, a deep red crystal was exposed, emanating a faint scarlet glow. Subsequently, this extremely precious scarlet crystal began to be devoured and absorbed by his seemingly bottomless palm. In an instant, Xia Lung felt an unprecedented energy flooding every corner of his body. This heavenly sensation made him involuntarily let out a roar like a beast unleashed. This red crystal contained a more vast energy than all the stones he had ever consumed combined. Thousands of tendrils surged wildly from his skin, writhing, covering, and condensing on Xia Lung's surface, until finally wrapping into a massive black cocoon. This process was incredibly fast, taking less than 2 seconds to form a nearly 2-meter-tall, giant cocoon, and Xia Lung was wrapped within it. This strange scene caused the dozens of night demons that were pouncing to stop their attack, their green bean-like pupils staring in surprise at the egg-shaped object before them. Among the creatures they hunted, although there were many egg-laying mutated beings, it was their first time encountering such a bizarre mutation, making them, usually cautious, pause their next move. Gulu they bared their teeth, ready to attack at any moment, surrounding the giant cocoon in the middle, but they dared not act rashly, keeping a distance of 5 meters from it. The egg did not emit any life force, standing there like a dead object, yet it resembled a bomb, seemingly capable of blowing any approaching creature to smithereens. Bang! Gulu Gulu, finally, one night demon could no longer contain itself and slowly crawled closer. At the same time, something unexpected happened again. When this night demon approached within less than a meter of the cocoon, the immense life force contained within it spread out, even causing ordinary people to hear the violent heartbeat. Logically, encountering such a bizarre situation, the highly alert night demons should have kept their distance, but this particular night demon, unaware of what was wrong, felt its body uncontrollably moving forward, as if something extremely delicious inside was tempting it. And it didn't heed the frantic roars of its companions behind. Finally, this night demon, seemingly entranced, extended its thin claws and touched the smooth surface of the black cocoon. Crack! The moment it was touched, the other night demons once again heard a crisp sound of something shattering, seeing the surface of the cocoon where it was touched cracking open with a web-like pattern. Subsequently, the pattern spread wider and wider, almost in the blink of an eye, covering the entire giant black cocoon, as if the unknown creature inside was about to break out. At the same time, the night demon that touched the cocoon shook violently, as if waking from a daze. Boom! Suddenly, a heavy explosion echoed from the cracked black cocoon. Instantly, a cloud of black mist enveloped the area within a radius of nearly 10 meters, covering all the night demons in the black fog, making visibility less than 1 meter, and even their keen hearing and sense of smell failed them. The night demon at the center finally sensed a powerful aura right in front of it, but it couldn't see what it was, filling its heart with terror as it turned to flee. However, several streaks of black light flashed by, and before this night demon could take a few steps, it was frozen in place, unable to move. A second later, its body began to spill. No, it split into 5 parts and started to spill. The cut in the middle looked as if it had been sliced by extremely sharp blades, the cut's surface incredibly smooth. With a clang, the night demon's emaciated body shattered into 5 equal parts, spilling forth thick, foul-smelling green blood. At this moment, the black thick mist dissipated, and the vision of all the night demons returned to clarity. However, in the previous location, the massive black cocoon had already vanished, leaving only the 5 smooth corpse pieces of their companions on the ground, along with the familiar human standing nearby. This time, though, the man's hands had transformed into a visually violent set of claws made up of 4 black blades, each about half a meter long. The sharp edges gleamed with a strange black-red light under the crimson moonlight. Chapter 60. Black Claw of Light. The night demons were stunned, frozen in place. upon seeing the black claws that had formed on the man's hands. Wasn't this exactly from the living corpse king they despised so much? Although they were slightly shorter in length, their appearance was wilder and more domineering, continuously emanating a fierce aura that created a strong sense of visual oppression. The dark red tendrils connecting to his entire arms formed incredibly sharp diamond-like spikes, capable of easily penetrating the heavy armor of an armored vehicle. The completely black claws are no less impressive than the night sky, where not a single star can be seen. The sharp black light claws sliced the recently defeated night demon into several pieces, which were still stained with the residual dark green blood of the opponent. As the blood was about to slide down to the ground from the claw tips, it was absorbed into the blade, turning into nourishment. After devouring the deep red crystal of the undead king, the energy contained within allowed Xia Lung to once again break through the limits of the Blacklight Virus in his body. As a fourth-tier baptizer, he could attain a relatively high-ranking position even in a high-level fortress. In addition, Xia Lung felt that he had gained a new ability. Although it was still unclear for now, it seemed that these abilities needed to be triggered by himself. He looked at the pair of black light claws that had transformed from his hands, and with a thought in his mind, a strange scene occurred again. Suddenly, at this moment, around 10 night demons finally reacted, letting out their intimidating roars. They were utterly confused by the bizarre events occurring with this human, yet they could not detect any dangerous aura emanating from him, as if he was just an ordinary person. Xia Lung redirected his attention back to the terrifying night demons that sent shivers down everyone's spine. He had seen a convoy of lights rapidly approaching from about 10 kilometers away. The reinforcements that the temporary mercenary captain had called for were indeed on their way. Though it was likely that the main purpose of the fortress company sending help was primarily for the head of the Lich King, with the remaining survivors being a secondary concern. Xia Lung estimated that the convoy would arrive in less than 10 minutes. And as for the Lich King's head, it had just been consumed by himself in the mood dominated by the dark light, so it was unlikely he could regurgitate another Lich King's head for them. And just then, the night demons responsible for all this were right here, ready to take the blame for it. The remaining personnel had all been killed by them, and the head of the Corpse King had also been plundered by the night demons. As for the missing Captain Gilbert, he had been dismembered and taken away by them. At this moment, the night demons were unaware that they were about to become tools for this human to take the blame. In this oppressive atmosphere, they no longer wanted to test this truly bizarre enemy. This was because their comrades who had previously tested the waters had turned into blood clots, absorbed into this human's body, leaving not a single strand of hair behind. The night demons, with their keen senses, also detected that a large number of people were rushing to this location, so they decided not to tangle with this man any longer. Reluctantly, they let out a roar and prepared to leave. However, this time, Xia Lung did not want to let them go. To organize this scene, he needed these supporting characters to cooperate. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing whistle, a metal road sign twisted into a spiral by brute force flew over at high speed, instantly piercing one of the night demons' collarbones, pinning it deeply to the wall. Finally, the night demons, as high-level creatures in the food chain of the wilderness, were thoroughly enraged by this human's repeated provocations. Xia Lung calmly twisted the metal sign in his hand, seeing the repulsive, mutated creatures charging at him. Exactly the effect he wanted, just as one of the night demons, leading the charge, leaped high and was about to sink its fangs into his neck. Xia Lung's eyes were instantly engulfed by darkness. Then, with even greater speed, he thrust the sharpened sign forward. In an instant, the nearly 2-meter-long metal tube was thrust straight into the night demon's mouth, piercing through all its internal organs and exiting through its anus, impaling the demon like a roasted whole lamb. However, despite such heavy injury, the night demon was still not dead, its limbs flailing wildly, making gurgling sounds that sounded extremely painful. Xia Lung nonchalantly tossed aside the roasted whole demon, his dark pupils fixated on the other night demons roaring towards him from behind. Suddenly, Xia Lung spread his hands, and countless black tendrils surged wildly from the surface of his skin, quickly coalescing into a domineering form of black claw before the night demons could pounce on him. The night demons, seeing this man's arms change again, had no time to brake, and could only charge forward recklessly. With a swift motion, Xiao Lung swung his claws from below upwards, instantly piercing through the upper body of one night demon. As the four claws converged, its body was easily sliced into several pieces like tofu. Meanwhile, two night demons attacking from the side seized the opportunity to leap at him, sinking their sharp fangs deep into Xiaolong's shoulder, attempting to tear away a large chunk of flesh from his human. But before they could exert their strength, suddenly their emaciated heads were grasped by the black claws, which then crushed them like exploding watermelons, splattering red, white, and yellow goo everywhere. In an instant, a human was locked in a fierce battle with dozens of night demons, creating a vividly violent aesthetic. Wherever the claws swung, flesh was instantly shattered and turned to dust, which might one day become the nourishment for some mutated seed. The summer cold felt like the arrival of death, its monotonous dark hue swallowing all nearby life one by one. Chapter 61. Brutality. Everyone, stay alert. We are about to reach the rescue location. Make sure your weapon safeties are off. A long convoy of nearly dozens of armored vehicles was speeding towards the distress signal's launch point, kicking up clouds of dust. The heavy machine guns and rocket launchers mounted on each armored vehicle sent the mutated creatures, which tried to venture out for food upon hearing the commotion, fleeing in fear. However, what truly made the surrounding creatures avoid them was not just the violent heavy weapons, but the powerful aura of the baptizers present in each vehicle. The skull insignia welded onto the front of every armored vehicle proved their allegiance to the Komodo Mercenary Company. This formidable elite team was meant to be the last line of defense in the fortress, preventing various mercenary groups from being ambushed by hostile forces while they fought outside. This left the garrison quite puzzled. Why were they sent out on such a trivial mission? Were they not afraid that the fortress would be compromised by the enemy? I heard that the Tiger Squad and Falcon Squad were severely damaged while on a mission in Deadman Street. I know the two captains, and with their strength, how could they be wiped out by a bunch of mindless zombies? The captain of the Creamy Guard, in charge of the rescue mission, spoke with a hint of doubt and displeasure, as if he was called out to execute a task while enjoying time with women at the bar, which made him quite unhappy. Captain, it's best not to let your guard down. The area ahead is reportedly still infested with night demons, and their numbers are unknown. Perhaps the remnants of their teams were ambushed by the night demons, prompting the distress signal, or it could be an attack from some hostile force. The captain's deputy said uneasily, although the dispatch forces were strong enough to wipe out the entire night demon nest. If they fell into a trap set by a hostile group, it would be no small matter. Hearing this, the guard captain's expression turned serious. This possibility was not without precedent. There had been instances where enemy spies misled a mercenary team with false location information, leading them into an ambush and being annihilated by hostile forces. Let us halt the convoy and send 2 scouts ahead to investigate first. Creamy kept a watchful eye. Subsequently, the 2 first-stage Apocalypse Hunters, upon receiving the order, equipped themselves with communication systems and vanished into the darkness like bats. About 5 minutes later, the deputy received a message from the scouts ahead. Captain Creamy. Those 2 teams were indeed attacked. The enemy was night demons, and there are many signs of battle at the scene. The deputy solemnly conveyed the message to the captain. However, upon hearing this, Creamy's expression relaxed for the night demons. Close to second-stage baptizers in strength, were still significantly weaker than the unknown forces of the hostile group. Understood. Let the convoy continue moving forward. After issuing the command, Creamy pulled out a precious thick cigar from his pocket, lit it, and placed it in his mouth. A trace of regret flickered in his eyes. Captain Philip of the Tiger Squad and Captain Gilbert of the Falcon Squad had shared some interactions, having drunk together in the fortress bar. One was a wild and rugged warrior, while the other was a calm and composed hunter. These 2 young baptizer captains complemented each other in battle, combining their strengths to achieve numerous victories for this emerging fortress, and their honors even reached the ears of the higher-ups at headquarters. They were 2 men with boundless prospects, yet now they had been wiped out by mutated creatures in the wilderness, which was a great humiliation for the soldiers. Dying on the battlefield against hostile forces was their ideal end. This time, the entire convoy accelerated towards the front, for if they were even a moment late, The smell of blood might attract other mutated creatures, dragging away the corpses of the fallen mercenaries. Soon, the convoy arrived at the target location in just a few minutes. The two scouts who arrived first were already waiting at the scene. Before they even got out of the vehicles, everyone could already smell an extremely strong odor of blood, making it easy to imagine how brutal the scene would be. Captain Creamy opened the car door, and as soon as his military boots touched the ground, he felt as if he had stepped on something soft. Looking down, he saw a liver torn apart by external forces, now further mashed by his step. He frowned slightly, wanting to find a slightly cleaner spot to scrape the meat off his shoe, but there was no place to step. The entire area was stained with a mix of red and green putrid blood, along with the mangled limbs of both humans and night demons. Creamy looked up and was instantly wide-eyed at the horrific sight before him. In the center of the incident site, an armored vehicle was destroyed to the point that it was almost unrecognizable, overturned on the ground with its wheels facing the sky, weakly spinning. Beside it, a tank quietly sat on the road, its camouflage armor now covered in thick blood, transforming it into a foul-smelling war vehicle. Even the tank's cannon was clogged with what appeared to be either human or night demon flesh, blood continuously oozing from a muzzle. Additionally, several night demons were still not completely dead. Their powerful vitality allowed their broken bodies to twitch slightly on the ground, letting out piercing howls towards the approaching rescue team. As for humans, not a single intact body was visible. Those mercenaries and the two captains had likely become part of the scattered remains. The crimson moonlight illuminated the blood-soaked ground in this area, faintly swirling with a red mist reminiscent of a volcanic hell. Everyone searched for any remaining survivors, and for any night demons found here, whether alive or dead, shoot them in the head again. Captain Creamy said with a grim face. Seeing such a tragic scene, he could already imagine that these brave warriors, even if they knew they were doomed, fought with all their might against those disgusting night demons until the last man fell. The entire rescue team maintained tightly furrowed brows, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit as they attempted to search for survivors in this shocking, blood-soaked battlefield. However, after nearly 10 minutes of searching, the scattered limbs on the ground, combined with the flesh inside the night demon stomachs, amounted to less than 10 people. Just as the deputy was about to convey this unfortunate news to the chief guard, one of the subordinates suddenly shouted in surprise, inside the wrecked armored vehicle. They had actually found a survivor. Upon hearing this, Captain Creamy immediately ran over to check. He saw a mercenary in a Falcon Squad uniform, whose lower body below the waist was almost completely crushed by external forces, crumpled into a heap in a nearly squished vehicle. Only his exposed hands were still weakly moving, his expression extremely frail and in pain. Upon seeing the rescue personnel approach, his dazed pupils suddenly constricted. Everyone is dead. Woo-woo. Chapter 62. Homecoming Captain Creamy saw the scene before him, disregarding the bits of flesh and blood smeared all over the inside of the carriage, and directly crawled in. He reached in with his large palm into the crumpled metal, then applied a slight force to both sides, and the hard armor was forcibly pried open by his sheer strength. Seeing this, the deputy quickly followed suit and crawled into the vehicle, dragging out the surviving mercenary whose lower body had been turned into a puddle of flesh. As he was pulled out, the mercenary immediately contorted his face and let out a painful scream. The remnants of his crushed lower body left a horrifying long blood mark on the ground, and even his internal organs slipped out from the gaping wound. The medics who came afterward immediately administered various anesthetics and painkillers, but none of them worked. They couldn't alleviate the immense pain the mercenary was enduring. Everyone listened to his screams, their hearts heavy with a sense of dread, as if they were seeing their own future. Captain Creamy held the mercenary's blood-stained hands, trying to comfort him, but it did nothing to lessen his suffering. They are all dead, killed by the night demon and the monsters of the street of the living dead. Cough, cough. The surviving mercenary hadn't finished speaking when he coughed up a large pool of thick blood mixed with bits of organs, his pupils becoming increasingly unfocused. Medics, give him all the life-saving drugs you can. Forget about the damn resource issues. In the end, the last surviving mercenary convulsed one last time in his arms. then completely lost all signs of life. Chromie slowly laid the soldier down on the ground, stood up, and his cold expression revealed neither sadness nor anger. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing their leader like this, they knew his heart was like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Roar! However, not far away, a night demon, pierced through its entire body by a metal sign, suddenly let out a roar, startling those around. The fact that it was still alive after such a horrific injury showed just how resilient these mutated creatures were. Hearing the roar, Chromie turned his grim face and walked straight toward it. Only then did the night demon sense the power contained within this tall human, realizing it was beyond its capability to handle, and immediately started to struggle wildly. However, its body was held straight by the metal pipe and couldn't move at all. Chromie approached it, grabbed the night demon by the neck, and effortlessly lifted it into the air in order to protect itself. The night demon lowered its head and frantically bit at the human's wrist. However, no matter how much force it used, even its sharp fangs shattered, only managing to leave a few faint scratches on the opponent's skin. Chromie was a peak Tier 3 Apocalypse warrior specializing in defense. Not only were his bones and skin as hard as titanium, but his recovery ability was also extremely formidable. He coldly stared at the disgusting mutated creature, snorted, and suddenly his eyes turned blood red. He grabbed the night demon with one hand and began to roar aura, aura, while delivering powerful punches the size of a pot to the night demon. Bang, bang, bang. It was unclear how long Chromie vented his anger, but he only stopped when the night demon, along with the metal sign that pierced through its body, turned into a pile of mush. Captain Chromie took the towel handed to him by his aide, casually wiped the bone fragments and flesh off his knuckles, and turned to face the crowd. Start clearing the battlefield. Wrap up all the fallen warriors' remains carefully and take them away. Don't leave a single piece for those mutated creatures to use as food. As for the overall commander, I will report the situation properly. The other mercenaries responsible for cleaning the battlefield began to meticulously collect the bodies of the fallen warriors, each of them incredibly careful, not missing a single nail or bone. They didn't know when they might also end up in such a state without a complete corpse, hoping that others would treat their bodies the same way in the future. Having a decent resting place was probably the last thought in their hearts. As night fell, it became a paradise for all nocturnal mutated creatures, a time for them to hunt freely. However, a convoy roaring like a steel beast made these monsters, which were no different from death itself in the eyes of ordinary people, avoid them at all costs. 3 wild mutated wolves, unable to recognize their position, stood in the middle of the road. The enormous roar of the engine made them extremely irritable, and they howled at the approaching lights, attempting to challenge it. However, before their howls could reach a climax, there was the sound of wheels crunching over flesh, and everything returned to calm. The long convoy stopped in front of the fortress gate heavily armed, and several sentries guarding the gate hurried forward to help their direct leader open the car door. Then the others got off the vehicle one after another. The personnel on guard saw this scene and roughly guessed that this should be the final resting place of the 2 teams of mercenaries. Captain Chromie, Peric is already waiting for you in his office. He hopes to hear your report in person, but with your current. The squad leader who first received Xiao Lung walked over to convey the message to his superior. I understand. I will clean up a bit before going to see him. As for these bodies, I'll leave them to you for normal processing. The squad leader sighed gently upon seeing the bags containing the dismembered corpses of the soldiers. The 2 captains had a good relationship with him, and he never expected that there would be not even a complete corpse left. Komodo Company has a special cemetery for the remains of its internal soldiers, used to bury these heroes. It is also to inspire the living soldiers to fight for the company with all they have, knowing that the company is paving the way for them. However, according to the usual practice, some of the remains must first undergo autopsy and examination by the forensic department to understand the general situation on the battlefield. The squad leader opened the zippers of the bags containing the bodies without any disdain, and finally selected a few bags with relatively intact corpses to be taken by his subordinates to the forensic department for examination. One of the bags contained a mercenary whose body had been crushed in half inside the armored vehicle. Chapter 63, The Dissection Room. The second floor of Building C of the Komodo Fortress is where various departments of the company are located. This floor houses the Logistics Support Department, the Operations Command Department, the Human Resources Department, and other departments. Moreover, there are many branches under various departments, and Komodo Company implements an old-fashioned military management system. For example, under the Logistics Support Department, there are the Equipment Department, Health Department, and so on. Among them, there is a relatively obscure department under the Ministry of Health, which is the Medical Anatomy Room. Although it is called the Medical Anatomy Room, the subjects of dissection are not limited to humans, but also include other mutated creatures. In fact, some staff members who are proficient in human anatomy also carry out torture on captured enemies. It is now break time, and all the offices have turned off their lights, except for one office at the end of the corridor that still has a bright incandescent light on. This is the Medical Anatomy Room, filled with a strong smell of disinfectant and blood. Inside, the spacious dissection room. Two staff members wearing white lab coats and masks are facing a wall. This blood-stained wall is filled with various medical dissection instruments, including scalpels, bone saws, craniotomies, drills, and forceps. They're still working overtime in the office, not out of diligence, but out of interest. Dissecting biological bodies gives them an unparalleled thrill, even if it's among their own kind. Roger, you need to rein in your perverse interest a bit. This time we're dissecting the mercenary who died in battle for our company. If the higher-ups find out we are messing around with these mercenary corpses, you know how Patrick is. Of course I know. Just mind your own business, replied a staff member named Roger with a slight curve in his eyes, suggesting that he was smiling inappropriately behind his mask. He stood in front of the tool wall, selecting for a while, ultimately choosing his most adept electric drill and bone saw. Behind them, on the porcelain floor stained with dried blood, lay 3 bags containing shattered bodies. These are the materials needed for dissection, and their task is to examine the extent of the wounds on the corpses, to analyze the attacking monsters, methods, and so on. This seemingly difficult task is as simple as daily routine for these 2 staff members, as they have dissected enough bodies to fill an entire warehouse. Skilled enough to identify the monster that caused a wound just by taking a glance. The doctor named Roger casually picked the middle bag, laid it flat on the dissection table, and then unzipped it. As soon as the zipper was opened, a strong smell of blood rushed out, but Roger was already accustomed to it, showing no expression on his face. Inside the open body bag was the mercenary who had been crushed from the waist down in the armored vehicle. Oh, isn't this Albert? The one we met at the bar last time? I didn't expect that by now he would be missing his entire lower half. How ironic, he. Roger recognized the bloodied face of the corpse and began to laugh in a strange tone. Hey, don't waste time. I'm dead tired here. A slightly more normal colleague scolded him in annoyance. All right, I got it. I'll get to work right away. Roger chuckled awkwardly, then pulled open the entire body bag and began to examine the half-corpse inside. Severe crush injuries and contusions to the lower half, causing damage to vital organs, which led to the main cause of death, and bite marks on the chest surface. Looks like they were made by a night demoness fangs. Roger mumbled to himself while probing the wounds of the corpse with his surgical knife. However, he soon grew a bit bored with this routine autopsy procedure. He suddenly took off his mask, revealing his slightly sickly pale lips, and looked at the corpse with a strange smile. Roger pulled out a crumpled cigarette from his jacket pocket, lit it, and started smoking, seemingly lost in his own world. Seeing his behavior, his colleague knew what he was about to do next and didn't bother to stop him. Just as he was about to finish the cigarette, he pulled out the remaining fifth and placed it on the corpse's lips. Hey, buddy, take one last puff. Soon I'll see everything inside you, haha. Roger's smile twisted further as he picked up the electric drill and bone saw he had chosen from the surgical tray. It was clear he was about to start dissecting the body. He picked up the gleaming metal bone saw under the incandescent light, intending to saw off the corpse's arms first. Just as the sharp teeth touched the skin, ready to begin the operation, Roger's peripheral vision suddenly caught the dying cigarette on the corpse's lips, the flame flickering for a moment. This made him halt his actions, instinctively looking up to see that the cigarette was still firmly stuck in the corpse's lips. However, the brief flash of fire clearly indicated that it had been inhaled. Could it be the gas remaining in the corpse's lungs being expelled? Roger stared in confusion for a few seconds, but nothing else happened. Maybe he was just overthinking it. Just as he lowered his head to continue sawing off the corpse's arms, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw that the skin where the metal bone saw had made contact was inexplicably covered by a layer of black substance, completely immovable. The lower half, which had almost been compressed into a mushy state, extended countless black tendrils that writhed wildly. In the blink of an eye, it formed a muscular leg shape. A shadow blocked his line of sight, and the corpse that had previously been deemed nearly dead suddenly sat up. At the same time, the mercenary's pale, bloodless face was also shrouded in a layer of black mist. Less than a second later, as the mist dissipated, it transformed into another cold face. And this face is exactly that of Xiaolong's cold and expressionless visage. You. Roger was stunned, opening his mouth as if to call out to his companions. But as soon as he uttered a word, a thick tentacle plunged into his mouth. A colleague nearby, hearing the commotion next door, thought the psychologically disturbed man was up to something again and turned to prepare a scolding. However, as soon as he turned around, he found that his colleague had already vanished, replaced by a strange man he had never seen before. Who are you? Where did Roger go? This colleague immediately picked up a sharp scalpel and pointed it at the cold-faced man in front of him, nervously demanding answers. But what happened next made him widen his eyes in shock, and the knife in his hand inadvertently fell to the ground. He saw Xiaolong's face once again wrapped in countless tentacles, until it transformed into Roger's appearance, with only those eyes forever devoid of any emotional color. Roger? Are you talking about him? Chapter 64. Disguised about an hour ago, when Xiaolong had almost dealt with the night demons attacking the convoy, a few straggling night demons managed to escape. He did not pursue them, as the main goal was not to annihilate them, but to disguise everything as a scene of battle between the team and the night demons, creating the illusion of a living corpse king's head and the body of Gilbert being taken away by them. Therefore, several night demons were not completely killed by Xiaolong. Instead, he had dismembered their arms and legs, leaving them unable to move and lying around the scene, so that when the rescue team arrived, they would see them at first glance. In addition, Xiaolong also picked up firearms from several mercenaries' corpses and aimed at each night demon, pulling the trigger to shoot bullets into their bodies, also to create the appearance of a fierce battle, while in reality, these mercenaries had not inflicted any harm on the night demons at all. Just as Xiaolong finished all of this, he suddenly heard a faint breathing sound coming from the nearly wrecked armored vehicle. This immediately furrowed his brows as he walked over, only to find that there was still a surviving mercenary inside, half of his body crushed by the vehicle, looking like he wouldn't die before the rescue team arrived. Moreover, from the mercenary's terrified gaze at Xiaolong, he had witnessed everything that Xiaolong had just done, including devouring Gilbert and transforming his arms into claws. You, what kind of monster are you? The mercenary's face, twisted in pain, was also filled with a strong fear of this mysterious man before him. Xiaolong maintained his cold expression and half-squatted in front of him. He could tell that the mercenary's lower body had been crushed into a pulp. Even if he survived, he would be basically useless in the apocalypse, being so severely disabled. Unless Komodo Corporation was wealthy enough to support them for life, it would be no different from death. Me? My subconscious tells me I am the savior of you ordinary people. Xiaolong's gaze, as calm as a still lake, looked at the mercenary. And for once, he expressed his inner thoughts, perhaps just wanting someone to spill this absurd secret to, knowing the other party would soon die. Savior. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this word, the mercenary suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, perhaps trying to laugh. In this broken apocalypse, who has the right to be a savior? Even the largest corporate organizations in the wasteland cannot change the existing pattern. Because even when humanity is on the brink of extinction, people still cannot unite. They're all thinking about how to kill each other, take away each other's resources, and live better. Therefore, although various organizations are rising like mushrooms after rain, there have been no reports of any forces forming alliances to rebuild prosperity, because they do not trust each other. If this continues, humanity will still self-destruct. Now, even those living corpses are beginning to understand the importance of unity and cooperation. Seeing the mercenary's intense reaction was within Xiaolong's expectations. He didn't care how others viewed him. Just expressing this repressed secret would make him feel slightly better. just as the mercenary seemed to want to say something. He suddenly found that he could no longer make any sound after opening his mouth. Wide-eyed, he saw that this mysterious and terrifying man had pierced his throat with just one finger. After killing and devouring this mercenary, Xiao Lung initially planned to leave this place, disguising himself as if he had also been killed and dragged away by the night demon, in order to find an opportunity to sneak into the fortress to search for clues about the land of corpse cold. After all, if everyone else was dead and he was still alive, it would definitely raise Patrick's strong suspicions. However, at that moment, the long-lost goddess of luck seemed to have returned to him, just as Xiao Lung was about to leave before the rescue convoy arrived. Perhaps due to the memories of the devoured mercenary still lingering, he suddenly recalled his appearance. Suddenly, countless fine tendrils extended out from his body and quickly wrapped him up. Xiao Lung thought he was about to transform into a cocoon for evolution. He immediately sensed something and touched his face, noticing that it had also undergone a significant change. He didn't even need a mirror to guess that he had definitely transformed into the appearance of the mercenary named Albert. It seemed that the breakthrough evolution he had undergone not only gave him the ability to change his hands into claw-like weapons, but also granted him the ability to disguise himself as someone else. This immediately changed Xiao Lung's plans. With this ability, infiltrating the Komodo fortress would become much easier. Then came the rumbling sound of the rescue convoy speeding towards them. After devouring the two doctors in the dissection room, Xiao Lung transformed into the appearance of one named Roger. The heavy smell of blood emanating from him and the bloodstains on his white coat were mimicked with remarkable realism. Xiao Lung wondered if his ability could also mimic the mutated creatures in the wilderness. After standing in the room for a while without sensing any other life signs, he walked to the door, preparing to head to the office on the top floor. Just as he opened the door, a sudden sound of footsteps approached. It was two sentinels responsible for the night patrol passing through this area. They noticed the lights were still on here and came over to inspect as usual. "Isn't that Roger? Working overtime again tonight? Cultivating your perverted interests?" One of the sentinels said with a teasing tone while covering his nose, causing the other sentinel to laugh. "He, of course, Morton. Would you like to come in and see my masterpiece? I guarantee it will broaden your horizons." The Roger impersonated by Xiao Lung spoke in his signature high-pitched voice and, through the memories he had absorbed, mentioned the sentinel's name and pretended to open the door to let them in. The two patrol sentinels quickly waved their hands in refusal, as they did not want to vomit up their late-night snacks. All right, you go enjoy yourself. We still need to patrol other areas." "What a perverted guy." The two sentinels mumbled quietly as they left. After they departed, Xiao Lung did not hear any other sounds in the corridor, so he closed the door and stepped out. At this moment, his footsteps were as light as a wild cat, silently moving through the corridor while simultaneously releasing his perception ability to sense all movements within a 50-meter radius. Xiao Lung did not take the elevator. He disliked enclosed spaces, perhaps due to the influence of the blacklight, which made him prefer environments conducive to combat or escape. Thus, he headed for the dark, narrow staircase, stepping forward towards his goal on the top floor. Soon, Xiao Lung was about to satisfy his subconscious's strong desire for that clue. Chapter 65. The laboratory. The journey up the stairs to the top floor was eerily quiet, with the dark red moonlight filtering through the windows, casting a more sinister glow on the corridor. Occasionally, the faint sounds of patrolling sentinels could be heard wandering in each floor's corridor. At this time, in the form of Dr. Roger, Xiao Lung was walking along the wall in the shadows. His keen hearing would alert him to any approaching footsteps from sentinels above, prompting him to slow his pace until they left before continuing to the next floor. Xiao Lung could have silently killed these mercenaries, but he did not do so, perhaps because in his subconscious, only the mutated creatures and the baptizers were his sworn enemies that needed to be eliminated. Moreover, devouring these ordinary people would not enhance his strength in any significant way, aside from serving as blood bags. Of course, if they provoked him or interfered with his plans, Xiao Lung wouldn't mind having a little snack. Although he was cautious on his way upstairs, he was not slow. He reached the top floor where Patrick's office was located in less than 2 minutes. However, There were patrolling sentinels on every floor below. Yet this most critical floor had no sentinels at all. Xiao Long did not easily step out. He extended his perception ability to cover the entire floor, wanting to detect if there were any hidden sentinels. He did not believe that Patrick, with his intelligence, would have no defenses at all. However, after scanning, he indeed did not sense any life activity on this floor, nor were there any monitoring devices present. After devouring the night demon, Xiaolong's night vision ability was greatly enhanced again, and he could even see the subtle light points created by infrared devices. Fortunately, Xiaolong did not want to waste any more effort. Time was of the essence here, and if he hesitated any longer, nothing would be accomplished. After all, he had already taken on another's appearance. Even if discovered, it was not his face, and he could change into another's form to infiltrate at any time. Thus, Xiaolong stepped off the staircase and onto the highest floor. Although it seemed quite safe all the way, he understood the principle that the safer a place is, the more dangerous it can be. At the end of the corridor, Patrick's office was also dark, as he was still in the operations conference room on the second floor, venting his anger at his subordinates. It was hard to believe that a usually gentle person could raise his voice so loud in anger that it could be faintly heard even on the top floor. After all, with 2 teams of elite mercenaries sacrificed, and the main target, the Lich King's head, also gone missing, it left Patrick in a difficult position to explain to his superiors, which was why he exploded with such fury. Xiaolong calculated that the meticulous Patrick was not on this level, which is why he took the time to come here. Under the dim night, Xiaolong walked alongside the darkness, like a ghost, arriving at the research lab he had long yearned for. Through the glass window, he once again set his gaze on the location marked on the whiteboard, the land of corpse cold filled with formulas. At this moment, the lights in this room were also off, but there was a small compartment with the door closed, where a faint light was shining through the crack. It seemed that these scholars, who were so engrossed in their research, were hiding in the small compartment to avoid disturbing their boss in the adjacent office. Xiaolong approached the door and tried to gently twist the doorknob. With a faint creak of rusted metal, the door opened. Did these guys have such low security awareness? Xiaolong naturally didn't believe it would be so simple, but having come this far, he had to go in and find out. Once inside, Xiaolong locked the door behind him to prevent his prey from escaping. As for why he wasn't afraid that locking the door would cause trouble for himself in case of danger, it was because this ordinary wooden door was no different from a piece of paper to Xiaolong. The room was equipped with various instruments and facilities, showcasing the financial strength of the Komodo Company, which still had the energy to support scientific research even in the apocalypse. However, the environment inside was as chaotic as Xiaolong had imagined. It could be said that the majority of high IQ scientists were too lazy to organize, resulting in the tables and floors being cluttered with all sorts of bottles and jars. Strangely, these scientists could always effortlessly find what they wanted in this messy environment. Xiaolong did not waste time among the clutter, instead heading straight to the several white bards hanging on the wall. His eyes, akin to a high-definition camera, and his brain, comparable to an ultra-strong storage system, quickly scanned and memorized all the formulas and other content on the white bards. He wanted to connect clues about the land of corpse cold, but after a rapid calculation in his mind, the complex formulas yielded results that seemed completely unrelated to this location, nor were they geographical coordinates. Of course, this was merely Xiaolong's own speculation for the time being. Perhaps only those bald researchers understood the meaning of these formulas. As long as he interrogated them or devoured them, he could obtain the results he desired. A hint of ferocity flashed in Xiaolong's cold eyes as he looked at the tightly shut door of the small compartment. Expanding his perception, he detected only one life form inside. Like a drifting ghost, Xiaolong quietly glided over the cluttered floor of bottles and jars, making not a single sound as he approached the door. As he neared the doorway, the heavy breathing from inside became increasingly frequent and labored, mixed with vague electronic sounds. This ignited a strong curiosity in Xiaolong, and with a sharp gaze, he suddenly twisted the doorknob. Creak! The door opened, but the scene inside made Xiaolong's expression darken instantly. In this small compartment of less than 10 square meters, there was a table with an old-fashioned monitor that was rarely seen even in the past. Next to the monitor, a shabby CD player was buzzing with noise. A balding middle-aged man in a white lab coat was sitting in front of the monitor, wearing headphones, completely unaware of the person who suddenly intruded from behind. Just as the monitor switched to a black screen, the lecherous man finally caught a glimpse of the figure appearing behind him through the reflection of the black screen. Chapter 66. The Chosen One. The lecherous bald middle-aged man was startled just as he was about to reach climax, nearly passing out from affright. However, upon seeing that it was Roger from another department, he immediately became furious. "Roger, you bastard! Can't you knock before coming in? And what are you, a doctor, doing here?" This lecherous bald middle-aged man was part of the research team led by Patrick, named Dreyer, who was somewhat well known within the company as a researcher. Though no one knew that this usually quiet man had such a peculiar hobby. Dreyer rubbed his sore backside, put his glasses back on, and prepared to scold this lower-ranking perverted doctor again. However, when he looked up and saw the cold, frosty gaze of the other man, his body involuntarily shivered, as if he were facing not a person, but a terrifying monster disguised in human skin. "Roger, why aren't you down there properly dissecting your corpses? What are you doing here?" Researcher Dreyer stuttered slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of pressure from the other party. Was it because he had dissected too many corpses, which emitted a chilling aura? "Is there only you in here?" Xiaolong asked coldly in Roger's tone, blocking the man's escape route at the door. "Of course it's just me. Why do you ask that?" Dreyer felt a bad premonition rising as he sensed the heavy atmosphere. He quietly reached behind him, feeling the handle of a Phillips screwdriver on the table, intending to use it for self-defense. Roger's perverted hobbies were well known in the fortress, and everyone avoided him. However, because of his special abilities and the use of severe interrogation tactics, the leadership turned a blind eye despite knowing. Now that this perverted guy suddenly came to find him, it was unlikely to be anything good, which put Dreyer on high alert. Thus, he stepped forward, his pupils gradually consumed by darkness. This time, the goal was clear. Xiaolong must devour the researcher in front of him to obtain relevant memory clues about the land of corpse cold. Even though the other party had no enmity with him and wasn't a baptizer, the principle of sacrificing the small self to save the greater self had deeply ingrained itself in his mind. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Researcher Dreyer, seeing the other party continually approaching, finally broke down mentally. Throughout his life, he had been timid, but suddenly he found courage from somewhere and fiercely pulled out the screwdriver, stabbing it toward the eerie man before him. With a thud, a sound of flesh being pierced echoed, and Dreyer's arm holding the screwdriver suddenly trembled. The sharp end of the screwdriver was still several centimeters away from the man's neck. Yet he heard the sound of blood dripping onto the floor. He widened his bloodshot eyes and looked down, only to see that his abdomen had been pierced through by the other party with just one hand. "Why your eyes, how?" It was not until this moment, shrouded in the fear of death, that Dreyer noticed the abnormality in the other person's pupils. How familiar it looked. It was exactly the same as the murals depicted in the literature translated from the ancient ruins. Xiaolong heard the unfinished words from the other party, and this researcher indeed knew some secrets. Without hesitation, he extended countless tentacles from his arm into the other person's body, crushing their entire form into a mass of blood within a second, and devouring it without causing any pain. In the instant after the consumption, fragments of Dreyer's memories from recent years surged into his mind like a tsunami, his monotonous life before the apocalypse, nearly being devoured to bones by mutated porcupines after the end of the world, and the trivial memories of being rescued by a mercenary group and beginning to serve Komodo Corporation. All of these were not what Xiaolong wanted. However, alongside his subconscious, it was as if an old-era internet search engine precisely pinpointed certain glowing fragments of memories, reading, magnifying, and summarizing them. One day, in the primitive forest area northwest of the city, a team of mercenaries was executing a secret mission but accidentally fell into a cave that had collapsed since the old era. Inside, they discovered numerous hidden facilities, ancient ruins, and even new mutated creatures. After a fierce battle, only 2 people managed to escape and reported the cave to headquarters. At that time, Komodo Corporation had no plans to build a fortress in the city, but after discovering this ancient ruin, they decided to construct a medium-sized fortress there. The official reason given to the outside world was to help the displaced people in the region start a new life. But the true purpose was to facilitate research on the ruins. Drell was a member of the research team for the ruins, formerly an archaeologist. He was mainly responsible for the rough translation of the bizarre murals within the ruins. In fact, his original specialty was in Egyptian culture archaeology, and he had no clue about the murals left from an unknown era, although he could roughly discern the themes. The murals generally depicted 7 strange and bizarre monsters descending from the sky, brutally slaughtering humans in a bloodthirsty rampage. They feasted on human flesh as their main diet, drank human blood as wine, and even specially raised a large number of women to breed and produce food. Although the 7 monsters descended simultaneously, they were not united. Each occupied their own territory, claiming dominion over the 7 continents and indulging in their respective human populations. Finally, in the despair of impending extinction, people began to develop faith, praying to the earth god for hope to survive. Hope extends from a towering tree. A mysterious liquid, formed by countless dense branches, is chosen by warriors from the human realm to drink, granting them unparalleled strength to lead all humanity in the fight against the 7 great monsters. Although the battle was extremely brutal, in the end, just as depicted in all novel endings, the Chosen Ones led humanity to defeat the 7 monsters that descended upon Earth, and humanity achieved ultimate victory, and the Chosen Ones gradually faded into the long river of time. As for the distinction between the Chosen Ones and ordinary humans, it is that only the position of their eyes in the mural is painted pure black. Chapter 67, The Wise One. Drell's understanding of the ancient mural stops here, and all of this is just his rough conjecture. He does not know whether these murals are related to the current apocalyptic environment, and it is difficult to believe the bizarre content within them is true or false. After all, ancient humans who were not exposed to the outside world would associate enormous natural disasters that they could not resist with supernatural beings at work. The 7 great monsters might merely symbolize the 7 deadly sins or similar concepts. In addition to these strange murals, there are many facilities left over from the old era in this ruin. It seems that before the apocalypse occurred, some people had already discovered the existence of these ruins. From the murals, it is even possible that there are 6 other similar ruins. Moreover, judging by the signs of collapse, the ruin's downfall was likely caused intentionally by those inside. What exactly happened at that time remains unknown. As for why this ruin is called the Land of the Corpse Cold, it is named after the label on a research facility left over from the old era. Due to Dreyer's work and qualifications, he couldn't access other heavily guarded caves, and the fragments of memory ended here. Although those memories were quite complicated and lengthy, they formed in Xia Long's mind in an instant. God, does this world have gods? If they exist, then why is humanity still suffering? Why haven't they come to save us? Or perhaps all of this is part of God's plan. Xiaolong stopped thinking about these irrelevant matters. In any case, he already knew the general coordinates of the Land of Corpse Cold, and it was time to take action. He didn't know why he was so eager to search for ruins that might not benefit him, but he felt that the ruins were calling to him, perhaps holding the key to his own mysterious origins. Not wanting to waste any more time, Xiao Lung decided to head to his first target, the ruins heavily guarded by Komodo Company, while Patrick and the others were still busy in their meeting. After looking around and finding no other clues worth his time, he walked to the door, ready to open the locked door and step outside. Just as his hand touched the cold doorknob, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Dreyer, why are you just getting off work so late? Were you still finishing your tasks? I haven't seen you so enthusiastic about work before. Upon hearing the voice from behind him, Xiaolong turned around in shock to find Patrick, who was supposed to be in the meeting on the 2nd floor. He was wearing a neat white shirt, smiling at him, his expression ambiguous, making it hard to tell whether he was complimenting or mocking him. But the most important question is, when did this man come into the room? At such a close distance, Xiaolong's biological sensing ability would definitely not miss him, unless the other party possesses a doomsday hunter ability that is of a higher rank than his own, allowing them to conceal their presence. But isn't Patrick a 5th-tier sage? Is it Lord Patrick? When did you arrive? I didn't even notice. You startled me. I was just handling the remaining work. Xiaolong, disguised as the researcher Dryer, perfectly mimicked his usual cowardly and timid demeanor, almost without any difference, and pretended to pat his chest as if he had been frightened. Really? How is the research going? Are the adult films left over from the old era still pleasing to the eye? Patrick's words left Xia Lung momentarily speechless. How did he know that Dryer was holed up in that compartment watching adult films? Could it be that there were surveillance devices in that small room? Why, just did. Thinking of this, Xiaolong's face instantly darkened, and he no longer wore that eager smile, coldly gazing at the enigmatic Patrick. The head of the operation, Patrick still wore a smile, but his eyes were filled with curiosity, as if he was very eager to understand this man with strange abilities. Bang! He absolutely would not allow anyone to know his true identity at this moment, accompanied by the loud crash of the lab table hitting. Even a defensive purifier would find it hard to bear such a huge impact, let alone someone with an ordinary human constitution like a sage. However, as the dust from the shockwave cleared, Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw that Patrick was still standing there, smiling at him. Just now, Xiaolong's eyes, as precise as a high-speed camera, saw the lab table pass right through his body and smash into the wall behind him. It turned out that Patrick did not have the ability to conceal his presence. The figure in front of him was merely a holographic projection device on the ground, which is why Xiaolong did not detect his life force. Did you really think I, with my ordinary human constitution, would dare to come find you in person? Ha! Such a rough man who is completely at odds with his appearance. Don't you want to know why I have this information about you? When you devour my subordinates, didn't you feel a bit uncomfortable? Patrick suddenly burst into laughter, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong immediately understood something and slightly closed his eyes, spreading his energy throughout his body. About 2 seconds later, 2 metal devices, no bigger than a grain of rice, broke through his fingertips and fell to the ground. And this is the mini surveillance device implanted in Captain Gilbert and that researcher. To prevent my important subordinates from betraying me, I've embedded my own invention of monitoring particles in each of them, allowing me to monitor their actions anytime and anywhere. I didn't expect to also capture you, my dear, which is worth much more than that head of the undead king. Ha! The holographic projection of Patrick raised his right hand, and a display screen emerged from his palm, showing the scene of Xiaolong's arm transforming into tentacles, devouring Gilbert, as well as the recently devoured researcher Drailer. As for Captain Philip, Xiaolong didn't devour him. He merely claimed the crystal in his skull. So the footage in his monitoring particle still remained at the scene in the city of the living dead. What do you want to do? Treat me as a test subject for your research? Xiaolong crushed the 2 fallen mini-surveillance devices on the ground with his toes, coldly staring at the projection before him. Indeed, one cannot underestimate these brain-enhanced sages, although they lack extraordinary physiques. They know how to protect themselves with wisdom and various advanced devices. Chapter 68. A fish in a net. Patrick's projection looked at Xiaolong, suspecting that this man might be a spy sent by another hostile force. He was also aware that there were definitely more ruins than just this one. Rumors had it that other factions had discovered these mysterious ruins and wanted to explore their secrets. Crack! The door frame, which had been locked by the device, was forcibly pulled open with brute strength, and then Xiaolong charged out. Moreover, even if Patrick did report his abilities to the higher-ups of Komodo Corporation and put a bounty on him, he could simply change into someone else's appearance and wander through the wilderness. Xiaolong never cared about his appearance. Survival was the ultimate goal. Therefore, he wouldn't waste any more time entangling with this scheming sage. Seeing this man rush out without saying a word, Patrick was a bit surprised. He thought the other party would say a few more words, but unexpectedly, he just ran away directly. Ha, an interesting guy. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. At that moment, not knowing where he was, Patrick picked up the communicator and said with a sinister smile, "Don't come up, that guy ran down by himself. He is now disguised as researcher Drailer. Find him for me. Also, seal off the entire fortress. Don't let anyone in or out, including me." Although he didn't know what he wanted to do, in order to avoid alarming the snake, he pretended to be unaware until the other party entered the research institute next to his office, preparing to catch him in the net. Patrick had indeed been stalling for time, wanting to surround the other party here, before he could leave the research institute. But in the end, he still let him escape. He watched the direction Xia Lung left, his gaze growing colder until the projection dissipated. On the other side, Xia Lung hid in the shadows, using his agile skills to avoid walking on the dangerous hidden stairs. Instead, directly using his hands to grip the edge of the railing outside the corridor, jumping down layer by layer. At this moment, numerous soldiers who received the encirclement order were stationed at every floor of the stairs, unaware that the target was descending in an extremely bizarre and dangerous manner. So they were all guarding in vain. When Xia Lung jumped to the second floor in this perilous way, he rolled into the corridor inside. He heard Patrick's voice still echoing from the conference room on that floor, wondering if the other party had set some trap to lure him in. He couldn't possibly be unaware that he wanted to take his life. Just as he landed, two patrolling soldiers happened to pass by, witnessing this incomprehensible scene. This ISNT, that researcher Drailer? Where did he jump down from? The two patrolling soldiers saw the somewhat plump Drailer in a white lab coat suddenly appearing here and immediately walked over to ask. Before they could get close, their communication systems rang simultaneously. All units, lookout posts, and personnel within the fortress, be advised, an enemy capable of changing into the appearance of others has infiltrated the fortress. If any suspicious behavior is detected, apprehend them immediately. The enemy has transformed into the appearance of researcher Drailer. The two soldiers looked at each other in surprise, then raised their heads to see Drailer just a few meters away, who was completely inconsistent with his agile demeanor. They instantly reacted, as they raised their weapons. Preparing to make the familiar researcher lie on the ground and not move, they found that the person had already disappeared. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, the two soldiers felt a chill in their chests, followed by the crisp sound of liquid dripping onto the ground. Looking down, they saw that, unbeknownst to them, an arm had emerged from their chest, each hand holding a bloody heart. After Xia Lung killed and devoured the two unfortunate soldiers, he transformed into the appearance of one of them and picked up the firearm that had fallen to the ground, silently walking towards the combat conference room at the end of the corridor. Before he got close, he could hear Patrick's furious roar at his subordinates inside. When Xia Lung, disguised as the soldier, reached the door of the conference room, the door suddenly swung open and several gun barrels were aimed at him. Wait, don't shoot. It's me, Rocky. Disguised as a soldier, Xia Lung put on a frightened expression and raised the firearm in his hand. At the same time, through the crack of the open door, he saw that the roar inside was not from Patrick himself, but rather a recording device continuously playing back the previous roar. This guy's indeed fishing for law enforcement. As the soldiers lying in ambush saw their colleague, they immediately felt a bit displeased. Damn it, what are you doing here? It's my turn to patrol today. Damn it. Did you see Researcher Dryer during your patrol? Oh, a few minutes ago, I saw him take the elevator. He seemed to be going up. Besides, I just received information to arrest him. What did he do? What? Let's hurry and intercept him. Don't let that guy get away. Upon hearing this news, the ambushed soldiers immediately ran out of the research room towards the elevator. After all, the arrest order issued by Patrick personally would certainly come with a considerable reward. However, they had only taken a few steps when they suddenly remembered something. Didn't the higher-ups say that the target could change into someone else's appearance? And why was there only one sentinel just now? Shouldn't patrols be in pairs? Xia Lung, disguised as a sentinel, safely arrived at the fortress hall. It seemed that Patrick had indeed spread information about himself throughout the fortress. There was no point in staying here any longer, especially since he already knew the detailed coordinates of the corpse cold land. After exiting the fortress, using his ability to change into anyone else's appearance, the bounty on him would basically be meaningless. Thus, Xia Lung calmly walked through the crowd towards the fortress gate. Chapter 69. Inspection. When Xia Lung reached the gate, as expected, the area was indeed restricted, with a dense electric net erected to prevent anyone from forcing their way out. However, no one had the guts to try, as several large-caliber anti-aircraft machine guns were set up at the entrance, intimidating everyone. Even defensive post-apocalyptic warriors would be torn to shreds by armor-piercing bullets if they stepped outside. A large crowd of ordinary refugees gathered at the entrance, and they seemed somewhat panicked, not knowing what was happening. Could it be that the upper echelons of the fortress decided to eliminate these lowly refugees? Seeing this situation, Xiaolong immediately decided to look for other exits. He didn't believe that the fortress could have truly impenetrable defenses. Bang! 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 Damn it, you parasites. Keep quiet. I swear, the next person who makes the loudest noise will find the gun barrel pointing at them. His majestic and robust figure stood on the platform, creating a powerful sense of oppression for all ordinary refugees, making them hesitant to question the fortress's upper echelons about the closure of the gates. Now, an enemy capable of changing into anyone else's appearance had infiltrated our fortress, and we must find him for everyone's safety. I hope you all can cooperate. Additionally, anyone who can provide useful clues will receive a substantial reward, even permanent residency in the fortress for free. As soon as Chromie's words were spoken, it immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Permanent free residency? Doesn't that mean a great guarantee for life? Of course, that would only be the case if the Komodo Company wasn't breached by other forces. Such a huge temptation stirred the crowd into a frenzy. However, they would soon realize that things were not that simple. Besides the crowd already gathered in the hall, people from various levels continued to emerge from the three buildings. They were all forcibly gathered to the hall by the soldiers behind them. It seemed Patrick was serious about taking action. Xiaolong watched as the spacious fortress hall became increasingly congested, with more and more people being forcibly gathered there, unsure of what methods they would use to find him. Suddenly, as he looked up, he saw Patrick standing at the edge of the corridor on the top floor of the commercial district, arms crossed, looking down at the dense crowd in the hall with a gloomy expression, seemingly trying to find his presence. Patrick had actually hidden in the commercial district. Seeing this, Xiaolong immediately prepared to squeeze through the crowd, looking for an opportunity to get closer and deal with him. However, before he could take a few steps, several mercenaries approached and told him not to move around and to help maintain order, as they too would be subject to inspection soon. After this restriction, Xiaolong calmed down a bit. If Patrick was deliberately exposing himself to view, then perhaps the upper echelons had set a trap to lure him out. Fortunately, he decided to take it one step at a time and see what the main person in charge was up to. So, Xiaolong mingled among the mercenaries, helping to maintain order in the hall while occasionally glancing upwards to observe Patrick's movements. After about 10 to 20 minutes, most of the people in the three buildings had gathered in the fortress hall, amounting to thousands, making movement nearly impossible. Other mercenary teams that had already been on missions outside, as well as the wandering refugees returning from hunting, were also gathered outside the fortress gates, temporarily not allowed to enter, to prevent mingling with the personnel inside. Once the personnel inside the fortress had roughly assembled, Xiaolong saw Peric seemingly saying something to a nearby officer, indicating that they were preparing to implement their actions. All right, everyone be quiet now, stand still, and don't move. Next, staff will come to draw your blood in batches. After your blood is drawn, proceed to the next area. If anyone dares not to cooperate, it won't just be a simple blood draw. The officer communicating with Peric picked up a loudspeaker and shouted downstairs, making the already noisy crowd in the hall even more agitated. What on earth are these people doing? Could it be that their blood bank is running low, and they want to use this excuse to draw our blood to replenish it? These bastards! I can barely afford to eat, all my money goes to rent, and now they want to extort our blood too. The people in the hall immediately became indignant, but no one dared to take the lead in opposing, as there were hundreds of gun barrels aimed at them from upstairs and downstairs. When Xiaolong heard his officer's words, he was taken aback. Could Patrick have also discovered the abnormality in his blood? Ever since Xiaolong gained the ability of the Blacklight Virus, the blood inside his body had taken on a strange pure black color, vastly different from the crimson blood of ordinary people. Patrick might be using this method to identify the differences between himself and others, perhaps during the battle with the Zombie King. Patrick had been monitoring the battlefield dynamics through the miniature surveillance devices in the pupils of the two captains and had discovered Xiaolong's special abilities at that time. As a result, Patrick did not expect that Xiaolong had an ability to change his appearance, and Xiaolong did not anticipate being located by Patrick. Hey, why are you in a daze? With so much work to do, hurry up and help out. At that moment, A staff member beside him patted Xia Lung on the shoulder and handed him a large handful of disposable blood collection tubes. In order not to reveal any flaws, Xia Lung began to cooperate with a large number of staff around him to draw blood from the complaining residents. While drawing blood, Xia Lung was also thinking of ways to blend in, knowing that once these residents finished, it would be time for him and the other staff. With Peric's untrusting personality, his close aides would also be subjected to testing, leaving no one out. "Hey, Peric, what the hell do you want to do? My dad is Trav. Do you dare touch a hair on me?" At that moment, the young dandy Xiaolong had encountered in the elevator started roaring in the hall, accompanied by two third-tier baptized bodyguards. Behind this arrogant youth, the two strong bodyguards were holding up a staff member who was struggling desperately. Chapter 70. Fate. The commotion caused by this dandy immediately made the already noisy crowd even harder to control. Xiaolong wanted to see how Peric would handle the situation next. After all, this was the son of his direct superior, and he was being treated just like an ordinary resident. Young Master Norris, a possible enemy spy, has infiltrated the fortress, and we had no choice but to do this. We hope you can cooperate. Even Peric, the person in charge, has set an example by drawing blood first, explained Captain Cromie of the Guard as he hurried over, his towering frame constantly smiling at the young dandy in front of him. It seemed he was also afraid of offending this young master and losing his current position. "Are you saying I'm a spy? This entire fortress is under my dad's control. How could I harm my father's property?" The young man named Norris, a second-generation official from the apocalypse, seemed used to being arrogant and could not see the current situation clearly, still shouting loudly and refusing to cooperate, leaving Captain Cromie at a loss for words. He knew Peric's character well and estimated that a good show was about to unfold. As for the two staff members being held up by the bodyguards, their faces were flushed. They were almost gasping for breath. "Where's Peric? Is he even capable of drawing my important blood? If hostile forces get my blood and extract genes similar to my father's to create a gene missile to harm my dad, can he bear that responsibility?" Norris kept cursing, possibly influenced by old sci-fi novels, leading him to think of the gene missile virus in the three-body problem. It was actually not impossible. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, two thunderous gunshots rang out, and at the same time, the two bodyguards felt a warm sensation in their arms. Looking down, they saw two large blood holes at their wrist positions, with only a thin layer of skin still connecting to their palms. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent again, with everyone shocked at the scene before them, while the two third-tier baptized bodyguards clutched their severed hands, still screaming in pain. On the top floor of the commercial building, Peric looked down coldly at the situation below. Beside him stood two apocalypse hunters skilled in firearms, their modified Barrett rifles still emitting faint smoke from the barrels. It was clear that the two shots just fired were ordered by Peric. "Hey, young master, you better stop moving around. Otherwise, if my two men accidentally fire again and hurt your precious body, it wouldn't be good. Also, I will submit a report to your father regarding why I had to mobilize so many people. I believe with your father's open-minded character, he will understand." A mercenary approached, placing a walkie-talkie next to the pale-faced Norris's ear, where Peric's calm voice came through. Trembling, Norris looked up and saw Peric holding the walkie-talkie, wearing a seemingly peaceful smile directed at him. But now this smile seemed so terrifying. Norris absolutely believed the other party would do such a thing. While he wouldn't be killed, the pain would certainly be unavoidable. Soon, several staff members came over to collect the blood pouring from the two screaming bodyguards, and also drew blood from the greatly aggrieved Norris, who dared not move. This effectively restored order in the hall, with no one daring to voice any complaints. If even the son of the biggest boss received such treatment, what right did ordinary residents like them have to object? With young Master Norris as an example, the progress of the work sped up significantly, and the crowd in the hall continued to decrease, while the boxes for blood samples piled up more and more. Soon, it would be time for the mercenaries disguised as Xia Lung to undergo testing. Xia Lung did not expect Peric to be so meticulous, leaving not a single gap. He had initially planned to take advantage of the chaos created by Norris to escape, but he did not anticipate that Peric would quickly resolve such a minor issue. With the entire process being closely monitored in the hall, even the guards were being supervised by each other, leaving no opportunity to leave. Finally, after about half an hour, it was time for Xiao Long and the other mercenaries to be tested. "Come on, brother, extend your hand." A bespectacled staff member approached Xiao Long, speaking flatly while holding a sharp blood draw tube. After drawing blood for several hours in a row, he had become somewhat mechanically numb. But Xiao Long, however, did not extend his hand for a long time. He knew that his blood was different. If it were discovered to be black, it would definitely cause a huge commotion here, thus revealing his identity. If it came to it, could he fight his way out? At this moment, there were many baptizers guarding the entrance, all of whom had been arranged there by Peric after passing their checks. Among them, there were already more than 10 baptizers at the third stage or above who posed a threat to him. In addition, the dense electric net at the entrance was also a mystery. It was unclear where the switch was. From the sound of the piercing electric current, if he touched it, he would surely be fried. Right now, Xiao Long felt completely trapped in a web of constraints. Although he had obtained some clues related to the land of corpse cold, whether he could escape still depended on fate. "Hey, hurry up and extend your hand. What are you hesitating for?" The staff member was getting impatient and began to urge him. The others around also turned their heads to look over upon hearing the commotion, slightly raising their guns, which also drew Peric's attention upstairs. If his identity were truly exposed, he could use that guy as a hostage to cover himself. Although he didn't know whether Peric would really disregard the life of that Apocalypse officer too to capture him, it was a desperate gamble. Seeing this, the staff member picked up a sharp syringe and directly pierced it into the skin of his wrist. If Xiao Long hadn't intentionally relaxed his skin, that slender metal needle would have been upon insertion. Next, as the blood was drawn, it would be the final moment that determined Xiao Long's fate. Chapter 71. Creating chaos the moment the staff member inserted the syringe into Xiao Long's skin. Thick blood flowed out due to the pressure in the test tube. At this point, Xiao Long was already prepared to launch an attack upon being exposed. However, things took an unexpected turn. The blood that slowly flowed into the test tube through the needle hole was indistinguishable from the bright red blood of those around him. It was not the dark, mutated blood that had been infected by the Blacklight Virus. This left him somewhat confused, and he quietly relaxed his clenched fist. The staff member, seeing that the blood drawn was no different from that of others, nodded slightly to the supervising personnel beside him and placed the test tube into a nearby containment box, stacking it with the blood of others. The surrounding guards saw that nothing unusual had happened and lowered their guns again, but only Patrick, who was observing everything from the rooftop, still had a furrowed brow. The blood samples in the hall were almost all drawn, yet they had not discovered the presence of the other party, who exactly had that guy transformed into to escape detection. "All right, you can go back to your work now." After the staff member pulled out the needle, they went to draw blood from others. Xiao Long glanced at his wrist. He saw the tiny red puncture from the needle oozing bright red blood, which surprisingly turned black again. He quickly pulled down his sleeve, relieved that no one around had noticed him. He could only wait until he left this fortress to study his ability to change the color of his blood. At that moment, Xiao Long did not let his guard down. If the blood test did not reveal anything about him, Patrick might come up with some other devious methods to try to find him. Therefore, he could only take it one step at a time. To avoid raising suspicion, Xiao Long began to help maintain order with the other mercenaries present. The remaining personnel were basically inspected within tens of minutes, and no abnormal blood was found. Damn, could I have been mistaken? After receiving this result, Patrick was not satisfied. He clearly remembered seeing the man fight the king of the living dead from the surveillance perspectives of the two captains of the Falcon Squad and the Tiger Squad in the office, and the sight of the black blood flowing from that man had shocked him immensely. Now that everyone had basically finished their inspections, there was still no trace of blood close to black. Could it be that the man was hiding somewhere and slipped through, or had he already escaped the fortress? Lord Patrick, should we retract the electric net at the gate now? We've made such a big move without any results, and I'm afraid it might cause dissatisfaction from higher-ups. Besides, it consumes a lot of energy for the fortress. The adjutant approached and said softly to his superior, "What's the rush? I will naturally explain things to the higher-ups. Let the guards search every corner to see if there are any other fish that slipped through the net," Patrick said coldly, looking down at the restrained residents. A wave of anger was rising within him, Because of that guy, he had lost 2 elite teams, and the head of the king of the living dead had also disappeared. This was more than just losing soldiers and a wife. Meanwhile, Xiaolong was mingling among the mercenaries, maintaining order steadily, unaware of what the other side would do next. "Hey, what do you dogs want to do? Why won't you let us go? We clearly pay our residents fees every month." The residents, still restricted in their movements, began to murmur again, seemingly forgetting the intimidation they had just experienced. They had all heard some rumors that in certain fortresses, due to a sudden shortage of resources, the higher-ups decided to betray the contract and either exile or kill the ordinary refugees living inside, or even keep them as food for the mercenaries. So they feared that the Komodo fortress might do the same, and they began to panic. Seeing this, Xiaolong immediately thought of something. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The more chaotic the situation in the fortress, the more advantageous it would be for him. Furthermore, besides Xiaolong, this group of residents also contained spies or undercover agents from other forces who were also stirring up trouble, hoping for the situation to get even worse. Gradually, the atmosphere between these residents and the mercenaries became increasingly tense, with a strong smell of gunpowder hanging in the air, just waiting for Xiaolong to ignite the spark. In the midst of the chaos, Xiaolong glanced over and saw a mercenary with several grenades at his waist, shouting angrily and intimidating the refugees in front of him. He quietly approached, unaware that he was about to become the first sacrifice. Just as the mercenaries and the refugees began to shove each other, Xiaolong, at an invisible speed, quickly pulled the safety pin from the grenades at the mercenary's waist and swiftly hid back into the crowd. Boom! 3 seconds later, a loud explosion accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke suddenly erupted in the hall. The densely packed crowd in that location was caught off guard by the sudden explosion, and blood, along with severed limbs, rained down from above, creating a bloody scene. Finally, the long-repressed people were completely ignited, believing that the other side was ultimately going to eliminate these ordinary refugees, and they began to fight fiercely with the mercenaries. For a moment, the hall, which could accommodate thousands, was thrown into chaos. Although these mercenaries were well-equipped and well-trained, the refugees, who outnumbered them, had survived in the wilderness and were not weak fighters. A mercenary aimed his gun at a furious refugee charging at him with a machete, shooting him down. But another refugee approached from behind and smashed the mercenary's neck with a mace. Some refugees also took advantage of the chaos to pick up weapons from the mercenaries' bodies and started a more intense resistance. Who the hell threw the grenade? Patrick, who had been staying on the top floor trying to find Xiaolong, was startled by the sudden explosion, and upon seeing the chaotic scene below, he could no longer maintain his gentlemanly image, and curses flew from his mouth. Damn it! It must be that bastard causing trouble. I will tear him apart. Get those rioters below suppressed. Don't let a single one escape. At the same time, Xiaolong was also amidst the chaotic crowd, his eyes occupied by darkness. Fixated on Patrick above. Chapter 72. Misunderstanding. Once there is a bird that sticks its head out, everything becomes incomprehensible. The long-repressed refugees were the same. Although living in the fortress provided safety, they also had to pay more. Many people could barely feed themselves, sacrificing their lives to hunt in the wilderness just to pay their residents' fees to the fortress company, even if it meant they still went hungry. Moreover, they also faced the fear of one day being unable to pay their fees and being ruthlessly expelled from the fortress or sent to the mines owned by the Komodo company to work as laborers. Working in those bloodthirsty rodent-filled mines, the chances of survival are no better than in the wilderness. Furthermore, although the fortress rules proclaim equality and absolute fairness, where in the world is there such a thing as absolute fairness? The lowly destitutes at the bottom of this post-apocalyptic world live alongside the noble baptizers, much like slaves and their masters enjoying the same treatment, which is an insurmountable chasm. Now, being forcibly pressed together, the long-standing accumulated tensions are erupting all at once. In addition to the conflict between the destitutes and the mercenaries, other non-employee baptizers living in the fortress are also participating in this chaotic struggle. These self-proclaimed noble baptizers have long been dissatisfied with the ordinary mercenaries and destitutes who consider themselves their equals. Many mercenaries, emboldened by the company backing them or by the fortress rules that empower the destitutes, dare to show a bad attitude towards the baptizers, who were significantly more capable than themselves. And now, the residents of the baptizer are taking this opportunity to teach them a lesson, as they all harbor the idea that the law does not punish the crowd. Thus, a chaotic scene emerges with these three forces attacking each other, reflecting the overall situation in the apocalyptic wasteland. Amidst the chaos, many residents are also scheming, rushing into Building B of the commercial district, hoping to take advantage of this rare opportunity to steal some trade goods that they usually cannot afford. Upon seeing this, the mercenaries quickly pursued, wanting to intercept these looting residents. At this time, Xiao Lung was among the mercenaries chasing after him, taking the opportunity to enter the business district. If there was a chance to get close to Peric, he must be killed, because Peric still held many of his secrets. And his subconscious told him that this Peric was definitely a very vengeful person. If he left him alive for even one more day, he would face more trouble. Therefore, Peric had to take all his secrets to hell. After that, during the pursuit with other mercenaries, Xiaolong basically let them go the whole time. With his speed, it would have been easy to catch up to these residents. But he didn't want to do that. He actually hoped the riders ahead would run faster so that he could catch up to the very top. Suddenly, accompanied by a sharp whistle, a dark shadow rushed towards him from the front. In that critical moment, Xiaolong instinctively leaned his body and effortlessly dodged it. A shadow came rushing in at high speed, grazing the tip of his nose and piercing the head of another mercenary behind him, causing him to fall to the ground, dead instantly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a spear used for hunting mutated creatures. The ability to throw such a heavy spear with such speed and force is definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Ellis, what a surprise to meet you here. It seems our fate is quite good, said a lean man standing not far from Xiaolong, looking at him with a sinister expression. The spear just thrown was indeed launched by this man, and it was clear that the target was Xiaolong, who was disguised as a mercenary. The mercenary that Xiaolong had devoured and disguised himself as was named Ellis. From the fragments of Ellis's memories, it seemed that he had quite a history with the lean man in front of him, to the extent that the latter wanted to take this opportunity to kill him. Furthermore, through his senses, Xiaolong could tell that the man before him was a second-tier apocalypse hunter. While the ordinary mercenary he had devoured usually relied on the backing of the Komodo Company, which had led to quite a few conflicts with the man in front of him. And now, by coincidence, I have to repay him myself. Aren't you usually arrogant, relying on the backing of the Komodo Company? Now let's see what real skills you have. In my eyes, you're just a waste. The man in front of me laughed wildly, venting the anger he had accumulated over time, and the killing intent emanated from him without reservation. Xiaolong looked around. Apart from the mercenary behind him who had just been mistakenly killed by the opponent's spear, the other mercenaries and the refugees had chased after him, and there were no other witnesses present. Damn it, I'm talking to you. Where the hell are you looking? Do you look down on me? The lean man saw the opponent looking around and thought that he was being completely disregarded, which made him furious. He gripped his dagger tightly, his eyes flashing with intensity, and with the incredible speed of a second-tier agile hunter, he charged at the underling he had long wanted to kill. However, this time, he had the wrong target. Just as this second-tier hunter was about to slash his sharp dagger across the opponent's throat after a brief, explosive sprint, suddenly, he felt a tightness in his wrist, followed by a whirlwind that left his mind blank in an instant. Bang! Finally, with a dull thud as he hit the ground, he realized he was lying there, his body almost broken and unable to move, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. What just happened? He struggled to lift his neck and looked up, only to see the mercenary Ellis, who should have been an ordinary human, looking down at him coldly, devoid of any human emotion, while the opponent's right hand tightly gripped his crushed wrist. Just as the dagger was about to cut through his throat, Xiaolong's expression changed, and with even faster speed, he grabbed the man's wrist that was holding the dagger and instantly countered, slamming it hard to the ground with a force and speed that was almost several times greater than the opponent's. And this process took less than a second. How could this be possible? Isn't he just a lowly, ordinary person? How could? The second-tier apocalypse hunter weakly twitched his lips, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. As a noble baptizer, he was instantly killed by an ordinary person. However, Xiaolong wouldn't waste time giving him an answer. Countless fine tendrils extended from his arm, instantly wrapping him into a ball of flesh and blood, devouring him into his body, leaving the opponent to ponder this doubt in the underworld. Sometimes, a difference of just 1 or 2 tiers in strength can determine the outcome in an instant. In the subconscious of Xiaolong, the 5-stage brain-enhanced Peric is the next best target. Chapter 73, Suppression. Lord Peric, some residents of the fortress have already rushed into our commercial area. For safety's sake, we should retreat first. The deputy officer, seeing the chaotic scene at this moment, felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. At the beginning of the fortress's establishment, there was no such uproar when eliminating the monsters in the mall. It seems that regardless of the outcome, the higher-ups at Komodo headquarters will hold someone accountable. What caused all of this was a stranger, a man whose face had barely been seen a few times. He didn't understand why Patrick was so serious about that guy. What? Are we at a level where we can't even suppress these rioters? Patrick didn't turn his head, still fixated on the chaotic scene below, determined to find the presence of that man. Suddenly, he snatched a sniper rifle from a nearby doomsday hunter, aimed it at a rioter who was single-handedly resisting several mercenaries, and after a brief aim, he abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! Did I guess wrong? Patrick, with a cold expression, continued to observe the crowd below through the scope, occasionally picking out a person he thought might be the rioter disguised as Xiaolong, sending bullets into their heads, only to guess wrong each time. Of course, he also considered that the opponent might be disguised as a company mercenary, but at this moment, Patrick still retained some rationality. He wouldn't easily shoot his subordinates in front of everyone before confirming the opponent. Hey, you all stop right there. Put everything down. At that moment, a noisy sound of footsteps came from the staircase to Patrick and the others' ears. The surrounding guards quickly surrounded their boss, who had an ordinary physique, protecting him in the middle. After a few seconds, more than a dozen rioters rushed up, holding a large amount of items, their faces filled with excitement. Behind them, several mercenaries armed with firearms were in pursuit. However, when these looting rioters reached the top floor, expecting to find more goods to satisfy their desires, they were met with a row of fully armed fortress elite guards. Patrick was protected in the middle by the guards, his cold gaze fixed on the rioters rushing up, his expression devoid of any emotion. The rioters were immediately flustered upon seeing this scene, but it was too late to turn and escape. The pursuing mercenaries had already caught up, effectively trapping them in between. Under the threat of this two-sided attack, their rationality was slightly restored. Patrick, the city lord, will put down the items right away and leave immediately. The leading rioter, sensing the tense atmosphere, trembled as he placed the items he was holding on the ground. The others behind him quickly followed suit, putting down the stolen goods. They thought themselves wise to recognize the situation, believing that the other side wouldn't kill them all for stealing a few items. After all, under the fortress rules, theft only resulted in expulsion from the fortress. After putting down the goods, these rioters hurriedly lowered their heads, preparing to sneak away, but they bumped into an obstacle like hitting a wall. Looking up, they saw the elite guards surrounding Patrick had already encircled them. Patrick's words instantly made these rioters' eyes widen in shock. When they panicked and knelt down, wanting to kowtow and plead for mercy, it was already too late. Patrick didn't even glance at them. In his eyes, the lives of these rioters were no different from ants. The adjutant waved his hand, and the elite guards drew their titanium long knives, sharp enough to cut through iron, and struck at the limbs of the desperate mob. Minutes later, at the edge of the corridor on the top floor, a dozen dismembered human figures were bound by nylon ropes around their waists, suspended in midair, spinning continuously, creating a bizarre and eerie scene. Blood dripped from the severed limbs onto the ground, and their piercing screams testified to their unbearable suffering, drawing the attention of the resisting personnel in the chaotic scene below. Blood rained down on their faces, momentarily awakening them and reminding them of the terror once dominated by hunger, death, and darkness. For a moment, all the rioters were frozen in place at the sight, while the mercenaries took the opportunity to subdue them one by one. Patrick stood at the top, speaking down to everyone below in a condescending tone. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the minds of each person. Moreover, anyone who met his gloomy gaze would feel an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if a giant stone was pressing down on their chest, making it hard to breathe. And this is the mental attack that Peric, as a fifth-tier sage, carries. And it is a type of indiscriminate coverage, as long as one's mental strength is lower than Peric's and they lock eyes with him. They will unknowingly fall into Peric's mental control. Those who are slightly better off will experience mental daze, losing their wits. And their reactions will be several times slower than before, not much different from fish or meat waiting to be slaughtered on a chopping board. Those with weaker mental strength will directly foam at the mouth, roll their eyes back, and collapse to the ground. This is what is known as the legendary ability to kill with just a glance. Of course, it doesn't mean that those sages who have awakened the mental control talent are invincible. High-level apocalypse hunters can completely keep their eyes closed and, relying solely on their perception, can kill ordinary-bodied sages even in a state of sensory deprivation. Now, Patrick completely suppressed the rioting crowd below with his gaze and mental pressure, which is also the reason he could become the lord of the fortress. After this incident, the rioters will face severe punishment, lock up all those involved in the riot, and continue to investigate the whereabouts of the person I want to find. Also, no one is to turn off the electric fence without my orders. After issuing this command, Patrick coldly led a few subordinates away, leaving the rest to his deputy to handle. Hey, you guys protect me too. Don't let those rioters hurt me. The deputy, feeling very uneasy after the boss left and looking at the temporarily subdued chaos below, decided to have the few mercenaries who had just caught up with him protect him. However, Xiaolong was among those mercenaries. Sorry for the unstable updates these days due to busy work after the National Day holiday, and still working overtime at night. Chapter 74, Reversal. Lord Patrick really knows how to leave a mess. How am I supposed to handle this chaos below? After Patrick left, the deputy, named Warpole, grumbled while leading the few mercenaries towards the elevator, preparing to maintain order in the hall. Warpole was just an ordinary person, not a baptizer, but he was promoted to deputy by Patrick due to his management skills. Hey, you guys better protect me. Don't let those rioters hurt me. Entering the elevator, he still felt very uneasy when the doors closed, unsure of the strength of the mercenaries behind him. By the way, are you guys baptizers or ordinary people? I'm asking you a question. Weren't there 5 people just now? Why is there only you left? Ding! With a crisp electronic sound, the elevator doors opened, and only one deputy walked out, but there was no expression on his face, and a hint of darkness flashed in his pupils. As expected, the deputy and several mercenaries in the elevator had been devoured by Xiaolong, but only after he detected that there were no surveillance devices in the elevator. Xiaolong remembered Patrick saying that every important subordinate had a surveillance microparticle embedded in their eyes. So before killing this deputy, Xiaolong first twisted his head around and, at the moment of his death, transformed his tentacles into sharp needles, piercing through the deputy's head. Sure enough, the tentacles touched the presence of the surveillance particle in the deputy's right eyeball. Thus, Xiaolong began the difficult task of devouring everything except that eyeball, until the surveillance particle within it fused with his own eyeball, although he did not know whether Patrick was monitoring his subordinates the whole time. It was always good to be cautious. After devouring this deputy along with his memories, various facilities, terrain, troop deployments within the fortress, and even the secret torture cells used to imprison enemy spies continuously flowed into Xiaolong's mind. The switch to close the fortress gate's power grid is located within Peric's office. It seems that regardless of the outcome, they will ultimately have to face this 5th-tier sage. Looking back, it appears that all of this was caused by oneself. First, using the mercenary team from Komodo to kill the undead king. But the result was that they lost both the wife and the troops, leading to significant losses. Then, there's the current rebellion within the fortress, and so on. One could say that Xiaolong is the root cause of all this chaos. With just one person's strength, he has turned this medium-sized fortress upside down. No wonder Peric is so focused on him, willing to spare no effort to find Xiaolong. Besides seeking revenge, the most important thing is Xiaolong's strange abilities, which may have research value enough to compensate for all the losses. Xiaolong felt no guilt for all that he had caused, as all negative emotions gradually peeled away from his mind along with the evolution of his body. A predator does not need any useless emotions. The destruction caused is merely instinctual and subconscious, as these baptizers are unworthy of standing above everyone else, commanding other humans from a position of superiority. Therefore, before heading to Patrick's office, Xiaolong has one more task to complete, which is to bring more disaster to this fortress. Meanwhile, in Patrick's office, he is sitting at his desk, constantly adjusting the surveillance equipment in various areas to check for any overlooked threats. It can be said that the entire monitoring system of the fortress is in his hands. In addition to his well-known obsessive cleanliness, Patrick has a perverse private hobby, which is to monitor the lives of everyone. Whenever he observes others' daily lives from his office, it gives him a strange pleasure, as if he were a god controlling the lives of others. Perhaps this is his only hobby in this monotonous post-apocalyptic life. Patrick is now flipping through the real-time surveillance of the commoners' living area, and the dirty and chaotic environment of these lower-class residential areas makes him frown tightly, not wanting to set foot in that area at all, with the homeless barely able to fill their stomachs. How could they have the energy to pay attention to their hygiene? Patrick decides that after this incident is over, it will be necessary to properly discipline them. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, several deafening explosions erupt outside, accompanied by violent tremors, knocking decorations off Patrick's desk onto the ground. Damn it! What happened outside? Patrick is startled and immediately switches the surveillance to the hall, only to see that the previously suppressed chaos has now become even more riotous. The mercenaries fighting back shoot bullets at a large and frenzied man, but the bullets fail to penetrate even a piece of his skin, sparking off to the side. The man, enraged, clenches his massive fists, capable of crushing a mercenary with a single blow. When the terrified mercenaries shift their targets to other, slightly slimmer enemies, they find that the gun sights can't keep up with their movement speed, even if they manage to aim. The enemies can sense the danger before the trigger is pulled and disappear from sight in a flash. When they finally reappear, they're already standing over the corpses of these mercenaries with a fierce expression. Clearly, these thugs in black prison uniforms are all-powerful baptizers, strong enough to turn the suppressed situation around and plunge the fortress back into extreme chaos. Patrick's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches this scene on the surveillance screen. Unable to blink for a long time, these rioters in black prison uniforms are all undercover spies trained by various hostile forces. Since the early construction of the fortress, hostile forces have occasionally sent infiltrators to secretly carry out sabotage activities. In fact, it is not only the Komodo Company. Basically, all major organizations and groups are trying to undermine each other, aiming to gradually break them down from within at the lowest cost before launching a full-scale attack to completely swallow them up. However, these prisoners in black prison uniforms should have been locked away in secret cells dozens of meters underground, enduring endless torture and interrogation. So how have they all emerged? Just as Patrick is about to pull up the surveillance footage from the underground prison. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash is heard as several elite guards stationed at the door crash through the door and fall into the office, dying instantly. Patrick, I'm here to take revenge on you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 75. Revenge. A sharp, piercing laugh echoes outside, followed by a thin, gaunt man with a sinister expression walking in, followed by a strong, burly man whose head nearly touches the ceiling. They are both dressed in black prison uniforms, covered in shocking scars, and the gaunt man's right eye is just a hollow socket, showing the torment they endured in the dungeon. Ah, Lord Patrick, save me. The burly man, as massive as a mutated giant bear, is holding a guard by the throat as if lifting a chick. The guard is being held with such force that he can't catch his breath, and blood starts to flow from his 7 orifices. Upon seeing these two prisoners, Patrick's expression darkens immediately, but he shows no sign of fear. He recognizes the gaunt man with a vicious expression at the door, as well as the powerful man behind him. He has known them since he first became the lord of the Komodo Fortress 3 years ago. At that time, Patrick had just broken through to the 3rd stage as a sage and was promoted to Fortress Lord due to his decisive actions. Before him, no less than 10 previous lords had been replaced, and their removal was not due to inability to hold the position, but rather their short lives. Some hadn't even had a day to experience being the Lord before they were found dead. They were all killed by spies sent in by various hostile forces, aiming to prevent the Komodo Company from developing. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world with extremely limited resources, every time an organization develops, it means one less meal for the other forces. Finding spies who have undergone special training among thousands of residents is as difficult as climbing to the sky. At that time, the first thing Patrick did after taking office was to identify these rats. The method of investigation is simple yet extremely time-consuming. Patrick personally stayed in a small room where all residents, including registered internal company personnel, entered one by one after being called out to meet him alone. No one knew what they were doing, only that everyone who came out had a dazed expression on their face and had completely forgotten what had just happened. Although the process of entering was very quick, with each person able to leave in less than half a minute. The number of residents in the fortress was vast, with nearly 10,000 people waiting for Patrick's inspection. Even if everything went smoothly without any delays, it would still take at least 5 days and nights to investigate everyone one by one without missing anyone. During this time, many staff members involved in maintaining order couldn't bear the workload and took turns to rest. However, there was only one Patrick, who stayed inside without coming out except for eating and relieving himself, and he didn't even close his eyes for a full 5 days. No one expected that this ordinary-bodied lord would have such a strong capacity for endurance. When the door was pushed open, it was seen that the tables and chairs inside had been smashed to pieces, and Patrick was leaning against the wall with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. In front of him knelt a strong man who had entered before, his hands clenched into fists, with bloodstains still lingering on his knuckles. However, the eyes of this burly man had become vacant, his expression blank and motionless. This strong man, a second-tier apocalypse warrior and the captain of a small team, was actually a spy sent by another faction. He had been discovered during his one-on-one encounter with Patrick and decided to go down with a new lord in a desperate attempt. But at the last moment, he was controlled by Patrick, who had broken through to the third-tier wise man and gained the ability of mental manipulation. Ultimately, under Patrick's mental hypnosis, the spy involuntarily revealed the identities of several other spies from the same faction lurking in the fortress. Thus, during the first week of Patrick's tenure, all spies from various factions within the fortress were selected out by his method. Their fate was to be imprisoned in a secret prison that had been converted from the original underground garage, where endless torture awaited them. At this moment, the two men who burst into Patrick's office were the last remaining spies from the first batch that Patrick had locked away in a hellish prison years ago. The others had either been tortured to death or had gone completely mad, left to bake in the sun at the fortress gates as a warning to others. Now, the first thing these two men did after escaping was come to seek revenge on Patrick. During the years of torment, they had constantly thought about tearing each other apart and devouring one another, unable to swallow this hatred. How did you escape, Bernard Locke? Bow. However, the burly man, mistaking it for a trap, threw the guard he held like a toy, smashing the surveillance system on Patrick's desk to pieces. The unfortunate guard was completely knocked to the ground after the blow, losing all movement. Patrick, in these years of torment, you have never come to see us in the dungeon below, yet you still remember our names. How rare. The tall, thin man glared fiercely at Patrick, gritting his teeth and wishing he could tear the flesh off his opponent bite by bite. With his strength as a third-tier apocalypse hunter, killing an ordinary person with the physique of a sage at this distance of less than 10 meters would be almost instantaneous. However, after being tortured for 3 years in a hellish prison, he had been thinking every day about how to take revenge. Killing Patrick instantly would be too easy for him. So these two vengeful spies wanted to see Patrick's terrified and pleading expression. "Oh, I didn't go down because you were too dirty and smelly. I was afraid of polluting my senses." Patrick gently brushed aside the fragments of the broken monitor that splashed onto him and calmly took out a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his nose, slightly raising his eyelids to look at them with disdain. The years of resentment, combined with the contempt in Patrick's eyes, finally ignited these two men who were once spies. "Bastard, even when death is imminent, you still look down on me. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting." You want to provoke our emotions to better manipulate us, right? Don't forget, I'm an apocalypse hunter. I can kill you without even opening my eyes. The tall, thin man suddenly closed his one-eyed gaze, filled with hatred, to prevent being controlled by the opponent's gaze, while simultaneously covering the entire room with his perception, clearly presenting the outlines of all objects in his mind. Then, the prisoner's spy, named Bernal, suddenly exerted force in his calves, charging towards the still indifferent Patrick with a madman's sharp laughter. Chapter 76, Division. Fueled by 3 years of hatred, the spy from the Griffin Group let out a roar, relying on his perception as an apocalypse hunter, closing his one eye and rushing towards Patrick, whom he wanted to kill at all costs. His 2 fingers with sharp nails curled slightly, ready to be used as his weapon of attack. The first target of the attack was precisely to dig out Patrick's proud eyes. As long as the opponent's eyes that could perform mental manipulation were removed, Patrick would be equivalent to a useless person at the mercy of others. Just as the spy prisoner, named Bernal, extended his fingertips, a sinister smile on his face, about to stab his fingers into the outline of this familiar figure in his perception. Buzz! Suddenly, this unexpected buzzing sound instantly caused Bernal's legs to weaken, crashing down at Patrick's feet. Subsequently, this intense buzzing continued to vibrate in his brain, making him painfully clutch his forehead, rolling on the ground and moaning in agony. The third-tier hunter widened his single eye, which was almost bleeding red, and with great difficulty raised his head to see Patrick standing before him with a cold expression. His Adam's apple trembled rapidly, resembling the wings of a cicada that could produce sound. "You cough, cough." Bernal struggled to move his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but his throat felt sweet, and he suddenly coughed out a large pool of thick blood, mixed with fallen teeth. "Why do you think my ability can still be what it was 3 years ago, relying only on my gaze to control you?" Patrick, while emitting an eerie, buzzing sound, could still maintain normal speech. Upon hearing this contemptuous tone, Bernal's pained expression filled with bloodshot eyes suddenly turned to one of terror. Have you already broken through to the 6th tier? Bastard, I will definitely kill you." He struggled on the ground, his head pounding, trying to get up and kill this enemy so close at hand, but the intense pain in his brain made it impossible for him to concentrate. Just as he managed to rise a little, he fell heavily to the side again. "Tell me, who released you?" Patrick suddenly stopped smiling, his gaze sharp as he squatted down and disdainfully pressed a handkerchief against Bernal's forehead, wanting his remaining single eye to focus on his eyes, thus controlling him. Suddenly, just as Bernal turned his head, his eyes hardened, and he spat out a tooth with force. As a third-tier hunter, his tongue also possessed strong explosive power, and he actually used his fallen tooth as a dart, rolling it up with his tongue and launching it out. This improvised killing move caught Patrick off guard, but fortunately, the intense pain in his brain caused Bernal's aim to deviate significantly. The tooth only grazed his cheek, embedding itself into the wall behind him. Patrick was momentarily stunned, touching the blood on his face. If the aim had been just a little more to the left, that tooth would have pierced through his right eyeball, directly into his brain. Not bad, still as tough as 3 years ago. Patrick, injured by this filthy and stinking prisoner, couldn't help but laugh in anger. As Bernal saw the expression on the other person's face, he felt a hint of vengeful pleasure. Just as he was about to mock the arrogant lord for being harmed by a prisoner like himself, he suddenly felt a tightness in his ankle, and then his whole body seemed to fly up, spinning wildly. Bang! Immediately after, accompanied by a dull thud of flesh hitting the ground, Bernal was completely dazed. His jaw shattered, and even the floor beneath him cracked with a spiderweb-like fracture. With his last bit of strength, he turned his head with difficulty and saw the burly man who had been following him, his expression blank as he gripped Bernal's ankle. This strength-type, level 2 post-apocalyptic warrior had significantly weaker mental power compared to Bernal, so he was easily controlled by Patrick's mental manipulation. After this heavy blow, Bernal completely lost all ability to resist, but this was just the beginning. Subsequently, the companion who had been thrown into the cell with him, under Patrick's mental control, blankly continued to slam him against the ground while holding his ankle. At this moment, Patrick had completely lost his original gentlemanly demeanor, grinning cruelly as he watched the bloody scene before him, as if only this could quell the rage within him. High intelligence and mental power had also brought him to the brink of mental breakdown. After a while, when Patrick calmed down from his furious emotions and gradually regained his rationality, he looked at the surrounding meat scraps and his white suit stained red with blood, and finally couldn't help but bend over and vomit violently. It was only after his churning stomach was mostly emptied that he felt a little better. Patrick took out what seemed to be an endless handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the corners of his mouth, and, stepping on shoes still smeared with flesh, walked towards the burly warrior under his mental control. "Who let you out?" Patrick asked coldly, repeating the question. "Humph. Could it be another spy that recently infiltrated? What is their name?" Just then, a flurry of footsteps rushed in from the corridor, and upon seeing the scene in the office, they appeared startled, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Hearing the noise, Patrick turned his head to see that it was his aide, Vorpal, who had rushed in. The deputy was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and was dressed very traditionally, with a military belt fastened so high it almost reached his navel. For a moment, the three of them stared at each other in silence. As the adjutant saw the scene inside, it seemed he already knew something, and the expression of shock on his face gradually turned cold. Chapter 77, Collision. "Xiaolong, why aren't you continuing the act? Did you kill my adjutant too?" After hearing the description from the puppet and then seeing the adjutant appear in his office, even a fool could understand the situation. Patrick instantly saw through everything. These prisoners were definitely released by the man in front of him who was disguised as one of his subordinates. Xiaolong was indeed planning to use his disguised identity to get close to Patrick and kill him after releasing these spy prisoners. However, he didn't expect that these vengeful spies were even more impatient and took the initiative to seek revenge on Patrick first, which led to this situation and caused his own identity to be exposed early. Nevertheless, it didn't matter. Patrick had to die no matter what, whether it was through assassination or outright killing. Although it was said that the opponent was just an ordinary 5th-level sage with a human physique, he would only face a tragic end in close combat. However, Xiaolong has always maintained vigilance against any enemy and would never underestimate his opponent, but would instead fight with all his might. Especially after devouring the officer, he had a basic understanding of Patrick's abilities. As long as he focused on the opponent's eyes, his own mental power would be affected and even manipulated. This was manageable. He could launch an attack relying solely on his perception abilities. But Xiaolong would never think that this Patrick, who could become the lord of the fortress, was so simple. At the same time, outside the corridor, a flurry of footsteps was approaching, as many guards were rushing to protect their lord. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong didn't want to waste any more time. But he also wouldn't attack recklessly, so he prepared to grab a nearby flower pot and smash it toward Patrick's head. With the explosive power of his arm, he could throw the flower pot with the force of a cannonball, smashing the opponent's skull into a pulp. Just as Xiaolong was about to execute this attack, a shadow suddenly loomed over him from above. Instinctively, Xiaolong leaned his body, and then a massive fist slid past him. Bang! With a loud crash, the fierce force instantly created a deep dent in the floor, just as the owner of that fist was preparing to pull his arm out of the floor. Xiaolong quickly lifted his right foot and stomped hard on the elbow of that arm. Crack! With a crisp sound, the arm was bent almost at a 90-degree angle by the even more forceful stomp. However, the apocalyptic warrior puppet, manipulated by Patrick's mental power, seemed to feel no pain and swung another fist fiercely at him. Seeing this, Xiaolong did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his right fist and met the giant punch coming from the apocalyptic warrior head-on. Boom! With a heavy sound, the two vastly different fists collided, generating a shockwave that sent dust flying around. Nevertheless, Xiaolong remained standing in place, completely unmoved. The fist from this second-tier apocalyptic warrior pierced through the skin, shattering the entire bone into fragments. But that wasn't the end. Xiaolong exerted his leg muscles again and suddenly drove his knee into the chin of the bent-over puppet. Bang! The puppet's chin suffered a tremendous blow. Its thick neck instantly snapped, the back of its head pressed against its back, and its vacant eyes completely lost all luster before it collapsed to the ground. Unable to move again, because Peric's ability was not to control corpses. In the blink of an eye, Xiaolong had completely crushed this massive second-tier apocalyptic warrior. Oomph. No wonder you dare to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the king of the living dead. I want to know how many secrets you still hide. Peric watched as the puppet he controlled was killed in an instant, his lips twitching slightly, but overall he maintained a calm demeanor, making it hard to tell if he was pretending or hiding another trump card. Buzzing just at this critical moment, Peric indeed unleashed the ability he had awakened not long ago, emitting high-frequency sound waves from his Adam's apple. Xiaolong's already sensitive senses were caught off guard by the sound waves entering his ears, causing him to feel dizzy, and he stumbled, kneeling on one knee on the ground. Meanwhile, a squad of elite guards happened to rush into the office to protect Peric. However, they were also affected by the sound waves emitted by their boss, and in an instant, they were all clutching their foreheads, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. Some with ordinary physical constitutions even bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Yet Peric showed no signs of stopping his ability. Instead, the frequency of his throat's vibrations increased, continuously amplifying the spread of the sound waves. Losing a few subordinates was nothing compared to capturing this man in front of him. Peric looked at Xiaolong, who was half kneeling on the ground, covering his ears and letting out a painful and angry low roar, and he sneered. What? Did you think you could block the sound waves with your palm? Fool, that will only amplify the sound waves in your ears. Ha ha. Peric suddenly laughed maniacally. The fortress had suffered greatly because of this man, and if he failed to capture him, these losses could jeopardize his position and even his life. But now, this treasure of a boy was helplessly sprawled before him, which naturally allowed him to appear calm on the surface, while his tense heart finally relaxed. So he laughed without regard for his gentlemanly demeanor. Xiaolong had indeed just covered a layer of thin film with the Blacklight Virus inside his ears, just like he did back at the Wilderness Bar, to isolate himself from external noise. However, it only amplified the deadly sound waves created by Peric. In an instant, a sharp pain engulfed Xiaolong's entire brain, making it difficult for him to concentrate on attacking Peric. Gradually, Xiaolong's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Patrick pulled out a handgun from his pocket. Out of caution, he did not approach the other person, but instead aimed the gun at his limbs. Bang! Bang! He fired 2 shots, hitting one of Xiaolong's hands and one of his feet, creating blood holes. Soon after, the Blacklight Virus within Xiaolong rapidly formed fine tendrils that wriggled frantically at the wound sites, quickly repairing the gunshot wounds as if they were never there, and even pushing the bullets out of his body. Seeing this, Patrick's eyes widened in surprise. So it turned out that he relied on these magical tendrils to heal his injuries. Then, if I shoot a bullet into your head, will also be repaired? A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his delicate mouth as he raised the gun, aiming it at Xiaolong's head, ready to commence his mad experiment. Chapter 78, The Darkest Persona. He was eager to personally experiment with the various strange abilities exhibited by Xiaolong. Patrick was very curious whether the tendrils inside him that healed wounds were part of his body or parasites. He had witnessed the self-healing of a recovery-type apocalypse warrior before, but it was not as creepy as this. Therefore, he wanted to see just how far these tendrils could self-heal, and he simply raised the gun directly at Xiaolong's head, although dead test subjects had much less research value than living ones. The abilities of the man before him were too bizarre, and Patrick didn't want to take the risk of capturing him alive anymore. He smirked coldly and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames flashed from the muzzle, and the bullet, accompanied by a strong smell of gunpowder, shot towards Xiaolong. Patrick wore a sinister smile, eagerly anticipating whether the opponent's mysterious tentacles would heal the fatal wound on his head or if his entire skull would be blown off by the bullet. However, instead of the sound of a bullet shattering bone, there was a crisp sound as it struck a hard object and fell to the floor. Patrick focused and was instantly shocked into disbelief by the scene before him. He saw Xiaolong's arm transform into black claws as hard and sharp as titanium. Blocking his head, the bullet had struck the edge of the claw, not only failing to penetrate, but also flattening and falling to the ground. What? What is this? Isn't that the claw of the undead king? Patrick recalled the terrifying claws of the undead king from the surveillance footage. Now, seeing this unimaginable scene. He was utterly stunned. He was amazed that the opponent's arm could transform into such a terrifying weapon, while also being surprised that the opponent could still focus on resisting. Suddenly, Xiaolong lifted his head, which had been hanging low, and looked at Patrick. However, at that moment, his pupils had lost their original color, overtaken by pure darkness. The moment Patrick saw the man's eyes, it felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. As a wise man with strong mental power, was he being affected by the opponent's mental backlash? How many secrets did this man still hide? Patrick's eyes widened, the gun still aimed at the man with the terrifying claws, torn between whether to continue shooting and increase the sound wave frequency again. Try to suppress the opponent once more. However, no matter how much he enhanced the sound waves, it seemed completely ineffective. Patrick watched helplessly as Xiaolong stood up like a puppet, mechanically and numbly. Xiaolong's face, seemingly shrouded in black mist, faced Patrick, bringing him a strong sense of oppression. Then, he mechanically took a step towards Patrick, each step making Patrick's heart race faster. Finally, Patrick noticed something abnormal, his lips trembling as he incredulously shouted, You are not the same man anymore. Who are you really? No, you are not human at all." With each step the opponent took closer, Patrick involuntarily stepped back until he accidentally stepped on the shattered bones of the one-eyed spy that had been smashed to the ground, slipping and landing on the floor, getting blood all over himself again. "Is that so? I'm not human. Then what are you?" Xiaolong spoke, but his voice was no longer his usual, slightly magnetic tone. Instead, it sounded like the whisper of a demon from hell, heavy and pounding on every nerve cell of Patrick, completely immobilizing him on the ground. Was this man, like him, also suffering from a split personality? This was the only reason Patrick could believe. You grotesque and ugly beings, thinking that because you gained these abilities through heaven's mercy, you are the rulers of the world. Ha ha ha. The dark persona, overtaking Xiaolong's rationality, laughed maniacally, like a roar from a demon. And with each meter he approached, Patrick was pushed closer to the edge of collapse. Patrick's eyes widened, but his throat still remembered to emit sound waves, trying to reverse the current situation. Suddenly, as if possessed by a demon, Xiaolong's figure flashed, appearing before Patrick with an incomprehensible speed, then flicked one of his claws, easily piercing through Patrick's collarbone and lifting him into the air. Overcome by the intense pain, Patrick finally let out a piercing scream, and the sound waves released from his throat surged to a peak instinctively due to the agony. Crack, crack, crack. The sudden increase in sound waves caused the remaining soldiers who had not yet died to stop struggling, and then their heads swelled like hot water bags until they exploded like watermelons. But Xiaolong still seemed unaffected, as if nothing had happened. It seemed that after changing his personality, even his life form had changed. He was no longer human or even any other known life form, so he would not be harmed by such vibrational frequencies. "You bastard. Even if you kill me, you can't escape the grasp of our company. I have already uploaded your information to our headquarters. Ha ha." Patrick roared in anger mixed with pain, enduring the excruciating agony, and raised his gun with his right hand, directly aiming it at Xiaolong's face and crazily pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. He stared with wide, bloodshot eyes at the man's face, which had dozens of bullet holes, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. Those creepy tendrils wriggled wildly in the gunshot wounds on Xiaolong's face, squeezing out the bullets one by one, which fell to the floor, and simultaneously repairing the gunshot holes back to flawless skin. This perfectly confirmed Patrick's previous experiment. Even if Xiaolong was shot in the head, he would no longer die. As he was taken over by the darkest persona, a devilish grin appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth filled with sharp black fangs, beginning to gnaw at Patrick's body. He didn't swallow him whole, but cruelly tore off pieces of flesh, savoring the other's fear and despair. Meanwhile, at the fortress gate, which was sealed by an electric fence, a rare black sedan from the apocalypse drove in from the wilderness and stopped in front of the gate. Chapter 79. Flamingo, however, compared to the chaotic and bloody scene inside the fortress, the resident stuck outside appeared somewhat calmer. possibly due to the heavy machine guns mounted at the entrance putting considerable pressure on them. Although those blocked at the gate could not see the bloody scene inside the fortress, they could hear the continuous screams and gunfire coming from within. This made the returning hunters uneasy, wondering if the Komodo Corporation was planning to betray the residential contract they had signed and start eliminating these powerless lower-class residents. In this extremely heavy and anxious atmosphere, the people outside began to stir, but at the same time, a returning mercenary team was maintaining order at the entrance. So the situation had not yet escalated to the chaos inside. Just as the people grew more restless and eager to know what was happening inside the fortress, suddenly 2 bright lights illuminated the dark wilderness, gradually becoming blinding. At this moment, a sleek black sedan roared heavily from the darkness towards them, contrasting starkly with the desolate and eerie surroundings. The crowd was taken aback upon seeing this sedan, which appeared to have no armor protection at all, clearly resembling a fragile, vase-like car from the old era. It dared to drive alone in the wilderness at night without being attacked by mutated beasts. The car drove up to the fortress gate and stopped in front of the curious onlookers. Once the vehicle was still, the driver's side door opened, and a man in a sharp black suit, exuding gentlemanly charm, stepped out and respectfully opened the back seat door. Then, a polished red leather shoe stepped out first, followed by a man in a dazzling fiery red suit. His entire fiery outfit, combined with his flame-like spiky hair, tall stature, sharp features, and fair skin, painted an extraordinarily eye-catching image, like a flamingo. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to walk in such conspicuous attire in the wilderness would surely not survive for an hour. But now, the appearance of this man in red caused everyone to hold their breath, and even some apocalypse hunters trembled uncontrollably. This was the hunter's instinctive reaction to danger. They finally understood why this black sedan could travel unscathed through the wilderness. It was because this man in red was inside, making any mutated creatures dare not approach. In such a small place, could there be any trouble that Patrick couldn't handle? The higher-ups still want me to take action personally. After getting out of the car, the man in red frowned and walked straight towards the fortress gate, muttering complaints that were utterly inconsistent with his status. Wherever he walked, the dense crowd that had been blocked at the entrance automatically parted to create a wide passage, and no one dared to approach him. Some ordinary citizens, unable to sense the strong aura emanating from this man, also kept their distance, as even a fool could tell that no one would dare to dress so arrogantly without some strength. The captain of the guard maintaining order at the entrance saw this man approaching the gate, and upon noticing the skull logo on the license plate of the black sedan, he roughly guessed that this man was likely a big shot sent by headquarters, but he couldn't be sure, as it could also be a spy disguised from another faction. However, given the strong aura radiating from this man in red, there was no need for him to disguise his identity in this area. Thus, the second-tier apocalypse warrior, the captain of the guards, hurriedly ran in front of the man in red and asked with a respectful tone, "Are you sent by the company headquarters? May I know your name, so I can report to our superior?" You don't recognize me? Oh, that's right. People like you from the countryside really don't have many opportunities to admire my handsome face. The flamingo man smiled narcissistically, causing the captain's mouth to twitch. At that moment, the chief guard inside, Krum, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, also sensed the unusual aura from outside. After snapping the neck of a thug he had pinned with his elbow, he came to the door and opened a small observation window above. He saw a man standing outside dressed like a flamingo and immediately widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Hey, Eric-sama." The situation was extremely urgent. The spies imprisoned in the dungeon had somehow escaped, and he was just about to check on Patrick's condition. "You should come in," Krum said, feeling relieved upon seeing the man named Eric. He hadn't expected the headquarters would send him, indicating how serious the situation inside the fortress was. "Please wait. I'll personally go close the electric fence gate to let you in." "No need. Landon, leave it to you." Eric glanced at the high-pressure electric fence in front of him and called out his driver's name. The driver named Landon immediately walked over, stood in front of the electric fence, and removed the white gloves he was wearing, revealing his fair and delicate hands. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his arm turned deep blue, and he grasped the high-voltage electric fence that could instantly roast a person. Instantly, a piercing sound of electricity crackled around him, shocking everyone. However, aside from slightly furrowing his brow, Landon did not show any other signs of pain. Finally, he let out a low roar, and with a powerful pull, he directly tore the electric fence apart, creating a passage for one person to enter. After receiving the order, the driver used the same method to pull the torn electric fence back together, seemingly unaffected throughout the entire process. When the chief of the General Guard, Chromie, saw this scene, he was left speechless, unable to utter a word. As a soon-to-be fourth-tier defensive apocalypse warrior, he wouldn't dare to approach the electric grid like that. Yet this driver possessed such abilities. Stop thinking about it, Chromie. It's just that his abilities happen to be suitable for this kind of task. Still not as impressive as yours. Elric smiled and patted him on the shoulder in a comforting manner, then turned to look at the extremely bloody and brutal scene in the hall, his smile gradually fading. It had been a long time since he had moved his muscles and bones. Now was just the right time to relax. Chapter 80. Firebird. The moment the Firebird Elric entered the fortress, the chaotic battle scene in the hall instantly became much heavier in atmosphere. Some people directly stopped their attacks, their eyes wide with astonishment as they looked at the man with the shining figure at the entrance. The people in this part are basically end-of-the-world hunters with a dangerous instinct. They seem to struggle to breathe under the pressure of this fierce aura. As for the majority who are still fighting each other, they are either ordinary-bodied mobs or end-of-the-world fighters with weak sensing abilities. At that moment, a spy prisoner who escaped from an underground prison, a third-tier end-of-the-world fighter with a large physique, entered a state of frenzy after killing more than a dozen mercenaries. His eyes turning blood-red, he let out a mad laugh, smashed a mercenary skull with a punch, and then turned his head to see the oddly dressed Eric standing at the door. Unsurprisingly, it was like a bull seeing a red cloth, reigniting his explosive emotions. Without saying a word, the prisoner took giant strides forward, letting out an ear-splitting roar, charging towards Eric like a human tank, determined to tear apart his clothes and seemingly fragile body into pieces. Eric, upon seeing this, remained calm and stood still, picking at his ear, although the meaningless roar from the other side made his ears hurt a bit. Standing next to Elric, Captain Chromie of the Elite Guard had no intention of protecting this important figure from headquarters. Instead, he looked as if he was waiting to see a good show. Roar. I'm going to tear off your pathetic skin. As the distance between them rapidly closed to less than 5 meters, the moment of life and death was upon them. Elric heard the derogatory comment about his attire, and in an instant his eyes underwent a drastic change, as if covered by a layer of flame, with his hair standing upright like a raging fire. However, the completely enraged post-apocalyptic warrior was completely unaware of the change in the man before him, swinging his proud, giant fist towards the man's head. However, the result was not as he had imagined. Instead of hearing the sound of bones shattering as his fist crushed the man's skull, he suddenly lost all sensation in the arm he had swung. The prisoner stared in shock at his fist, which had now turned into a charred bone, with the surrounding muscles completely vanished. The moment he moved slightly, the blackened bone crumbled into carbon powder, falling to the ground. After a brief numbness in his pain nerves, a strong burning pain surged from the lost arm into his mind, causing this once mighty Tier 3 post-apocalyptic warrior to let out an uncontrollable, piercing scream. What did you just say I was wearing? However, Eric had completely shed the image of the narcissistic playboy he once was, transforming instead into a fierce and terrifying figure. The prisoner, in agony, knelt on the ground, raising his head to stare with wide, pained, and fearful eyes. In his pupils, he reflected the palm of the man in front of him, from which a raging fireball ignited, gradually swaying to form a flaming skull. This man, could he be the legendary master? The prisoner's terrified expression watched as the man began to approach him. Even with several meters of distance from the flames, the intense heat caused his hair to curl up, and his lips quickly became dry and cracked, especially at the moment their eyes met, his own eyes locking onto the other's burning gaze. His entire body felt as if it were severely dehydrated, becoming weak and parched. Eric showed no mercy, giving the prisoner no chance to plead for mercy, as his own image was absolutely not to be tarnished, and the other had just touched this forbidden line. He extended his palm engulfed in eerie flames, a wicked grin on his face as he reached for the prisoner's forehead. Whoosh! The instant the flames made contact with the prisoner's forehead, it spread throughout his entire body in the blink of an eye. The intense heat twisted his skin, flesh, and bones, causing him to melt away like a candle under the blazing sun. The steam rising from his body was his blood evaporating. However, what was even more terrifying was that despite being burned to such an extent, his consciousness remained painfully clear, fully experiencing the agony brought by this hellfire. The screams of the prisoner even drowned out the sounds of battle in the hall, drawing everyone's attention to this horrifying scene. Eric closed his eyes, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly relishing the enemy's screams, which brought him immense pleasure. The burning lasted nearly a minute, and the prisoner screamed for almost 50 seconds, until his entire body was reduced to ashes in the fierce flames, leaving not a single bone or tooth behind. And everything returned to calm. Indeed, the fat within this body sustained my flames for a full minute, which is quite impressive among the enemies I've burned. I wonder how your burning effect will be. Eric reopened his eyes, covered in flames, combined with his fiery red appearance, resembling a demonic fire from hell, bringing no warmth to the people, only endless disaster. In the fortress, many rioters and fugitives who witnessed this scene stopped their resistance, standing dazed in place, staring at him with a chillingly sinister smile as he walked towards the chaotic crowd. However, there were still some oblivious rioters who quietly raised their firearms, aiming at this master who could control the fire element. Although the master's attack power and methods of destruction were unparalleled, their physical bodies were just as fragile as ordinary people. Bang! Suddenly, accompanied by several gunshots, a few bullets engraved with spiral patterns spun wildly in the air due to friction, shooting towards Irik's head from various corners. Even the captain of the Chromie Guard did not react in time, and it was too late to defend himself. His heart sank after the gunfire. However, Irik still stood there unharmed, though everyone had just seen the flames on him suddenly increase in brightness as if they had flickered and disappeared. On the ground around him, several drops of iron molten metal that were still emitting black smoke and sizzling appeared. The bullets that had just been shot at him were instantly melted into molten iron by the abruptly increased extreme heat just as they were about to enter his body. If one looked closely, there were countless faint fire lines surrounding Irik. It seems you have indeed been spoiled by Patrick. Let me teach you a lesson on his behalf. Irik slightly lowered his head to glance at the molten iron beneath his feet, then raised his head, displaying his devilish smile once again, while the core of flames in his palm burned even more fiercely. He lifted the flames in his hand high and then seemingly casually tossed them. The fireball left his palm, flying in a slow arc, harmlessly landing on the ground in front of everyone. Chapter 81. Clean up. The fireball thrown from Irik's palm traced a perfect arc in the air, then seemingly harmlessly landed on the blood-stained ground among the crowd. Whoosh! The moment the fireball touched the bloodied ground, the flames instantly ignited like a spark dropped into a barrel of gasoline, exploding the entire scene. The bursting fireball almost engulfed the entire hall in the blink of an eye, and when people reacted, they realized they were in a hellish sea of flames. No! In an instant, the rioters and prisoners who had been standing dazed once again cheered and screamed wildly, as if they had fallen into the Avicii hell, eternally punished by the fires of hell. Their feet, with nowhere to go, sought a patch of pure land in the sea of flames. However, as soon as they touched the flames, before they could run a few steps, they found their vision lowering as the extreme heat instantly carbonized their legs. The mercenaries were also engulfed by the strange flames, and in their terror, they feared they would suffer a painful death in the flames like the surrounding rebellious mobs. However, they were astonished to find that they were not harmed at all by the flames, capable of instantly carbonizing a human body, even when standing directly in the fire. This was because Eric, as a 6th-tier flame controller, had reached a level of control over fire as simple and ordinary as breathing, even able to change the natural form of the flames. Now, with just his own power, he had instantly turned the situation around. All the rebels in the sea of flames had completely quieted down, reduced to piles of ashes on the ground, with no way to distinguish one from another. Civilians, or the baptizers, or those prisoners, had now all turned into mounds of black ash on the ground, with no differences remaining. Was this the power of a legendary elemental controller? With just a wave of his hand, he had subdued the rebellion within the fortress. It seemed so effortless. This made him involuntarily think that if he were to fight Eric, it would probably be over in the blink of an eye, with his fate being reduced to one of the ashes in the hall. This was quite a blow to him. Why was there such a huge gap? Even though they were both baptizers. At the Komodo headquarters, there was a high-ranking official and one of the founders, a doomsday warrior. No, he could already be called a doomsday general named Reno. It was said that Reno's strength was so absurd that a punch thrown into the air could create shock waves capable of shattering targets thousands of meters away, earning him the thunderous nickname Earthshaker. However, all of this could also be exaggerated hearsay, as very few had actually witnessed him in person. It might just be grandiose claims made to pressure hostile forces. If the company headquarters truly had this trump card, then it was likely that Eric, the 6th-tier fire controller, would be instantly slaughtered before Reno, just like those mobs. Captain Chromie of the guard swallowed his dry throat, watching as the flames on the hall floor gradually faded away, leaving no trace of charring, with only the ashes of the rebels remaining, without even a single bone left behind. As the flames in Alec's eyes began to dissipate, he gradually transformed from a fiery demon that crawled out of hell back into his original narcissistic self. Damn it, he's angry again. He'll probably break out in acne tomorrow. Alec frowned and touched his smooth face, looking extremely concerned as he said this. The others nearby had black lines on their faces. As a fire elemental controller, he still got angry. Right? Let's quickly check on Lord Peric's condition. Captain Chromie finally remembered the main issue. They had been hindered by the battle and couldn't go to the top floor to protect Peric, so they could only send the guards who were already in Building C ahead. Now, the troubles in Hall were basically resolved, with only some remnants hiding in various buildings. Thus, he immediately gathered all the mercenaries who could still fight to begin clearing out the fugitives and rioters on each floor. Of course, they wouldn't eliminate everyone. Otherwise, if word got out and was incited by hostile forces, it would have a bad impact. So, they would leave behind some of the old, weak, sick, and disabled residents who posed no threat to survive. Captain Chromie personally led a portion of his team quickly to the floor where Peric was located. Really, with the strength to become your city lord, what is there to worry about? I heard through the grapevine that he awakened some new ability again. Alec followed them leisurely, his expression calm as he made his way to the top floor of Building C. He and Peric had participated in the same internal training for the baptizers organized by the company and were somewhat familiar with this man who had severe cleanliness issues. Now, he wanted to see for himself what kind of state this once ever-following sage had ended up in. A few minutes later, when Chromie and his men had cleared out the remaining elements along the way and reached the corridor leading to Peric's office on the top floor, they found the door to Peric's office shattered into pieces on the ground, indicating that it had already been attacked. This shocked Chromie, who immediately rushed forward, his massive frame echoing heavy thuds in the corridor. If it were any other time, the quiet, loving Peric would have been furious, but now there was no time for that. Just as they burst into Peric's office, an incredible stench of blood assaulted their senses, almost overwhelming them. After a moment to adjust, they looked around the office, and the visual shock was no less severe than the olfactory one. The walls that should have been as white as jade were now covered in a thick layer of sticky red, just like the floor. Some mercenaries with lower tolerance levels bent over and began to vomit uncontrollably at the sight. At that moment, Chromie, who was stunned into silence by the scene before him, heard a hoarse, painful groan from beside him. Turning to look, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 82. Assimilation. Before them stood a creature that was indistinguishable as either human or ghost, facing away from them on the bloodstained floor, making eerie, creaking sounds. Its entire body was enveloped in a layer of strange black liquid, with countless tentacles writhing wildly across its surface, as if each had a life of its own. The most horrifying aspect was that the monster had 2 arms with nearly half-meter-long sharp claws. Each claw was so sharp that it emitted a chilling glint, making one instinctively think about the terrible fate that would befall them if one of those claws were to grip them. However, aside from this incredibly terrifying monster, Chromie did not see their leader present. Suddenly, the monster's head twisted at an eerie 180-degree angle, turning to face the approaching crowd. Its pupils as dark as the deepest abyss, sending chills down everyone's spine with just one glance. "Are you looking for your leader?" The monster spoke, its voice like that of a demon crawling out of hell, hoarse and heavy, striking at the hearts of everyone present. Captain Chromie was shaken to hear the monster could talk. He quietly reached for a large titanium knife at his waist and gritted his teeth, saying, "What on earth are you? What have you done to my leader? Isn't your leader in the office?" There are traces of him everywhere on the walls, floor, and ceiling, and he is still alive, the monster said, letting out another chilling, high-pitched laugh before suddenly opening its tightly clenched right claw. In the center of its broad palm was a bloodied, mangled mass, with countless tentacles piercing into the mass. If one listened closely, they could hear the sounds of painful moans emitted from this very mass. Chromie's eyes widened in disbelief, as he seemed to understand something but found it hard to accept. The monster's next words completely set him off. "Your leader made me want to savor him slowly, and I want to keep him alive and full of vitality. It would be great if my other foolish persona could enjoy him too." Sure enough, the mass in the monster's claw was indeed Patrick's head, still alive and enduring unimaginable, torturous pain through the countless tiny tentacles piercing through it. "I have King hate you!" Chromie suddenly screamed like a madman, snatching a machine gun from one of his subordinates and began firing wildly at the monster. The other mercenaries, filled with rage over the loss of their leader, also pulled the triggers, and a storm of bullets rained down on the monster. However, the bullets, upon hitting its seemingly liquid black body, vanished without a trace, like stones sinking into the ocean. It was unclear how long the shooting lasted, but it only ceased when everyone had emptied their magazines. Yet the monster still stood there, seemingly unaffected, like a terrifying wax figure in a horror museum, leaving everyone in disbelief at the scene before them. "Gore, I hate being disturbed while I'm eating." The black monster growled in apparent annoyance after saying this, and then its body began to swell up ominously, like an inflating balloon. Seeing this, Chromie was alarmed and yelled, "Everyone, take cover!" But it was too late. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's swollen body suddenly contracted violently. Pop, 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 accompanied by a series of muffled thuds. The countless bullets that had just entered its body now shot out from it, and their power was no less than that of bullets fired from a gun. Instantly, the metal projectiles that erupted from the monster's body shot in all directions, shattering all glass objects in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the mercenaries who couldn't dodge were covered in countless bullet holes, bursting into blossoms of blood-red roses. Then, with an expression of disbelief on their faces, they crashed to the ground. This mercenary team was completely wiped out in less than a second. Captain Chromie, known for his strong healing ability, managed to tense his tough skin in time, preventing the bullet from penetrating his body. However, his right eye was pierced by a bullet, causing him to let out a painful scream. "You're still not dead? I suppose you must be quite chewy." The black monster looked at Chromie with a fierce gaze, cruelly observing him. Then, with a squeeze of its right claw, Patrick's mangled head was completely crushed and devoured, disappearing into the monster's claw. "Damn it, I will definitely tear you apart." Chromie gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from his pierced right eye, and pushed himself up from the ground. He drew the sharp blade hanging at his waist, and with his bloodshot and furious left eye, glared fiercely at the monster before him. Although he knew his chances of survival were slim, and was also wondering why Lord Eric hadn't arrived yet. A warrior is born to fight and die. Chromie tightened his grip on the titanium blade, letting out a beast-like roar, and charged at the monster. Just a few meters away from it, he suddenly leaped high into the air, raising his blade to strike down with immense force. However, before he could land, a sharp and crisp sound of collision echoed as the monster, with an imperceptible speed, caught his descending blade in mid-air with its claws. Crack! With a vicious grin revealing its fangs, the monster effortlessly bent Chromie's blade, made of titanium, breaking it into two pieces. Chromie looked at the half of the weapon in his hand, but did not stop attacking. He roared and thrust the broken end towards the monster's neck with all his might. Buzz! However, just as the half-blade was about to pierce the monster's neck, a heavy rumbling sound pierced his ears, causing Chromie's brain to momentarily shake, and he instantly lost all ability to move. The half-weapon fell to the ground. Half kneeling on the ground, Chromie opened his mouth in shock, raising his head to see the monster's throat vibrating at an incredible frequency. The source of the sound, waves emanating from it. Patrick's ability had been absorbed and assimilated by the monster. Chapter 83. The struggle of the cornered beast. Chromie collapsed on the ground, struggling to cover his ears with his hands, trying to block out the intense pain caused by the strange sound waves. However, this only amplified the effect. Now, in front of the monster, Chromie had completely become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of his foe. The monster, transformed from Xia Long's darkened personality, let out a chilling, sinister laugh, poised to tear him apart with its claws. Suddenly, Xia Long seemed to sense something, his dark pupils widening in shock as he gazed toward the doorway. In the heavy and silent atmosphere, a series of crisp footsteps from leather shoes echoed from the corridor, approaching this way. The calm footsteps belonged to the flamingo, Eric. He too sensed the heavy, bloody atmosphere emanating from the office at the end of the corridor and frowned as he walked over. Arriving at the doorway of Patrick's office, which had lost its door, he saw the place in disarray, with mercenary corpses riddled with bullet holes sprawled in pools of blood. The entire office looked lifeless, resembling a scene from hell. However, Eric only slightly furrowed his brow and didn't react much as he walked straight in. As someone who had crawled out from the battlefields of death, this level of bloodshed meant nothing to Eric. Once inside, Eric stepped over the bodies on the floor and spotted the heavily wounded Captain Chromie gasping for breath on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood. His right eye was nearly just a hollow socket, and his robust left arm had been twisted into a spiral shape, with shattered bones piercing through his tough skin. Exposed to the air filled with a stench of blood. Seeing Eric finally arrive, the remaining eye of the severely injured Chromie was filled with a desperate will to survive. Upon witnessing this, Eric immediately moved to approach him, but Chromie stopped him, saying, "Wait. Don't come over. That monster is still hiding in the room." Monster? Eric looked around. Although he didn't possess the sensing ability of the Apocalypse Hunters, the chaotic state of the room left almost no hiding places. Where could there possibly be a monster? To hell with the monster. Let's save your life first. Without further ado, Eric walked over, disregarding the filthy blood that stained his clothes, and reached out to pull him up. Upon seeing this, Chromie was so moved that he seemed almost at a loss for words, not expecting this high-ranking figure from headquarters to be so approachable, and he extended his remaining right hand. At the moment their fingertips touched, the atmosphere changed once again. Their gazes sharpened simultaneously, filled with killing intent. Countless black tendrils suddenly emerged from beneath the skin of Chromie's right hand, instantly intertwining and forming sharp black claws that lunged toward Eric. Due to the use of form weapon, his appearance reverted back to that of Xia Long. At the same time, a layer of flames covered Eric's arm, and the claws facing the enemy showed no intention of retreating. When the two collided, a fierce and violent aura erupted. However, the dark persona of Xia Long, disguised as Chromie, ultimately found itself at a disadvantage. The moment the strange flames touched the claws formed by the viral tendrils, they withered like flowers in an instant, and the flames began to spread along the clawed arm to the entire body. Seeing this, the dark side of Xia Long was shocked, and he immediately pushed off with his legs to create distance. Just before the flames could reach his body, he used another hand to tear off his right arm and threw it to the ground. In no time, the severed arm was reduced to a pile of ashes by the flames. Having just devoured the memories of Chromie's captain, he had obtained information about Eric's abilities from his memories, but he didn't expect the flames to be powerful enough to instantly incinerate the virus. Childish tricks. I've seen a purger like you who can change into someone else's appearance before. You must be a pretender. Eric sneered and looked at the opponent with disdainful eyes. He had learned about the classification of purgers during his company training sessions. In the branch of the wise, there is a category of individuals who can utilize their powerful mental strength to create illusions for their targets, such as changing their appearance in the eyes of enemies. These individuals are known as disguisers, and they are suitable for training as spies and undercover agents. Therefore, Eric suspects that the opponent might be a wise one. However, he is puzzled by the fact that after this man's arm was burned by his flames, he actually possessed enough strength to tear off his arm before the flames spread to the rest of his body, thereby escaping disaster. Could it be that this enemy is also a dual ability user, an apocalyptic warrior, wise one? A disguiser? What is that? Xiao Lung raised his head, revealing his eyes consumed by darkness, viciously staring at the opponent. At the same time, countless tentacles extended from the location of the severed arm, writhing wildly, and soon reformed into a complete arm. What puzzled him the most was that the opponent's pupils had no hint of white, dark enough to resemble the depths of the universe, making him think of the figures in the murals that various factions had been researching. Patrick, you've already killed him, right? He was someone the company's higher-ups had high hopes for. Although the enemy before him was exceptionally strange, Eric still maintained a gloomy expression and coldly asked, "He's already in my stomach. You can join him and catch up." Creak, creak. As Xiao Lung's words fell, he suddenly drove his claws into the floor beneath him and then violently heaved. With a crash, a large area of tiles was lifted and hurled toward Eric. However, Eric, who had received professional combat training, was quick to react. Before the flying debris could hit him, he unleashed high-temperature flames that incinerated them into magma, which then fell to the ground. Then he saw Xiao Lung take the opportunity to turn around, wanting to break the window and jump out to escape. Oomph. It seems you are quite perceptive, but it's too late. Eric immediately extended his flaming hand and slapped the wall beside him. Whoosh! In an instant, the flames seemed to have taken a stimulant, covering all the walls and windows in the blink of an eye, forming a wall of fire that encircled both himself and his enemy. As Xiao Lung watched, he was about to crash through the window and jump out of the building, but he had to stop abruptly because of the sudden appearance of a firewall in front of him. He believed without hesitation that if he crashed into it, he would be instantly burned to ashes, just like the severed arm moments ago. Now, the entire room was engulfed in flames, and in the end, only one of them could survive. Chapter 84. Rules. No wonder Patrick made such a big fuss just to capture you, even alarming the headquarters. It seems you do have this value. I didn't expect Patrick to think of bringing huge benefits to the company even before he died. Ha ha ha. Eric stood amidst the flames, merging with them, radiating a light that seemed like the arrival of a fire god. His greedy gaze was fixed on the other's arms, and he felt an impulse to cut off those powerful black-clawed arms and hang them on the wall of his office as decoration, which would definitely be impressive. The value of Xiao Lung lies in the fact that Eric created the firewall without directly burning him to death. Otherwise, the prey would have turned to ash and would truly be worthless. Roar, you greedy and foolish humans are always so eager to capture me. And that is the reason for your own demise. Occupied by the dark persona, Xiao Lung let out a series of low growls, with every muscle in his body tensed and not a single bit relaxed. The oddly shaped man in front of him was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered. With the power to control the element of fire, he was unbeatable in both offense and defense. You humans? So you're saying you don't belong to the human category? Haha. I really want to know what kind of ugly monster is hiding beneath your human facade. As soon as Eric finished speaking, a flame ignited in his palm and was suddenly hurled towards his opponent. Seeing this, Xiao Lung, already prepared, quickly exerted his leg muscles to dodge to the side at high speed, causing the fireball to miss entirely, while simultaneously launching a rapid counterattack. Although Eric had undergone hellish combat training, he was still an ordinary human in terms of physique, and his speed and reactions could not compare to those of the agile and skilled hunter. Therefore, the fireballs he threw all missed, unable to keep up with his opponent's speed. As Xiao Lung, the third-tier end-of-world hunter, dodged the fireballs continuously launched by his opponent with extraordinary speed, he swung his claws and charged forward. Almost instantly, a shadow flashed by, and he appeared behind Eric, using his claws, which emanated a chilling light. to fiercely grab at Eric's back. Just one hit would be enough to slice this controller into several pieces. However, the flames surrounding Eric seemed to have a consciousness of their own, forming a flame shield at the blind spot on his back. By the time Xiaolong realized he needed to retract his claws, it was too late. The tips of his claws grazed the flame shield, creating a wave of fire that instantly burned and shriveled into fragile charcoal, causing no effective damage to the enemy. Thus, he had no choice but to create distance again and use the same method as before to tear off the flames that had touched his arm, preventing the fire from spreading to his entire body. With his super healing ability, the ability to change others' appearances, dazzling speed, and those strange claws, what exactly were you? Perhaps the battle at that moment was no longer suitable for a barbaric and mindless attack. The darkness in his pupils began to slowly fade, and his original personality reclaimed this body. Damn, did I just lose my rationality again? The returned Xiaolong looked at the blazing firewalls around him and the arm that was reconstituting, already guessing the actions of his other side. The peculiar-looking enemy before him exuded a powerful aura that completely crushed him. Yet, just moments ago, he had not only failed to retreat when he had the chance, escaping through the window before the enemy entered this office, but he also thought about launching a sneak attack, leading to the current predicament of being trapped like a turtle in a jar. This made Xiaolong feel somewhat angry and speechless. The other dark and arrogant personality brought by the Blacklight Virus ultimately caused him trouble. "Oh, your eyes," buzzed suddenly, before he could finish his sentence. An extremely strange and piercing sound wave drilled into his brain, causing Eric to be caught off guard and kneel on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Even the flame shield covering his body twisted, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. This sound wave was one of the abilities Xiaolong acquired by devouring Palak, using a bizarre frequency from his throat vibrations to create sound waves that inflicted brain damage on the enemy. Taking this opportunity, Xiaolong hesitated no longer. He directly grabbed a nearby metal coat rack, forcibly twisted its head into a sharp spear shape, and, relying on the explosive power of his arm, hurled it straight at the enemy's head. Whoosh! The violently thrown spear emitted a whistling sound, instantly striking Eric's flame shield. However, it still did not cause any harm to him. This time, though, the spearhead pierced the shield, embedding itself a few centimeters deep before being completely melted into a pool of molten iron by the heat. It seemed that under the influence of the sound wave, the firewall and shield effects created by Eric had been significantly weakened. Just as Xiaolong was about to pull out a steel bar from the floor to penetrate the enemy's shield with even greater force, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, head, back, and various parts of his body. Looking up, he saw that the flames had unknowingly spread to the ceiling above Xiaolong and were dripping down like lava, forming a rain of fire that covered the entire room. After the fire rain dripped onto Xiaolong, he was immediately ignited, and the scorching flames quickly burned through his body, creating shocking holes that caused immense damage to the Blacklight Virus, leaving no time for repair. "Bastard, it seems I can't show you any mercy anymore. What good is keeping your worthless life for research? Damn it!" Eric half knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth as he stood up. His hair burned like flames, and the anger in his eyes became tangible again, as if it would burn away all the filth in the world. The sound waves that could cause great mental pressure and harm to others gradually lost their effect on Eric, instead completely igniting his fury. This was because Peric's mental manipulation ability inflicted greater damage on enemies with weaker mental strength, while the effects were reduced against enemies with stronger mental strength, even those surpassing his own. There are quite a few similarities between the controller and the wise, and the mental strength, being after the wise, naturally won't be too weak. As a peak 6-tier controller, Eric has already begun to gradually adapt to this disruptive mental wave. He no longer cared about the rules set by the headquarters regarding capturing experimental subjects alive, while Xiaolong continued to evade the rain of fire falling from the ceiling. He also sensed that the violent aura emanating from his opponent was growing stronger. Moreover, the impact of the sound waves on the opponent was beginning to weaken, to prevent the rain of fire from causing deeper harm. Just as Xiaolong was about to cut off the sparks that were dripping onto him along with his flesh and blood, He looked up and saw that Eric had completely transformed into a man of fire. "Tell me, how well done do you want to be roasted? I'll do my best to satisfy you." Ha ha ha. Eric, laughing in rage, was surrounded by flames and approached Xiao Lung with a sinister grin, leaving a trail of fire footprints behind him with every step he took. Suddenly, accompanied by several piercing sounds, several steel bars cut through the air and shot towards Eric at lightning speed. As the steel bars whistled through the air and approached him within a distance of about 2 meters, they melted into molten iron and flowed to the ground. Now, the flame shield surrounding Eric expanded once again, turning all enemies within 2 meters of him to ashes. Xiao Lung frowned at this scene. Putting down the steel bars he had lifted from the floor, no longer wasting energy on futile actions. As the fire rain falling on him increased, the Blacklight Virus, which could not be repaired from the flame burns in a short time, became even weaker. If this continued, he might really end up as a roasted steak for the enemy in front of him. Thinking about how he could have avoided all this, but now had to take the blame for another version of himself's impulsiveness, Xiao Lung was filled with rage. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, flames spread across his entire thigh. Without any hesitation, Xiao Lung transformed his arm into a claw and tore off his burning right leg entirely, throwing it aside to be reduced to ashes. The black blood flowing from the severed limb was instantly distilled into a pool of dead water by the high temperature of the floor. Suffering such extensive damage in a short time, the Blacklight Virus had consumed a large amount of energy to repair his body, making the speed at which the virus tentacles could reweave his right leg even slower. Xiao Lung gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain of his severed limb and dodged another fireball thrown at him, taking the opportunity to roll over to the side of a few mercenary corpses on the ground. He immediately pierced these corpses with his claws, converting these blood bags into nutrients to devour into his body. Soon, a wave of comfort like a spring breeze filled every corner of Xiao Lung's body, accelerating the regeneration of his right leg significantly. "Oh, what new ability is this?" Eric thought as he observed the opponent's strange behavior, wondering how many surprises this guy would bring him. He then immediately controlled the flames to burn the remaining corpses to ashes, preventing the enemy from recovering energy through them. Seeing that the opponent was determined to force him into a dead end, Xiao Lung decided to stop merely avoiding and launched a rapid counterattack once his right leg had fully regenerated. He didn't believe that the flames released by the opponent could be inexhaustible. They must consume some of his own energy or chakra, because Xiao Lung, through his extremely sensitive senses, noticed that the temperature in the room began to gradually decrease. Although this process was extremely subtle, it indicated that the enemy in front of him could not maintain a high-intensity assault indefinitely. Therefore, he planned to use his agile form to continuously exhaust the opponent's stamina until he could break through the enemy's defense. If he hadn't discovered the flames flowing in the floor S layers when he destroyed the floor earlier, he would have used brute force to destroy the floor beneath him and jump down to escape. Xiao Lung gathered the Blacklight Virus in his legs, with each charge leaving a deep dent in the floor and simultaneously lifting everything usable to smash fiercely at Eric. Finally, he grew tired of this cat-and-mouse game and had already noticed that the opponent was stalling for time, trying to exhaust his stamina. Thus, Eric gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, raising his hands above his head, and, after a brief moment of gathering power, planned to engulf the entire room in flames, leaving no chance for the opponent to escape. Crack! Suddenly, at that moment, a crisp explosion rang in his ears, causing Eric to instinctively stop his next action and look down. He saw that within a 2-meter radius beneath his feet, the objects that had smashed against his flame shield melted into lava, burning through the floor and forming a fire ring, with him standing right in the center of it. Crack! As he widened his eyes in realization, the burned-through floor emitted several heavy, cracking sounds, finally collapsing under the strain, and a shattered floor, along with an unprepared Eric, fell down to the lower level. From a height of nearly 5 to 6 meters, he fell without having time to prepare, gritting his teeth in pain. As a person with an ordinary physique, Eric even felt signs of a fracture in his left leg, accompanied by sharp pain. It turned out that Xia Lung's relentless, seemingly pointless attacks were not just a waste of time. They were aimed at achieving this very goal. He continuously smashed everything he could grab around in circles on Eric, causing them to hit the opponent's flame shield, melt into lava, and drip onto the hardwood floor until they severed the load-bearing structure beneath Eric's feet. Although he could not access the flames flowing in the floor's layers, Eric could, which is why Xia Lung used this trick, catching the flame manipulator off guard. Sure enough, after Eric fell, the firewalls throughout the room immediately weakened significantly, and the scorching temperature began to drop abruptly. Seizing this last opportunity, Xia Lung took a deep breath and suddenly crashed into a nearby window, breaking through the weakened firewall and leaping out of the building. With a crash, as the glass shattered, Xia Lung was engulfed in a faint layer of flames, escaping from Building C and plummeting to the ground from a height of several dozen meters. Finally, he had left this fiery prison. In midair, Xia Lung tore away the remaining flames and flesh from his body, until a heavy thud sounded as he hit the ground, the violent impact creating a massive dent in the concrete beneath his feet. Then, Xia Lung no longer had much attachment. He had gotten what he needed, so he rushed straight towards the position of the fortress gate. Just before he jumped down, he had already turned off the electric grid in Patrick's office. At that moment, in the hall, some mercenaries were sweeping up the ashes left by the rebels on the ground. After hearing a series of loud noises, they were about to go check it out when they suddenly saw a hooded man rushing towards their position. They instinctively raised their weapons, wanting to stop this unfamiliar man they had never seen before. As Xia Lung felt a sense of unprecedented danger creeping up his spine, he realized he no longer wanted to waste more time on these ordinary people and prepared to accelerate his sprint to break through the defense line. Suddenly, he noticed the mercenaries ahead also looking up, their faces showing a mixture of terror and despair. Then, like a tsunami of molten lava following a volcanic eruption, a massive force crashed into the hall, crashing down on him. Chapter 86. The cost just a few minutes earlier. Alec had been caught off guard by the opponent's scheme, falling to the next level and injuring his left leg, and then he heard the sound of shattering glass. Shortly after, he saw a figure jump straight out of the building, plummeting to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly burst into mad laughter, the fury in his eyes rising like the gaze of hell. Ever since being drenched in the black rain and gaining this enviable ability, life had been smooth sailing, with each step leading to greater heights. At Komodo Company, he was hailed as the most promising young purifier. And now, he was actually injured by a wild child whose name he couldn't even recall and had successfully escaped from his grasp. This made Eric feel as if he had been mocked, and he felt his intelligence had been insulted. Such a thing could not be tolerated, no matter the cost. With these thoughts in mind, the flames around Eric burned even more fiercely, his hair standing upright like a super saiyan from an old anime. Eric raised his hands, and the flame shield around him lifted his body, allowing him to defy gravity and float off the ground. I will make you understand. The controller has the power to control the entire world. With a mad, fierce grin, Eric slammed his fiery palm against the wall. Whoosh! In an instant, flames erupted wildly on the wall, as if a spark had fallen into an oil field, instantly causing a tremendous explosion. These flames spread rapidly throughout the entire building in the blink of an eye, and some staff and mercenaries still inside the building, before they could react, were instantly turned to ash by the flames. Eric unleashed the fire without restraint. Only an indiscriminate attack could completely melt this building before that man escaped, drowning it in a sea of lava. Soon, the extremely high-temperature flames twisted and melted the entire building into scorching magma, crashing down into the lobby, sweeping towards the recently escaped Xia Lung and others. As Xia Lung widened his eyes at this insane assault, he immediately unleashed all the strength in his legs, gritting his teeth and charging towards the fortress's main gate. At that moment, the company personnel and mercenaries still standing in the hall had no chance to react, and were instantly swallowed by the lava, burned to ash without a trace. There were still 50 meters to the fortress exit, 30 meters, 10 meters. In this life-and-death moment, Xia Lung almost unleashed all the potential he had accumulated over his life. roaring as he rushed towards the door. Just as he was about to completely escape this fortress that was on the brink of destruction, suddenly, a massive half-figure emerged rapidly from the sea of lava behind him. Upon closer inspection, this terrifying half-fire giant bore a resemblance to AI-like. Roar! The lava giant let out an angry roar, raising its enormous flaming hand from the lava, and struck down at Xiaolong, who was as small as an ant to it. Bang! Aside from those lucky enough to remain on the higher floors of buildings A and B, the entire fortress left no other survivors. Strangely, after eliminating the source of its hatred in Xiaolong, all the boiling lava solidified into thick, hard rock almost instantly, leaving the entire fortress hall in an utterly impregnable state. The half-body magma giant quickly solidified into a massive rock statue, remaining motionless. Soon, dense cracks appeared on the surface of the giant statue, and it began to crumble and collapse into a pile of rubble, crashing down onto the solidified magma. Finally, everything returned to calm once again. This magma tsunami nearly destroyed the entire fortress. Outside the fortress gate, a survivor named Landon, who was Elric's driver, was equally shocked by the scene. He could not comprehend what kind of enemy could compel Elric to use such a move that would severely deplete his own vitality. Ignoring the scalding temperature of the remaining magma stones, Landon climbed up directly and quickly ran to the spot where the rock giant had collapsed, starting to move the rubble continuously, seemingly searching for something. After an unknown amount of time, he finally dragged out a man dressed in tattered red clothing from the pile of debris. And this man is Eric. Now he has completely lost the glamorous state he once had. His eyes are tightly shut, his cheeks are sunken, as if all his energy has been drained, lying motionless on the ground. Upon seeing this, Landon immediately reached out to feel his heartbeat. He quickly picked up his master, Eric, and jumped down from the rock layer, walking towards the fortress gate under the dazed and terrified gazes of the remaining personnel. "Are you the mercenary captain here?" Landon asked a burly man in a mercenary uniform beside him as he carried the unconscious Eric out the door. Yes, the man replied. After Landon said this calmly, he carried Eric, who might not wake up for a long time, into a black car, and then got in himself, driving towards the wilderness without any hesitation, disappearing into the darkness. As for the enemy Eric had spent a great price to eliminate, Xiaolong, driver Landon witnessed the man in the black hooded sweatshirt being completely engulfed in the sea of lava, with no chance of survival, not even leaving behind a bone. Chapter 87. Nirvana. As for the other homeless residents who had miraculously survived, they no longer had the energy to care for them. Their lives and deaths could only be left to fate. On a night when the temperature suddenly dropped, the thick rock layers solidified by the lava quickly cooled down. Only then did the remaining mercenaries dare to climb up and begin searching for other valuable items to take to their new living point. Is this the battle between high-level purifiers? A rookie mercenary who had just passed the assessment and joined the company looked at the desolate scene before him and couldn't help but sigh. Even if there were 1,000 ordinary people like him, they would be wiped out in an instant by the powerful controllers, right? The fortress that had been magnificent just a day before had now turned into ruins, with no chance of restoration, as clearing these heavy rock layers would take longer than rebuilding a fortress. Some of the surviving residents also wanted to take this opportunity to climb into the fortress ruins to search for valuable items or retrieve things that once belonged to them. But they were all driven out by the reorganized mercenaries. Because this fortress no longer existed, the contracts signed with these refugees were no longer valid. Therefore, everything in the ruins belonged to Komodo Company, regardless of whether it was the refugees' own belongings. This immediately made the former residents of the fortress furious. They were already homeless, and now nothing was left for them. Wasn't this deliberately pushing them into a desperate situation? Thus, in this absurd atmosphere, the people who had been reduced to refugees clashed with the mercenaries again. At that moment, a thin man with shifty eyes took advantage of the chaos and quickly crawled into the ruins, unnoticed by the mercenaries. Excited, he hurriedly ran ahead, planning to go to the B commercial area below, which had been covered by rock layers, to search for any other valuable items that might remain. Normally, he had neither the mind nor the money to shop in the commercial area. Just as the man stepped over a pile of rubble, his foot suddenly hit some cylindrical small object, causing him to slip and fall to the ground unexpectedly. This frightened him, and he quickly lowered his head. After a while, he raised it again, relieved that the mercenaries had not noticed him. The man looked down in annoyance and saw that he had stepped on a half finger, which made him furious. He picked up the small half finger and angrily threw it away, then continued his treasure-hunting journey. The severed finger, after being thrown, spun a few times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, several mutated crows with wingspans exceeding 1 meter were circling above the fortress. They had detected the scent of death in the air, which to them was equivalent to the smell of food. One of the mutated crows, with its sharp eyesight, spotted a small rolling finger on the ground. Starving, it ignored whether it was enough to fit in its beak and dove down quickly, grabbing the finger with its tooth-filled beak and swallowing it whole before continuing to fly back into the air. Suddenly, whether due to eating something bad or not, the crow began to shake as soon as it reached midair, and its blood-red eyes unexpectedly turned completely black and transparent. In no time, it started to tumble and fall toward the ground outside the fortress. Thud! After crashing down from a great height, the mutated crow was not dead yet. It flapped its wings violently on the ground. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Dense black tentacles unexpectedly burst out from its body, writhing like parasites exposed to the air, until they twisted the crow into a dark red mass of flesh. Coincidentally, the sound of the crows flapping attracted 2 mutated coyotes foraging in the wilderness. Starving to the point of their stomachs touching their backs, they saw the writhing black meatball, and their eyes immediately sparkled with a greedy green light. After excitedly letting out a roar, they pounced forward. However, as soon as they approached, the black meatball suddenly extended 2 tentacles as thick as arms, instantly wrapping around the necks of the 2 mutated coyotes. Crunch, accompanied by the sound of bones being crushed. The 2 mutated coyotes did not have time to whimper before collapsing to the ground, completely dead. Then this strange black mass, transformed into a liquid, began to stretch out and cover the bodies of the 2 wolves. A few seconds later, the bulging black liquid flattened out, and the corpses of the 2 coyotes completely disappeared. Finally, this puddle of black liquid surprisingly turned into countless black tendrils, writhing on the ground like a spider web, intertwining. To an onlooker, these eerie tendrils gradually wove together to form a human shape. Arms, legs, a head, and even black veins gradually emerged with perfect contours. This terrifying and bizarre process lasted less than a minute, and a seemingly divinely sculpted perfect human body lay naked on the ground. The appearance of this man is exactly Xiaolong. As for that finger that went through ups and downs, it naturally also belongs to him. It turns out that just before Xiaolong was about to be hit by the lava giant transformed by Eric, he already knew he couldn't escape from the palm of the opponent. However, he didn't know whether it was instinct or some other reason. But at the moment the lava giant's palm came crashing down, Xiaolong actually broke one of his fingers and was propelled away at an astonishing speed. At that time, he had indeed been completely burned to ashes by the lava and died. However, unexpectedly, after a dramatic process, Xiaolong actually resurrected through this finger. He looked at his body in shock, instinctively touched it, and found no missing parts. Even all his memories were perfectly inherited. Xiaolong then spread out his hands. Whoosh! Dense black tendrils erupted from the surface of both arms, instantly condensing into domineering black claws, and his abilities were also retained. However, Xiaolong felt extremely weak, fatigued, and his head was heavy. His strength, perception, speed, and other abilities had even dropped to the level of a first-tier baptizer, almost equivalent to an ordinary person. This was because reweaving a complete body from a single finger had consumed almost all of his energy, which was also the price of his death. If he encountered a strong opponent like Eric again in this weakened state, he would probably have no chance to resurrect anymore. Xiaolong raised his head, his gaze cold as he looked towards the completely wrecked fortress not far ahead. In this place, he had received much and had a clearer understanding of reality. He was ultimately completely crushed in front of those high-tier baptizers, while his subconscious continued to suggest that he should eliminate these so-called invaders. Wasn't that a joke? However, after experiencing this huge setback, Xiaolong not only had no intention of retreating, but it instead ignited an even stronger desire to become stronger. Why should these lucky ones who had endured the baptism of black rain tread upon the heads of all humanity? Why should he, who had lived a muddled life before gaining this power, still be completely crushed after obtaining it? It was because his strength was still too weak, and he only thought about living steadily. Just thinking about stability would eventually lead him back into the abyss of death. Only by constantly devouring, only by constantly consuming, could he become stronger, making those so-called baptizers be trampled underfoot by him. Only I, Xiaolong, have a right to stand at the top of the world's food chain. Then, let me change the pattern of this broken world once again. Chapter 88. Little Kitten, the wilderness in the night is synonymous with death. The sudden drop in temperature, radiation dust storms generated at any time, deadly bacteria, and the hidden scarlet pupils lurking in the dark constantly threaten your life. Even the seemingly harmless little grass on the ground, as long as you accidentally step on it, will instantly pierce through the shoe sole with its sharp and hard blades, stabbing into your foot. Soon after, you will be paralyzed on the ground within seconds. Finally, their roots, nearly several meters long buried deep in the ground, will break through the soil, wrapping around your defenseless body, piercing through your being until all your bodily fluids are drained, turning you into a dried corpse. Danger lurks in every piece of land and every corner of the wilderness, especially when night falls, which is when the grim reaper arrives. In a withered bush, there is a simple cave made of mixed gravel and mud. The ground around the cave is littered with dense claw prints and emits a foul odor from feces. Inside the cave, several sharp, high-pitched cries echoed continuously. Upon closer inspection, one would see 5 plush creatures, about the size of kittens, wriggling inside and emitting shrill, hunger-driven calls. This is the nest of the mutated flower-toothed cat, and the 5 seemingly cute little cats are actually young cubs that have just been born. They will grow to a size larger than the ancient tigers in just about 2 months. As for why they are called flower-toothed cats, it is because when they eat or tear into their prey, their mouths open like petals into 6 segments, each filled with countless sharp teeth. However, as the sounds drew closer, their naturally sharp sense of smell suddenly detected that the presence was not that of their familiar mother, instantly causing the cubs to emit terrified, threatening low growls, their mouths spreading into 6 segments, revealing their already very sharp, newly grown teeth. Yet their threats had no effect. As the unfamiliar presence approached, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave under the crimson moonlight. He looked at the struggling cubs beneath him, crouched down, and reached out towards them. Suddenly, several tendrils shot out from the figure's palm, wrapping around the cubs in the blink of an eye. Within less than a second, the cubs' cries abruptly ceased, turning into blood clots absorbed by the tendrils. How? Perhaps due to a mother's intuition, the moment the cubs died. A piercing roar from a wild beast echoed from behind the figure. An adult female flower-toothed cat, nearly 5 meters long and almost 2 meters tall at the shoulder, suddenly leaped out from the bushes, a carcass of a 6-legged, even-toed ungulate hanging from its mouth. Seeing a strange human appear in front of its nest while its children had vanished, it immediately understood what had happened. It opened its flower-like mouth, over a meter in diameter, and let out an angry roar, releasing a nauseating stench that filled the air. However, the man showed no signs of retreat against the adult flower-toothed cat, which was several times larger than himself and armed with natural weapons. Instead, a hint of greedy desire flickered in his eyes. Roar! Finally, the adult flower-toothed cat, with a foul wind, opened its massive mouth and lunged at this oblivious human, determined to tear him apart bit by bit and torture him to death to quell its resentment for losing its offspring. Just as its 6-segmented, sharp-toothed mouth was about to engulf half of the human's body, it found that it could not close its mouth at all, followed by a sharp pain in its jaw. The man's hands had transformed into black claws longer and sharper than the flower-toothed cat's, piercing through the 6 segments of its jaw. No matter how hard the flower-toothed cat tried, it could not bring its mouth back together, instead intensifying its pain. This human strength completely overwhelmed it. How? It let out a roar of pain mixed with anger, intending to use its tongue, lined with sharp barbs, to lick its enemy and tear off a layer of flesh. However, it never got that chance. The man, with his claws still piercing the flower-toothed cat's upper and lower jaws, suddenly tore them apart with a low growl. With a tearing sound, like fabric being ripped, the adult mutated beast was forcefully split in two from its head down, spilling out copious amounts of thick blood and entrails. And it died instantly. Apart from Xiaolong, no one else could transform their arms into such domineering and fierce claws. After his rebirth, he has been hunting continuously, starting from small mutated creatures, until his weakened body gradually recovered to the current third-tier level, at which point he dared to fight this adult flower-toothed cat. Xiaolong plunged his claws into the corpse of this mutated beast, greedily devouring its blood and flesh. In less than a few seconds, the massive corpse disappeared without a trace, leaving only some scattered fur behind. After exterminating this family, he felt no guilt at all, because these creatures had also been transformed into their terrifying forms due to the baptism of the Black Rain, and thus could equally be treated as invaders. Now, Xiaolong is on his way to the cold land of corpses that he dreams of day and night. His memories from his past life did not disappear after his resurrection, and the mysterious base coordinates obtained from the researcher are still deeply imprinted in his mind. However, in the fragments of memory, there are also significant military forces from Komodo Company guarding that place. Therefore, whether infiltrating or forcibly attacking, he must ensure that his strength is fully restored before taking action. Xiaolong no longer wants to experience the feeling of death a second time. The mysterious base is now less than 10 kilometers away from his current location, and since his rebirth, he has been continuously advancing for nearly 12 hours. At this moment, whether it is due to the lucky attributes of the mysterious scholar he had devoured earlier finally being triggered, or the roar and blood scent from the dying flower-toothed cat attracting something else, a powerful aura is approaching rapidly just when Xiaolong needs nutritional replenishment the most. Chapter 89. Giant Xiaolong sensed that a creature with slightly stronger power than his current self was rapidly approaching his location. With his current recovery at about the level of a Tier 3 Apocalypse Hunter, he could roughly sense the dangers within an 80-meter radius. Logically, the enemy should have already entered his night vision range, yet he did not see any signs of movement around him. Moreover, the aura was getting closer and closer to him. Could it be that this time the enemy was in the sky? No, this time the enemy was underground. Suddenly, the ground beneath Xiaolong's feet began to tremble violently as the aura approached. Boom! Just as Xiaolong reacted and quickly dodged away from the spot. It seemed as if a bomb had been detonated where he had just been standing, erupting with a loud bang and raising a cloud of dust. Hiss! Xiaolong stood several dozen meters away, his expression as calm as ever, fixated on the dust-filled area. From within it, a sound reminiscent of a gas leak emerged, and under the crimson moonlight, a long, thick silhouette could be vaguely seen twisting madly in the smoke. It wasn't until the dust gradually dissipated that this strange figure finally emerged in the moonlight. It was a mutated giant python, radiating a crimson light. Just the half of its body that was exposed above ground measured nearly 10 meters in length, its robust body as thick as 2 gasoline barrels. Each scale on its body was wider and thicker than a human hand, exuding a metallic sheen, looking extremely resilient. Most chillingly, the non-venomous pythons of the old era had undergone tremendous changes after being drenched in black rain. The mutated giant python had 2 venomous fangs that had grown past its lower jaw, each as thick and long as a human thigh. The faint green light projected from the tips of the fangs, along with the green liquid dripping onto the ground that emitted black smoke, left no doubt that just a drop would eliminate any chance of survival. The massive snake head flicked its crimson tongue, locking onto the tiny human in front of it. Although it had a pair of bright red eyes resembling car headlights on either side of its head, it had no vision, relying only on its tongue to capture the environmental changes and the information of living beings. Perhaps the commotion from Xiaolong's battle with the mutated flower-toothed cat, or the bloody scent from the torn corpses, had alerted it. Now, the mutated giant python appeared unusually excited, determined to swallow this human as a dessert. However, Xiaolong had no intention of fleeing. Although the terrifying mutated giant python in front of him exuded an aura that surpassed his own, it was not to the extent of crushing like Elric. Moreover, he urgently needed to restore his strength. And this mutated giant python might just be the gift bestowed upon him by the long-lost goddess of luck. Of course, whether he had the ability to accept this great gift depended entirely on Xiaolong's own capabilities. Suddenly, the giant serpent twisted its alluring and thick body, opening its massive maw and lunging at Xiaolong with lightning speed. Its enormous body did not affect its agility at all, and in the blink of an eye, it pounced on Xiaolong's position, poised to swallow this ant-like human whole. Boom! With a loud crash, a thick cloud of dust was kicked up where the giant python struck, and its tremendous biting force even drove its venomous fangs deep into the ground. However, as it snapped its jaws, it found that apart from a mouthful of dirt, it did not taste any flesh or blood. Just as the mutated giant python was about to re-extend its tongue to search for prey, it sensed that the enemy was clearly nearby. Finally, it once again captured the information of its target. The prey was standing right on top of its head. Just before the giant python was about to bite down on Xiaolong, he had already prepared to slightly crouch down and leap nearly 10 meters high, landing squarely on the creature's head. At this moment, Xiaolong stood atop the giant serpent's head, his gaze sharp, and his hands transformed into claws of black light, immediately stabbing fiercely down towards the serpent's head beneath him. Bang! Bang! However, he did not expect that the hardness of the giant python's scales far exceeded his imagination. The collision of his claws with the serpent's scales produced a sound akin to metal clashing, and apart from sparking a few sparks, it did not leave even a single scratch. Moreover, the hard scales are tightly interlocked, making it impossible to find even a tiny gap to pry them open and create a flaw for the opponent. The body structure of this mutated giant python resembles a seamless silver-scaled armor, difficult to break. There's no other way but to inflict damage through the giant python's eyes, as every creature cannot avoid this fatal weakness. However, it wouldn't be that easy. The mutated giant python seems to have guessed Xiaolong's intentions, and its body began to thrash wildly again. Due to the tightly interlocked and extremely smooth scales, it was nearly impossible to maintain a foothold, and Xiaolong was quickly thrown off. After rolling and landing steadily, Xiaolong prepared to try again to leap onto the python's head, directly targeting its eyes for an attack. But this time, the intelligent python would not give him that opportunity. It emitted a series of spine-chilling hissing sounds, pulling the remaining half of its body out from the ground. Its nearly 40-meter-long body creating an immense sense of pressure. Even its tail was covered with venomous spikes, resembling a giant dragon from ancient Eastern legends. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, one must aim for its 7 inches. For such a massive giant serpent, it might take a 40-meter-long blade to cut off its 7 inches. This time, the giant python no longer lunged at its prey with its gaping maw, but instead swung its tail, covered in poisonous spikes, fiercely towards the target. Its entire muscular tail swept towards Xiaolong, instantly creating a gust of wind that sent stones, trees, and all obstacles flying and shattering into nothingness, clearing a large area. Xiaolong was not foolish enough to test the opponent's strength with his own body. Just as the poisonous tail was about to strike him, he relied on his own powerful explosive force, slightly bent his legs, and leaped into the air, soaring several dozen meters high. Just as Xiaolong jumped into the air, ready to land and face a second attack, suddenly, the ground beneath him let out a tremendous roar and rapidly bulged up, followed by another massive snake tail bursting out from the ground, charging towards Xiaolong, who was still in the air and unable to dodge. This left Xiaolong astonished. Could there be another mutated giant python lurking underground? But he had only sensed the presence of one life force. As the entire tail was lifted from the ground, he discovered that it was indeed connected to the lower half of the mutated giant python, which had been buried underground, waiting for the right moment to strike. This mutated giant python actually had 2 tails. Chapter 90. Wealth and honor in heaven to evade the first snake tail sweeping towards him. Xiao Long had jumped into the air, but he was completely unable to avoid the second tail that burst from the ground beneath him. He could only watch helplessly as the poisonous tail, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, swung viciously toward him. Bang! With a heavy impact sound, Xiao Long was sent flying like a baseball struck by a bat. And it was a home run, sent soaring nearly 100 meters into the air, before crashing heavily back to the ground. The moment he was struck, Xiao Long felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed train. On his body, there were terrifying blood holes pierced by the mutated giant python's poisonous tail. In an instant, Xiao Long, with nearly all his bones shattered, fell to the ground, losing all movement, with only black blood silently flowing on the ground. Hiss! The mutated giant python saw that its prey seemed to be completely dead, as it could sense no breath at all. Moreover, being pierced by its own venomous tail, there is absolutely no possibility of revival or survival. This mutated two-tailed giant python immediately became excited, flicking its tongue and twisting its body to crawl toward its prey. Although this prey might not be large enough to fill its gaps, it could still provide a significant boost to its strength. From the human's jumping ability and dodging skills just now, the giant python could roughly tell that this was definitely a capable individual. It is not the first time that it has hunted a baptizer among humans. Otherwise, its size would not be exaggerated to such an extent, even having an extra tail compared to its peers. These mutated creatures are also hunting baptizers to enhance their own strength, and they possess a certain level of intelligence. The creatures of today are no longer those small animals that could be easily slaughtered in the old era. The double-tailed, mutated python slithers its massive body in front of its prey, flicking its tongue to sense the bloody smell in the air. Bang! Suddenly, the cunning python, perhaps as a precaution, viciously struck the fallen prey with its tail until the entire body was flattened to almost the thickness of a sheet of paper, before it confidently swallowed a whole. Just as it crawled to the entrance of the cave and was about to dive inside, the python froze at the cave's mouth, its massive body suspended in the air, motionless. Hiss! Suddenly, the mutated python raised its snake head, its mouth full of venomous fangs opening at an extremely exaggerated angle, letting out a heart-wrenching roar toward the sky. Following that, it began to thrash its massive body on the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust, and all surrounding protrusions were shattered to pieces. It was evident that the python was in excruciating pain, its long body twisted into a knot, almost tying itself in a knot. Clearly, it had eaten something it shouldn't have and was suffering from a bad stomach. At that moment, Xiao Long was in the python's foul-smelling stomach, his hands transforming into black claws, frantically hacking at the soft stomach wall around him. The suffocating environment and the highly corrosive gastric juices had no effect on him, as he continued to carve out chunks of rotten meat in the python's belly. The earlier display of being flattened to paper-thin by the python was merely an illusion. The reshaping ability of the Blacklight Virus was terrifyingly flexible, able to compress limbs into any shape at will. As for the toxins in the python's tail, they were nothing but a joke to the Blacklight Virus. No matter how much was injected, it was merely an appetizer. The double-tailed python desperately twisted and squeezed its body, trying to crush this living food inside it, but this only inflicted greater injuries on itself without any effect. Meanwhile, Xiao Long had initially planned to take the opportunity to directly devour the python, but found himself equally powerless. When his tentacles penetrated the extremely agitated flesh wall of the python, the progress was painfully slow, unable to directly turn it into a mass of blood like with other creatures. It seemed that trying to swallow this python, which was hundreds of times larger than himself, was akin to the folly of a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Thus, Xiao Long began to continuously carve out a passage through the stomach wall, aiming to dig straight to the python's brain to directly consume the crystal inside its skull. With such a massive python, the crystal in its head would probably be as big as a basketball. Xiao Long's insane actions inside the python's stomach finally drove it to the brink of losing all reason due to pain. Its long body was almost upright, and everything around was swept into fragments, creating a noise that could be heard clearly from thousands of meters away. The mutated python attempted to regurgitate this deadly food through rumination, but Xiaolong's claws were tightly hooked on the stomach wall, unable to budge an inch, only inflicting greater pain on itself as it continuously spewed thick blood mixed with chunks of meat from its gaping mouth. Thus, the battle between the food and the eater continued in a dramatic fashion. Boss, the commotion over there seems intense. It's been going on for a while. What mutated creature is fighting? In a rugged area of jagged rocks, a group of wild bandits was hiding in the crevices of the boulders, listening intently to the massive sounds coming from ahead. This group of wild bandits consisted of 12 members, each carrying firearms of unknown origin. And among them were 3 baptizers who specialized in ambushing passing refugees or wild traders for a living, making them targets for some factions' bounties. It looks like a mutated python. I don't know what it's fighting with, just that it's wriggling around by itself. Has it contracted some radiation disease and is about to die? At this moment, a man standing atop a boulder, holding a night vision telescope stolen from a wild trader, gazed at the shocking scene ahead. The terrifying body of the python danced under the crimson moonlight, creating a bizarre and horrifying picture. The boss swallowed hard. This python appeared to have grown extremely exaggerated. If he had the chance to obtain the crystal in its skull, he could probably live a life without having to engage in such dangerous activities anymore. Suddenly, he looked through the telescope again and saw the python's body suddenly stiffening into a nearly straight shape, like a pillar reaching for the sky. Then it collapsed again, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, and shortly after, it became completely silent. Boss, why did it suddenly go quiet again? Did that monster die? The bandit members below curiously asked. They hadn't made a score for days and were all starving. Damn it, how should I know? Just wait and see for yourself. No, you go now. The boss put down the telescope, grinning fiercely as he spoke to his subordinates below. If that python had really died from some disease, it would be like a pie falling from the sky, giving him a tremendous advantage. Life and death are fated. Wealth is in the heavens. Given the current situation of his team, it was worth taking a gamble. After all, he had subordinates ready to risk their lives for him, in case of an emergency. He could escape first. Chapter 91, Tools of the Trade. Boss, do you really want me to go over there? A thin, pale man asked fearfully, trembling as he looked back at the leader and other bandit members hiding behind the rubble. What? You want me to go myself? Or do you want to fight with these guys and whoever loses goes over? The bandit leader, a peak first-tier warrior, retorted with a fierce laugh. Knowing that the member sent to check the situation was the weakest in the team, who usually contributed little during robberies, now was the perfect opportunity for him to prove his worth. The underling, being at the bottom of the bandit group, fell silent, thinking about fighting with his companions. He probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one punch from them. Reluctantly, he could only tremble as he walked toward the nearly 40-meter long mutated python lying on the ground less than 100 meters ahead. The python's massive body, glowing a deep red under the crimson moonlight, combined with the surrounding area stained with thick blood and chunks of flesh, painted a terrifying picture reminiscent of hell itself, undoubtedly imposing great pressure on everyone. Especially as he approached within 100 meters, the nauseating smell of blood wafting into his nostrils and lungs nearly made his head spin. The leader of the robbers, who was hiding in the back and observing secretly along with the other members, was always ready to escape. If this giant python was still alive, they had no intention of using their shabby firearms against it. They seemed to be quite self-aware. Hurry the hell up. Poke it with the spear tip and see if it reacts. The leader, seeing his subordinate sent to die dawdling, couldn't help but curse through the intercom in anger. After being urged, the henchman finally approached the giant python, and observing it from such a close distance created an almost suffocating sense of pressure, which is an instinct ingrained in the DNA of living beings. He trembled as he gripped the makeshift spear tightly and gently poked at the seemingly incredibly hard scales of the giant python. Clang! Suddenly, a crisp sound reached his ears, nearly causing this timid robber to drop his weapon and run away. The others behind him also held their breath, their hearts racing. Fortunately, the giant python did not twist and turn as imagined. It remained coiled on the ground, motionless. Could it be that he lacked the strength to determine if it was dead or alive? Hey, put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? You guys never fed me properly anyway. He muttered in a low voice, hearing the leader's angry curses again, and he thought that shouting so loudly might wake the giant python. If he had to die, he preferred to die quickly. After all, even if he wasn't eaten by the python, he would eventually be devoured by the group behind him. Realizing the inevitability of life and death, he gritted his teeth, gripped the spear tightly, and continuously jabbed at the body of the giant python. Bang, bang, bang. With a death wish, the robber continued to poke for nearly a minute until his wrist was numb from the impact, making it hard to hold the spear, before finally stopping, panting heavily. This comical scene instantly widened the eyes of the other robbers observing from the shadows. No one expected this usually cowardly guy to dare do this. However, still, nothing happened, and the air was thick with a heavy and awkward atmosphere. Boss, it seems it really is dead. I poked it like this, and it didn't react. Cough, go poke its head and see. With your strength, you couldn't even scratch it. Hearing the boss's taunting again, it was clear that he didn't value his life at all. Helpless, the poor robber had no choice but to drag his heavy footsteps toward the giant snake's head, repeating the previous suicidal action. However, still, nothing happened. Even emboldened, he stabbed his spear into the giant python's bright red, enormous pupil, and nothing occurred. If the giant python was still pretending to be dead, it would deserve an Oscar in the realm of mutated creatures. This time, he didn't have to report it. The leader, observing from a distance with night vision binoculars, saw the situation. It seemed that this giant python really was dead. However, it was not the time to celebrate, as such a large mutated creature dying in the wilderness would attract other hungry and fierce mutated creatures, as well as other human factions. Like a whale fall in the sea, with its strong smell of blood and the crystals in its skull. Therefore, while the monster had only recently died, they had to quickly dig out the most valuable crystals from the python's skull before other factions noticed. As for the seemingly valuable hard scales and enough snake meat to sustain a small camp for a month, they could only reluctantly abandon those. Subsequently, the robber leader immediately took the remaining subordinates and hurried to the giant python's corpse, prepared to perform a craniotomy as quickly as possible. Although the giant python was dead, it still brought immense visual shock to the tiny humans around. Give me the knife. As a first-tier post-apocalyptic warrior, the leader took a sharp machete, ready to take matters into his own hands. But after a flurry of slashes at the snake's head, aside from his arms being numbed, he couldn't even scrape off a layer of color from his snake scales. At this rate, by the time the next day came, they might not even see the crystals inside the snake's skull. Damn it, even dead it's this hard. You lot, get inside its mouth and dig out the stones for me. The robber leader looked at the gaping maw large enough for 2 or 3 people to enter and thought of this method, believing it might be a bit softer inside. Hearing that they had to crawl into the continuously emitting foul-smelling snake mouth, the surrounding subordinates were scared and backed away, at least psychologically not ready to accept it. The leader saw his subordinates dodging and was about to get angry. Just then, a lewd man who usually acted as the team's strategist came over and said, "Boss, didn't we steal some explosives from a wilderness trader last time? Now will be the perfect time to use them. We can bury the bombs in the snake's head or eyes. Let's see if they can't blow it open." After hearing the suggestion, the leader thought for a moment. It could indeed work. Although it would make a lot of noise, it would be much faster than using manpower, and everyone knew the hardness of the crystals. They wouldn't be easily damaged by explosives. All right, this time I'll let you off easy. Go get the explosives and stuff them all into the snake's head. The subordinates, relieved, quickly turned around to prepare to move the explosives from the vehicle, fearing the leader would change his mind. However, at that moment, a strange scene suddenly occurred on the dead giant python's body, causing everyone to stop their movements. Chapter 92. No evolution allowed after the apocalypse, just as the robbers were about to use explosives to blow open the snake's head. They were all stunned by the astonishing scene unfolding before them. The already confirmed dead, mutated giant python began to swell at the top of its massive head like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it had inflated to nearly the size of an adult's head, as if a horn had grown out of the snake's head. The skin covered in hard scales began to split open as it expanded, and some scales flew off like shrapnel from a grenade. A hapless bandit didn't have time to react before he heard a whoosh, and his body fell to the ground, separated from his head, as a piece of scale had just sliced through his neck. However, as he turned around, he saw that his boss had already sensed something was wrong and had run off ahead. By the time everyone had retreated to cover 100 meters away, peeking out cautiously to observe, they found that the snake's head had stopped expanding and a nearly 2-meter tall, 1-person-wide black oval object stood in the center of the snake's head. What the hell is that? The leader's eyes widened as he stared at the bizarre scene before him, thinking that the giant python had somehow resurrected. Boss, could that be the giant python's crystal? The corpse gas produced from the rotting inside the python was forced out. The thief strategist said with his limited knowledge. Crystal? Have you ever seen a crystal that's about the same size as your head? The leader said irritably. But that thing did look quite beautiful under the crimson moonlight, emitting a red-black glow like a brilliant cat's-eye gemstone. Second in command, take a shot. The leader turned to a lean man beside him. This man was a first-tier hunter with enhanced vision, and he held a relatively important role in the robbery team, which is why he was designated as the second in command. Second in command nodded, then took out a Remington M2300 sniper rifle from his back, aimed it at the oval object without hesitation. Bang! With a thunderous gunshot, the bullet reached its massive target almost instantly within 100 meters. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily stunned. I think that thing might be the egg of the mutated giant python. Perhaps the giant python died during the laying process, and the gas buildup in its abdomen pushed the egg out to the swollen head. The strategist again tried to show off his cleverness, and, even more absurdly, everyone actually believed him. That makes sense if it's a mutated snake egg. The leader thought of a new type of mutated biological specimens that major factions were spending a lot of money to pursue. If it were alive, the price would multiply several times. This mutated giant python was already much larger than its kind, and with the extra tail, if the egg hatched, it might even be a 2-tailed creature. Thinking of this, the dream of wealth in his mind completely overwhelmed all rationality. He thought that if he could offer this snake egg to a certain major faction, perhaps all previous grudges could be wiped clean, and he wouldn't have to live a life of hiding anymore. An uncontrollable smile of fantasy appeared on his face. Determined, the bandit leader arranged for personnel again, this time directly bringing several stolen off-road vehicles over. Hurry up, don't let that group of barbites discover this corpse. The leader urged his subordinates to transport the giant egg, referring to barbites as another gang of robbers that frequently competed for business in this wilderness. After the subordinates parked the vehicles next to the python's head, a few of them got out and approached, preparing to move the snake egg onto the vehicle. When they got close to take a better look, they found that the snake egg was not as smooth as they imagined, but rather covered in patterns, seemingly wrapped in strands of silk. The whole thing looked more like a cocoon. As they got closer, the abnormality became even more apparent. They noticed that with each step they took, the surface of the cocoon-like object visibly expanded. Damn, is it about to hatch? One bandit member said anxiously. With such a large egg, the baby that hatches will probably not be small either. Fool, didn't you watch Animal Planet as a kid? Newly hatched animals see the first creature they encounter as their mother and follow it obediently. How could it possibly harm us? Another member retorted irritably. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of the snake egg, producing a crisp sound of breaking eggshells that left everyone frozen in place. I can't believe it's hatching so soon. Damn, do we have any anesthetics left? If a mutated baby snake hatches, don't kill it. Otherwise it won't be worth anything. The leader's expression became even more excited at this sight, almost certain that inside was the offspring of the mutated giant python. Just as everyone was getting ready and the tranquilizer guns were in position, finally, the black snake egg made a loud explosion sound, bursting into a thick cloud of black mist. In an instant, everyone's vision blurred, and the leader pulled out his multifunctional binoculars again, activating the thermal detection function to look into the black mist. But he saw nothing, as if no creature existed at all. Then he thought, snakes are cold-blooded animals, so it's normal not to be detected by thermal imaging, and he felt enlightened. In fact, cold-blooded animals can generally still be detected relative to human body temperature. Once the black mist dissipated, Everything reappeared before everyone's eyes, but the result nearly made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Inside the shattered eggshell, there was no small snake. Instead, a man stood naked inside, looking at his hands, with no expression on his face. Damn, the python has become a spirit. Chapter 93. New ability unlocked. Everyone was shocked to see the man hatching from the snake egg, their jaws dropping in disbelief at what was happening before them. They had expected the egg to hatch a mutated python cub that would lead them to wealth and glory. But instead, it hatched into a naked man. Hey, did anyone record the moment of hatching? As a result, everyone shook their heads, stunned by the scene before them, completely forgetting to record it. If they brought this naked man to those factions and claimed he was hatched from a mutated giant python, they would probably be seen as looking for trouble, have their limbs chopped off, and be thrown into the wilderness to feed coyotes. The body, akin to the meticulously sculpted statue of David from the old era, belonged to Xiaolong. After he carved a flesh tunnel leading to the head of the mutated giant python with his black, claw-like appendages, he found a crystal the size of a fist, emanating a faint green glow. Without any hesitation, Xiaolong directly released dense tendrils to envelop the crystal and gradually began to devour it. This crystal contained the most immense energy of all the crystals he had consumed so far, several times more than that of a zombie king crystal. Little did he know how many ability users or mutated creatures the giant python had consumed to reach such an enormous and exaggerated size, even growing an extra tail. Thus, it took Xiaolong nearly several dozen seconds to completely devour the massive crystal. Then, the immense energy accumulated within the crystal not only restored him to his former peak strength, but also allowed him to break through the critical point of the Blacklight Virus once again, transforming into a cocoon and undergoing evolution. At this moment, Xiaolong, emerging from the cocoon, looked at his palms with calm eyes, feeling a surge of power within him akin to a flood tsunami, eager to burst forth. Suddenly, with a muffled sound, a syringe appeared on his bulging chest muscles. Xiaolong raised his head and saw a group of rugged men surrounding him, emanating a foul odor, aiming their guns at him. Why did the anesthetic have no effect on this guy? Is the dosage insufficient? Shoot him a few more times. The bandit leader was hiding in the back of an SUV, directing his subordinates to encircle the bizarre man who had hatched from the eggshell. Just when the bandits received the boss's order and prepared to shoot the anesthetic darts at the man in front of them again, their vision blurred, and the target suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty cocoon shell standing in the center of the snakehead. No one saw how the man disappeared. This immediately caused everyone to panic, constantly looking around to find the man's whereabouts. Clap. Hey, why are we missing someone? The strategist in the group suddenly noticed the discrepancy in numbers, instinctively blurted it out, but as soon as he finished speaking, another eerie sound echoed. When people looked over, only a gun was quietly lying on the ground. Just like that, one by one, members continued to inexplicably vanish from the team. Instantly, everyone was filled with terror. They raised their guns, trying to find the source. But in the dark environment, the enemy seemed like an invisible ghost, making it impossible to detect any target's presence. This immediately sent everyone's sanity to the breaking point. Everyone huddled together, staring at each other, determined not to let the enemy take anyone else. By the time the strategist finally came up with this idea, the entire team of over 10 people was left with just him and another bandit, staring at each other. Suddenly, just as the strategist, in fear, tried to approach, he saw the other man's legs lift off the ground, actually floating. Looking up, he noticed the bandit's face twisted in pain, his throat making sounds as he continuously spat out large amounts of blood. His chest was pierced by a huge black claw, and he was lifted up. Then, in less than 2 seconds, his entire body melted like a candle into a dark red blood clump, until it disappeared. The strategist, who witnessed this from close range, finally understood how these people disappeared, and was instantly so frightened that his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. His body trembling uncontrollably, unable to muster the strength to crawl away. The man who hatched from the eggshell was now standing right in front of him, looking at him with cold eyes. However, the naked body that was previously exposed now sported a black hooded sweatshirt that almost blended into the darkness. You are, 100 meters away, the bandit leader, hearing the shrill screams from his strategist, trembled in fear and dared not move. In the blink of an eye, that monster had killed all of his men, leaving no corpses behind, not even a piece of clothing. The astonishing speed of the killings, along with the black claws emitting a strange light under the moonlight, was simply that of a born killing machine. "I'm sorry, brothers, I have to go first. I will set up a tombstone for you when I have time." The bandit leader twisted his thigh hard, tried to awaken himself from the intense fear. Everything that happened tonight was simply too abstract. Just as he was trembling, finally managing to climb into the driver's seat, he hurriedly stepped on the gas, preparing to escape. However, the roar of the engine had already sounded, the wheels were desperately rolling, but the surrounding scenery remained unchanged. He pressed the accelerator hard, yet the vehicle didn't move an inch. The leader seemed to realize something. His eyes widened as he slowly turned his head, only to see a thick black tentacle, covered in sharp blades, wrapped around the rear bumper of the off-road vehicle. At the end of this tentacle is the man's arm. Before he could let out a desperate cry for mercy, whoosh, Xiaolong looked at his arm, which had transformed into a whip-like tentacle nearly dozens of meters long, as flexible as the body of a giant python. Is this the new ability he gained after evolving? This terrifying whip-like tentacle, extending to dozens of meters and flexible, could instantly bisect anyone within a radius of several dozen meters if swung. At the same time, the whip could also continue to extend or shorten to a few meters, adapting to any combat scenario. Xiaolong took a deep breath, his cold gaze directed into the dark depths. It was time to find that place. Chapter 94. Infiltration in an area with harsh conditions. Filled with toxic mist and surrounded by radioactive swamps, a mountain made of black rocks stood in the center of the marsh. The surface was covered with dead trees and strange rocks, devoid of any signs of life. Even the red-eyed crows that symbolized the arrival of death were unwilling to land here. The only creatures in this death zone are the mutated giant crocodiles lurking beneath the swamp, averaging over 10 meters in size, capable of crushing a yacht in a single bite. Yet even in such desolation, human footsteps can still be found. About to reach the top of the mountain, there is a relatively flat piece of ground. Upon closer inspection, one can see a crack in the stone surface. When opened, it reveals a hidden passage that leads directly into the mountain's interior. Near the entrance of this passage, there were two humans dressed in chemical protective suits, holding weapons and keeping watch. It was reported that a fortress responsible for managing our base was destroyed by hostile forces a couple of days ago. Who will supply us now? A sentry wearing a gas mask and holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers complained. He looked like he had a strong craving for a smoke, but didn't dare to take off his gas mask. Otherwise, inhaling even a breath of the faint purple mist surrounding them would be much more intense than smoking. Just then, a rustling sound came from a nearby patch of withered bushes, immediately catching their attention in the quiet environment. What was that sound? Could it be one of those mutated giant crocodiles from the swamp? Idiot, do you really think something that big could hide in that bush? Go check it out, the older sentry said irritably to the rookie. Reluctantly, the rookie sentry walked over, gripping his M4 rifle tightly and swallowing hard. If a mutated giant crocodile was indeed hiding inside, his weapon would be no better than a fire poker. Hey, who's hiding there? Come out. I see you. With no choice, he mustered his courage and approached, slowly pushing aside the thorny bushes with his gun barrel. Inside, he found an ugly toad, almost the size of a basin, gnawing on the dry thorns with its sharp, fine teeth. The dense pus-filled sores on its body were disgusting to behold. Damn, it was just an ugly toad, no enemies. The young sentry turned around and said. The older soldier breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his gun. Suddenly, another rustling sound came. The veteran instinctively looked up, only to find that the young sentry had suddenly disappeared. This shocked him, in such a serious post. The other side would definitely not hide and joke around with him. Just as he was about to take out his communicator to notify the security department, the young sentry popped out from the bushes. Seeing this, the veteran was immediately furious and prepared to scold him. The young sentry quickly explained with a silly smile, I just want to chase away that toad. Otherwise, it would make some weird noises and disturb the next shift. Haha. Unsurprisingly, that sentry had been replaced by Xiaolong. After about another hour of watching, it was time to change shifts. With the memories absorbed from the young sentry, Xiaolong skillfully found the hidden mechanism beside the flat ground. After pressing it and remotely unlocking it through the base's internal personnel, there was a loud rumble, and the stone door, made of concrete and steel bars, opened to the sides, revealing a dark staircase below, like a corridor leading to hell. After Xiaolong and the veteran walked in, two other sentries, also dressed in chemical protective suits to isolate the toxic mist, approached to take over the watch. After Xiaolong skillfully called out their names and greeted them, he entered the second checkpoint, the disinfection chamber, with the veteran. A spray made from unknown chemicals continuously washed away the residual toxins on the surface of their protective suits from various positions. This process lasted nearly 10 minutes, indicating that these people took the base very seriously. Once all the tedious processes were completed, they finally entered the corridor leading to the interior of the base. Xiaolong casually glanced around. It felt like stepping into a gray world, everything made of smooth concrete, resembling the scenes from the memory fragments he had absorbed. Brother, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. I need to go to the bathroom first. I think you can't hold back your craving for smoke. Hurry up. Although he had absorbed the memories of the bald researcher and Patrick, the detailed information about this base was still incomplete, with some areas being blank, even beyond the reach of someone of Patrick's level. In Xiaolong's mind, he needed to find opportunities to explore these blank areas. The more heavily guarded they were, the more valuable they became. His ability to seize memories and change into the appearance of others was his best support for infiltration. Just as Xiaolong was navigating the narrow and complex corridors, passing by the murals that existed in his memories, he was about to approach a checkpoint door when he discovered that the area around the door was filled with surveillance cameras, and entry required both iris and fingerprint recognition. The information behind this door is precisely the part that is missing from my memory. It seems that there should be secrets or things I want to know behind it. Just at that moment, the door was opened from the inside, and a standard researcher wearing a white coat and high-prescription glasses walked out. A work badge was hanging on his chest as he approached the corner where Xiaolong was hiding. Chapter 95. Familiarity. This staff member, who appeared to have considerable authority, walked while pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. He seemed to be a heavy smoker, but the place he worked in also prohibited smoking, so he needed to step outside to find a place to smoke. Just as he reached the blind spot of the corner monitor and was about to pull out a lighter to ignite his cigarette, suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. Every glass container was filled with green liquid, and within them floated fist-sized, blurry forms that resembled underdeveloped human fetuses. This scene was so familiar. Just as Xiaolong wanted to focus on the memories of his staff member and clarify them through these fetuses, it felt as if a current surged through his body, instantly awakening him. It seemed that in order to learn the truth, he would have to go and check it out personally. Moreover, the memory of the staff member who was consumed also did not contain information about the entire base, only the memories of the area he worked in. It seems that all personnel here still perform their duties without interfering in the work of other departments, perhaps to prevent infiltration by hostile forces. Subsequently, Xiaolong transformed into the appearance of the staff member named Lang Man and naturally approached the heavily secured mechanical door. It is precisely because of this extraordinary mimicking ability that Xiaolong dared to infiltrate various places with such confidence. Upon arriving at the door and going through a series of complicated identity verifications, he finally entered the mysterious laboratory. As soon as he stepped inside, the environment gave Xiaolong an extremely familiar feeling of déjà vu. All the facilities within the base were modified from those left over from the old era, so the overall terrain and appearance had not changed much. This laboratory, inherited from the old era, although not large, only a few hundred square meters, was filled with various shocking items that occupied the entire space. Every shelf near the wall was filled with glass containers filled with green liquid, and the objects soaked inside were indeed human fetuses. However, each fetus was so deformed that it sent chills down one's spine, as if they were pitiful products of failed experiments. Xiaolong couldn't help but widen his eyes at this scene. Had these fetuses already existed here before the apocalypse? In that strange dream, his vision had always been green. Could it be that he was one of them? He walked over and looked at the seemingly lifelike, deformed fetuses inside. A flicker of emotion, a long-lost anger, seemed to ignite in his cold heart. These terrifyingly shaped fetuses had some with 4 arms, but no legs. Some without eyes, but with a pair of unusually large ears. And others had almost half of their faces occupied by a mouth filled with hundreds of densely packed sharp teeth. In short, none of them looked normal. Moreover, what is most terrifying is that the faces of these fetuses seemed to be carved from the same mold, as if they were all cloned from the genes of a single person. As she looked, Xiaolong couldn't help but reach out her hand to touch one of the fetus jars, which had a pair of withered meat wings on its back, as if it were a biological brother with whom she had a blood relationship. Langman, what are you doing? In the memories that have been consumed, this old man is named Johnny, the leader of their research group, who is usually strict with his subordinates and has a rather eccentric personality. Someone Xiaolong dislikes very much. Leader Johnny poured his fury into Xiaolong's ears, as he usually is a very harsh old man. Got it. Perhaps this is just one of the bases, not the dream or the one. Before entering another room, there's also a compartment used for full-body disinfection. Throughout the process, Xiaolong completed everything under the old man's disdainful gaze. After preparing everything, Xiaolong finally put on her mask and gloves and entered the workspace. In this room of less than 100 square meters, it was also filled with various equipment and many other instruments she had never seen before. Moreover, there were already other colleagues busy working inside, but their tasks were equally shocking. Some of the containers that had been stored in the storage room, containing deformed fetuses, had been moved here, and the entire fetuses were taken out, filling the air with a strange and nauseating chemical smell. Although wearing a mask, Xiaolong's keen sense of smell still picked up the scent clearly. After taking the deformed fetuses out of the green liquid, they casually placed them on the workbench as if handling a piece of pork. Then, with familiarity, a surgical laser was pulled over and directly cut into the rounded surface of the deformed fetus's skull. Immediately, a smell of burnt flesh and blue smoke wafted out, mixing with the scent of chemicals in the air, creating an even more nauseating odor. Soon after, when they removed the entire skull of the deformed fetus, they took out an extractor and inserted it directly into the seemingly jelly-like brain, as if trying to extract something. After a while, when the extractor was pulled out, there was an additional drop of light yellow liquid inside. Experiment number 83. Extraction failed. Holy water had completely diluted and vanished. Saying this, he casually tossed the extractor along with the deformed fetus into a nearby bin, as if treating it like kitchen waste, and then expressionlessly picked up the next specimen. In this storage box, it was almost filled with those deformed fetuses. Xiaolong saw this scene, and an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. His palm unconsciously clenched into a fist. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt such intense emotions, as if they were not manipulating deformed fetuses, but himself. Hey, Longman, why are you still in a daze? Get to work. Chapter 96, Strict Authority. Team leader Johnny urged Xiaolong from behind, asking him to repeat the same work as his colleagues, which was to extract the so-called holy water from the brains of these deformed fetuses. However, when the team leader saw this normally obedient guy standing here motionless, he was about to lose his temper again. Suddenly, the other party turned his head and locked eyes with him for a moment. Team leader Johnny inexplicably trembled all over, as if he had seen the most terrifying creature of his life, generating a sense of fear within him. This was the instinctive suppression caused by the huge disparity in strength between living beings. Cough. If you're tired, just go take a break. Johnny stammered uncontrollably, not knowing why he suddenly felt so scared of the other party. Other colleagues were also quite surprised, as the usually strict team leader surprisingly showed concern for his subordinates. However, it was indeed a day when the sun could rise from the west. Just as several colleagues were also preparing to see if they could take a break, suddenly, an excited shout came from another staff member. A disheveled staff member was holding an extractor with a drop of light gray liquid inside, which had not reached the pure black level. However, judging from their excited expressions, this 13 concentration seemed to be quite rare, and upon hearing the news, Johnny immediately broke free from his inexplicable fear and ran overexcitedly. He carefully took the extractor from his subordinate's hand and dripped the light gray liquid into a glass test tube, sealing it carefully. Xiaolong was very curious about what they intended to do with this so-called holy water, as the memories of the absorbed staff indicated that their job was simply to extract this liquid and send it to the next department, without any interference. Team leader, this is the 5th drop we've extracted in these days. What are they planning to use it for? One staff member asked out of curiosity. Just do your own work. Knowing too much won't do you any good. I'll personally deliver this drop of holy water to the next department. Seeing this scene, Xiaolong already had a new target in mind, which was to see where this drop of holy water would go next. That old Johnny is definitely going to take credit for himself again, never considering us. Isn't it always us doing the work? The others grumbled and continued to start the repetitive and bloody work, like a production line. Xiaolong quietly left the laboratory like a ghost, unnoticed by anyone. But he never let go of these possibly kindred deformed fetuses in his heart. After exiting the laboratory, he relied on his keen hearing to silently follow the footsteps of Johnny ahead. The corridor here seemed to be a maze with many paths, and it was unclear whether there were really that many research departments or if it was intentionally designed to confuse the enemy. Moreover, almost every corridor has fully armed guards patrolling, inspecting everyone who passes by. The Blacklight Virus can store the appearance and clothing of every person it has consumed, allowing for changes at any time and place. However, this did not allow him to proceed without obstacles. As he delved deeper, the patrols he encountered became increasingly formidable. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Xiaolong was tracking Johnny and was about to turn the corner of the next corridor, 2 guards in special security uniforms stopped him. These 2 security personnel were not armed with firearms, but had 2 incredibly sharp daggers hanging at their waists. One was a strong warrior-type purifier, nearly 2 meters tall, while the other was a hunter type. Hello, sir. I am Corporal Kelson from Security Department 2. Here is my identification badge. I have been reassigned to report to your Security Department 1. Relying on the fragments of memories he had obtained, Xiaolong spoke these words fluently and even pulled out a work badge. He had kept this badge on him just in case after consuming the other person. Security Department 1 is the department that ordinary guards like Kelson aspire to. Although they are also security personnel, the members of Security Department 1 enjoy the treatment of higher-ranking officials. Of course, to enter such a department, one must possess certain strength. You think you can enter our department? An elite guard, a warrior of the apocalypse, looked disdainfully at the young sentry, feeling no powerful aura emanating from him. The 2 elite guards sensed something was off at this unexpected moment and immediately pursued him. Hey, stop! However, just as they rounded the corner, their eyes widened in shock. Coming towards them were a pair of menacing blacklight claws, which instantly pierced through their skulls. Xiaolong, using his ability to conceal his presence, easily killed and consumed these 2 first-tier elite guards. Afterward, the memory fragments obtained from the devouring immediately filled in the geographical location information. Indeed, behind this corridor, there is a heavily secured core research department, with multiple checkpoints set up in every corridor beyond it. Johnny, holding the so-called holy water, walked towards the core research department. As for why Xiaolong didn't immediately devour the 2 guards just now, it was because he noticed the presence of surveillance cameras starting from his corridor, so he lured them out of the monitoring range. However, even if he disguised himself as one of them now, if he directly passed through the surveillance area, the personnel responsible for monitoring would definitely notice something unusual, as patrolling must be done in pairs. Therefore, Xiaolong still had to come up with another method, or force his way through. Chapter 97. Excavation after killing and devouring the 2 elite guards. The subsequent map information instantly presented itself clearly in Xiaolong's mind through the memory network. Sure enough, every corridor thereafter was densely packed with surveillance equipment without any blind spots. Moreover, the closer he got to the core area, the tighter the defenses became, exaggerated to the point that even a fly couldn't get in. Moreover, if any alarm system is triggered, the entire underground base will enter a state of high alert. Forcing an entry would undoubtedly take more time. If the headquarters sends a higher-level controller even more formidable than Eric. In a closed-off underground base like this, escape would be nearly impossible. Additionally, in order to prevent their research from falling into the hands of hostile forces, Komodo Corporation has also set up a self-destruction program for the base, preferring to destroy everything rather than let there be captured by the enemy. Therefore, the journey ahead will be an extremely difficult and perilous process. Just as Xiao Long calmed down and his mechanical brain operated at high speed to find a solution, suddenly, his keen auditory senses picked up an extremely faint sound, like the cry of a mutated spiny rat. He immediately turned his head to look around. In fact, there was a ventilation duct on the ceiling of the corridor, which branched out in all directions. However, the enemy is not foolish and anticipated that intruders might use the ducts to infiltrate the core area. Thus, even these ventilation ducts were equipped with numerous surveillance devices and even traps with laser grids that could penetrate thick metal. But Xiaolong's target was not these narrow ducts. He pressed his ear against the metal corridor wall, fully unleashing his auditory senses. Soon, he heard the faint cry coming from within the wall, as well as the squeaking sound of them gnawing at the cable insulation with their sharp teeth. It appeared that not all metal walls were solid. After all, when this base was renovated, it was during a time of extreme resource scarcity, and there were some places that were somewhat hastily constructed. However, this seemingly insignificant area was a crucial breakthrough point for Xiaolong. He expanded his perception, which exceeded 100 meters, to several surrounding corridors. After detecting that no living beings were approaching, he immediately transformed his right hand into a black claw. Then, based on the direction from which the rat sound came, he used one of his extremely sharp claws to carve out a square approximately 20 by 20 centimeters in that area. Following that, relying on the powerful strength of his arm, he forcefully cut out the metal square neatly. As expected, behind this section of the wall was directly the mountain's rock and soil, and it was not as solid and thick as one might imagine. Of course, this was only the case for this small area. Moreover, there was a porcupine nest being dug here, and several porcupines, each about the size of a house cat from the old days, were happily reproducing inside. They were caught off guard by the sudden exposure, and once they reacted, they immediately bared their disease-ridden, sharp teeth, threatening the human who was peering at them. However, Xiaolong merely fixed them with a cold gaze, and these porcupines instantly seemed to feel a strong pressure, frightened into silence, and then hurriedly fled. Originally, this cutout, with a diameter of only about 20 centimeters, would be difficult to accommodate even a small child, let alone an adult. However, the powerful malleability and flexibility of the Blacklight Virus made it a breeze for Xiaolong to slip through such a small opening. Once inside the mountain behind the wall, although it was exceedingly dark and narrow all around, it did not affect Xiaolong's sense of direction at all. His brain functioned like an old navigation system, clearly remembering the web-like complex of corridors and his current location. Xiaolong transformed his hands back into blacklight claws and began to carve out a passage to the core area in the hard mountain like a mining machine, relying on his strength, which was approaching that of a fifth-tier apocalypse warrior, and his claws that could cut through steel like mud. He easily excavated a path, avoiding these heavily guarded corridors. After about 10 minutes, when Xiaolong felt he was close to the core area, the tips of his claws touched a hard metallic object in front of him. He immediately stopped digging and expanded his sensing ability, determining that the metal wall in front formed a huge cylindrical barrier, and within it should be the core area of the base. The main goal now was to find a way to enter this seemingly thick metal layer without alerting the enemy. Xiaolong began to dig upwards along the metal wall until he reached the top, estimating that this unknown space was nearly 50 meters high. He is currently positioned on the ceiling of this space. Xiaolong began to search for any gaps in the metal layer that could be used for infiltration, as he has never believed in the existence of absolutely safe places in the world. After some exploration, he finally felt a slight breeze in a corner. Xiaolong immediately moved closer and saw a pipe here that seemed to lead directly to the ground, like an air conditioning ventilation outlet, but it was very narrow, only about the width of a fist. He tried to see if he could squeeze through this vent, but after a while, he gave up. The Blacklight Virus hadn't advanced to the point of shrinking himself down to fist size to fit in. Fortunately, Xiaolong didn't want to waste any more time and used brute force to forcibly pull out this air duct left over from the old era. Suddenly, a beam of light shone through the vent. He looked down through the pipe and discovered a brightly lit space below, bustling with people in white lab coats carrying various experimental instruments, appearing to be very busy. However, his view was limited, and he couldn't see the entire scene. But from the height of this room, it must be quite spacious. At the same time, a familiar aura faintly emanated from within, causing Xiao Lung to momentarily be in a daze. This aura felt similar to that of the deformed fetuses, but it was more complete. Could it be that these people have truly developed something using the so-called holy water? Or could it be that the babies left over from the old era have complete forms? Chapter 98. Experimental subject Xia Lung pinched the welded edge of the pipe with his fingers, then suddenly unleashed a surge of strength, slowly tearing a gap in the iron sheet until it was just big enough for him to fit through. At the ceiling position of the space below, various interwoven pipes were laid out, providing a place to land. Subsequently, Xiao Lung moved like a nimble wildcat, stepping on these pipes. Instantly, everything in the hall came into view. The surroundings were all gray-toned, reinforced concrete walls, with an outer layer of metal that Xiao Lung had just encountered, forming an iron box-like environment. But this also turned the place into a fortress. Xiao Lung firmly believed that even if a nuclear bomb were dropped directly on this mountain, everything here would remain unharmed. What were those people from the old era afraid of when they built such a base? Were they afraid of some kind of attack? Or were they afraid of something escaping? Moreover, the various instruments and equipment here are the most advanced that Xiao Lung has seen so far, not only from the remnants of the old era, but also brought in by Komodo Company. Hundreds of workers, like robots, continuously repeat their respective tasks, forever cycling through without a hint of change. However, this monotonous and boring work that people from the old era find tedious is, in the apocalypse, a stable life that everyone longs for. Among these workers, there were also many elite guards he had encountered before, exuding the aura of strong individuals. Some had even surpassed the third rank, yet they were still serving as guards. Suddenly, that familiar aura made Xiao Lung aware again. He looked in the direction from which the aura was coming, and the scene that followed instantly felt like an electric current coursing through his entire body, causing Xiao Lung to widen his eyes. In the center of the hall stood a huge glass containment chamber filled with dark green liquid, in which the deformed infants had previously been soaked. A humanoid monster, completely black and transparent, over 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide at the shoulders, was soaking in a nutrient solution, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, especially its arms, which resembled 2 domineering black giant blades, leaving no doubt that it could easily slice a heavy tank in half. It floated in the green liquid, with various wires inserted into its body, connecting it to surrounding instruments. However, from the displays of these instruments, it seemed that this monster had no signs of life and was merely a lifeless object. Yet, Xiao Lung stared at the creature blankly for a full minute. The monster soaking in the liquid brought him not fear or oppression, but an extremely familiar and warm feeling, as if it was indeed himself inside. Furthermore, there seemed to be a vague, ethereal telepathic connection between him and the monster, as if it were not dead, but merely sleeping, waiting for something. At that moment, he happened to see Johnny, the team leader, walk into the huge research facility with a refrigerated box containing 13 pure holy water. With a fawning smile on his face, he handed the box to another man in a suit who appeared to be of a higher rank, waiting for praise. However, the suited man merely confirmed it blandly before turning around and leaving with the box, splashing cold water on Johnny's face. Helpless, he could only walk out of the research room reluctantly, lest he be kicked out for staying too long. The suited man approached the glass nutrient chamber, glanced at the monster inside, and then handed it over to a staff member. Dr. Hobbs, how many chances do we have left? We've already failed 4 times, and I don't want to see you waste more holy water. The higher-ups will soon be evaluating our research results. The suited man spoke with a hint of anger to a white-bearded doctor in front of him, looking as if he was under the same pressure from superiors as Johnny. Director, we can't be sure. Finding a human that perfectly matches the holy water is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. And we only have one last experimental subject that is somewhat compatible, the doctor replied, gesturing for his subordinates to bring over a naked, emaciated man, the so-called experimental subject. The man's limbs and neck were tightly secured with metal clamps, and a tube was stuffed into his mouth, seemingly leading directly to his stomach, meaning he could only rely on liquid food for sustenance. His entire body was also filled with wires to monitor heart rate, pulse, and other health indicators. And his vacant face showed no color, appearing to be in a state worse than death. The doctor carefully took out a test tube containing light gray holy water from the refrigerated box and installed it into the instrument next to the experimental subject, seemingly ready to inject it into his bloodstream. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone focused on the situation here, their faces tired yet mixed with a hint of hope. They worked day and night to match this so-called holy water with the experimental subject, aiming to create a human that surpassed the baptizer, so the headquarters could see their hard-earned results. However, just before injecting the holy water, 2 elite guards pushed the experimental subject into an observation room made of thick bulletproof glass, indicating they were aware of the potential dangers of a failed injection. If the match failed, the guns in the elite guards' hands would be pointed directly at the subject's head, ready to pull the trigger. All right, let's begin. All personnel, pay attention. Start injecting the corresponding pre-injection testing liquid according to the previous steps. Relevant staff should monitor the experimental subject's physical condition at all times, and if any abnormalities are detected, stop the injection immediately. The doctor's voice had just fallen when dozens of staff members began a flurry of operations at the workstations. The director, named Charles, crossed his arms, his expression extremely heavy. Perhaps this was the last chance. 13 purity was relatively high based on past experiences. As the staff operated, the dazzling array of instruments around the experimental subject began to function, with dozens of tubes of unknown liquids linked to various parts of the emaciated man's body. Test liquid number 1 injected. Experimental subject stable. Test liquid number 2 injected. Experimental subject stable. Test liquid number 3 injected. Experimental subject stable. The suited man and the doctor listened to the reports from their subordinates, their already serious expressions becoming increasingly strained. When the report reached the 12th test liquid injection, their hearts began to race more violently as the most critical moment was approaching. All test liquids were injected. The experimental subject's life signs and various values were stable. And it was time to inject the holy water. Chapter 99. Success under the focused gaze of everyone. The instrument containing the light gray holy water began to slowly push the liquid into the experimental subject's brain through a transparent drip tube. In an instant, everyone held their breath, their faces filled with tension. Hidden in the ceiling pipes, the summer cold also focused his attention on the experimental subject, curious about what would happen next. As the holy water was injected, the puppet-like man finally showed a hint of change. His vacant face began to look somewhat grotesque as the holy water gradually seeped in. As the display screens monitoring the experimental subject's various metrics no longer stabilized and began to slowly rise, they gradually approached the yellow line and near the red line. Finally, after all the holy water was poured in, he let out an even more anguished howl, and the feeding tube that had been forced into his mouth was flung out. The entire experimental platform began to tremble violently with his struggling body. The man looked extremely pained, with veins bulging all over his body, but the expressions of the surrounding staff remained unchanged. To them, this process seemed inevitable. That poor man struggled futilely for nearly several minutes before finally quieting down again, and his various metrics returned to normal. However, in the eyes of everyone, this was a symbol of failure. Director Charles, seeing this scene, gritted his teeth and questioned the doctor beside him. But the doctor also wore a look of helpless disappointment. The success rate of the holy water was beyond his control. It was said that among the old-era bases occupied by various major powers, there was only one successful case, and it was only a half-finished product. Just as Director Charles was about to explode with anger. Roar! Suddenly, the experimental subject's tightly closed eyes snapped open, and his whole body began to struggle violently, crushing the feeding tube in his mouth and letting out a beast-like roar. But what was even more shocking was that his pupils were pure black, with no hint of white at all. The experimental subject's metrics surged wildly again, instantly reaching the red line. Meanwhile, Xiaolong, who was secretly observing everything from the ceiling, sensed a familiar aura emanating from that person. Some fine tendrils on Xiaolong's body emerged from his skin, pointing towards the experimental subject as if there were a mutual attraction between them, which surprised him a bit. However, the most excited were undoubtedly Director Charles and the doctor, their faces beaming with excitement, as if success was at hand. "Doctor, the experimental subject's metrics are still continuously rising and have exceeded the limit. If this continues, it might." The staff at the control panel reported nervously as all the metrics peaked. "Then let's start injecting the sedative, but don't inject too much, or it might harm the subject. He's our treasure." The doctor remained incredibly excited, fixated on the situation in the observation chamber, as it seemed that his day of success was finally coming. If this match is confirmed successful, he would definitely be transferred to headquarters to carry out new research work, where a broader horizon awaited him. After the doctor issued the order, the device containing the sedative began to operate, injecting the liquid into the frenzied man's body. However, even with the sedative being injected, the experimental subject remained incredibly agitated, and the platform restraining him began to creak under the strain, as if it would collapse at any moment. The two elite guards responsible for security, also trapped in the observation chamber, couldn't help but swallow hard and tighten their grips on their weapons upon witnessing this scene. However, it wasn't until the sedative was almost at the maximum dosage that the doctor and the director finally felt something was wrong. The experimental subject's metrics were still continuously breaking through the peak, completely exceeding their expectations from the work meeting. Bang! Suddenly, with a crisp explosion sound, the metal clamp used to restrain the experimental subject's right arm was actually broken by his emaciated arm, bouncing off and cracking the bulletproof partition. Following that, with the veins in the experimental subject's neck bulging and emitting a piercing roar, the various metal frames restraining his body were successively torn apart, and the various wires inserted into his body were pulled out. Finally, he completely broke free from the restraints of the platform. It should be noted that these specialized metal clamps could even withstand the strength of a third-tier power-type warrior. The experimental subject is just an ordinary refugee, so ordinary that it can't get any more ordinary. For a moment, the air became heavy again, and everyone stared at this scene in shock. This experiment could be considered a success after all, although the current situation is a bit unpredictable. "Oh, let me go." Suddenly, a scream from an elite guard in the observation room jolted everyone out of their reverie. They saw that the frenzied, emaciated man erupted with a powerful force, knocking one of the second-tier warrior guards to the ground and crazily biting at him. No matter how the elite guard resisted, he could not withstand the experimental subject's fierce assault. Crack! Everyone heard a heavy muffled sound. The experimental subject opened his sharpened fangs and bit down hard on the guard's throat, tearing off a large chunk of flesh connected to the windpipe, chewing it wildly. The guard stopped struggling, leaving only his legs twitching reflexively. Another elite guard in the compartment, witnessing this, immediately raised his weapon and aimed at the head of the crazed man. "Wait, don't you dare shoot. If he dies, I'll make your life worse than death." Director Charles, seeing this scene, immediately picked up the intercom and shouted loudly, his eyes bloodshot. If the experimental subject died, he would be worthless in the eyes of the higher-ups. The guards, hearing this, suddenly felt helpless, reluctantly lowering their guns. Are they really supposed to engage in hand-to-hand combat with this monster to subdue it? Quick, release the anesthetic spray. Fortunately, the doctor had a backup plan, quickly instructing his subordinates to activate a button. Soon, a light yellow mist began to spray from the four corners of the observation room, quickly filling the entire bulletproof observation area. The elite guard accidentally inhaled a breath of the light yellow mist and immediately felt his body go weak. Unable to exert any strength, he stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. However, unexpectedly, this high-dose anesthetic spray seemed to have no effect on the experimental subject. It was clear that the mist was not being inhaled into his nostrils, as if he did not need to breathe. Or rather, this man was already dead. The crazed version of him was no longer him. Chapter 100. Immortal Summer Lungs sat on the ceiling pipe, coldly watching this scene with interest, wanting to see how these people would deal with the monster he had created. That poor, emaciated man, under the influence of the so-called holy water, had all the blood vessels in his skin turned black, as if black snakes were coiling around his body. Moreover, sharp black nails grew from his fingertips, and he emanated a violent aura all over. Under his biting, the dead soldier beneath him had almost his entire neck chewed off, and his head was a bloody mess. As for the released anesthetic mist, it had no effect on him at all. The other guard, who had been knocked to the ground, was completely unable to exert any strength, but still retained some awareness. He looked up in despair at the zombie-like man, whose grotesque face was approaching him. With a last scream, a spray of blood splattered against the bulletproof glass wall, giving everyone a live broadcast of a bloody scene of cannibalism. Damn it! Does the host infused with holy water have no sense of self at all? What use do we have for this, then? No matter how powerful it is, if it doesn't listen to its own commands, isn't that just creating trouble for ourselves? Director Charles finally couldn't help but break down again, grabbing the collar of a nearby doctor with rage on his face. The doctor also appeared very innocent. Director Charles, is there really anything that can be achieved overnight? We've only just taken the first step. But having succeeded in this step, the subsequent ones can be improved through continuous experimentation. Just as the director and the doctor were entangled in this issue, bang, a sudden loud noise drew their attention back. They saw that the test subject in the compartment had killed both guards and was now staring at the other personnel with black pupils. Then, it began to frantically pound the bulletproof wall with its head and fists. Even as its scalp was torn open, it did not stop this frenzied behavior, perhaps driven by the abuse it suffered in life, seemingly wanting to kill everyone around. You need to find a way to calm it down immediately. Director Charles looked at the bulletproof wall that was cracking and seemed ready to shatter at any moment, feeling a wave of panic inside. Crash! However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was another loud bang mixed with the sound of shattering glass, and the test subject actually smashed through the thick bulletproof glass with a single punch, breaking through. Its strength had actually increased once again. The test subject began tearing off large chunks of the heavy bulletproof wall along the edge of the hole it had created, until it made an opening large enough for itself to escape. The surrounding staff had already been scared into retreating, distancing themselves from the monster. Roar! After breaking free from its cage, it pounced on a nearby elite guard, viciously slashing at the guard's abdomen with its sharp claws. In an instant, the guard's clothes were torn open along with his belly, spilling out a bunch of internal organs as he fell to the ground, wailing in agony before dying. Then, the crazed test subjects began a series of brutal killings one after another. However, due to the director's order prohibiting any harm to the test subjects, even the elite guards who had the ability to resist could only watch helplessly as they were killed. This made Xia Lung unconsciously think of his other dark persona, as well as the subconscious that constantly hinted at him, which also carried an extraordinary hatred for the baptizers. The abilities he had gained were indeed related to that so-called holy water. The dramatic turn of events unfolded as the subject, driven by an unknown motive, whether hatred or something else, charged at the distant doctor and Director Charles after killing several elite guards in quick succession. His speed was so overwhelming that most people didn't have time to react. This mutated man ran on all fours like a black leopard, reaching the doctor and the director in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Director Charles immediately pushed the doctor forward as a human shield and quickly fled. The doctor, terrified by the ferocious subject charging towards him, was left dumbfounded and lost the will to run. However, the subject completely ignored him and circled around, letting out a spine-chilling roar as it charged towards the director, who was in a suit and trying to escape. Why is this guy only after me? Could it be? Director Charles turned around and saw this scene, instantly becoming panicked. He was actually a Tier 3 sage, but had only now realized that the subject was solely hunting the baptizers. Just as he was frantically trying to escape, he suddenly crashed into something like hitting a wall. Looking up, he saw a rough, burly man with a beard, holding a cigar in his mouth. "Carlyle, you better protect me." Seeing this, Charles immediately hugged the thigh of this towering man, over 2 meters tall and weighing over 300 pounds. Like he had found a savior, shouting anxiously, "Director, didn't you say not to harm this guy? I'm afraid I can't control my strength and might accidentally punch him to death." The rough man, named Carlyle, snorted, showing no sign of fear in the face of the approaching subject. Forget it. After all, he's just a half-finished product, under the threat of death. Director Charles finally shouted with a crying tone, "Damn, you let me lose several subordinates, and only now are you willing to say that." Upon hearing this, Carlyle bit through his large cigar, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Just as the raging subject opened its fangs and lunged forward, about to bite Charles, he clenched his fist, as big as a cooking pot, and smashed it down hard on the emaciated, mutated human. Boom! Instantly, a powerful shockwave erupted, striking the subject in the waist. In almost an instant, half of the emaciated, mutated man's body was smashed into a pile of meat paste, flying apart in 2 segments. However, it still wasn't dead. The remaining upper half continued to roar, scratching at the ground with its sharp claws, crawling towards Director Charles, while the severed section squirmed like countless parasites, creating an extremely horrifying scene. Oomph. Seeing this, Carlyle spat out the half of the cigar left in his mouth and walked over with a cold expression. When he reached the seemingly undying subject, it suddenly opened its fangs and lunged at Carlyle's ankle. Bang! However, Carlyle, moving even faster, tightened his fist and struck its head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. But strangely, even after losing its head, the subject's half-body continued to wildly flail its arms. What the hell is this? Chapter 1001. Presence. Everyone had a ghostly expression, staring at the headless corpse on the ground that could still attack. Even those living corpses couldn't reach such an exaggerated state. Perhaps it was because the subject no longer relied on the crystal inside its skull for movement like the baptizers and mutated creatures. This man infused with holy water might have independent life forms throughout his body. Carlyle looked at the writhing, headless corpse beneath him, feeling a strong sense of disgust. He took a step forward, clenched his fists, and began to unleash a frenzied assault on the corpse. As a Tier 5 end-times warrior and head of Security Department 1, Carlyle pounded on the corpse for nearly half a minute before finally stopping. The metal floor that was struck immediately formed a deep dent, and as for the half-corpse, it was reduced to a mush even more fragmented than if it had fallen into a meat grinder, leaving no further movement. Call the Health and Epidemic Prevention Department to come and clean up this disgusting meat and cremate it immediately, Minister Carlyle said, casually taking the towel handed to him by his subordinate to wipe the blood and flesh off his fist. My baby. The doctor sat on the ground in a daze, staring at the tragic state of the experimental subject that had finally matched successfully, as the dream of transferring to headquarters was completely shattered like a bubble. You bastard. Are you trying to kill me? If you produce another disobedient half-finished product, the next experimental subject will be you yourself. Xiaolong watched the chaotic scene below and thought that these so-called elite research teams were nothing much. However, the answer he wanted was still not found, but subconsciously he still focused his attention on the giant nutrient solution chamber in the center. The massive monster, soaking inside, bore many similarities to Xiaolong. Its surface, seemingly wrapped in black liquid, resembled Xiaolong when overtaken by his darkest persona, losing rationality, as if it were a demon crawling out of hell. As for the monster's 2 fierce, blade-like arms, they reminded Xiaolong that his own arms could also change into attacking forms. This made him believe without hesitation that by killing and devouring this monster, he would definitely be able to unlock a new form again. The agitation of the Blacklight Virus in his body made him feel that his arrival was all part of the virus's mysterious arrangement. The longer Xiaolong focused on that monster, the more a surge of frantic emotions seemed to rush into his rational mind, and his pupils gradually began to be overtaken by darkness. Xiaolong immediately shifted his gaze away from the monster, gritting his teeth to prevent his other dark personality from manifesting. After learning a lesson in the fortress, Xiaolong did not want that guy to show up again. He only brought trouble and would ultimately leave him to bear the consequences. This made Xia Lung feel a strong urge to eliminate this negative personality. Otherwise, it would inevitably bring him greater trouble sooner or later. Creek, you want to get rid of me? I am you, and you are me. We are one. Suddenly, Xia Lung's vision went dark, and a voice like that of a demon whispered in his ear, the voice of his darkest personality, taking over his body. Are you the so-called virus? Get out of my head. Xia Lung's body gradually lost control and half kneeled down, the darkness in his pupils flickering, and the veins on his tightly clenched fists bulging. He was fighting against himself. Creek, be obedient. Let me go eat that fellow, and then kill everyone here. Xia Lung's words directly silenced himself. Roar. Last time was an accident. This time, once I eat it, those self-righteous invaders will all become my food. Then, a fierce battle of consciousness began between Xia Lung and himself. The first struggle for control of the body. At this moment, Xia Lung no longer wanted to indulge this troublesome being. To an outsider, he looked like a mentally ill patient with dissociative identity disorder, fighting against himself. Unknowingly, the metal pipes beneath Xia Lung creaked under pressure, and a violent killing aura spread from him, alerting some apocalypse hunters on the ground to this anomaly. They looked up at the high ceiling, but apart from the complex pipes, they saw nothing. Meanwhile, unnoticed by everyone, the humanoid monster submerged in the large containment chamber trembled slightly under the influence of this aura. Is there something up there? Carlyle noticed his hunters staring at the ceiling and sensed something unusual, so he asked, Is that so? Then send 2 people to climb up and take a look. The ever-cautious Carlyle immediately issued the order for 2 agile apocalypse hunter guards to climb up using the long ladder by the wall. In no time, the 2 elite guards, armed with firearms, had climbed onto the complex pipes on the ceiling. Suddenly, another wave of dangerous aura came, leading them to lock onto the target's location, which was in a corner to the southwest. The 2 guards immediately moved in that direction and picked up the intercom, preparing to report the situation. Bang, bang, bang. The aura could no longer be concealed, directly enveloping the entire hall, making all the apocalypse hunters sense it clearly, and the opponent's strength completely overwhelmed them. Who are you? The 2 elite guards finally entered the line of sight and saw a pitch-black humanoid monster, frantically banging its head against the metal pipes below. At the same time, the aura released by Xia Lung during his struggle also prompted the monster in the containment chamber to take further action. Chapter 102. Awakening the 2 apocalypse hunters. At such a close distance, felt a strong, killing intent continuously emanating from that monster, creating a powerful sense of oppression. Their hands holding the firearms involuntarily trembled, a significant deterrent caused by the immense gap in strength. Hey, what exactly did you 2 see? Minister Kyle felt something was wrong when he saw his 2 subordinates trembling above, and he immediately asked again via the intercom. It's a monster that looks similar to the number 1 experimental subject submerged in the containment chamber, but its size is about the same as ours. The guard swallowed hard and said with a shaky voice, This blade demon, which had been confirmed dead through various experiments, could there still be a living specimen? When the staff of Komodo Corporation discovered this old-world relic base and quickly transformed and occupied it, they found a monster submerged here. Due to the demon-like appearance of this creature and its imposing blade-like arms, it was named the Blade Demon. When people first discovered the Blade Demon, they were all left dumbfounded. They had never seen a creature so filled with the aesthetic of violence. Its indestructible skin, explosive muscles, and massive size created a strong sense of oppression, especially those blade arms that could cut open a huge gash with just a gentle touch. It was a natural killing machine. Unfortunately, when the researchers excitedly retrieved the Blade Demon from the container, intending to extract some samples for research, they found that as soon as they cut off a small piece of the mysterious black substance, it instantly dehydrated and withered, turning into a pile of powder with no research value. No matter what method was used, they could not successfully extract samples from it. Moreover, the longer it stays away from the green-soaking liquid, the faster its body decays. If the entire Blade Demon turns to dust, it will truly be worthless. However, it can be confirmed that the Blade Demon is a lifeless object, much like a specimen. Otherwise, It would have gone on a rampage during the various experiments conducted on it at that time. Later, researchers at Komodo Corporation discovered those horrifying deformed infants, which shifted their research focus onto them and revealed the main cause of their deformities, the mysterious liquid in their skulls, which bears similarities to the black substance on the blade demon. This led them to speculate that it is highly likely that these deformed infants would eventually grow into the final form of the blade demon. Therefore, Komodo Corporation's ultimate goal is to develop powerful biological weapons to wage war on this wasteland. As for the blade demon, it has been treated as an exhibit, standing prominently in the center of the research hall. The more one sees it, the more accustomed they become, and only newcomers to this department are awestruck by its terrifying appearance. Now, people are shocked to hear that a creature resembling the blade demon has appeared on the ceiling, and it's still alive. This once again evokes the shock they felt when they first discovered the blade demon, especially after the recent abnormal situation. The already disheartened doctor became excited again, urging them not to let it escape. "Quickly bring it down for me to see." The two elite guards upstairs felt a bit embarrassed. They thought, "Don't let it escape? Just don't get killed by that monster. You two listen carefully. If a life-threatening situation occurs, you can shoot on sight." As the security minister, Carlyle disregarded the research achievements of these bookworms. His responsibility is only to protect this base from external threats, so he directly ordered his subordinates via the intercom. Upon hearing this, the guards felt somewhat relieved. Being able to kill the target meant they wouldn't be so passive. They cautiously approached, keeping their guns aimed at the humanoid black monster that was continuously smashing its head against the metal pipe, almost flattening the entire pipe, with the sound of the impacts resonating in their hearts. "Hey, can you understand us?" One of the elite guards shouted at it, getting closer. However, at that moment, the target suddenly stopped hitting, knelt on one knee, and bowed its head, motionless. This left the approaching guard at a loss. Could it be that the monster knocked itself out? But this brief silence didn't last long. Suddenly, they saw the black substance on the humanoid monster begin to fade, revealing the appearance of a young man. "Get out of my head!" Suddenly, Xiao Lung raised his head and let out a deafening roar, his face covered in terrifying black veins. And in that instant, the darkness that was about to engulf his pupils vanished completely. At that moment, the sudden burst of hostility created an intense sense of oppression for everyone in the hall, making it difficult to breathe. Even the fifth-tier warrior, Minister Kaler, furrowed his brows, a drop of sweat trickling down from his temples. What kind of monster is that? "Doctor, look behind you." However, this was not the end. Several staff members inadvertently turned their heads and were once again rendered speechless by the scene before them. Bang! In almost an instant, the blade demon violently swung its massive blade-like arm in the green liquid, shattering the high-pressure containment chamber that had submerged it for years. Instantly, a large amount of green liquid mixed with debris poured out, knocking the surrounding personnel to the ground unexpectedly. "You, don't move or I'll shoot." The two elite guards, who were apocalypse hunters, said this, but their fingers hesitated to pull the trigger because they could sense the power gap between themselves and the enemy from the aura that had just erupted from the opponent. It was not something that could be changed with just a gun. Roar! Suddenly, a roar like thunder, carrying a bloody wind, echoed towards them, as if it were about to blow the entire roof off. The awakened demon hunter ignored everyone around and directly used its arm blade to lift a massive metal platform, smashing it down towards the position where Xiaolong was located. Chapter 103. Disaster. Xiaolong immediately sensed the huge object being hurled from the ground and quickly prepared to evade. However, the two elite guard were not so lucky. Although they were apocalypse hunters and agile, the complex and rusted pipes on the ceiling made it inconvenient for them to fully evade. Boom! The metal platform, thrown with brute force by the blade demon, almost arrived in the blink of an eye, smashing the pipes around Xiaolong to pieces with a thunderous sound. Subsequently, like a butterfly effect, large sections of the rusted pipes began to fall, crashing towards the 50-meter high ground, including the two unfortunate guards. As Xiaolong transformed his arms into whip-like tentacles, he swung out and wrapped around another intact pipeline, swinging himself over like Tarzan to avoid the falling pipes. However, the entire research hall became even more chaotic, as metal pipes falling from a height of 50 meters crushed and injured many staff members, and several important instruments were destroyed. Is this the perfect biological form? How intoxicating! Everyone was desperately looking for cover, while only the mesmerized doctor stood frozen in place, gazing up with a look of rapture at the blade demon filled with violent aesthetics, exclaiming in heartfelt admiration, completely oblivious to the massive metal pipe crashing down toward him. Just as this research-obsessed doctor was about to be turned into mush, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared behind him, blocking the heavy metal pipe with sheer physical strength and tossing it aside with a loud bang. He took the doctor to safety and then evacuated all the non-combatant staff. Carl rubbed his magnificent shoulders that had just shielded the doctor from the impact, watching the blade demon, which had suddenly revived not far away, a glimmer of long-lost killing intent flashing in his eyes. As for Director Charles, he had long realized that the situation was dire and had made a quick escape. Now, with two enemies emerging at once, he felt somewhat troubled. The man on the ceiling, whose face had yet to be seen, moved like a ghost, nimbly dodging the objects hurled by the blade demon amidst the intricate network of pipes. It seemed that these two enemies harbored deep-seated hatred for each other and were not concerned about anyone else. Initially, Carl had planned to let them fight it out and reap the benefits, but seeing the current situation, he realized he could not allow them to continue their battle. Otherwise, the entire research facility would be torn apart by these two. Thus, after evacuating the remaining surviving staff, Carl immediately began to deploy for battle. Before the doctor was dragged away, he was still hysterically shouting not to harm those two treasures. Over 20 elite soldiers, as warriors of the apocalypse, surrounded the blade demon, each wielding various melee weapons. With their immense strength backing them up, their power would not necessarily be inferior to that of firearms. Another group of guards, as doomsday hunters, raised their firearms and aimed at the rapidly moving shadow high up in the ceiling pipes. Start the attack, kill them all. There's no need to leave future troubles. With a command from Carlyle, the two teams immediately launched their offensive simultaneously. As Xia Lung continuously dodged various debris thrown up by his kind below while on the pipe, he suddenly found himself under a barrage of gunfire, with hundreds of bullets arriving in the blink of an eye, hitting his body. Instantly, it left a beehive-like pattern of dense bullet holes on him. The previous Xiaolong, who could be revived with just a finger, was now almost unaffected by such minor injuries. As the bullets pierced through his body, the Blacklight Virus transformed into countless fine tendrils to repair the gunshot wounds. Although ordinary bullets caused him little harm, it didn't mean that Xia Lung would willingly become a target to be shot at, as the virus required energy to heal the wounds. Just as the next wave of bullets was about to be fired, Xia Lung immediately controlled the Blacklight Virus within him to take on a highly resilient state, leaving thousands of bullet heads inside his body. This move was originally a skill used by another dark persona, but after suppressing it this time, Xia Lung found that he could manipulate the virus more adeptly. On the other side, the situation of the siege against the Blade Demon was truly heartbreaking. More than 20 Apocalypse warriors launched an attack simultaneously, but now there were fewer than 10 severely injured warriors struggling to survive, surrounded by gruesome remains scattered everywhere. Where the Blade Demon's massive blade swept through, severed limbs and broken arms flew into the air. No matter how heavy the armor or how tough the skin, all became as fragile as paper beneath its giant blade. It was only at this moment that they realized the Blade Demon overwhelmingly crushed them in terms of power, speed, and defense. In less than a minute, under the cooperation of Xia Lung and the Blade Demon, 70-80 of the dozens of elite guards were annihilated. Minister Carl, commanding from the rear, watched this situation with a shocked and furious expression. Under the suppression of absolute power, any combat plan or offensive strategy was futile. Finally, Carl could no longer contain his frustration. At this rate, his subordinates would soon be wiped out. He pulled out two enormous alloy gauntlets from his pocket, the conical spikes protruding from the knuckles gleaming with a sharp chill, which were his main weapons. With his own formidable fifth-tier strength combined with these indestructible alloy gauntlets, he could smash a tank into a pile of scrap metal in a minute. After putting on the gauntlets, he looked ahead at the blade demon, which had its back to him and was slaughtering his subordinates, and with a fierce killing intent, he let out a low roar and charged forward. Carl faced this monster, which was nearly twice his size, without a trace of fear, having fought countless battles in the wasteland and clawed his way to his current position. He had seen all kinds of disadvantageous situations. Now he's going to use these alloy gauntlets, stained with the blood of thousands of enemies, to once again smash the enemy's skull. As Minister Carlyle charged within 5 meters of the blade demon's back, his already swollen muscles surged once more, propelling him to leap several meters high. Taking advantage of the downward momentum, he tightened the alloy gauntlets, creating a gust of wind that tore through the air and struck fiercely at the back of the blade demon's head. The power of this punch was enough to turn any flesh into powder in an instant. Chapter 104. Showdown. Just as Minister Carlyle leaped up, ready to unleash this full-force punch, suddenly he saw a flash of cold light in front of him, and the demon hunter, who had been facing away from him, had somehow turned to face him. Its blade-like arms were in a retracted position, and the corners of its massive, fong-filled mouth twisted into a strange smile, as if mocking him for his overconfidence. At that moment, while still in midair, Carlyle widened his eyes. In that brief instant, he felt his strength plummet to zero, and his lower body lost all sensation. To an onlooker, they would see a line of blood appearing on Carlyle's robust waist, expanding rapidly. Bang! Bang! With 2 heavy crashing sounds, Carlyle was split in 2, falling to the ground. The smooth cut at his waist immediately associated him with the blade demon's massive blades. Carlyle's face was frozen in an expression of disbelief, his mouth agape, as he slightly turned his head and saw his lower body still convulsing behind him. Ah! After a brief moment of numbness, he finally let out a piercing, agonizing roar. As a 5th-tier apocalypse warrior, Minister Carlyle was taken down in a single blow by his opponent. The remaining elite guards listened to their leader's painful cries, each of them wearing a waxen expression. This once mighty leader, who seemed invincible in front of them, crumbled at the slightest touch from the enemy. This completely shattered the last line of defense in their minds, causing them to drop their weapons and flee the hall. The half-dead Carlier let out a painful roar, which seemed to annoy the blade demon, who walked over directly and stomped down with its massive foot. Everything returned to silence. Xiaolong watched this scene from above and could sense that the Carlier minister had the aura of a 5th-tier power. However, in front of the blade demon, he had no ability to fight back and was killed with a single strike. This indicates that the power of the blade demon absolutely surpasses the 5th tier. After devouring the mutated 2-tailed giant python, he had only recovered to the peak of the 4th tier. Xiaolong understood very well that this monster, which was in a similar predicament to himself, had been triggered to awaken due to the aura he emitted. One of them had to kill the other. He was also grateful that he had not let his impulsive side take over his body. Otherwise, if he charged in recklessly, it was uncertain who would devour whom. Now, in this empty research hall, only Xiaolong and the blade demon were staring at each other, surrounded by corpses on the ground. Xiaolong knew that those who escaped would definitely report the situation to headquarters, and they might send even stronger ability users for support. So this battle had to be a quick one. The demon hunter widened its pitch-black pupils, staring at Xiaolong high up on the ceiling, letting out a series of furious roars. Its massive size made it impossible to climb up and catch him, which only made it more agitated. However, this time, Xiaolong did not dodge. He jumped down from the pipe, his arms transforming into black, claw-like weapons, his eyes filled with a cold, killing intent. And he dove straight toward the enemy. As the blade demon below saw that the opponent was finally willing to jump down and meet its demise, it once again opened its terrifying giant mouth, revealing a sinister grin, swinging its massive blade to the sides, waiting to chop this creature, which emitted a similar aura to itself, into pieces. The 50-meter drop height was almost instantaneous, and just as the 2 monstrous beings were about to clash, Xiaolong suddenly transformed one of his arms into a whip-like blade, swinging it out and wrapping it around a hanging lamp, pulling it aside. The blade demon, which had already gathered power for a horizontal slash, struck empty air instead. Seizing the brief moment of pause after the opponent's missed strike, Xiaolong quickly circled behind it and used his razor-sharp black claws to tear viciously at its rear. In an instant, 3 deep and shocking claw marks appeared on the blade demon's neck, causing it to let out a fierce roar. It abruptly swung its massive blade and turned around to counterattack, only to find that the opponent had already created distance, striking air once again. Having just witnessed it effortlessly kill Carlyle, Xiaolong knew that engaging in a pure strength contest would only lead to his own defeat. So he decided to inflict damage through speed. However, as expected, not long after, countless tiny tendrils extended from the claw marks on the blade demon's back, quickly healing the wound, which further convinced Xiaolong of the significant connection between them. Perhaps one day, if he lost control, he too would transform into a monster like it, since both possessed formidable self-healing abilities. The only way to wear down the opponent's energy was to continuously create wounds. At this moment, Xiaolong concentrated a large amount of the Blacklight Virus at his feet. Each charge left a deep footprint in the ground with immense explosive power. His speed so fast that to outsiders, it appeared as just a fleeting shadow. He used his own formidable agility to leave a trail of wounds across the blade demon's massive body like a swift phantom. Just as the wounds seemed about to heal, Xiaolong would once again fiercely claw at that same spot. Although the blade demon was not slow, it still couldn't even catch a single hair of Xiaolong, which made it even more furious. Roar! Suddenly, just as Xiaolong targeted its pitch-black eyeball with his attack, the blade demon opened its massive mouth and let out a roar that sent shockwaves. The roar was so loud that it shattered all the glass around them and caught Xiaolong off guard, causing him to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. He felt blood flowing from his ears, even though his eardrums were protected by the Blacklight Virus. As for the other guards lying on the ground, still not completely dead, they were all driven to death by this roar, bleeding from their 7 orifices buzz. However, this time, it was also caught off guard by a strange sound wave that suddenly invaded its ears, momentarily distracting it. Hiss! Xiaolong once again used his claws to tear a scratch on the opponent's chest, and at this moment, one could still see its Adam's apple vibrating at a rapid frequency. The blade demon never expected that the opponent would also use such a tactic crack. Suddenly, Xiaolong saw the opponent lift its giant blade and slice off its own ears to block the influence of the strange sound wave. Then, a more horrifying scene unfolded. The blade demon began to continuously cut into its own flesh until a large pool of foul-smelling black substance appeared on the ground, and its body looked forcibly slimmed down. Xiaolong immediately guessed the reason behind this bizarre self-mutilation. Was it trying to reduce its weight to increase its speed? As for my thoughts on the book's release, this isn't my first time, but I still want to thank everyone for their support. Although I don't know how many people are willing to continue reading, as long as someone is reading, I will strive to update as much as possible. This book has had its ups and downs to get to this point, and everyone should know the reasons yet. I still want to thank the readers and my editor who signed me. Wishing everyone a happy new year in advance.